The Crippled God by Stephen Erikson. Performed by Michael Page. Many years ago, one man took a chance on an unknown writer and his first fantasy novel. A novel that had already gone the rounds of publishers a few times without any luck. Without him, without his faith, and, in the years that followed, his unswerving commitment to this vast undertaking, there would be no Malazan Book of the Fallen. It has been my great privilege to work with a single editor from start to finish, and so I humbly dedicate The Crippled God to my editor and friend, Simon Taylor. Book 1. He was a soldier. I am known in the religion of rage. Worship me as a pool of blood in your hands. Drink me deep, its bitter fury that boils and burns. Your knives were small, but they were many. I am named in the religion of rage. Worship me with your offhand cuts long after I am dead. It's a song of dreams crumbled to ashes. Your wants overflowed, but now gape empty. I am drowned in the religion of rage. Worship me unto death and down to a pile of bones. The purest book is the one never opened. No needs left unfulfilled on the cold, sacred day. I am found in the religion of rage. Worship me in a stream of curses. This fool had faith, and in dreams he wept. But we walk a desert rocked by accusations, where no man starves with hate in his bones. Poet's Night, 1-4, The Malazan Book of the Fallen, Fisher Keltath. Chapter 1. If you never knew the worlds in my mind, your sense of loss would be small pity, and we'll forget this on the trail. Take what you're given and turn away the screwed face. I do not deserve it, no matter how narrow the strand of your private shore. If you will do your best, I'll meet your eye. It's the clutch of arrows in hand that I do not trust, bent to the smile hitching my way. We aren't meeting in sorrow or some other suture bridging scars. We haven't danced the same thin ice, and my sympathy for your troubles I give freely without thought of reciprocity or scales on balance. It's the decent thing, that's all. Even if that thing is a stranger to so many. But there will be secrets you never knew, and I would not choose any other way. All my arrows are buried, and the sandy reach is broad, and all that's private cools pinned on the altar. Even the drips are gone, that child of wants with a mind full of worlds and his reddened tears. The days I feel mortal I so hate. The days in my worlds are where I live forever, and should dawn ever arrive, I will to its light awaken as one reborn. Poet's Night, 3-4, The Malazan Book of the Fallen, Fisher Keltath. Cotillion drew 2 daggers. His gaze fell to the blades. The blackened iron surfaces seemed to swirl, 2 pewter rivers oozing across pits and gouges, the edges ragged where armor and bone had slowed their thrusts. He studied the sickly sky's lurid reflections for a moment longer, and then said, I have no intention of explaining a damned thing. He looked up, eyes locking. Do you understand me? The figure facing him was incapable of expression. The tatters of rotted sinew and strips of skin were motionless upon the bones of temple, cheek, and jaw. The eyes held nothing, nothing at all. Better, Cotillion decided, than jaded skepticism. Oh, how he was sick of that. Tell me, he resumed, What do you think you're seeing here? Desperation, panic, a failing of will, some inevitable decline crumbling to incompetence? Do you believe in failure, Edgewalker? The apparition remained silent for a time, and then spoke in a broken, rasping voice. You cannot be so audacious. I asked if you believed in failure, because I don't. Even should you succeed, Cotillion, beyond all expectation, beyond even all desire, they will still speak of your failure. He sheathed his daggers. And you know what they can do to themselves. The head cocked, strands of hair dangling and drifting. Arrogance? Competence, Cotillion snapped in reply. Doubt me at your peril. They will not believe you. I do not care, Edgewalker. This is what it is. When he set out, he was not surprised that the deathless guardian followed. We have done this before. Dust and ashes puffed with each step. The wind moaned as if trapped in a crypt. Almost time, Edgewalker. I know. You cannot win. Cotillion paused, half-turned. He smiled a ravaged smile. That doesn't mean I have to lose, does it? Dust lifted, twisting in her wake. From her shoulders trailed dozens of ghastly chains, bones bent and folded into irregular links, ancient bones in 1,000 shades between white and deep brown. Scores of individuals made up each chain, malformed skulls matted with hair, fused spines, long bones, clacking and clattering. They drifted out behind her like a tyrant's legacy and left a tangled skein of furrows in the withered earth that stretched for leagues. Her pace did not slow, as steady as the sun's own crawl to the horizon ahead, as inexorable as the darkness overtaking her. She was indifferent to notions of irony, and the bitter taste of irreverent mockery that could so sting the palate. In this there was only necessity, the hungriest of gods. She had known imprisonment. The memories remained fierce, but such recollections were not those of crypt walls and unlit tombs. Darkness, indeed, but also pressure, terrible, unbearable pressure. Madness was a demon, and it lived in a world of helpless need, 1,000 desires unanswered, a world without resolution. Madness, yes, she had known that demon. They had bargained with coins of pain, and those coins came from a vault that never emptied. She'd once known such wealth. And still the darkness pursued. Walking, a thing of hairless pate, skin the hue of bleached papyrus, elongated limbs that moved with uncanny grace. The landscape surrounding her was empty, flat on all sides but ahead, where a worn-down range of colourless hills ran a wavering claw along the horizon. She had brought her ancestors with her, and they rattled a chaotic chorus. She had not left a single one behind. Every tomb of her line now gaped empty, as hollowed out as the skulls she'd plundered from their sarcophagi. Silence ever spoke of absence. Silence was the enemy of life, and she would have none of it. No, they talked in mutters and grating scrapes, her perfect ancestors, and they were the voices of her private song, keeping the demon at bay. She was done with bargains. Long ago, she knew, the worlds, pallid islands in the abyss, crawled with creatures. Their thoughts were blunt and simple, and beyond those thoughts there was nothing but murk, an abyss of ignorance and fear. When the first glimmers awakened in that confused gloom, they quickly flickered alight, burning like spot fires. But the mind did not awaken to itself on strains of glory. Not beauty, not even love. It did not stir with laughter or triumph. Those fires, snapping to life, all belonged to one thing and one thing only. The first word of sentience was justice, a word to feed indignation, a word empowering the will to change the world and all its cruel circumstances, a word to bring righteousness to brutal infamy. Justice, bursting to life in the black soil of indifferent nature. Justice, to bind families, to build cities, to invent and to defend, to fashion laws and prohibitions, to hammer the unruly metal of gods into religions. All the prescribed beliefs rose out twisting and branching from that single root, losing themselves in the blinding sky. But she and her kind had stayed wrapped about the base of that vast tree, forgotten, crushed down. And in their place, beneath stones bound in roots and dark earth, they were witness to the corruption of justice, to its loss of meaning, to its betrayal. Gods and mortals, twisting truths, had in a host of deeds stained what once had been pure. Well, the end was coming. The end, dear ones, is coming. There would be no more children rising from the bones and rubble to build anew all that had been lost. Was there even one among them, after all, who had not suckled at the teat of corruption? Oh, they fed their inner fires, yet they hoarded the light, the warmth, as if justice belonged to them alone. She was appalled. She seethed with contempt. Justice was incandescent within her, and it was a fire growing day by day as the wretched heart of the chained one leaked out its endless streams of blood. 12 pures remained, feeding. 12. Perhaps there were others, lost in far-flung places, but she knew nothing of them. No, these 12. They would be the faces of the final storm, and preeminent among them all, she would stand at that storm's center. She had been given her name for this very purpose, long ago now. The Forkrul Assail were nothing if not patient. But patience itself was yet one more lost virtue. Chains of bone trailing, calm walked across the plain as the day's light died behind her. God failed us. Trembling, sick to his stomach as something cold, foreign coursed through his veins, Aparal Forge clenched his jaw to stifle a retort. This vengeance is older than any cause you care to invent, and no matter how often you utter those words, Son of Light, the lies and madness open like flowers beneath the sun. And before me I see nothing but lurid fields of red, stretching out on all sides. This wasn't their battle, not their war. Who fashioned this law that said the child must pick up the father's sword? And, dear father, did you really mean this to be? Did she not abandon her consort and take you for her own? Did you not command us to peace? Did you not say to us that we children must be as one beneath the newborn sky of your union? What crime awoke us to this? I can't even remember. Do you feel it, Aparal? The power? I feel it, Kadagar. They'd moved away from the others, but not so far as to escape the agonized cries, the growl of the hounds, or drifting out over the broken rocks in ghostly streams, the blistering breath of cold upon their backs. Before them rose the infernal barrier, a wall of imprisoned souls, an eternally crashing wave of despair. He stared at the gaping faces through the mottled veil, studied the pitted horror in their eyes. You were no different, were you? Awkward with your inheritance, the heavy blade turning this way and that in your hand. Why should we pay for someone else's hatred? What so troubles you, Aparal? We cannot know the reason for our god's absence, Lord. I fear it is presumptuous of us to speak of his failure. Khadgar Fant was silent. Aparal closed his eyes. He should never have spoken. I do not learn. He walked a bloody path to rule, and the pools in the mud still gleam red. The air about Khadgar remains brittle. This flower shivers to secret winds. He is dangerous, so very dangerous. The priests spoke of impostors and tricksters, Aparal. Khadgar's tone was even, devoid of inflection. It was the voice he used when furious. What god would permit that? We are abandoned. The path before us now belongs to no one else. It is ours to choose. Ours? Yes, you speak for us all, even as we cringe at our own confessions. Forgive my words, Lord. I am made ill. The taste... We had no choice in that, Aparal. What sickens you is the bitter flavor of its pain. It passes. Khadgar smiled and clapped him on the back. I understand your momentary weakness. We shall forget your doubts, yes? And never again speak of them. We are friends, after all, and I would be most distressed to be forced to brand you a traitor. Set upon the white wall, I would kneel and weep, my friend. I would. A spasm of alien fury hissed through Aparal, and he shivered. Abyss, mane of chaos, I feel you. My life is yours to command, Lord. Lord of Light! Aparal turned, as did Khadgar. Blood streaming from his mouth, Iparth Erul staggered closer, eyes wide and fixed upon Khadgar. My lord, Uandal, who was last to drink, has just died. He tore out his own throat. Then it is done, Khadgar replied. How many? Iparth licked his lips, visibly flinched at the taste, and then said, You are the first of 13, Lord. Smiling, Khadgar stepped past Iparth. Kesoban still breathes? Yes, it is said it can bleed for centuries. But the blood is now poison, Khadgar said, nodding. The wounding must be fresh, the power clean. 13, you say? Excellent. Aparal stared at the dragon staked to the slope behind Iparth Erul. The enormous spears pinning it to the ground were black with gore and dried blood. He could feel the Elaint's pain pouring from it in waves. Again and again it tried to lift its head, eyes blazing, jaws snapping, but the vast trap held. The 4 surviving hounds of light circled at a distance, hackles raised as they eyed the dragon. Seeing them, Aparal hugged himself. Another mad gamble, another bitter failure. Lord of Light, Khadgar Fant, you have not done well in the world beyond. Beyond this terrible vista, and facing the vertical ocean of deathless souls as if in mocking madness, rose the white wall, which hid the decrepit remnants of the Leosan city of Saranus. The faint elongated dark streaks lining it, descending just beneath the crenellated battlements, were all he could make out of the brothers and sisters who had been condemned as traitors to the cause. Below their withered corpses ran the stains from everything their bodies had drained down the alabaster facing. You would kneel and weep, would you, my friend? Iparth asked. My lord, do we leave the Elaint as it is? No, I propose something far more fitting. Assemble the others. We shall veer. Aparal started, but did not turn. Lord, we are Kesoban's children now, Aparal. A new father to replace the one who abandoned us. Oserk is dead in our eyes and shall remain so. Even Father Light kneels broken, useless, and blind. Aparal's eyes held on Kesoban. Utter such blasphemies often enough, and they become banal, and all shock fades. The gods lose their power, and we rise to stand in their stead. The ancient dragon wept blood, and in those vast alien eyes there was nothing but rage. Our Father, your pain, your blood, our gift to you. Alas, it is the only gift we understand. And once we have veered, why, Aparal, we shall tear the Elaint apart. He'd known what the answer would be, and he nodded. Our Father, your pain, your blood, our gift. Celebrate our rebirth, O Father Kesoban, with your death, and for you there shall be no return. I have nothing with which to bargain. What brings you to me? No, I see that. My broken servant cannot travel far, even in his dreams. Crippled, yes, my precious flesh and bones upon this wretched world. Have you seen his flock? What blessing can he bestow? Why, naught but misery and suffering, and still they gather, the mobs, the clamoring, beseeching mobs. Oh, I once looked upon them with contempt. I once revelled in their pathos, their ill choices and their sorry luck, their stupidity. But no one chooses their span of wits. They are each and all born with what they have, that and nothing more. Through my servant I see into their eyes, when I so dare, and they give me a look, a strange look, one that for a long time I could not understand. Hungry, of course, so brimming with need. But I am the foreign god, the chained one, the fallen one, and my holy word is pain. Yet those eyes implored. I now comprehend. What do they ask of me? Those dull fools glittering with fears, those horrid expressions to make a witness cringe? What do they want? I will answer you. They want my pity. They understand, you see, their own paltry, scant coins in their bag of wits. They know they lack intelligence, and that this has cursed them and their lives. They have struggled and lashed out from the very beginning. No, do not look at me that way, you of smooth and subtle thought. You give your sympathy too quickly, and therein hide your belief in your own superiority. I do not deny your cleverness, but I question your compassion. They wanted my pity. They have it. I am the god that answers prayers. Can you or any other god make that claim? See how I have changed. My pain, which I held on to so selfishly, now reaches out like a broken hand. We touch in understanding. We flinch at the touch. I am one with them all now. You surprise me. I had not believed this to be a thing of value. What worth compassion? How many columns of coins balance the scales? My servant once dreamed of wealth, a buried treasure in the hills. Sitting on his withered legs, he pleaded with passers-by in the street. Now you look at me here, too broken to move, deep in the fumes, and the wind slaps these tent walls without rest. No need to bargain. My servant and I have both lost the desire to beg. You want my pity? I give it freely. Need I tell you of my pain? I look in your eyes and find the answer. It is my last play, but you understand that. My last. Should I fail? Very well. There is no secret to this. I will gather the poison then. In the thunder of my pain, yes. Where else? Death? Since when is death failure? Forgive the cough. It was meant to be laughter. Go then. Ring your promises with those upstarts. That is all faith is, you know. Pity for our souls. Ask my servant and he will tell you. God looks into your eyes and God cringes. 3 dragons chained for their sins. At the thought, Cotillion sighed, suddenly morose. He stood 20 paces away, ankle deep in soft ash. Ascendancy, he reflected, was not quite as long a stride from the mundane as he would have liked. His throat felt tight, as if his air passages were constricted. The muscles of his shoulders ached and dull thunder pounded behind his eyes. He stared at the imprisoned Elaint lying so gaunt and deathly amidst drifts of dust, feeling mortal. Abyss take me, but I'm tired. Edgewalker moved up alongside him, silent and spectral. Bones and not much else, Cotillion muttered. Do not be fooled, Edgewalker warned. Flesh, skin, they are raiment, worn or cast off as suits them. See the chains? They have been tested, heads lifting, the scent of freedom. How did you feel, Edgewalker, when everything you held fell to pieces in your hands? Did failure arrive like a wall of fire? He turned to regard the apparition. Those tatters have the look of scorching, come to think of it. Do you remember that moment when you lost everything? Did the world echo to your howl? If you seek to torment me, Cotillion. No, I would not do that. Forgive me. If these are your fears, however... No, not my fears. Not at all. They are my weapons. Edgewalker seemed to shiver, or perhaps some shift of the ash beneath his rotted moccasins sent a tremble through him, a brief moment of imbalance. Settling once more, the elder fixed Cotillion with the withered dark of its eyes. You, Lord of Assassins, are no healer. No. Someone cut out my unease, please. Make clean the incision, take out what's ill, and leave me free of it. We are sickened by the unknown, but knowledge can prove poisonous, and drifting lost between the two is no better. There is more than one path to salvation. It is curious. What is? Your words, in another voice coming from someone else, would leave a listener calmed, reassured. From you, alas, they could chill a mortal soul to its very core. This is what I am, Cotillion said. Edgewalker nodded. It is what you are, yes. Cotillion advanced another 6 paces, eyes on the nearest dragon, the gleaming bones of the skull visible between strips of rotted hide. Eloth, he said, I would hear your voice. Shall we bargain again, usurper? The voice was male, but such details were in the habit of changing on a whim. Still he frowned, trying to recall the last time. Kaus, Ampilas, you will each have your turn. Do I now speak with Eloth?
I am Eloth. What is it about my voice that so troubles you, usurper? I sense your suspicion.
I needed to be certain, Cotillion replied, and now I am. You are indeed Mokra. A new draconic voice rumbled laughter through Cotillion's skull, and then said, "Be careful, assassin. She is the mistress of deceit." Cotillion's brows lifted. Deceit? Pray not, I beg you. I am too innocent to know much about such things. Eloth, I see you here in chains, and yet in mortal realms your voice has been heard. It seems you are not quite the prisoner you once were.
Sleep slips the cruelest chains, usurper. My dreams rise on wings, and I am free. Do you now tell me that such freedom was more than delusion? I am shocked unto disbelief.
Cotillion grimaced. Kaus, what do you dream of?
Ice.
Does that surprise me? Ampilas? The rain that burns, Lord of Assassins, deep in shadow, and such a grisly shadow. Shall we three whisper divinations now? All my truths are chained here. It is only the lies that fly free. Yet there was one dream, one that still burns fresh in my mind. Will you hear my confession? My rope is not quite as frayed as you think, Ampilas. You would do better to describe your dream to Kals. Consider that advice my gift. He paused, glanced back at Edgewalker for a moment, and then faced the dragons once more. Now then, let us bargain for real. There is no value in that, Ampilas said. You have nothing to give us. But I do. Edgewalker suddenly spoke behind him. Cotillion! Freedom, said Cotillion. Silence. He smiled. A fine start. Eloth, will you dream for me?
Kaus and Ampilas have shared your gift. They looked upon one another with faces of stone. There was pain, there was fire, an eye opened and it looked upon the abyss. Lord of Knives, my kin in chains are dismayed. Lord, I will dream for you. Speak on.
Listen carefully, then, Cotillion said. This is how it must be. The depths of the canyon were unlit, swallowed in eternal night far beneath the ocean's surface. Crevasses gaped in darkness, a world's death and decay streaming down in ceaseless rain, and the currents whipped in fierce torrents that stirred sediments into spinning vortices, lifting like whirlwinds. Flanked by the submerged crags of the canyon's ravaged cliffs, a flat plain stretched out, and in the center a lurid red flame flickered to life, solitary, almost lost in the vastness. Shifting the almost weightless burden resting on one shoulder, Mael paused to squint at that improbable fire. Then he set out, making straight for it. Lifeless rain falling to the depths, savage currents whipping it back up into the light, where living creatures fed on the rich soup, only to eventually die and sink back down. Such an elegant exchange, the living and the dead, the light and the lightless, the world above and the world below, almost as if someone had planned it. He could now make out the hunched figure beside the flames, hands held out to the dubious heat. Tiny sea creatures swarmed in the reddish bloom of light like moths. The fire emerged, pulsing from a rent in the floor of the canyon, gases bubbling upward. Mael halted before the figure, shrugging off the wrapped corpse that had been balanced on his shoulder. As it rocked down to the silts, tiny scavengers rushed towards it, only to spin away without alighting. Faint clouds billowed as the wrapped body settled in the mud. The voice of Forkrul, elder god of the Warrens, drifted out from within his hood.
If all existence is a dialogue, how is it there is still so much left unsaid?
Mael scratched the stubble on his jaw. Me with mine, you with yours, him with his, and yet still we fail to convince the world of its inherent absurdity. Forkrul shrugged.
Him with his, yes. Odd that of all the gods, he alone discovered this mad and maddening secret. The dawn to come, shall we leave it to him?
Well, Mael grunted, first we need to survive the night. I have brought the one you sought.
I see that. Thank you, old friend. Now tell me, what of the old witch?
Mael grimaced. The same. She tries again, but the one she has chosen, well, let us say that Onos Tulan possesses depths Olar Ethiel cannot hope to comprehend, and she will, I fear, come to rue her choice.
A man rides before him.
Mael nodded. A man rides before him. It is heartbreaking.
Against a broken heart, even absurdity falters.
Because words fall away. Fingers fluttered in the glow.
A dialogue of silence.
That deafens. Mael looked off into the gloomy distance. Blind Gallen and his damnable poems. Across the colourless floor, armies of sightless crabs were on the march, drawn to the alien light and heat. He squinted at them.
Many died. Erastus had his suspicions, and that is all the errant needs. Terrible mischance or deadly nudge. They were as she said they would be, unwitnessed.
Forkrul lifted his head, the empty hood now gaping in Mael's direction.
Has he won, then?
Mael's wiry brows rose. You do not know?
That close to Kaminsod's heart, the Warrens are a mass of wounds and violence.
Mael glanced down at the wrapped corpse. Bryce was there. Through his tears I saw. He was silent for a long moment, reliving someone else's memories. He suddenly hugged himself, released a ragged breath.
In the name of the abyss, those Bonehunters were something to behold.
The vague hints of a face seemed to find shape inside the hood's darkness, a gleam of teeth.
Truly? Mael, truly?
Emotion growled out in his words. This is not done. Erastus has made a terrible mistake. Gods, they all have. After a long moment, Forkrul sighed, gaze returning to the fire. His pallid hands hovered above the pulsing glow of burning rock.
I shall not remain blind. 2 children, twins. Mael, it seems we shall defy the Adjunct Tavore Paran's wish to be forever unknown to us, unknown to everyone. What does it mean, this desire to be unwitnessed? I do not understand.
Mael shook his head. There is such pain in her. No, I dare not get close. She stood before us in the throne room like a child with a terrible secret, guilt and shame beyond all measure.
Perhaps my guest here will have the answer.
Is this why you wanted him?
to salve mere curiosity? Is this to be a voyeur's game, Crippled? Into a woman's broken heart? Partly, Crippled acknowledged, but not out of cruelty or the lure of the forbidden. Her heart must remain her own, immune to all assault. The god regarded the wrapped corpse. No, this one's flesh is dead, but his soul remains strong, trapped in its own nightmare of guilt. I would see it freed of that. How? Poised to act when the moment comes. Poised to act. A life for a death, and it will have to do. Male sighed unevenly. Then it falls on her shoulders. A lone woman, an army already mauled, with allies fevered with lust for the coming war. An enemy awaiting them all, unbowed with inhuman confidence, so eager to spring the perfect trap. He lifted his hands to his face. A mortal woman who refuses to speak. Yet they follow. They follow. Male, do they truly have a chance? He looked down at Crippled. The Malazan Empire conjured them out of nothing. Dasem's first sword, the bridge burners, and now the Bonehunters. What can I tell you? It is as if they were born of another age, a golden age lost to the past, and the thing of it is, they don't even know it. Perhaps that is why she wishes them to remain unwitnessed in all that they do. What do you mean? She doesn't want the rest of the world to be reminded of what they once were. Crippled seemed to study the fire. Eventually he said, In these dark waters, one cannot feel one's own tears. Male's reply was bitter. Why do you think I live here? If I have not challenged myself, if I have not striven to give it all I have, then will I stand head bowed before the world's judgment. But if I am to be accused of being cleverer than I am, and how is this even possible? Or, gods forbid, too aware of every echo sent charging out into the night, to bounce and cavort, to reverberate like a sword's edge on a shield rim, if, in other words, I am to be castigated for heeding my sensitivities, well, then something rises like fire within me. I am, and I use the word most cogently, incensed. Udinas snorted. The page was torn below this, as if the author's anger had sent him or her into an apoplectic frenzy. He wondered at this unknown writer's detractors, real or imagined, and he thought back to the times, long ago, when someone's fist had answered his own too quick, too sharp wits. Children were skilled at sensing such things, the boy too smart for his own good, and they knew what needed doing about it. Beat him down, lads. Serves him right. So he was sympathetic to the spirit of the long-dead writer. But then, you old fool, they're dust, and your words live on. Who now has the last laugh? The rotting woods surrounding him gave back no answer. Sighing, Udinas tossed the fragment aside, watched flakes of parchment drift down like ashes. Oh, what do I care? Not much longer. No, not much longer. The oil lamp was guttering out, used up, and the chill had crept back in. He couldn't feel his hands. Old legacies, no one could shake them, these grinning stalkers. Ulshun Pral had predicted more snow, and snow was something he had grown to despise. As if the sky itself was dying. You hear that, Fear Sengar? I'm almost ready to take up your tale. Who could have imagined that legacy? Groaning at the stiffness in his limbs, he clambered out of the ship's hold, emerged blinking on the slanted deck, the wind battering at his face,
World of White, what are you telling us? That all is not well? That the fates have set a siege upon us? He had taken to talking to himself. That way no one else had to cry, and he was tired of those glistening tears on weathered faces. Yes, he could thaw them all with a handful of words, but that heat inside, well, it had nowhere to go, did it? He gave it to the cold, empty air instead, not a single frozen tear in sight. Udinas climbed over the ship's side, dropped down into knee-deep snow, and then took a fresh path back to the camp in the shelter of rocks, his thick, fur-lined moccasins forcing him to waddle as he ploughed through the drifts. He could smell wood smoke. He caught sight of the Mlava halfway to the camp. The two enormous cats stood perched on high rocks, their silvered backs blending with the white sky, watching him. "So, you're back. That's not good, is it?" He felt their eyes tracking him as he went on. Time was slowing down. He knew that was impossible, but he could imagine an entire world buried deep in snow, a place devoid of animals, a place where seasons froze into one, and that season did not end, ever. He could imagine the choking down of every choice until not a single one was left. A man can do it. Why not an entire world? The snow and wind gave no answer beyond the brutal retort that was indifference. In between the rocks now, the bitter wind falling off, the smoke stinging awake his nostrils. There was hunger in the camp. There was white everywhere else. And still the Emas sang their songs. "Not enough," Udinas muttered, breath pluming. "It's just not, my friends. Face it, she's dying. Our dear little child." He wondered if Silchas Roin had known all along, this imminent failure. All dreams die in the end. Of all people, I should know that. Dreams of sleep, dreams of the future. Sooner or later comes the cold, hard dawn. Walking past the snow-humped yurts, scowling against the droning songs drifting out around the hide flaps, he made for the trail leading to the cave. Dirty ice crusted the rocky moor like frozen froth. Once within its shelter, the air warmed around him, damp and smelling of salts. He stamped the snow from his moccasins and then strode into the twisting, stony corridor, hands out to the sides, fingertips brushing the wet stone. "Oh," he said under his breath, "but you're a cold womb, aren't you?" Ahead he heard voices, or rather, one voice. "Heed your sensitivities now, Udinas. She stands unbowed, forever unbowed. This is what love can do, I suppose." The old stains on the stone floor remained, timeless reminders of blood spilled and lives lost in this wretched chamber. He could almost hear the echoes, sword and spear, the gasp of desperate breaths. "Fierce Engar, I would swear your brother stands there still. Silchas Roin staggering back, step by step, his scowl of disbelief like a mask he'd never worn before. And was it not ill-fitting? It surely was. Onrak Temlava stood to the right of his wife. Ulshun Prowl crouched a few paces to Kilava's left. Before them all reared a withered, sickly edifice. "Dying house, your cauldron is cracked." She was a flawed seed. Kilava turned upon his arrival, her dark animal eyes narrowing as would a hunting cat's as it gathered to pounce. "Thought you might have sailed away, Udinas." "The charts lead nowhere, Kilava Onas, as I'm sure the pilot observed upon arriving in the middle of a plain. Is there anything more forlorn than a foundered ship, I wonder?" Onrak spoke. "Friend Udinas, I welcome your wisdom. Kilava speaks of the awakening of the Jagot, the hunger of the Elent, and the hand of the Forkrul Assail.
which never trembles. Rudelal and Silchas ruin have vanished. She cannot sense them, and she fears the worst.
My son lives.
Kilava stepped closer.
You cannot know that.
Udinas shrugged.
He took more from his mother than Menandor ever imagined. When she faced that Malazan wizard, when she sought to draw upon her power, well, it was one of many fatal surprises that day.
His gaze fell to those blackened stains.
What happened to our heroic outcome, Fear? To the salvation you gave your life to win? If I have not challenged myself, if I have not striven to give it all I have, then will I stand head bowed before the world's judgment. But the world's judgment is cruel.
We contemplate a journey from this realm, said Onrak.
Udinas glanced at Ulshun Pral.
Do you agree?
The warrior freed one hand to a flurry of fluid gestures. Udinas grunted.
Before the spoken word, before song, there was this. But the hand speaks in broken tongue. The cipher here belongs to his posture, a nomad's squat. No one fears walking or the unfolding of a new world. Errant take me, this innocence stabs the heart. You won't like what you will find. Not the fiercest beast of this world stands a chance against my kind. He glared at Onrak. What do you think that ritual was all about? The one that stole death from your people?
Hurtful as his words are, growled Kilava, Udinas speaks the truth.
She faced the Azath once more.
We can defend this gate. We can stop them.
And die?
Snapped Udinas.
No,
she retorted, wheeling to face him.
You will lead my children from here, Udinas. Into your world. I will remain.
I thought you said we, Kilava.
Summon your son.
No.
Her eyes flared.
Find someone else to join you in your last battle.
I will stand with her, said Onrak.
You will not,
hissed Kilava.
You are mortal.
And you are not, my love? I am a bonecaster. I bore a first hero who became a god.
Her face twisted, but there was anguish in her eyes.
Husband, I shall indeed summon allies to this battle. But you must go with our son and with Udinas.
She pointed a taloned finger at the Letheri.
Lead them into your world. Find a place for them.
A place? Kilava, they are as the beasts of my world. There are no places left.
You must find one.
Do you hear this, Fear Sengar? I am not to be you, after all. No, I am to be Hull Bedict, another doomed brother. Follow me. Listen to all my promises. Die. There is nowhere, he said, throat tight with grief, in all the world, nowhere. We leave nothing well enough alone, not ever. The Imas can make claim to empty lands, yes, until someone casts upon it a covetous eye. And then they will begin killing you, collecting hides and scalps. They will poison your food, rape your daughters, all in the name of pacification or resettlement or whatever other euphemistic bedouin shit they choose to spit out. And the sooner you're all dead, the better, so they can forget you ever existed in the first place. Guilt is the first weed we pluck, to keep the garden pretty and smelling sweet. That is what we do, and you cannot stop us. You never could. No one can.
Kilava's expression was flat.
You can be stopped. You will be stopped.
Udinas shook his head.
Lead them into your world, Udinas. Fight for them. I do not mean to fall here. And if you imagine I am not capable of protecting my children, then you do not know me.
You condemn me, Kilava.
Summon your son.
No.
Then you condemn yourself, Udinas.
Will you speak so coolly when my fate extends to your children as well?
When it seemed that no answer was forthcoming, Udinas sighed and, turning about, set off for the outside, for the cold and the snow, and the whiteness and the freezing of time itself. To his anguish, Onrak followed.
My friend, I'm sorry, Onrak. I can't tell you anything helpful, nothing to ease your mind.
Yet, rumbled the warrior,
you believe you have an answer.
Hardly.
Nonetheless.
Errant's nudge, it's hopeless.
Oh, watch me walk with such resolve. Lead you all, yes. Bold Hull Bedict has returned to repeat his host of crimes one more time. Still hunting for heroes, fierce Engar? Best turn away now. You will lead us, Udinas. So it seems.
Onrak sighed. Beyond the cave mouth, the snow whipped down. He had sought a way out. He had flung himself from the conflagration. But even the power of the Azath could not breach Akrast Corvalane. And so he had been cast down, his mind shattered, the fragments drowning in a sea of alien blood. Would he recover? Calm did not know for certain, but she intended to take no chances. Besides, the latent power within him remained dangerous, a threat to all their plans. It could be used against them, and that was not acceptable.
No, better to turn this weapon, to take it into my own hand and wield it against the enemies I know I must soon face. Or, if that need proves unnecessary, kill him.
Before either could ever happen, however, she would have to return here.
And do what must be done. I would do it now, if not for the risk. Should he awaken, should he force my hand? No, too soon. We are not ready for that.
Calm stood over the body, studying him, the angular features, the tusks, the faint flush that hinted of fever. Then she spoke to her ancestors.
Take him, bind him. Weave your sorcery. He must remain unconscious. The risk of his awakening is too great. I will return before too long. Take him, bind him.
The chains of bones slithered out like serpents, plunging into the hard ground, ensnaring the body's limbs, round the neck, across the torso, stitching him spread-eagled to this hilltop. She saw the bones trembling.
Yes, I understand. His power is too immense. That is why he must be kept unconscious. But there is something else I can do.
She stepped closer and crouched. Her right hand darted out, the fingers stiff as blades, and stabbed a deep hole in the man's side. She gasped and almost reeled back. Was it too much? Had she awoken him? Blood seeped down from the wound, but Icarium did not move. Calm released a long, unsteady breath.
Keep the blood trickling, she told her ancestors. Feed on his power.
Straightening, she lifted her gaze, studied the horizon on all sides. The old lands of the Alan. But they had done away with them, leaving nothing but the elliptical boulders that once held down the sides of tents, and the old blinds and runs from an even older time. Of the great animals that once dwelt in this plain, not even a single herd remained, domestic or wild. There was, she observed, admirable perfection in this new state of things. Without criminals, there can be no crime. Without crime, no victims. The wind moaned, and none stood against it to give answer. Perfect adjudication. It tasted of paradise.
Reborn. Paradise reborn. From this empty plain, the world. From this promise, the future. Soon.
She set out, leaving the hill behind, and with it the body of Icarium, bound to the earth in chains of bone. When she returned again to this place, she would be flush with triumph, or in desperate need. If the latter, she would awaken him. If the former, she would grasp his head in her hands and with a single savage twist break the abomination's neck. And no matter which decision awaited her, on that day her ancestors would sing with joy. Crooked upon the mound of rubbish, the stronghold's throne was burning in the courtyard below. Smoke, grey and black, rose in a column until it lifted past the ramparts, where the wind tore it apart, shreds drifting like banners high above the ravaged valley. Half-naked children scampered across the battlements, their voices cutting sharp through the clatter and groan from the main gate, where the masons were repairing yesterday's damage. A watch was turning over, and the High Fist listened to commands snapping like flags behind him. He blinked sweat and grit from his eyes and leaned, with some caution, on the eroded Merlon, his narrowed gaze scanning the well-ordered enemy camp spread out along the valley floor. From the rooftop platform of the square tower on his right, a child of no more than 9 or 10 years was struggling with what had once been a signal kite, straining to hold it overhead until with thudding wing flaps the tattered silk dragon lifted suddenly into the air, spinning and wheeling. Ganos Paran squinted up at it. The dragon's long tail flashed silver in the midday sunlight. The same tail, he recalled, that had been in the sky above the stronghold the day of the conquest. What had the defenders been signaling then? Distress? Help? He stared up at the kite, watched it climb ever higher, until the wind-spun smoke devoured it. Hearing a familiar curse, he turned to see the host's high mage struggling past a knot of children at the top of the stairs, his face twisted in disgust as if navigating a mob of lepers. The fish spine clenched between his teeth, jerking up and down in agitation, he strode up to the High Fist.
I swear there are more of them than yesterday. And how is that possible? They don't leap out of someone's hip already half-grown, do they?
Still creeping out from the caves, Ganos Paran said, fixing his attention on the enemy ranks once more. Noto Boyle grunted.
And that's another thing. Whoever thought a cave was a decent place to live? Rank, dripping, crawling with vermin? There will be disease, mark my words, High Fist, and the host has had quite enough of that.
Instruct Fist Bude to assemble a clean-up crew, Paran said. Which squads got into the rum store?
7th, 10th, and 3rd, 2nd Company.
Captain Sweet Creek's sappers. Noto Boyle plucked the spine from his mouth and examined the pink point. He then leaned over the wall and spat something red.
Aye, sir. Hers.
Paran smiled. Well then.
Aye, serves them right. So if they stir up more vermin...
They are children, mage, not rats. Orphaned children.
Really? Those white bony ones make my skin crawl, that's all I'm saying, sir.
He reinserted the spine and it went up and down.
Tell me again how this is better than Aran.
Noto Boyle, as High Fist, I answer only to the Empress. The mage snorted.
Only she's dead.
Which means I answer to no one, not even you.
And that's the problem, nailed straight to the tree, sir. Nailed to the tree.
Seemingly satisfied with that statement, he pointed with a nod and jab of the fish spine in his mouth.
Lots of scurrying about over there. Another attack coming?
Paran shrugged. They're still upset.
You know, if they ever decide to call our bluff...
Who says I'm bluffing, Boyle? The man bit something that made him wince.
What I mean is, sir, no one's denying you got talents and such. But those 2 commanders over there, well, if they get tired of throwing watered and shriven against us, If they just up and march themselves over here in person, well, that's what I meant, sir.
I believe I gave you a command a short while ago. Noto scowled.
Fist Bude, aye. The caves.
He turned to leave and then paused and looked back.
They see you, you know, standing here day after day, taunting them.
I wonder, Paran mused as he returned his attention to the enemy camp.
Sir?
The siege of Pale, Moon's spawn, just sat over the city. Months, years. Its lord never showed himself until the day Teishren decided he was ready to try him. But here's the thing. What if he had? What if every damned day he'd stepped out onto that ledge? So one arm and all the rest could pause, look up and see him standing there? Silver hair blowing, Dragnipur a black god-shitting stain spreading out behind him? Noto Boyle worked his pick for a moment and then said,
What if he had, sir?
Fear, High Mage, takes time. Real fear, the kind that eats your courage, weakens your legs. He shook his head and glanced at Noto Boyle. Anyway, that was never his style, was it? I miss him, you know. He grunted. Imagine that.
Who, Teishren?
Noto, do you understand anything I say? Ever?
I try not to, sir. No offense. It's that fear thing you talked about.
Don't trample any children on your way down.
That's up to them, High Fist. Besides, the numbers could do with some thinning.
Noto.
We're an army, not a creche, that's all I'm saying. An army under siege. Outnumbered, overcrowded, confused, bored. Except when we're terrified.
He plucked out his fish spine again, whistled in a breath between his teeth.
Caves filled with children. What were they doing with them all? Where are their parents?
Noto.
We should just hand them back, that's all I'm saying, sir.
Haven't you noticed today's the first day they're finally behaving like normal children? What does that tell you?
Doesn't tell me nothing, sir.
Fist Rise Bude, now.
Aye, sir. On my way.
Ganos Paran settled his attention on the besieging army, a precise rows of tents like bone tesserae on a buckled floor, the figures scrambling tiny as fleas over the trebuchets and great wagons. The foul air of battle never seemed to leave this valley. They look ready to try us again. Worth another sortie? Mathok keeps skewering me with that hungry look. He wants at them. He rubbed at his face. The shock of feeling his beard caught him yet again, and he grimaced. No one likes change much, do they? But that's precisely my point. The silk dragon cut across his vision, diving down out of the reams of smoke. He glanced over to the boy on the tower, saw him struggling to keep his footing. A scrawny thing, one of the ones from up south. A shriven. When it gets too much, lad, he's sure to let go. Seething motion now in the distant camp. The glint of pikes, the chained slaves marching out to the yokes of the great wagons, high-watered, emerging surrounded by runners. Dust slowly lifting in the sky above the trebuchets as they were wheeled forward. Aye, they're still upset all right. I knew a warrior once, awakening from a wound to the head, believing he was a dog. And what are dogs, if not loyalty, lacking wits? So here I stand, woman, and my eyes are filled with tears. For that warrior who was my friend, who died thinking he was a dog, too loyal to be sent home, too filled with faith to leave. These are the world's fallen. When I dream, I see them in their thousands, chewing at their own wounds. So do not speak to me of freedom. He was right all along. We live in chains,
Beliefs to shackle, vows to choke our throats, the cage of a mortal life. This is our fate. Who do I blame? I blame the gods, and curse them with fire in my heart. When she comes to me, when she says that it's time, I shall take my sword in hand. You say that I am a man of too few words, but against the sea of needs, words are weak as sand. Now, woman, tell me again of your boredom, this stretch of days and nights outside a city obsessed with mourning. I stand before you, eyes leaking with the grief of a dead friend, and all I get from you is a siege of silence. She said, You have a damned miserable way of talking your way into my bed, Karsa Orlong. Fine then, get in. Just don't break me. I only break what I do not want. And if the days of this relationship are numbered? They are, he replied, and then he grinned. But not the nights. Faintly, the distant city's bells tolled their grief at the fall of darkness, and in the blue-lit streets and alleys, dogs howled. In the innermost chamber of the palace of the city's lord, she stood in shadows, watching as he moved away from the hearth, brushing charcoal from his hands. There was no mistaking his legacy of blood, and it seemed the weight his father had borne was settling like an old cloak on his son's surprisingly broad shoulders. She could never understand such creatures, their willingness to martyrdom, the burdens by which they measured self-worth, this embrace of duty. He settled into the high-backed chair, stretched out his legs, the awakening fire's flickering light licking the studs ringing his knee-high leather boots. Resting his head back, eyes closed, he spoke. "Hood knows how you managed to get in here, and I imagine Silana's hackles are lifting at this very moment. But if you are not here to kill me, there is wine on the table to your left. Help yourself." Scowling, she edged out from the shadows. All at once the chamber seemed too small, its walls threatening to snap tight around her. To so willingly abandon the sky in favor of heavy stone and blackened timbers, no, she did not understand this at all. Nothing but wine? Her voice cracked slightly, reminding her that it had been some time since she'd last used it. His elongated eyes opened, and he observed her with unfeigned curiosity. "You prefer?" "Ale." "Sorry, you will need to go to the kitchens below for that." "Mare's milk, then." His brows lifted. "Down to the palace gate, turn left, walk 1,000 leagues. And that is just a guess, mind you." Shrugging, she edged closer to the hearth. "The gift struggles." "Gift? I do not understand." She gestured at the flames. "Ah," he said, nodding. "Well, you stand in the breath of Mother Dark." And then he started. "Does she know you're here?" But then, he settled back again, how could she not? "Do you know who I am?" she asked. "Animas." "I am Apsalara, his knight within the sword, his one knight. He freed me. He had the time for that, for me." She found she was trembling. He was still studying her. "And so you have come here?" She nodded. "You didn't expect that from him, did you?" "No. Your father, he had no reason for regret." He rose then, walked over to the table and poured himself a goblet of wine. He stood with the cup in hand, staring down at it. "You know," he muttered, "I don't even want this. The need to do something." He snorted. "No reason for regret. Well, they look for him, in you, don't they?" He grunted. "Even in my name you will find him. Nimander. No, I'm not his only son, not even his favored one.
I don't think he had any of those, come to think of it. Yet, and he gestured with the goblet, there I sit in his chair before his fire. This palace feels like...
His bones?
Nimander flinched, looked away. Too many empty rooms, that's all.
I need some clothes,
she said. He nodded distractedly. I noticed.
Furs, skins.
You intend to stay, Apsalara?
At your side, yes.
He turned at that, eyes searching her face.
But, she added, I will not be his burden.
A wry smile. Mine, then?
Name your closest advisers, Lord.
He swallowed half the wine and then set the goblet down on the table. The High Priestess, chaste now, and I fear that does not serve her well. Skintick, a brother, Desra, a sister, Korlat, Spinnock, my father's most trusted servants.
Tist Andi.
Of course.
And the one below?
The one?
Did he once advise you, Lord? Do you stand at the bars in the door's window to watch him mutter and pace? Do you torment him? I wish to know the man I will serve.
She saw clear anger in his face. Are you to be my jester now? I have heard of such roles in human courts. Will you cut the sinews of my legs and laugh as I stumble and fall? He bared his teeth. If yours is to be my face of conscience, Apsalara, should you not be prettier? She cocked her head, made no reply. Abruptly his fury collapsed, and his eyes fell away. It is the exile he has chosen. Did you test the lock on that door? It is barred from within. But then, we have no problem forgiving him. Advise me, then. I am a lord, and it is in my power to do such things, to pardon the condemned. Yet you have seen the crypts below us. How many prisoners cringe beneath my iron hand?
One.
And I cannot free him. Surely that is worth a joke or two.
Is he mad?
Clip? Possibly.
Then no, not even you can free him. Your father took scores for the chains of Dragnipur, scores just like this clip.
I dare say he did not call it freedom.
Nor mercy, she replied. They are beyond a lord's reach, even that of a god.
Then we fail them all. Both lords and gods, we fail them, our broken children.
This, she realized, would not be an easy man to serve. He drew others to him, your father, others who were not Tist Andi. I remember in his court, in Moon's spawn.
Nimander's eyes narrowed. She hesitated, unsure, and then resumed.
Your kind are blind to many things. You need others close to you, Lord, servants who are not Tist Andi. I am not one of these jesters you speak of, nor, it seems, can I be your conscience, ugly as I am to your eyes.
He held up a hand. Forgive me for that, I beg you. I sought to wound and so spoke an untruth, just to see it sting.
I believe I stung you first, my lord.
He reached again for the wine and then stood looking into the hearth's flames. Apsalara, mistress of thieves, will you now abandon that life to become an adviser to a Tist Andi lord? All because my father, at the very end, showed you mercy?
I never blamed him for what he did. I gave him no choice. He did not free me out of mercy, Nimander.
Then why? She shook her head.
I don't know, but I mean to find out.
And this pursuit for an answer has brought you here, to Black Coral, to me.
Yes.
And how long will you stand at my side, Apsalara, whilst I govern a city, sign writs, debate policies, whilst I slowly rot in the shadow of a father I barely knew and a legacy I cannot hope to fill? Her eyes widened.
Lord, that is not your fate.
He wheeled to her. Really? Why not? Please advise me. She cocked her head a second time, studied the tall warrior with the bitter, helpless eyes. For so long you, Tist Andi, prayed for Mother Dark's loving regard. For so long you yearned to be reborn to purpose, to life itself. He gave it all back to you, all of it. He did what he knew had to be done, for your sake. You, Nimander, and all the rest. And now you sit here, in his chair, in his city, among his children, and her holy breath, it embraces you all. Shall I give you what I possess of wisdom? Very well. Lord, even Mother Dark cannot hold her breath forever. She does not. When a child is born, it must cry. With its voice, it enters the world, and it must enter the world. Now, she crossed her arms, will you continue hiding here in this city? I am the mistress of thieves, Lord. I know every path. I have walked them all, and I have seen what there is to be seen. If you and your people hide here, Lord, you will all die. And so will Mother Dark. Be her breath. Be cast out. But we are in this world, Apsalara. One world is not enough. Then what must we do? What your father wanted. And what is that? She smiled. Shall we find out? You have some nerve, Dragon Master. A child shrieked from somewhere down the walkway. Without turning, Ganos Paran sighed and said, You're frightening the young ones again. Not nearly enough. The iron-shod heel of a cane cracked hard on the stone. Isn't that always the way? I don't think I appreciate the new title you're giving me, Shadow Throne. A vague, dark smear, the god moved up alongside Paran. The cane's gleaming head swung its silver snarl out over the valley. Master of the Deck of Dragons, too much of a mouthful. It's your abuses. I so dislike unpredictable people. He giggled again. People, ascendants, gods, thick-skulled dogs, children. Where is Cotillion, Shadow Throne? You should be tired of that question by now. I'm tired of waiting for an answer. Then stop asking it! The god's manic shriek echoed through the fortress, rattled wild along corridors and through hallways before echoing back to where they stood atop the wall. That has certainly caught their attention, Paran observed, nodding to a distant barrow where two tall, almost skeletal figures now stood. Shadow Throne sniffed. They see nothing. He hissed a laugh. Blinded by justice. Ganos Paran scratched at his beard. What do you want? Whence comes your faith? Excuse me? The cane rapped and skittered on the stone. You sit with the host in Aran, defying every imperial summons, and then you assault the Warrens with this. He suddenly cackled. You should have seen the Emperor's face, and the names he called you. My, even the court scribers cringed. He paused. Where was I? Yes, I was berating you, Dragon Master. Are you a genius? I doubt it. Leaving me no choice but to conclude that you're an idiot. Is that all? Is she out there? You don't know? Do you? Paran slowly nodded. Now I understand. It's all about faith, a notion unfamiliar to you, I take it. This siege is meaningless. Is it? Shadow Throne hissed, one ethereal hand reaching out, as if to claw at Paran's face. Instead, it hovered, twisted, and then shrank into something vaguely fist-shaped.
You don't understand anything."
"I understand this," Paran replied. "Dragons are creatures of chaos. There can be no dragon master, making the title meaningless."
"Exactly."
Shadow Throne reached out to gather up a tangled snarl of spider's web from beneath the wall's casing. He held it up, apparently studying the cocooned remnant of a desiccated insect. Miserable turd. "Here is what I know, Shadow Throne. The end begins here. Do you deny it? No, you can't, else you wouldn't be haunting me."
"Not even you can breach the power surrounding this keep," the god said. "You have blinded yourself. Open your gate again, Ganos Paran. Find somewhere else to lodge your army. This is pointless."
He flung the web away and gestured with the head of his cane.
"You cannot defeat those two. We both know that."
"But they don't, do they?"
"They will test you, sooner or later."
"I'm still waiting."
"Perhaps even today."
"Will you wager on that, Shadow Throne?" The god snorted.
"You have nothing I want."
"Liar."
"Then I have nothing you want."
"Actually, as it happens—"
"Do you see me holding a leash? He's not here. He's off doing other things. We're allies, do you understand? An alliance, not a damned marriage."
Paran grinned. "Oddly enough, I wasn't even thinking of Cotillion."
"A pointless wager in any case. If you lose, you die. Or abandon your army to die, which I can't see you doing. Besides, you're nowhere near as devious as I am. You want this wager? Truly? Even when I lose, I win. Even when I lose, I win."
Paran nodded. "And that has ever been your game, Shadow Throne. You see, I know you better than you think. Yes, I would wager with you. They shall not try me this day. We shall repulse their assault again, and more shriven and watered will die. We shall remain the itch they cannot scratch."
"All because you have faith, fool?"
"Those are the conditions of this wager. Agreed?" The god's form seemed to shift about, almost vanishing entirely at one moment before reappearing, and the cane head struck chips from the Merlon's worn edge.
"Agreed."
"If you win and I survive," resumed Paran, "you get what you want from me, whatever that is, and assuming it's in my power to grant. If I win, I get what I want from you."
"If it's in my power."
"It is." Shadow Throne muttered something under his breath and then hissed.
"Very well. Tell me what you want."
And so Paran told him. The god cackled.
"And you think that's in my power? You think Cotillion has no say in the matter?"
"If he does, best you go and ask him then. Unless," Paran added, "it turns out that, as I suspect, you have no idea where your ally has got to. In which case, Lord of Shadows, you will do as I ask, and answer to him later."
"I answer to no one!"
Another shriek, the echoes racing. Paran smiled. "Why, Shadow Throne, I know precisely how you feel. Now, what is it you seek from me?"
"I seek the source of your faith."
The cane waggled.
"That she's out there, that she seeks what you seek, that upon the plain of blood and chains you will find her and stand facing her as if you two had planned this all along, when I damned well know you haven't. You don't even like each other."
"Shadow Throne, I cannot sell you faith."
"So lie, damn you! Just do it convincingly."
He could hear silk wings flapping, the sound a shredding of the wind itself. A boy with a kite, Dragon Master. ruler over all that cannot be ruled. Ride the howling chaos and call it mastery. Who are you fooling? Lad, let go now. It's too much. But he would not. He didn't know how. The man with the greying beard watches and can say nothing. Distress. He glanced to his left, but the shadow was gone. A crash from the courtyard below drew him round. The throne, a mass of flames, had broken through the mound beneath it, and the smoke leapt skyward like a beast unchained. Chapter 2. I look around at the living, still and bound, hands and knees to stone, by what we found. Was a night as wearying as any just past? Was a dawn any crueller to find us this aghast? By your hand you are staying, and this is fair, but your words of blood are too bitter to bear. Song of Sorrows Unwitnessed, Napan Blight. From here onwards he could not trust the sky. The alternative, he observed as he examined the desiccated, rotted state of his limbs, invited despondency. Tulash Shorn looked round, noting with faint dismay the truncated lines of sight, and affliction cursing all who must walk the land's battered surface. Scars he had looked down upon from a great height only a short time earlier now posed daunting obstacles, a host of furrowed trenches carving deep, jagged gouges across his intended path.
She is wounded, but does not bleed. Not yet, at any rate. No, I see now. This flesh is dead. Yet I am drawn to this place. Why?
He walked, haltingly, up to the edge of the closest crevasse, peered down. Darkness, a breath cool and slightly sour with decay, and something else. Tulash Shorn paused for a moment, and then stepped out into space and plunged downward. Threadbare clothing tore loose, whipped wild as his body struck rough walls, skidded and rebounded in a knock of withered limbs, tumbling amidst hissing grit and sand, the feathery brush and then snag of grass roots, and now stones spilling to follow him down. Bones snapped when he struck the boulder-studded floor of the fissure. More sand poured down on all sides with the sound of serpents. He did not move for a time. The dust, billowing in the gloom, slowly settled. Eventually he sat up. One leg had broken just above the knee. The lower part of the limb remained attached by little more than a few stretches of skin and sinew. He set the break and waited while the two ragged ends slowly fused. The 4 ribs that now thrust broken tips out from the right side of his chest were not particularly debilitating, so he left them, conserving his power. A short while later he managed to stand, his shoulders scraping walls. He could make out the usual assortment of splintered bones littering the uneven floor, but these were only of mild interest, the fragments of bestial souls clinging to them writhing like ghostly worms, disturbed by the new currents in the air. He began walking, following the odd scent he had detected from above. It was stronger down here, of course, and with each awkward step along the winding channel there arose within him a certain anticipation, bordering on excitement. Close now. The skull was set on a spear shaft of corroded bronze, rising to chest height and blocking the path. In a heap at the shaft's base was the rest of the skeleton, every bone systematically shattered. Tulash Shorn halted 2 paces from the skull. "Tathano?" A voice rumbling through his head spoke, however, in the language of the Imas.
"Bentracht, Scan all greets you, Revenant."
"Your bones are too large for a Tlanimas."
"Yes, but no salvation came of that."
"Who did this to you, Scan all?"
"Her body lies a few paces behind me, Revenant."
If you so wounded her in your battle that she died, how was it that she could destroy your body with such vigor?
I did not say she was dead.
Tula Shorn hesitated and then snorted.
No, nothing lives here. Either she is dead or she is gone.
I can hardly argue with you, Revenant. Now then, do this one thing. Look behind you.
Bemused, he did so, sunlight fighting its way down through dust.
I see nothing.
That is your privilege.
I do not understand.
I saw her step past me. I heard her slide to the ground. I heard her cry out in pain, and then weep. And when the weeping was done, all that remained was her breathing, until that too slowed. But I can still hear it. The lift and fall of her chest, with each rise of the moon. When its faint light reaches down, how many times? Many. I have lost count. Why does she remain? What does she want? She will not answer. She never answers.
Saying nothing, Tula Shorn edged past the stake in its dusty skull. 5 strides further on, he halted, stared down.
Does she sleep, Revenant?
Tula slowly crouched. He reached down and touched the delicate rib cage lying in a shallow depression at his feet. A newborn's fossilized bones, glued to the ground by calcified limestone.
Born to the tide of the moon, were you, little one? Did you draw even a single breath? I think not. Tlanimas, was this the end of your chase?
She was formidable.
A jackot, a woman.
I was the last on her trail. I failed.
And is it that failure that torments you, Scan all? Or that she now haunts you here behind you, forever hidden from your sight?
Awaken her! Or better still, slay her, Revenant. Destroy her. For all we know, she is the very last Jagat. Kill her, and the war will be over, and I will know peace.
There is little peace in death, Tlanimas. Ah, child, the wind at night moans through you, does it? Night's very own breath to haunt him for all eternity.
Revenant, turn my skull. I would see her again.
Tula Shorn straightened.
I will not step between you in this war.
But it is a war you can end.
I cannot. Nor, it is clear, can you. Scan all, I must leave you now.
He looked down at the tiny bones.
Both of you.
Since my failure, Revenant, I have entertained not a single visitor. You are the first to find me. Are you of such cruelty as to condemn me to an eternity in this state? She defeated me. I accept this. But I beg of you, grant me the dignity of facing my slayer.
You pose a dilemma, Tula Shorn said after a moment's consideration. What you imagine to be mercy may not prove any such thing, should I acquiesce. And then there is this. I'm not particularly inclined to mercy, Scan all. Not with respect to you. Do you begin to comprehend my difficulty? I could indeed reach out and swing your skull round, and you may curse me for all time. Or I could elect to do nothing, to leave everything as I have found it, as if I was never here, and so earn your darkest resentment. In either case, you will see me as cruel. Now, this does not offend me overmuch. As I said, I am not stirred to kindness. The matter I face is, how cruel do I wish to be?
Think on that privilege I spoke of earlier, Revenant. Your simple gift of being able to turn yourself round to see what hides behind you. We both understand that what is seen may not be welcome.
Tula Shorn grunted. Talani Mas, I know all about looking over my shoulder. He walked back to the skull. Shall I be the brush of wind, then? A single turn, a new world to unfold?
Will she awaken?
I think not, he replied, reaching out and settling one withered fingertip against the huge skull. But you can try. A slow increase in pressure, and with a grating squeal, the skull swung round. The Tlanimas began howling in Tula Shorn's wake as he walked back up the channel. Gifts are never what they seem, and the punishing hand, it too is not what it seems. Yes, these two thoughts are worthy of long echoes stretching into this wretched future. As if anyone will listen. Vengeance held tight like an iron-shod spear in her hand, and how it burned. Ralata could feel its searing heat, and the pain was now a gift, something she could feed upon, like a hunter crouched over a fresh kill. She'd lost her horse, she'd lost her people. Everything had been taken away from her, everything except this final gift. The broken moon was a blurred smear, almost lost in the green glow of the strangers in the sky. The skin-cut Barghast stood facing east, her back to the smouldering coals from the hearth, and looked out upon a plain that seemed to seethe in the jade and silver light. Behind her, the black-haired warrior named Draconis spoke in low tones with the Teblor giant. They talked often in some foreign tongue, Letherish, she supposed, not that she'd ever cared to learn it. Even the simpler trader's language made her head ache, but on occasion she caught some Lethery word that had made its way into the pidgin cant, so she knew they were speaking of the journey ahead. East. It was, for the moment, convenient for her to travel in their company, despite having to constantly fend off the Teblor's clumsy advances. Draconis was able to find game where none seemed to exist. He could call water up from cracked bedrock. More than just a warrior, a shaman. And in a scabbard of midnight wood strapped to his back, there was a sword of magic. She wanted it. She meant to have it. A weapon suited to the vengeance she desired. With such a sword, she could kill the winged slayer of her sisters. In her mind, she worked through scenarios. A knife across the man's throat when he slept, and then a stab through an eye for the Teblor. Simple, quick, and she would have what she wanted. If not for the emptiness of this land, if not for the thirst and starvation that would follow. No, for the time being, Draconis must live. For Ublala, however, if she could arrange a terrible accident, then she would not have him to worry about on the night she went for the sword. The dilemma of finding for the oath a fatal demise here on this featureless plain still defeated her, but she had time.
"Come back to the fire, beloved," the Teblor called, "and drink some tea. It has real leaves in it and stuff that smells nice."
Ralata massaged her temples for a moment, and then turned about. "I am not your beloved. I belong to no one. I never will." At seeing the half-smile on the face of Draconis as he tossed another dung chip onto the fire, Ralata scowled. "It is rude," she pronounced as she walked over, squatted down and took the cup Ublala proffered, "to talk in a language I don't understand. You could be plotting my rape and murder for all I know." The warrior's brows arched.
"Now, why would we want to do that, Barghast? Besides," he added, "Ublala is courting you."
He might as well give up now. I don't want him.
Draconis shrugged. I have explained to him that most of what we call courting boils down to just being there. Every time you turn, you see him, until his company feels perfectly natural to you. Courting is the art of growing like mold on the one you want. He paused, scratched at the stubble on his jaw. I can't lay claim to that observation, but I don't recall who said it first.
Relata spat into the fire to announce her disgust. We're not all like Hetan, you know. She used to say she gauged the attractiveness of a man by imagining how he looked when she was staring up at his red face and bulging eyes. She spat again. I am a skin-cut, a slayer, a collector of scalps. When I look upon a man, I imagine what he'll look like with the skin of his face sliced away.
She's not very nice, is she? Ublala asked Draconis.
Trying hard, you mean? Draconis replied.
Makes me want to sex her even more than before.
That's how these things work.
It's torture. I don't like it.
No, I do.
No, I don't. I do. Oh, I'm going to polish my hammer.
Relata stared at Ublala as he surged to his feet and thumped off. Low and in the language of the white faces, Draconis murmured, He means that literally, by the way. She shot him a look and snorted.
I knew that. He has no wits for anything else.
She hesitated and then said,
His armor looks expensive.
It cost dearly, aye, Relata. He wears it well, better than one might have hoped. He nodded, mostly to himself, she suspected, and said, He will stand well, I think, when the time comes. She remembered this warrior killing Sakara the Vile, snapping the old woman's neck. The ease of the gesture, the way he seemed to embrace her to keep her from falling, as if her lifeless body still clung to something like dignity. He was not a man easily understood.
What are you two seeking? You walk into the east. Why?
There are unfortunate things in the world, Relata. She frowned.
I don't know what that means.
He sighed, studied the fire. Have you ever stepped on something unintentionally? Out through a doorway, a sudden crunching underfoot? What was it, an insect? A snail? A lizard? He lifted his head and fixed her with his dark eyes, the embers gleaming in lurid reflection. Not worth a second thought, was it? Such are the vagaries of life. An ant dreaming of war, a wasp devouring a spider, a lizard stalking the wasp. All these dramas and crunch, all over with. What to make of it? Nothing, I suppose. If you have a heart, you apportion out some small measure of guilt and remorse, and then continue on your way. She shook her head, baffled.
You stepped on something?
In the manner of speaking. He nudged the embers and watched as sparks spun upward. No matter. A few ants survived. No end to the little bastards, in fact. I could crush 1,000 nests under heel, and it'd not make a whit of difference. That's the best way of thinking about it, in fact. He met her eyes again. Does that make me cold? What did I leave behind in those chains, I wonder, still shackled there, a host of forlorn virtues? Whatever. I am having odd dreams of late.
I dream only of vengeance.
The more you dream of one particular and pleasing thing, Relata, the quicker it palls. The edges get worn down, the luster fades. To leave such obsessions behind, dream of them often.
You speak like an old man, a Barghast shaman. Riddles and bad advice. Onos Tulan was right to discount them all.
She almost looked to the west, past his shoulder, as if she might find her people and the war leader all marching straight for them. Instead, she finished the last of the tea in her cup.
Onos Tulan, Draconis muttered. A Nimas name. A strange war leader for the Barghast to have. Will you tell me the tale of that, Relata?
She grunted. I have no skill for tales. Hetan took him for a husband. He was from the gathering, when all the Tlanimas answered the summons of Silver Fox. She returned to him his life, ending his immortality, and then Hetan found him. After the end of the Panian War, Hetan's father was Humbral Tar, who had united the Whiteface clans, but he drowned during the landing upon the shores of this continent.
A moment, please. Your tribes are not native to this continent?
She shrugged. The Barghast gods were awakened to some peril. They filled the brains of the shamans with their panic like sour piss. We must return here to our original homeland to face an ancient enemy. So we were told, but not much else. We thought the enemy was the Tist Edur, then the Letheri, and then the Akrenai. But it wasn't any of them, and now we are destroyed. And if Sakara spoke truly, then Onos Tulan is dead, and so is Hetan. They're all dead. I hope the Barghast gods died with them.
Can you tell me more about these Tlanimas?
They knelt before a mortal man. In the midst of battle, they turned their backs on the enemy. I will say no more of them.
Yet you chose to follow Onos Tulan.
He was not among those. He stood alone before Silver Fox, a thing of bones, and demanded— But Draconis had leaned forward, almost over the fire.
A thing of bones? Clan? Telan? Abyss below?
He suddenly rose, startling Relata further, and she watched as he paced, and it seemed black ink was bleeding out from the scabbard at his back, a stain that hurt her eyes.
That bitch, he said in a low growl. You selfish, spiteful hag!
Ublala heard the outburst, and he suddenly loomed into the dull glow of the fire, his huge mace leaning over one shoulder.
What did she do, Draconis?
He glared at Relata.
Should I kill her? If she's being spellfish and sightful, what's rape mean anyway? It's got to do with sex? Can I—
Ublala, Draconis cut in. I was not speaking of Relata. The Teblor looked round.
I don't see no one else, Draconis. She's hiding? Whoever she is, I hate her, unless she's pretty. Is she pretty? Mean is all right if they're pretty.
The warrior was staring at Ublala.
Best climb into your furs, Ublala, and get some sleep. I'll stand first the watch. All right. I wasn't tired anyway. He swung about and set off for his bedroll.
Be careful with those curses, Relata said in a hiss, rising to her feet. What if he strikes first and then asks questions? He glanced across at her.
The Tlanimas were undead.
She nodded.
She never let them go?
Silver Fox? No. They asked, I think, but no. He seemed to stagger, and turning away, he slowly sank down onto one knee, facing away from her. The pose was one of dismay or grief, she could not be sure. Confused, Relata took a step towards him and then stopped. He was saying something, but in a language she knew not. A phrase over and over again, his voice hoarse, thick. Draconis? His shoulders shook, and then she heard the rumble of laughter, a deathly, humorless sound.
And I thought my penance was long.
Head still lowered, he said,
This Onos Tulan, is he now truly dead, Relata?
So Sakara said.
Then he is at peace, at long last, at peace.
I doubt it, she said. He twisted round to regard her.
Why do you say that?
They killed his wife. They killed his children. If I was Onos Tulan, even death would not keep me from my revenge. He drew a sharp breath, and it caught as if on a hook, and once more he turned away. The scabbard dripped blackness as if from an open wound. Oh, how I want that sword. Wants and needs could starve and die, no different from love. All the grand gestures of honor and faithful loyalty meant nothing when the only witnesses were grass, wind, and empty sky. It seemed to Mappo that his nobler virtues had withered on the vine, and the garden of his soul, once so verdant, now rattled skeletal branches against stone walls. Where was his promise? What of the vows he had uttered, so sober and grim in youth, so shiny of portent, as befitted the broad-shouldered brave he had once been? Mappo could feel dread inside, hard as a fist-sized tumour in his chest. His ribs ached with the pressure of it, but it was an ache he had lived with for so long now it had become a part of him, a scar far larger than the wound it covered.
And this is how words are made flesh. This is how our very bones become the rack of our own penance, and the muscles twitch in slick skins of sweat, the head hangs loose. I see you, Mappo, so slumped down in pathetic surrender. He was taken from you, like a bauble stolen from your purse. The theft stung. It stings still. You feel outraged, violated. This is pride and indignation, isn't it? These are the sigils on your banner of war, your lust for vengeance. Look upon yourself, Mappo. You mouth the arguments of tyrants now, and all shrink from your path. But I want him back at my side. I swore my life to protecting him, sheltering him. How can that be taken away from me? Can you not hear the empty howl in my heart? This is a pit without light, and upon all the close walls surrounding me I can feel nothing but the gouges my claws have made. The green sheen upon the broken land was sickly to his eyes, unnatural, an ominous imposition that made the shattering of the moon seem almost incidental. But worlds heal when we do not. Mustiness clung to the night air, as of distant corpses left to rot. There have been so many deaths in this wasteland. I don't understand it. Was this my Icarium's sword, his rage? I should have felt that, but the very ground barely breathes. Like an old woman in her death cot, she can but tremble to faraway sounds, thunder and a darkness upon the sky. There is war.
Mappo grunted. They'd been silent for so long he'd almost forgotten Gruntle's presence, standing here at his side.
What do you know of it?
He asked, pulling his gaze away from the eastern horizon. The barb-tattooed caravan guard shrugged.
What is there to know? Deaths beyond counting, slaughter to make my mouth water. Hackles rise. Even in this gloom I can see the dismay in your face, Trell, and I share it. War. It is what it was and always will be. What else is there to say? You yearn to join the fray? My dreams tell me different.
Mappo glanced back at the camp. The humped forms of their sleeping companions, the more regular mound of the fresh burial cairn. The desiccated shape of cartographer seated upon the stones, a tattered wolf lying at his feet. 2 horses, the scatter of packs and supplies, an air of death and sorrow.
If there is war, he said, facing Gruntle again, who profits?
The man rolled his shoulders, a habit of his, Mappo now knew, as if Trake's mortal sword sought to shift a burden no one else could see.
Ever the question, as if answers meant anything, which they don't. Soldiers are herded into the iron moor and the ground turns to red mud, and someone on a nearby hill raises a fist in triumph, while another flees the field on a white horse.
I warrant Trake takes little pleasure in his chosen warrior's views on the matter. Warrant more how little I care, Mappo. A soul-taken tiger, but such beasts keep no company. Why should Trake expect anything different? We are solitary hunters. What manner of war can we hope to find? That is the irony in the whole mess. The Tiger of Summer is doomed to hunt the perfect war, but never find it. See how his tail lashes. No, I see that. For the true visage of war, best turn to the snarling jaws of wolves. Setok, he said in a murmur. She has dreams of her own, I'm sure, Gruntle said. Traditional wars, Mappo mused, are fermented in the winter, when the walls close in and there is too much time on one's hands. The barons brood, the kings scheme, raiders plot their passages through borderlands. The wolves howl in winter, but come the season's turn, summer is born to the savagery of blades and spears, the savagery of the tiger. He shrugged. I see no conflict there. You and Setok, and the gods bound to you, you all complement one another. It is more complicated than that, Trell. Cold iron belongs to the wolves. Trake is hot iron, a fatal flaw to my mind. Oh, we do well in the bloody press. But then you must ask, how in Hood's name did we get into such a mess in the first place? Because we don't think. Gruntle's tone was both amused and bitter. And so your dreams visit visions upon you, mortal sword? Troubling ones? No one remembers the nice ones, do they? Yes, troubling. Old friends long dead stalk the jungle. They walk lost, arms groping. Their mouths work, but no sound reaches me. I see a panther, my mistress of the hunt, in these dreams, by the way. She lies gored and bloody, panting fast in shock, dumb misery in her eyes. God? Boar's tusk. Fenner? As the god of war, he was unchallenged, vicious as any tiger, and cunning as any pack of wolves. With Fenner in the ascendant, we knelt with heads bowed. Your mistress lies dying? Dying? Maybe. I see her, and rage fills my eyes in a flood of crimson. Gored, raped, and someone will pay for that. Someone will pay. Mappo was silent. Raped? Gruntle then growled as befitted his patron god, and Mappo's nape hairs stiffened at the sound. The Trell said, I will part this company on the morrow. You seek the battlefield, which none of you need witness, I think. He was there, you see. I felt him, his power. I will find the trail, I hope. And you, Gruntle? Where will you lead this troop? East, a little south of your path. But I'm not content to walk at the side of the wolves for much longer. Setok speaks of a child in a city of ice. Crystal. Mappo briefly closed his eyes. A crystal city. And Precious Thimble believes there is power there. Something she might be able to use to take the shareholders home. They have a destination, but it is not mine. Do you seek your mistress? There are no jungles east of here unless they exist on the far coast. Gruntle started. Jungles? No. You think too literally, Mappo. I seek a place at her side to fight a battle. If I am not there, she will indeed die. So my ghosts tell me in their haunting. It is not enough to arrive too late, to see the wound in her eyes, to know that all that you can hope to do is avenge what was done to her. Not enough, Trell.
never enough. The wound in her eyes. You do this all for love? Mortal sword, do your ribs ache? Does she haunt you, whoever she was? Or is Trake simply feeding you the ripest meat? It is not enough to arrive too late. Oh, I know the truth of that. Violated, raped. Now comes the dark question. Who profits from this? Faint huddled under her furs, feeling as if she'd been dragged behind a carriage for a league or two. There was nothing worse than cracked ribs. Well, if she'd sat up only to find her severed head resting on her lap, that would be worse.
But probably painless, all things considered. Not like this. Miserable ache, 1,000 twinges vying for attention, until everything turns white and then red and then purple and finally blissful black. Where's the black? I'm waiting. Been waiting all night.
At dusk, Setok had drawn close to tell her that the Trell would be leaving on the morrow. How she knew was anyone's guess, since Mappo wasn't in any mood to talk, except to Gruntle, who was one of those men it was too easy to talk to, a man who just invited confession, as if giving off a scent or something. Hood knew she wanted to. A spasm. She stifled a gasp, waited out the throbs, and then sought to shift position once more. Not that one was more comfortable than any other. More a matter of duration. 20 breaths lying this way, 15 that way, and flat on her back was impossible. She'd never imagined how the weight of her own tits could crush the breath from her, and the gentle sweep of the furs threatened to close like a vice when she thought of settling her arms. It was all impossible, and come the dawn, she'd be ready to snap off heads.
Then Gruntle will leave us too. Not yet. But he won't stay. He can't.
Setok had a way with words, the heaps of good news she stacked like the coins of a private treasure. Maybe the grasses whispered in her ears as she lay there so gentle and damnably asleep, or the crickets and just listened to them. No, that was her spine crackling away. She fought back a moan. So, before long, it would be the shareholders and the barbarian Torrent, along with the 3 runts and Setok herself. She didn't count Cartographer, the wolf, or the horses. Not for any particular reason, even if only the horses were actually alive.
I don't count them, that's all.
So just them, and who among them was tough enough to fight off the next attack from that winged lizard? Torrent? He looked too young, with the eyes of a hunted hare.
And only 1 bowl left, and that's bad. Poor boy's miserable. Here's the deal. Let's not bury any more friends, shall we?
But Precious Thimble was adamant. Raw power waited in the east. She thought she could do something with it. Open a warren, get the Hood out of here.
Can't argue with that. Wouldn't want to. Sure, she's just a cherry of a lass, is our Precious. And if she's now regretting her tease, why, that will make her more careful from now on, which isn't a bad thing. A roll with Gruntle would be delicious, but it'd kill me. Besides, I'm all scarred up. Lopsided, huh? Who'd want a freak, except out of pity? Be rational and don't shy from its jagged edge. Your days of crooking a finger to get a tumble are done. Find some other hobby, woman. Spinning, maybe. Butter churning. Is that a hobby? Probably not. You can't sleep through this. Face it, it'll be months before a decent night, sleeping or otherwise.
Gruntle thinks he's going someplace to die. He doesn't want us to die with him.
That's nice, Setok. Thanks for that.
In the Crystal City there is a child. Beware the opening of his eyes.
Listen, sweetie, the little one right here needs his butt wiped, and the twins are pretending not to notice, but the smell's getting a tad rank, right? Take this handful of grass.
Life was so much better on the carriage, off delivering whatever. Faint grunted and then flinched at the pain.
God's woman, you're completely insane. Let me dream of a tavern. Smoky, crowded, a perfect table. We're all sitting there working out the shakes. Quell duck walks to the loo. The bowls make faces at each other and then laugh. Recanto's broken a thumb and he's putting it back in place. Glano can't see the barman. He can't even see the table in front of him. Sweetest Sufferance is looking like a plump cat with a rat's tail hanging from her mouth. Another pitcher arrives. Recanto looks up. Who's paying for this? He asks.
Faint cautiously lifted one hand, moved it up to brush her cheeks.
Blissful black, you seem so far away.
In the false dawn, Torrent opened his eyes. Some violence still rocked in his skull. A dream, but already the memory of its details faded. Blinking, he sat up. Chill air stole in beneath his Rodara wool blanket, plucking at the beads of sweat on his chest. He glanced over at the horses, but the beasts stood calm, dozing. In the camp, the shapes of the others were motionless in the grainy half-light. Casting the blanket aside, he rose. The greenish glow was paling to the east. The warrior walked over to his horse, greeted it with a low murmur, and settled a hand upon its warm neck. Tales of cities and empires, of gas that burned with blue flame, of secret ways through the world that his eyes could not see, all left him disturbed, agitated, though he was not sure why. He knew Tok had come from such an empire, far away across the ocean, and his lone eye had looked upon scenes Torrent could not imagine. Yet around the All-Warrior now was a more familiar landscape, rougher than the Aldan, true, but just as open, sweeping, the earth levelled beneath the vast sky. What other sort of place could an honest man desire? The eyes could reach, the mind could stretch. There was space for everything, a tent or yurt for nightly shelter, a ring of stones to embrace the cook fire, the steam rising from the backs of the herds as the dawn gently broke. He longed for such a scene, the morning's greeting one he had always known. Dogs rising from their beds of grass, the soft cry of a hungry babe from one of the yurts, the smell of smoke as hearths were awakened once more. Sudden emotion gripped him, and he fought back a sob. All gone. Why am I still alive? Why do I cling to this misery, this empty life? When you are the last, there is no reason to keep living. All of your veins are cut, the blood drains, and there's no end to it. Red Mask, you murdered us all. Did his kin await him in the spirit world? He wished he could believe. He wished his faith had never been shattered, crushed under the heel of Leathery soldiers. If the all-spirits had been stronger, if they had been all the shamans said they were, we would not have died, not have failed. We would never have fallen. But if they existed at all, they were weak, ignorant, and helpless against change. Balanced on a bowstring, and when that string snapped, their world was done with, forever. He saw Setok awaken, watched her stand up, running fingers through the tangles in her hair. Wiping at his eyes, Torrent turned back to his horse, leaned his forehead against the slick coat of its neck. I feel you, friend. You do not question your life. You are in its midst and know no other place, nothing outside it. How I envy you. She approached him, the faint crunch of stones underfoot, the slow pulse of her breathing. She came up on his left, reaching to stroke the horse in the softness between its nostrils, giving it her scent. Torrent, she whispered. Who is out there? He grunted. Your wolf ghosts are torn, aren't they? Curious, frightened. They smell death, and yet power. So much power. The hide against his brow was now damp. She calls herself a bone caster, a shaman, a witch. Her name is Assail, and no life burns in her body.
She comes before the dawn, 3 mornings in a row now, but draws no closer. She hides like a hare, and when the sun's light finally arrives, she vanishes like dust.
Like dust, he agreed.
What does she want?
He stepped back from his horse, ran the back of one wrist against his brow, and looked away. Nothing good, Setok. She said nothing for a time, standing at his side, her furs wrapped tight about her shoulders. Then she seemed to shiver and said,
"A snake writhes in each of her hands, but they're laughing."
Telerast, curdle, they dance in my dreams. They're dead too. They're all dead, Setok, but still they hunger for something. He shrugged. We are all lost out here. I feel this like a rot in my bones.
I told Gruntle of my visions, the wolves and the throne they guard. Do you know what he asked me?
Torrent shook his head.
He asked me if I've seen the wolves lift a leg against that throne.
He snorted a laugh, but the sound shook him in an unexpected way. When did I last laugh? Spirits below.
It's how they mark territory,
Setok went on, her tone wry.
How they take possession of something. I was shocked, but not for long. They're beasts, after all. So what is it we worship when we worship them?
I worship no one anymore, Setok.
Gruntle says worship is nothing more than the surrender to things beyond our control. He says the comfort from that is false, because there is nothing comfortable in the struggle to live. He kneels to no one, not even his tiger of summer, who would dare compel him.
She hesitated and then sighed and added,
I will miss Gruntle.
He intends to leave us?
1,000 people can dream of war, but no 2 dreams are the same. Soon he will be gone, and Mappo too. The boy will be upset.
The 2 horses shied suddenly, stumbling in their hobbles. Stepping past them, Torrent scowled.
This dawn, he said in a growl. The hair is bold.
Precious Thimble bit back a shriek, clawed herself awake with a gasp. Traces of fire raced along her nerves. Kicking her bedding aside, she scrambled to her feet. Torrent and Setok stood near the horses, facing north. Someone was coming. The ground underfoot seemed to recoil in waves sweeping past her, like ripples passing just beneath the surface. Precious struggled to slow her gasping breaths. She set out to join the warrior and the girl, leaning forward as if fighting an invisible current. Hearing heavy footfalls behind her, she glanced back to see Gruntle and Mappo.
Be careful, Precious, Gruntle said. Against this one.
He shook his head. The barbed tattoos covering his skin were visibly deepening, and in his eyes there was nothing human. He'd yet to draw his cutlasses. Her gaze flicked to the trell, but his expression revealed nothing.
I didn't kill Jula. It wasn't my fault.
She spun back, pushed on. The figure striding towards them was withered, a crone swathed in snakeskins. As she drew closer, Precious could see the ravaged state of her broad face, the emptiness of her eye sockets. Behind her, Gruntle unleashed a feline hiss.
Tlani Mas. No weapons, meaning she's a bonecaster. Precious Thimble, do not bargain with this one. She will offer you power to get what she wants. Refuse her.
Through gritted teeth, she replied, We need to get home.
Not that way.
She shook her head. The crone halted 10 paces away, and to Precious Thimble's surprise, it was Torrent who spoke first. Leave them alone, Assail. The hag cocked her head, wisps of hair drifting out like strands of spider silk.
There is only one, warrior. It is no concern of yours. I am here to claim my kin.
Your what? Which there's...
You cannot have him,
Gruntle rumbled, edging past Torrent.
Stay out of this, whelp,
Olar warned.
Look to your god, and see how he cowers before me.
She then pointed a gnarled finger at Mappo.
And you, Trell, this is not your battle. Stand aside, and I will tell you all you need know of the one you seek.
Mappo seemed to stagger, and then, his face twisting in anguish, he stepped back. Precious gasped. Setok spoke.
Who is this kin of yours, witch?
He is named Absi.
Absi? There is no...
The boy,
snapped Olar Ethil.
The son of Onos Tulan. Bring him to me.
Gruntle drew his swords.
Don't be a fool,
the Bonecaster snarled.
Your own god will stop you. Treach will not simply let you throw away your life on this. You think to veer? You will fail. I will kill you, mortal sword. Do not doubt that. The boy, bring him to me.
The rest were awake now, and Precious turned round to see Absi standing between the twins, his eyes wide and bright. Balljag was slowly coming forward, closer to where Setok stood, its massive head lowered. Ambi Bol remained close to his brother's barrow, closed in and silent, his once young face now old, and whatever love there had been in his eyes had vanished. Cartographer stood with one foot in the coals of the hearth, staring at something to the east, perhaps the rising sun, while Sweetest Sufferance was helping faint to her feet.
I need to try some more healing on her. I can show Ambi I don't always fail. I can. No, think about what is before us now. She gave Mappo what he wants, as easy as that. She bargains quick. She speaks true.
Precious faced the Bonecaster.
Ancient One, we in the Trigal are stranded here. I have not the power to take us home. You will not interfere if I bless you with what you need?
Olar Ethil nodded.
Agreed. Collect the child.
Don't even think it,
Gruntle warned, the look in his unhuman eyes halting Precious in her tracks. The barbs on his bared arms seemed to blur a moment, then grew sharp once again. The Bonecaster said,
The boy is mine, whelp, because his father belongs to me. The first sword serves me once again. Would you truly desire to prevent me from reuniting the son with the father?
Starvey and Story rushed closer, their questions tumbling together.
Father, he's alive? Where is he?
Gruntle barred their way with a levelled cutlass.
Hold a moment, you two. Something is not right here. Wait, I beg you. Guard your brother.
He turned back to Olar Ethil.
If the boy's father now serves you, where is he?
Not far.
Then bring him to us, Gruntle said. He can collect his children himself.
The daughters are not of his blood,
Olar Ethil replied.
I have no use for them.
You? What of Onos Tulan?
Give them to me, then, and I will see to their disposal.
Torrent spun round. Slitting their throats is what she means, Gruntle.
I did not say that, warrior,
the Bonecaster retorted.
I will take the 3. This I offer.
Balljag was edging closer to Olar Ethil, and she beckoned to it.
Blessed I greet you and invite you into my
The huge beast lunged, massive jaws crunching as they closed round the Bonecaster's right shoulder. The eye then spun, whipping Olar Ethil from her feet. Strips of reptile hide, fetishes of bone and shell flailed and snapped. The giant wolf did not release its grip, instead reared a second time, slamming Olarethil hard onto the ground. Bones splintered in its jaws, and the body struggled feebly, as would a victim stunned. Boljag tore loose its grip on her crushed shoulder and closed its fangs about her skull. It then whipped her into the air. Olarethil's left hand was suddenly stabbing into the eye's throat, punching through withered hide and closing on its spinal column. Even as the wolf flung her upward, she caught hold. The momentum from Boljag's surge added force to her grip. A sudden, terrible ripping sound erupted from the eye, and like a serpent, a length of the beast's spinal column tore free of its throat, still clutched in the witch's bony hand. The bonecaster spun away from the eye, landing hard in a clatter of bones. Boljag collapsed, head lolling like a stone in a sack. Absi wailed. As Olarethil was picking herself up, Gruntle marched towards her, his two weapons readied. Seeing him, she flung the spinal column to one side and began to veer. When he reached her, she was nothing but a blur, moments from expanding into something huge. He punched where her head had been a moment earlier, and the bell hilt of the cutlass cracked hard against something. The veering abruptly vanished. Reeling back, her face crushed, Olarethil sprawled on her back.
"Spit on the tiger god," Gruntle said, standing directly over her. "Would take your stupid veering and mine."
Clashing his blades together, he brought them down in an X pattern beneath her jaw.
"Now, Bonecaster, I happen to know that if you hit even Tlanimas bones hard enough, they shatter." "No, mortal!" "Piss on that. I will leave you in pieces, do you understand me? Pieces. How's it done again? Head in a niche? On a pole? The crook of a tree? No trees here, witch, but a hole in the ground. That's easy."
"The child is mine."
"He won't have you."
"Why not?"
"You just killed his dog."
Precious Thimble hurried forward, feeling half-fevered, her knees wobbly beneath her.
"Bonecaster, I am considering withdrawing my offers,"
Olarethil said.
"All of them. Now, mortal sword, will you remove your weapons and let me rise?"
"I haven't decided."
"What must I promise? To leave Absi in your care? Will you guard his life, mortal sword?"
Precious saw Gruntle hesitate.
"I came to bargain with you all,"
Olarethil continued.
"in faith. The undead I was a slave to ancient memories, ancient betrayals. I will not hold it against any of you. Mortal sword, look upon your friends. Who among them is capable of protecting the children? You will not. The Trell waits only to hear my words whispering through his mind, and then he will quit your company. The All-Warrior is a pup, and a disrespectful one at that. The Jag-Boliad spawn is broken inside. I mean to bring to Onos Tulan his children."
"He's a Tlanimas, isn't he?"
The Bonecaster was silent.
"It's the only way he would still serve you," Gruntle said. "He died just as his daughters believed, and you resurrected him. Will you do the same to the boy? The gift of your deathly touch?"
"Of course not. He must live."
"Why?"
She hesitated and then said,
"Because he is the hope of my people, mortal sword. I need him for my army and for the first sword who commands them. The child Absi shall be their cause, their reason to fight."
Gruntle, Precious saw, was suddenly pale.
"A child? Their cause?"
"Their banner, yes. You do not understand. I cannot hold on to his anger. The first swords. It is dark, a beast unchained, a leviathan.
He must not be unleashed, not this way. Burns dream, mortal sword, let me rise!
Gruntle withdrew his weapons, stumbled back a step. He was muttering something under his breath. Precious Thimble caught only a few words in the Daru tongue.
The banner, child's tunic, was that it? The colour began red, ended black.
Olarethil struggled to her feet. Her face was barely recognizable, a crushed, splintered knot of bone and torn hide. The gouges from Baljag's canines had scored deep white grooves on her temples and the base of her mandible on both sides. The ruined shoulder slumped, its arm hanging useless. As Gruntle backed still further, an anguished cry came from Setok.
Has she won you all, then? Will no one protect him? Please, please!
The twins were weeping. Absi was kneeling beside Baljag's desiccated body, moaning in a strange cadence. Cartographer clattered closer to the boy, one foot blackened and smouldering.
Make him stop that, someone. Make him stop that.
Precious frowned, but the others ignored the undead man's pleas.
What does he mean by that?
She turned to Olarethil.
Bonecaster?
East, woman. That is where you will find all you need. I have touched your soul. I have made it into a mahaib, a vessel that waits. East.
Precious Thimble crossed her arms, eyes closing for a moment. She wanted to look at Faint and Sweetest, to see the satisfaction, the relief in their eyes. She wanted to, but knew she would see nothing of the sort, not from those two. They were women, after all, and 3 children were being surrendered, thrown into undead arms.
They will thank me in the end, when the memory of this moment fades, when we are all safe and home again.
Well, not all of us, but what can we do? Setok, with Torrent at her side, was all that stood between Olarethil and the 3 children. Tears streamed down Setok's cheeks, and in the all-warrior's stance, Precious Thimble saw a man facing his execution. He'd drawn his sabre, but the look in his eyes was bleak. Yet he did not waver. Among them all, this young warrior was the only one not to turn away.
Damn you, Setok! Will you see this brave boy die?
We can't stop her,
Precious said to Setok.
You must see that. Torrent, tell her.
I gave up the last of the old children to the Barghast, said Torrent, and now they are all dead. Gone. He shook his head.
Can you protect these ones any better?
Precious demanded. It was as if he'd been slapped. He looked away. Giving up children is the one thing I seem to do well. He sheathed his weapon and grasped Setok's upper arm. Come with me. We will talk where no one else can hear us. Setok shot the warrior a wild look, started to struggle, and then abruptly sagged in his grip. Precious watched him drag her away.
He broke like a frail twig. Are you proud of yourself now, Precious? But the path is finally clear.
Olarethil walked with a hitching gait she'd not shown before, joints grinding and snapping up to where the boy knelt. She reached down with her good arm and scooped him up by the collar of his Barghast tunic, held him out to study his face, and he in turn looked steadily back at her, dry-eyed, flat. The bonecaster grunted.
Your father's son, all right, by the abyss.
She turned round and set off, northward, the boy hanging from her grip. After a moment, the twins followed, neither one looking back.
There's no end to losing everything, is there? It just goes on and on. Their mother, their father, their people. No, they won't be looking back. And why should they? We've failed them. She came, she cut us apart, bought us like an empress scattering a handful of coins, and they were what she bought. Them and our turning away. And it was easy, because this is what we are. Mahaib? What in Hood's name is that?
With horror in his heart, Mappo set out from the camp, leaving the others, leaving behind this terrible dawn. He struggled to keep from breaking into a run, as if that would help. Besides, if they all watched him, they did so with consciences as stained as his own. Was there comfort in that? Should there be? We are nothing but our own needs. She but showed each of us the face we hide from ourselves and everyone else. She shamed us by exposing our truths. He fought to remind himself of his purpose, of all that his vow demanded, and the horrifying things it could make him do. Icarium lives. Remember that. Focus on it. He waits for me. I will find him. I will make it all right once again. Our small world, closed up and impervious to everything outside it. A world where none will challenge us, where none will question our deeds, the hateful decisions we once made. Give me this world, please, I beg you. My most precious lies, she stole them all. They saw, Setok, dear gods, the betrayal in your face. No, I will find him. I will protect him from the world. I will protect the world from him. And from everything else, from hurt eyes and broken hearts. I will protect myself, and you all called it my sacrifice, my heartbreaking loyalty. There on the path of hands, I took your breaths away. Bonecaster, you stole my lies. See me now. He knew his ancestors were far, far away. Their bones crumbled to dust in chambers beneath heaped mounds of stone and earth. He knew he had forsaken them long ago. Then why could he hear their howls? Mappo clapped his hands over his ears, but that did not help. The howling went on, and on this vast empty plain he suddenly felt small, shrinking still further with each step. My heart, my honor, shrinking, withering down with each step. He's only a child. They all are. He curled up in Gruntle's arms. The girls, they held on to Setok's hands and sang songs. Is it not the one inescapable responsibility of an adult to protect and defend a child? I am not as I once was. What have I done? Memories. The past, all so precious. I want it back. I want it all back. Icarium, I will find you. Icarium, please, save me. Torrent climbed into his saddle. He looked down and met Setok's eyes and then nodded. He could see the fear and the doubt in her face and wished he had more words worth saying, but he'd used them all up. Was it not enough that he was doing this? The question, asked so boldly and self-righteously in his own mind, almost made him laugh out loud. Still, he had to do this. He had to try. I will ward them, I promise. You owe them nothing, she said, hugging herself with such severity he thought her ribs might crack. Not your charge, but mine. Why do you do this? I knew Tok. Yes. I think, what would he do? That is my answer, Setok. Tears ran down her face. She held her lips tight, as if to speak would be to loose her grief, a wailing demon that would never again be chained or beaten down. I left children to die once, he continued. I let Tok down. But this time, he shrugged. I hope to do better. Besides, she knows me. She will use me. She's done it before. He glanced over at the others. The camp was packed up. Faint and sweetest sufferance had already begun walking like two broken refugees. Precious Thimble trailed them by a few steps, like a child uncertain of her welcome in their company. Amby walked on his own, off to the right of the others, staring straight ahead, his stride stiff, brittle. And Gruntle, after a few words with Cartographer, who once more sat on Jula's barrow, had set off, shoulders rounded as if in visceral pain. Cartographer, it seemed, was staying behind. It comes together only to fall apart. Setok, your wolf ghosts were frightened of her.
Terrified.
You could do nothing? Her eyes flashed.
Is that supposed to help? Words like that just dig big holes and invite us to jump.
He glanced away. I'm sorry.
Go, catch up to them.
He collected his reins, swung his mount round and tapped its flanks with his heels. Did you gamble on this too, Olarethil? How smug will you sound in your greeting? Well now, enjoy your time, because it won't last forever. Not if I have any say in the matter. Do not worry, Tok. I've not forgotten. For you, I will do this, or die in the effort. He rode at a canter across the empty land, until he drew within sight of the Bonecaster and her 3 charges. When the twins turned and cried out in relief, it very nearly broke him. Setok had watched the young all-warrior ride after Olarethil, saw when he reached them. An exchange of words, and then they set out once more, walking until the deceptive folds of the landscape swallowed them all. Then she turned, studied Cartographer.
The boy was crying in grief over his dead dog. You told him to stop. Why? Why should that have so bothered you?
How is it,
the undead man said, rising from the barrow and shuffling closer,
that the weakest among us is the only one so willing to give up his life protecting those children? I do not mean to wound you with my words, Setok. I but struggle to understand this.
The withered face tilted to one side, pitted eye sockets seeming to study her.
Is it perhaps because he has the least to lose?
He continued on in his awkward steps to stand over the carcass of the eye.
Of course he has, she snapped. As you said, just his life.
Cartographer looked down at the corpse of Baljag.
And this one had even less.
Go back to your dead world, will you? It's so much simpler there, I'm sure. You can stop wondering about the things us pathetic mortals get up to.
I am a knower of maps, Setok. Listen to my words. You cannot cross the glass desert. When you reach it, turn southward onto the South Elan. It is not much better, but there should be enough, at least to give you a chance.
Enough what? Food? Water? Hope? You are remaining here. Why?
In this place,
Cartographer gestured,
the world of the dead has arrived. Here, you are the unwelcome stranger.
Suddenly shaken, inexplicably distraught, Setok shook her head.
Gruntle said you were with them almost from the very beginning. Now you're just stopping. Here?
Must we all have a purpose?
Cartographer asked.
I did once, but that is done with.
His head turned, faced northward.
Your company was admirable, but I'd forgotten.
He hesitated, and she was about to ask what he'd forgotten when he said,
Things break.
Yes, she whispered, not loud enough for him to hear. She reached down and collected the bundle of her gear. Straightening, she set out, then paused and glanced back at him.
Cartographer, what did Gruntle say to you at the barrow?
The past is a demon that not even death can shake.
What did he mean by that?
He shrugged, still studying Baljag's carcass.
I told him this. I have found the living in my dreams, and they are not well.
She turned away, began walking. Dust devils spun and raced along, tracking her on either side. Malazan knew all about this. She'd heard all the old stories of the Seven Cities campaign, how the Logros Tlanimas had a way of just vanishing, whispering on the winds or twisting along on the currents of some river. Easy for them, rising from the ground at the end of it all, not even out of breath. She snorted. Breath, that was a good one. Her horse was reluctant this morning. Not enough water, not enough forage, hadn't crapped or pissed in a day and a night. Wouldn't last much longer, she suspected, unless her companions could conjure up a spring and a heap of hay or a bag or two of oats. Could they do things like that? She had no idea. Be serious, woman. They looked as if a sleeping dragon had rolled over them. If they could magic stuff out of nowhere, well, they'd have done something by now. She was hungry and thirsty too, and if it came to it, she'd slit her horse's neck and feast until her belly exploded. Put that back together, will you? Thanks. Not far now. By her reckoning, she'd be on the Bonehunters' trail before noon, and by dusk she'd have caught up with them. No army that size could move very quickly. They were carrying enough supplies to feed a decent-sized town for half a year. She glanced northward, something she found she was doing rather often of late. No surprise in that impulse, however. It wasn't every day that a mountain grew up out of nowhere in the course of a single day and night, and what a storm accompanied its birth. She thought to hitch to one side for a spit or two to punctuate the sardonic wonder she'd just chewed on, but spit was worth keeping. "Hold back one throat full," her mother used to say, "for Hood's own face." Bless her, the deranged fat cow. She must have given the ragged reaper a bubbly bath the day her time came, a hair wash, a cave-mouth spring runoff of black stinking phlegm just gushing out, aye. Big women had a way, didn't they? Especially after their 4th or 5th decade, when all their opinions had turned to stone and chipped flinty enough to draw blood with a single glance or sneer. She'd moved like a tree, her mother had, and just as shocking to see, too. After all, trees don't walk much, not on a sober night, just like the earth didn't move unless Byrne was pitching or the man was better than he knew, and how rare was that? Loomed, old Ma did, like midnight thunder. Death was a crowded chamber for women like her, and the crowd was the kind that parted with her first step into the room. A miracle. Malazan wiped at her face. No sweat left. Bad news, especially this early in the morning. I wanted to be big, Ma. I wanted to reach that ripe old age. 50, aye. 5 bitching, rutting, terror-inspiring decades. I wanted to loom. Thunder in my eyes, thunder in my voice, a thing of great weights and inexorable masses. It ain't fair, me withering away out here. Dalhon, do you miss me? The day I set foot on that grassy sward, the day I shoo the first mob of flies from my lips and nostrils and eyes, why, that's the day all will be right with the world once again. No, don't leave me to die here, Dalhon. It ain't fair. She coughed, squinted ahead. Something of a mess up there, those 2 rises, the valley sprawled in between. Holes in the ground. Craters? The slopes seemed to be swarming. She blinked, wondering if she was imagining that. Deprivation played nasty games, after all. Swarming. It was swarming, all right. Rats? No. Orthan. A field of battle. She caught the gleam of picked bones, took note of ashy mounds on the far ridge, from pyres, no doubt. Sound practice burning the dead, she knew. Kept disease to a minimum. She kicked her horse into a heavy canter. I know, not for long, sweetie. The dust devils whirled out past her now, spinning towards a ridge overlooking the valley. Malazan rode after them, to the top of the crest. There she reined in, scanning the wreckage filling the valley. and then the gaping entrenchments slashing across the opposite ridge, beyond which rose the humps of burned bones. Dread slowly seeped in, stealing all the day's heat from her bones. The tiny mass of the Unbound solidified in a rough line on her right, also studying the scene. Their sudden appearance after so many days of dust was strangely comforting to Malazan Gilani. She'd only had her horse for company for far too long now. "Not that I'll kiss any of you," she said. Heads turned to regard her. None spoke. "Thank God for that." "My horse is dying," she announced, "and whatever happened here happened to my Bonehunters, and it doesn't look good. So," she added, now glaring at the 5 undead warriors, "if you have any good news to tell me, or gods below any explanation at all, I really might kiss you." The one named Baroque said,
"We can answer your horse's plight, human."
"Good," she snapped, dismounting. "Get to it, and a little water and grub for yours truly wouldn't go amiss either. I won't be eating Orson any more, just so you know. Whoever thought crossing a lizard with a rat was a good idea?" One of the other Talanimas stepped out from the line. She couldn't recall this one's name, but it was bigger than the others, and looked to be composed of body parts from 3, maybe 4 individuals.
"Kachain Naruk,"
it said in a low voice.
"A battle and a harvest."
"Harvest?" The creature pointed at the distant mounds.
"They butchered. They fed upon their fallen enemy."
Malazan Gilani shivered. "Cannibals?"
"The Naruk are not human."
"That makes a difference? To me it's cannibalism. Only white-skinned barbarians from the Fen Mountains sink so low as to eat other people, or so I hear."
"They did not complete their feeding,"
said the oversized Talanimas. "What do you mean?"
"See the newborn mountain to the north."
"No," she drawled. "Never noticed it." They all studied her again. Sighing, Malazan said, "Aye, the mountain, the storm."
"Another battle,"
said Baroque.
"An Azath was born. From this, we conclude that the Naruk were defeated."
"Oh, we hit them a second time? Good."
"Kachain Chemal," said
Baroque.
"Civil war, Malazan Gilani."
The warrior gestured with a twisted arm.
"Your army, I do not think they all died. Your commander—"
"Tavore's alive, then?"
"Her sword is."
"Her sword? Oh, that Otataral blade. Can I send you ahead? Can you find a trail if there is one?"
"Senik will scout the pass before us,"
Baroque said.
"It is a risk. Strangers would not welcome us."
"I can't imagine why." Another protracted look. Then Baroque said,
"If our enemies should find us, Malazan Gilani, before the moment of our final resurrection, then all we aspire to win will be lost."
"Win? Win what?"
"Why, our master's release."
She thought about asking a few more questions, decided against it. "Gods below, you're not who I was sent to find, are you? Still, you wanted to find us, didn't you? Sinter, I wish you were here to explain what's going on. But my gut's telling me bad things. Your master? No, don't tell me. All right, let's ride clear of this, and then you feed us like you promised. But decent food, right? I'm civilized, Dalhonese, Malazan Empire. The Emperor himself came from Dalhon."
"Malazan Gilani,"
said Baroque.
"We know nothing of this empire of which you speak."
The Talanimas warrior paused, and then added,
"But the one who was once emperor, him we do know."
"Really? Before or after he died?" The 5 Imas regarded her once more. Then Baroque asked,
Masan Gilani, what is the relevance of that question?
She blinked and then slowly shook her head. None at all, I guess. Another Tlanimas spoke now. Masan Gilani?
What?
Your old emperor.
What of him?
Was he a liar? Masan Gilani scratched her head, and then she gathered up her reins, swung back onto her horse. That depends.
On what?
On whether you believe all the lies people say about him. Now let's get out of this, eat and get watered, and then find Tavore's sword. And if Opon's smiling down on us, she'll still be attached to it. She was startled when the 5 Imas bowed. Then they collapsed into dust and swirled away. Where's the dignity in that? She wondered, and then looked out one more time over the battlefield and its seething Orthan. Where's the dignity in anything, woman? For now, keep it all inside. You don't know what has happened here. You don't know anything for certain. Not yet. Just hold on. There's plenty of dignity in just holding on, the way Ma did. The smell of burning grass, wetness pressed against one cheek, cold air upon the other, the close sound of a click beetle. Sunlight filtered through shut lids, dusty air seeping into his lungs and then back out again. There were parts of him lying about, in pieces, or so it felt, but even the idea of it seemed impossible, so he discarded the notion despite what his senses were telling him. Thoughts, nice to find he was having them, a notable triumph. Now, if he could just pull his varied bits together, the ones that weren't there, but that could wait. First, he needed to find some memories. His grandmother, well, an old woman at least. Assumptions could be dangerous. One of her sayings may be, what about parents? What about them? Try to remember. How hard can that be? His parents. Not very bright, those two. Strange in their dullness. He'd always wondered if there wasn't more to them. There had to be, didn't there? Hidden interests, secret curiosities. Was Mother really that fascinated by what Widow Thirdly was wearing today? Was that the extent of her engagement with the world? The poor neighbor only owned 2 tunics and 1 ankle-length robe, after all, and pretty threadbare at that, as befitted a woman whose husband was a withered corpse in the sands of 7 cities, and the death coin wasn't much to live by, was it? And that old man from down the street, the one trying to court her, well, he was just out of practice, that's all. Not worth your sneers, Mother. He's just doing his best, dreaming of a happier life, dreaming of waking something up in the widow's sad eyes. It's an empty world without hope. And if Father had a way of puttering about whistling some endless song and pausing every now and then to look distracted by a thought, if not thoroughly confused by its very existence, well, a man of decent years had plenty to think about, didn't he? It certainly looked like that. And if he had a way of ducking in crowds, of meeting no one's eyes, well, there was a world of men who'd forgotten how to be men. Or maybe they never learned in the first place. Were these his parents, or someone else's? Revelations landing with a thud. 1, 3, scores of them, a veritable landslide. How old had he been? 15? The streets of Jakarta suddenly narrowing before his eyes, the houses shrinking, the big men of the block dwindling to boastful midgets with puny eyes. There was a whole other world out there, somewhere. Grandma caught a glint in your eyes. You'd beaten the dust out of the gold carpet, rolled it out into my path. For these tender feet of mine, a whole other world out there, called learning, called knowledge, called magic. Roots and grubs and tied-off twists of someone's hair, small puppets and dolls with smeared faces of thread. webs of gut, bundles of shedding, the plucked backs of crows, etching on the clay floor, the drip-drip of sweat from the brow. Mud was effort, the taste on the tongue that of grit from a licked stylus, and how the candles flickered and the shadows leapt. "Grandma, your gem of a boy tore himself apart. He had fangs in his flesh, and those fangs were his own, and round it went, biting, tearing, hissing in agony and fury, plummeting from the smoke-filled sky, lifting upward again, new wings, joints creaking, a sliding nightmare. You can't come back from that. You can't." I touched my own dull flesh, and it was buried under bodies, all that gore draining down. I was pickled in blood. That body, I mean. What used to be mine. You don't go back, not to that. Dead limbs shifting, slack faces turning, pretending to look at me. But I wasn't the one so rude as to drag them about. No need to accuse me with those blank eyes. Some fool's coming down here, and maybe my soaked skin feels warm, but that's all the lost heat from all these other corpses. I don't come back, not from that. Father, if you only knew the things I have seen. Mother, if only you'd opened your own heart, enough to bless that broken widow next door. Explain it to this fool, will you? It was a mound of bodies. They'd gathered us. Friend, you weren't supposed to interfere. Maybe they ignored you, though I can't figure why. And your touch was cold. Gods, it was cold. Rats, nuzzling close, they'd snatched fragments of me out of the air. In a world where everyone is a soldier, the ones underfoot don't get noticed. But even ants fight like fiends. My rats, they worked hard, warm bodies like nests. They couldn't get all of me. That wasn't possible. Maybe you pulled me out, but I was incomplete. Or not. Grandma, someone tied strings to me. With everything coming down all around us, he'd knotted strings to my hood-damned rats. Oh, clever bastard, quick. Clever, clever bastard. All there, all here, I'm all here. And then someone dug me out, carried me away, and the short-tails looked over every now and then, milled as if contemplating taking objection, but never did. He carried me away, melting as he went. All the butchering going on. They had a way of puttering about, whistling some endless song and pausing every now and then to look distracted by a thought, if not thoroughly confused by its very existence. Like that. So he carried me away, and where was everybody? The pieces were back together, and Bottle opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground, the sun low to the horizon, dew in the yellow grasses close to his face, smelling of the night just past. Morning. He sighed, slowly sat up, his body feeling crazed with cracks. He looked across at the man crouched near a dung fire. His touch was cold, and then he melted. "Captain Ruthen God, sir." The man glanced over, nodded, resumed combing his beard with his fingers. "It's a bird, I think." "Sir?" He gestured at the rounded lump of scorched meat skewered above the embers. "Just sort of fell out of the sky. Had feathers, but they've burned off." He shook his head. "Had teeth, too, however. Bird, lizard, it's an even handful of straws in each hand, as the strike used to say." "We're alone." "For now. We've not been gaining on them much. You start getting heavy after a while." "Sir, you have been carrying me?" Melting. Drip, drip. "How far? How many days?" "Carrying you? What am I, a Toblaki? No, there's a travois behind you. Dragging's easier than carrying, somewhat. Wish I had a dog. When I was a child, well, let's just say that wishing I had a dog has been an unfamiliar experience. But yesterday I'd have cut a god's throat for one single dog.
I can walk now, sir. But can you pull that travois? Frowning, Bottle twisted and looked at the conveyance. 2 full-length spear shafts, the pieces of 2 or 3 others. Webbing from the harnesses of leather armor, the strips stained black. Nothing to pull in it, sir, that I can see. I was thinking me, Marine. Well, I can... Ruthen picked up the spit and waved it about. A joke, soldier. Ha ha. Here, this thing looks ready. Cooking is the process of making the familiar unrecognizable and thus palatable. When intelligence was first born, the first question asked was, can this thing be cooked? After all, try eating a cow's face. Well, true enough, people do. Oh, never mind. You must be hungry. Bottle made his way over. Ruthen plucked the bird from the skewer and then tore it in half, handing one section to the Marine. They ate without conversation. At last, sucking and spitting out the last bone, licking grease from his fingers, Bottle sighed and eyed the man opposite him. I saw you go down, sir, under about 100 short tails. Ruthen raked his beard. Aye. Bottle glanced away, tried again. Figured you were dead. Couldn't get through the armor, but I'm still a mass of bruises. Anyway, they pounded me into the ground for a while and then just, well, gave up. He grimaced. Took me some time to dig free. By then, apart from the dead they were collecting, there was no sign of the Bonehunters or our allies. The Kandril looked finished, never saw so many dead horses, and the trenches had been overrun. The Lethery had delivered and taken some damage, but hard to guess the extent of either. I think I saw some of that, Bottle said. I sniffed you out, though, the captain said, not meeting Bottle's eyes. How? I just did. You were barely there, but enough, so I pulled you free. And they just watched. Did they? Never noticed that. He wiped his hands on his thighs and rose. Ready to walk then, soldier? I think so. Where are we going, sir? To find the ones still left? When was the battle? 4 or 5 days ago, something like that. Sir, are you a storm rider? A rogue wave? Bottle's frown deepened. Another joke, said Ruthen God. Let's strip what's on the travois. Found you a sword, a few other things you might find useful. It was all a mistake, wasn't it? The man shot him a look. Everything is, soldier, sooner or later. Chaos foamed in a thrashing maelstrom far below. He stood close to the ledge, looking down. Off to his right, the rock tilted, marking the end of the vaguely level base of the pinnacle, and at the far end, the spar, a gnarled thing of black stabbing upward like a giant finger, seemed to cast a penumbra of white mist from its ragged tip. Eventually he turned away, crossed the flat stretch, 12 paces to a sheer wall of rock, and to the mouth of a tunnel where shattered boulders had spilled out to the sides. He clambered over the nearest heap until he found a dusty oilskin cape jammed inside a crevasse. Tugging it aside, he reached down and withdrew a tattered satchel. It was so rotted, the base began splitting at the seams, and he scrambled quickly to flat ground before the contents spilled out. Coins pattered, baubles struck and clattered. 2 larger items, both wrapped in skins and each the length of a man's forearm, struck the bedrock but made no sound. These objects were the only ones he collected, tucking one into his belt and unwrapping the other. A scepter of plain black wood, its ends capped in tarnished silver. He examined it for a moment and then strode to the base of the spar of Andi. Rummaging in the pouch at his hip, he withdrew a knotted clutch of horsehair, dropped it at his feet, and then with a broad sweeping motion used the scepter to inscribe a circle above the black stone. Then he stepped back. After a moment his breath caught and he half turned. When he spoke his tone was apologetic. Ah, mother, It's old blood, I don't deny it. Old and thin. He hesitated and then said, Tell father I make no apologies for my choice. Why should I? No matter. The two of us did the best I could. He grunted in humor. And you might say the same thing. He turned back. Darkness was knotting into something solid before him. He watched it for a time, saying nothing, although her presence was palpable, vast in the gloom behind him. If he'd wanted blind obedience, he should have kept me chained. And you, Mother, you should have kept me a child forever, there under your wing. He sighed, somewhat shakily. We're still here, but then we did what you both wanted. We almost got them all. The one thing none of us expected was how it would change us. He glanced back again, momentarily. And it has. Within the circle before him, the dark form opened crimson eyes. Hoofs cracked like iron axe blades on the stone. He grasped the apparition's midnight mane and swung onto the beast's back. Where your child, Mother? He drew the horse round, walked it along the ledge a few strides, and then back to the mouth of the tunnel. I've been among them for so long now. What you gave me is the barest whisper in the back of my soul. You offered scant regard for humans, and now it's all coming down. But I give you this. He swung the horse round. Now it's our turn. Your son opened the way, and as for his son, well, if he wants the scepter, he'll have to come and take it. Ben Adefon Delat tightened his grip on the horse's mane. You do your part, Mother. Let father do his, if he's of a mind to. But it comes down to us. So stand back, shield your eyes, because I swear to you, we will blaze. When our backs are against the wall, Mother, you have no idea what we can do. He drove his heels into the horse's flanks. The creature surged forward. Now, sweet haunt, this could get a little hairy. The horse reached the ledge, then out into the air, and down, plunging into the seething maelstrom. The presence, breathing darkness, remained in the vast chamber for a time longer. The strewn scatter of coins and baubles glittered on the black stone. Then came a tapping of a cane upon rock. Chapter 3. Time now to go out into the cold night. And that voice was chill enough to awaken me to stillness. There were cries inviting me into the sky, but the ground held me fast. Well, that was long ago now. Yet in this bleak morning the wings are shadows hunched on my shoulders, and the stars feel closer than ever before. The time is soon, I fear, to set out in search of that voice, and I will draw to the verge. Time now to go out into the cold night. Spoken in so weary a tone, I can make nothing worthy from it. If dreams of flying are the last hope of freedom, I will pray for wings with my last breath. Cold night, Beleaguer. Smoke hung in thick wreaths in the cabin. The portholes were all open, shutters locked back. But the air did not stir, and the sweltering heat lapped exposed flesh like a fevered tongue. Clearing her throat against a pervasive itchiness in her upper chest, Falash, 14th daughter of Queen Abrastal, tilted her head back on the soft, if soiled and damp, pillow. Her handmaid set about refilling the pipe bowl. "Are you certain of the date?" Falash asked. "Yes, Highness." "Well, I suppose I should be excited. I made it to my 15th year. Let the banners wave. Not that anything waves hereabouts.
She closed her eyes for a moment and then blinked them open again.
Was that a swell?
I felt nothing, Highness.
It's the heat I don't appreciate. It distracts. It whispers of mortality, yielding both despondency and a strange impatience. If I'm to die soon, I say, let's just get on with it.
Mild congestion, Highness.
And the sore lower back?
Lack of exercise.
Dry throat?
Allergies.
All these aches everywhere?
Highness, said the handmaid, are there moments when all these symptoms simply vanish?
Orgasm? Or if I find myself, suddenly busy?
The handmaid drew the water pipe to life and handed the princess the mouthpiece. Falash eyed the silver spigot.
When did I start this?
The rust leaf, Highness? You were 6.
And why, again?
It was that or chewing your fingernails down to nothing, as I recall, Highness.
Ah, yes. Childish habits. Thank the gods I'm cured. Now, do you think I dare the deck? I swear I felt a swell back then which must yield optimism.
The situation is dire, Highness, the handmaid said. The crew is weary from working the pumps, and still we list badly. No land in sight, not a breath of wind. There is a very serious risk of sinking.
We had no choice, did we?
The captain and first mate do not agree with that assessment, Highness. Lives were lost. We are barely afloat.
Mail's fault,
Falash snapped.
Never known the bastard to be so hungry.
Highness, we have never before struck such a bargain with an elder god.
And never again. But Mother heard, didn't she?
She did.
How can that not be worth the sacrifices?
The handmaid said nothing, sitting back and assuming a meditative pose. Falash studied the older woman with narrowed eyes.
Fine. Opinions differ. Have cooler heads finally prevailed?
I cannot say, Highness. Shall I?
No. As you said, exercise will do me good. Select for me a worthy outfit, something both lithe and flaunting, as befits my sudden maturity. 15! Gods, the slide has begun.
Her first mate, Shurkalal saw, was having trouble managing the canted deck. Not enough sound body parts, she assumed, to warrant much confidence, but for all his awkwardness he moved quickly enough, despite the winces and flinches with every step he took. Pain was not a pleasant thing to live with, not day after day, night upon night, not with every damned breath. I do admire you, Squoggan. He squinted up at her as he arrived on the poop deck.
Captain?
You take it with a grimace and not much else. There are many forms of courage, I believe, most of which pass unseen by the majority of us. It's not always about facing death, is it? Sometimes it's about facing life.
If you say so, Captain.
What do you have to report? She asked.
We're sinking.
Well, she'd imagined she'd float for a while, and then eventually wander down like a bloated sack of sodden herbs until she found the sea bottom. Then it would be walking, but where? North, I think.
Captain?
The undying gratitude surely deserves a better fate. Provision the launches. How long do we have?
Hard to say.
Why? Squoggan's good eyes squinted.
What I meant was, I don't like saying it. Bad luck, right?
Squoggan, do I need to pack my trunk?
You're taking your trunk? Will it float? I mean, if we tie it behind the lifeboat? We only got 2 that'll float and both are a bit battered. 29 left in the crew, plus you and me and our guests. 10 in a launch and we'll be awash at the first whitecap. I ain't good at numbers, but I think we're off some. Could be people holding on in the water, but not for long with all those sharks hanging around. Ideal is 8 to a boat. We should get down to that quick enough. But your trunk, well, that messes up my figuring. Skorgan, do you recall loading my trunk? No. That's because I don't have one. It was a figure of speech. That's a relief, then. Besides, he added, you probably wouldn't have the time to pack it anyway. We could roll in the next breath or so, I'm told. Aaron, take me. Get our guests up here. He pointed behind her. There's the well-born one just coming up, Captain. She'll float high in the water, that she will, until the... Lower the launches and round up the crew, Skorgan, Shurk said, stepping past him and making her way to the princess.
Ah, Captain, I really must...
No time, Highness. Get your handmaiden and whatever clothes you'll need to stay warm. The ship is going down and we need to get to the launches. Blinking owlishly, Falash looked round.
That seems rather extreme.
Does it?
Yes. I would imagine that abandoning ship is one of the very last things one would wish to do when at sea.
Shurkalal nodded. Indeed, Highness, especially while at sea.
Well, are there no alternatives? It is unlike you to panic.
Do I appear to be panicking?
Your crew is.
Modestly so, Highness, since we don't quite have the room needed to take everyone, meaning that some of them are about to die in the jaws of sharks. My understanding is such a death is rather unpleasant, at least to begin with.
Oh dear. Well, what can be done?
I am open to suggestions, Highness.
Perhaps a ritual of salvation.
A what? Plump fingers fluttered.
Let us assess the situation, shall we? The storm has split the hull, correct?
We hit something, Highness. I'm hoping it was Mael's head. We cannot effect repairs, and our pumps have failed in stemming the tide. As you may note, to starboard, we are very nearly awash amidships. If we were not becalmed, we would have rolled by now.
Presumably, the hold is full of water.
A fair presumption, Highness.
It needs to be...
A terrible groaning sound reverberated through the deck at their feet. Falash's eyes went wide.
Oh, what is that?
That is us, Highness. Sinking. Now, you mentioned a ritual. If it involves a certain elder god of the seas, I should warn you I cannot vouch for your well-being should my crew learn of it.
Really? How distressing. Well, a ritual such as the one I am suggesting may not necessarily involve that decidedly unpleasant individual.
In fact, forgive me for interrupting, Highness, but it has just occurred to me that this particular contest of understatement is about to be fatally terminated. While I have thoroughly enjoyed it, I now believe you have been a truly unwitting participant. How well can you swim, since I believe we shall not have time to reach the launches?
For goodness sake!
Falash turned about, gauging the scene on all sides. Then she gestured. The undying gratitude shuddered. Water foamed up from the hatch. Rigging whipped as if in a gale. The stumps of the shattered masts quivering. The ship grunted as it rolled level again. To either side the water swirled. Shouts of fright came from the two launches, and Shurkalal heard the screams commanding axes to the lines. A moment later she saw both lifeboats pulling away, neither one fully manned, whilst the rest of her crew, along with Skorgan Kaban, bellowed and cursed from where they clung to the port gunwale. Water washed across the middeck. Princess Falash was studying the lay of the ship, one finger to her plump, painted lips.
We must drain the hold, she said, before we dare lift her higher. Agreed, Captain? Lest the weight of the water break the hull apart?
What are you doing? Shurk demanded.
Why, saving us, of course. And your ship, which we still need, despite its deplorable condition.
Deplorable? She's just fine, damn you, or she would be if you hadn't...
Now, Captain, manners, please. I am nobility, after all.
Of course, Highness. Now please save my sorry ship, and once that is done we can discuss other matters at our leisure.
Excellent suggestion, Captain.
If you could have done this at any time, Highness.
Could, yes. Should, most certainly not. Once more we bargain with terrible forces. And once more a price must be paid. So much for never again.
Shurkalal glanced over at her first mate and crew. The deck they stood upon was no longer under water, and the sound of 100 pumps thundered the length of the hull. "But we don't have 100 pumps, and besides, no one is down there." "It's mail again, isn't it?" Falash glanced over, lashes fluttering.
"Alas, no. The difficulty we're having at the moment, you see, stems precisely from our deliberate avoidance of that personage. After all, this is his realm, and he is not one to welcome rivals. Therefore, we must impose a physicality that resists Mael's power."
"Highness, is this the royal we?"
"Ah, do you feel it, Captain?"
Thick, billowing fog now rose around the ship. The 2 lifeboats disappeared from sight, and their crews' cries were suddenly silenced, as if those men and women ceased to exist. In the dread hush that followed, Shurkalal saw Skorgan and her remaining dozen sailors huddling down on the deck, their breaths pluming, frost sparkling to life on all sides.
"Highness, what a relief from that heat, don't you agree? But we must now be stern in our position. To give up too much at this moment could well prove fatal."
"Highness," Shurk tried again, "who do we bargain with now?"
"The holds are half forgotten by most, especially the long-dormant ones. Imagine our surprise, then, when a frozen corpse should awaken and rise into the realm of life once more after countless centuries. Oh, they're a hoary bunch, the Jaghat. But, you know, I still hold to a soft regard for them, despite all their extravagances. Why, in the mountains of North Balkando there are tombs, and as for the Guardians, well—"
"Jaghat, Highness? Is that what you said? Jaghat?"
"Surely this must be panic, Captain, your constant and increasingly rude interruptions."
"You're locking us all in ice?"
"Omtos Falak, Captain, the throne of ice. Do you see? It is awake once more."
Shurk advanced on Falash. "What is the bargain, Princess?"
"We can worry about that later."
"No, we will worry about it right now."
"I cannot say I appreciate such an imperious tone, Captain Elal. Observe how steady settles the ship. Ice is frozen in the cracks in the hull, and the hold is dry, if rather cold. The fog, unfortunately, we won't be able to escape, as we are chilling the water around us nigh unto freezing. Now, this current, I understand, will carry us northward to landfall in about 3 days. An unoccupied shoreline with a sound-protected natural harbour where we can make repairs."
"Repairs? I've just lost half my crew."
"We don't need them."
Skorgan Kaban clumped over.
"Captain, are we dead? Is this Mael's curse? Do we travel the seas of death? Is this the lifeless river? Skull Ocean? Are we betwixt the horns of Dar and lost in the throes of—"
"Gods below, is there no end to these euphemisms for being dead?"
"Aye, and the ephemeral deeps, too. The crew's got questions, you see."
"Tell them our luck holds, Skorgan, and those hasty ones in the boats, well, that's what comes of not believing in your captain and first mate. Got that?"
"Oh, they're like that one, Captain. Since a moment ago they was cursing themselves for being too slow off the mark."
"The very opposite, to be sure, first mate. Off you go, then."
"Aye, Captain."
Shurkalal faced the princess again. "To my cabin, if you please, Highness. The bargain."
"The bargain? Oh, indeed, that. As you wish, but first, well, I need to change lest I catch a chill."
"May the errant look away, Highness."
"He is, dear, he is."
Shurk watched the young woman walk to the hatch. "Dear? Well, maybe she's older than she looks. No, what she is a condescending, pampered princess. Oh, if only Ublala was on board, he'd set her right in no time." The thought forced out a snort of amusement. "Careful," she admonished herself, and then frowned. "Oh, I see. I'm freezing solid. No leakage for the next little while, I guess. Best get moving and keep moving. She looked round, if somewhat stiffly. Yes, the ship was on the move, riding a current already lumpy with ice. The fog embraced them, their very own private cloud. We travel blind.
Captain, crew wants to know, is this the White Road?
Provisions. Destry and Calith looked across at the shield anvil.
There are drones, and wagon beds where food grows. Matron Gunsmack prepares us. We shall wander as the great herds once wandered.
The red-bearded man rose on the Vegath's stirrups of hide and bone. Great herds? Where?
Well, they all died.
Stormy scowled. Died how?
Mostly we killed them, Shield Anvil. The Alan were more than just keepers of Myrid and Rodara. We also hunted. We fought over possession of wild herds and crossings. And when we lost, why, we'd poison the beasts to spite our enemies, or destroy the crossings so that animals drowned on their migrations. We were one with the land.
From her other side, Gessler snorted. Who's been opening your eyes, Calith? She shrugged.
Our spirit gods starved. What did we do wrong? Nothing. We didn't change a thing. We lived as we'd always lived. And it was murderous. The wild beasts vanished, the land dried up. We fought each other, and then came the adjudicators, out from the east.
Who were they? Bitterness stung her words.
Our judgment, Shield Anvil. They looked upon our deeds. They followed the course of our lives, our endless stupidities. And they decided that our reign of abuse must end. She shot the man a look. I should have died with my kin. Instead, I ran away. I left them all to die, even my own children.
A terrible thing, muttered Stormy. But the crime was with those adjudicators. Your people would have had to change their ways sooner or later. No, the blood is on their hands. Tell us more about them, Gessler said. She was riding a Vegath, as were her companions. The thump of the huge Chemal's clawed feet seemed far below her. She could barely feel their impacts on the hard ground. The sky was dull, cloudy over a grey landscape. Behind them, the two children, Sin and Grub, shared another Vegath. They hardly ever spoke. In fact, Calith could not recall ever hearing Sin's voice, though Grub had let on that her apparent muteness was habit rather than an affliction.
Creatures of fire, demon spawn. Gessler and Stormy know them, but even they are not easy in their company. No, I do not like our two children.
Calith took a moment to gather her thoughts.
The adjudicators had risen to power first in Collance,
she said after a time. She didn't want to remember them, didn't want to think about any of that, but she forced herself to continue.
When we first heard of them in our camps, the stories came from caravan guards and traders. They spoke nervously, with fear in their eyes. Not human, they said. They were priests. Their cult was founded on the Spire, which is a promontory in the Bay of Collance. And it was there that they first settled, building a temple and then a fortress.
So they were foreigners? Gessler asked.
Yes, from somewhere called the Wretched Coast. All I have heard of this is second-hand. They arrived in ships of bone. The spire was unoccupied. Who would choose to live on cursed land? And to begin with, there was but one ship, crewed by slaves, and 12 or 13 priests and priestesses. Hardly an invasion as far as the King of Collance was concerned. And when they sent an emissary to his court, he welcomed her. The native priesthoods were not as pleased, and they warned their king, but he overruled them. The audience was granted. The adjudicator was arrogant. She spoke of justice as if her people alone were its iron hand. Indeed, that emissary pointed a finger upon the king himself and pronounced his fall.
I bet he wasn't so pleased anymore, Stormy said with a grunt. He lopped the fool's head off, I hope.
He tried, Calith replied. Soldiers and then sorcery. The throne room became a slaughterhouse, and when the battle was over, she alone strode out from the palace. And in the harbour were 100 more ships of bone. This is how the horror began. Gessler twisted in his saddle and seemed to study the two children for a moment before facing forward again.
Destriant, how long ago was this?
She shrugged. 50, 60 years ago. The adjudicators scoured out all the other priesthoods. More and more of their own followers arrived, season after season. The watered, they were called, those with human blood in them. Those first 12 or so, they were the pures, from Estobant's province, the richest land of Collantz. They spread their power outward, enforcing their will. They were not interested in waging war upon the common people, and by voice alone they could make entire armies kneel. From Collantz they began toppling one dynasty after another, in all the south kingdoms, those girdling the Palacia Sea, until all the lands were under their control. She shuddered. They were cruel masters. There was drought, starvation. They called it the Age of Justice, and left the people to die. Those who objected, they executed. Those who sought to rise against them, they annihilated. Before long, they reached the lands of my people. They crushed us like fleas.
Guess, said Stormy after a time. If not human, then what? Calith, are these adjudicators tusked?
Tusked? No.
Describe them.
They are tall, gaunt. Their skin is white as alabaster, and their limbs do not move as do those of humans. From their elbows they can bend their lower arms in all directions. It is said their bodies are hinged, as if they had 2 sets of hips, one stacked atop the other. And they can stand like us, or with legs like those of a horse. No weapon can reach them, and a single touch from their long fingers can shatter all the bones in a warrior's body. Sorcerous attacks drain down from them like water.
Is it the same for the watered? Gessler wanted to know. Or just the pures?
I don't know.
Have you seen one of these adjudicators with your own eyes?
She hesitated and then shook her head.
But your tribe...
We heard they were coming. We knew they would kill us all. I ran.
Hood's breath, barked Stormy. So you don't know if they ever...
I snuck back days later, Shield Anvil. She had to force the words out, her mouth dry as dust, her thoughts cold as a corpse. They were thorough. I snuck back. But is that even true? Or did I just dream that? The broken faces of my children, so still. My husband, his spine twisted impossibly, his eyes staring. The dead dogs, the shaman's heads on poles, and the blood everywhere, even my tears. I ran. I am the last of my people.
This drought you mentioned, Gessler said. Had it struck before these adjudicators arrived, or after?
Estobant's thrives on springs, a valley province with vast mountains to the north and another range to the south, the sea to the east and plains to the west. The droughts were in the south kingdoms and in the other Collantz territories. I do not know when they started, Mortal Sword, but even in the tales from my childhood I seem to recall grief lying heavy upon the settled lands.
And the Elan plains?
She shook her head. Always dry, always trouble. It is why the clans fought so much. We were running out of everything. I was a child. A child gets used to things. It all feels normal. For all the years I was with my people, it was like that.
So what brought the adjudicators to the place? Gessler wondered, if it was already suffering. Weakness, said Stormy. Take any starving land and you'll find a fat king. Nobody'd weep at that slaughter in the throne room. Priests blathering on about justice must have sounded sweet, at least to start with. Aye, Gessler agreed. Still, that spire, where they built their temple. Caliph, you called it cursed. Why?
It is where a star fell from the sky, she explained.
Recently?
No, long ago, but round the promontory the seawater is red as blood, and nothing can live in that water.
Did any of that change once the adjudicators installed their temple?
I don't know. I've never seen the place. Please, I just don't know. I don't even know why we're marching in this direction. There is nothing to the east, nothing but bones.
She glared at Gessler.
Where's your army of allies? Dead. We need to find somewhere else to go. We need somewhere to hide. Ancestors, forgive me.
No, her fears were all too close to the surface. A score of questions could rip through her thin skin. It hadn't taken much, had it? We don't know that, Stormy said, chewing at his moustache and not meeting her eyes.
I'm sorry. I know.
When Gurul gets back, Gessler said in a low tone, we'll know more. In the meantime, on we go, Destriant. No point in doing anything else. She nodded.
I know. Forgive me. Forgive us all.
Their power was a dark, swirling stain, spinning out like a river at the head of the vast, snaking column. Gurul studied the manifestation from above, where he was gliding just beneath the thick overcast which had spread down from the northwest. His wounds were healing, and he had travelled far, ranging out over the wastelands. He had observed the tattered remnants of human armies, swollen with massive trains, and south of them, but drawing closer by the day, another force, the ranks disciplined in their march, unblooded, and, as far as such things went, formidable. Despite the commands of the mortal sword, neither force was of much interest to the Shigal assassin. No, the knots of power he had sensed elsewhere were far more fascinating, but of them all, not one compared to that which emanated from the two human children, Sin and Grub, travelling there at the very head of the Gunther nest. Of course, it could be called nest no longer, could it? There was no room, no solid protected roost for the last clan of the Kachane Chemal. Even leadership had been surrendered to 3 humans. There was no doubt that without them the Chemal would have been destroyed by the Naruk. 3 humans clad in strange titles, and 2 children wearing little more than rags. So many lusted after power. It was the crushing step of history in every civilization that had ever existed. Gurul had no taste for it. Better that more of his kind existed, behind every throne, to cut the throat at the first hint of mad ambition. Enough heads rolling down the ages, and perhaps the lesson would finally be learned, though he doubted it. The assassin must never die. The shadows must ever remain. We hold the world in check. We are the arbiters of reason. It is our duty, our purpose. I have seen them. I have seen what they can do, and the joy in their eyes at the devastation they can unleash. But their throats are soft. If I must, I will rid the world of them. The power was sickly, a swath of something vile. It leaked from their indifferent minds and fouled the sweet sense of his kin, their joy at victory, their gratitude to the mortal sword and the shield anvil, their love for Calith, the destriant of the Kachin Shemal, their faith in a new future. But these children, they need to die. Soon.
Forkrul Assail,
whispered Grubb into Sin's ear.
The Crystal City knew them, even the watered ones. It holds the memory of them. Sin, they are at the center of the war. They're the ones the Adjunct is hunting.
No more, she hissed back at him. Don't talk. What if they hear you? He sniffed.
You think they don't know? Gessler and Stormy? Forkrul assailed Sin, but now she's wounded, badly wounded. We need to stop her, or the Bonehunters will get slaughtered.
If there are any of them left.
There are. Reach with your mind.
That's her sword, that barrier that won't let us in. Her Utataral's sword.
Meaning she's still alive?
No, just that somebody's carrying it. Could be Bryce Benedict, could be War Leader Gaul. We don't know. We can't get close enough to find out.
Garul
wants us dead. Grubb flinched.
What did we ever do to him, except save his hide?
Him and all the other lizards. Doesn't matter. We might turn on them all, and who could stop us?
You could turn on them. I won't. So I'll be the one stopping you. Don't try it, Sin.
We're in this together, she said. Partners. I was just saying. It's why that assassin hates us. Nobody controls us but us. Grown-ups always hate that.
Forkrul Assail. Gessler wants to join this army to the Adjuncts. That has to be what he's planning, isn't it?
How should I know? Probably.
So we will fight Forkrul Assail.
She flashed him a wicked smile. Like flies, I will pluck their legs off.
Who's the girl?
Sin rolled her eyes. Not again. I'm sick of talking about her.
She's in the Crystal City. She's waiting for us.
She's insane, that's what she is. You felt that. You had to. We both felt it. No, let's not talk about her anymore.
You're afraid of her, Grubb said, because maybe she's stronger than both of us.
Aren't you? You should be.
At night, said Grubb, I dream of red eyes, opening, just opening, that's all.
Never mind that dream, she said, looking away. He could feel all her muscles tight and wiry, and he knew that this was an embrace he could not hold on to for very much longer.
She's scarier than the assassin. You in the Crystal City, are you as frightened as me?
Stupid dream, said Sin. It was midday. Gessler called a halt. The vast column stopped en masse, and then drones stepped out to begin preparations for feeding. Wincing as he extricated himself from the scaled saddle of the Vegath, noting with relief that the welts on the beast's flanks were healing, the mortal sword dropped down to the ground.
Stormy, let's stretch our legs. I don't need help taking a piss. After that, idiot.
Stretching out the aches in his lower back, he walked out from the column, making a point of ignoring Sin and Grubb as they clambered down. Every damned morning since the battle, he'd half expected to find them gone. He wasn't fool enough to think he had any control over them.
Torching sky keeps like pine cones would save us all.
Stormy appeared, spitting on his hands to wash them.
That fucking assassin doesn't want to come down. Bad news? I doubt he'd quake over delivering that, Stormy. No, he's just making a point. Soon as he comes down, Stormy growled, my fist will make one of its own.
Gessler laughed. You couldn't reach its snarly snout, not even with a ladder. What are you going to do, punch its kneecap? Maybe, why not? Bet it'd hurt something awful. Gessler drew off his helmet. Forkrul Assail, Stormy. Hood's hairy bag. If she's still alive, she must be having second thoughts. Who knows how many the Naruk ate? For all we know, there's only a handful of Bonehunters left. I doubt it, Gessler said. There's standing and taking it when that's what you have to do. And then there's cutting out and setting fire to your own ass. She didn't want that fight, so they ran into her. She would have done what she needed to do to pull her soldiers out of it. It was probably messy, but it wasn't a complete annihilation. If you say so. Look, it's a fighting withdrawal until you can reasonably break. You narrow your front. You throw your heavies into that wall, and then you let yourself get pushed backwards, step after step, until it's time to turn and run. And if the Lethery were worth anything, they'd have bled off some pressure. Best case scenario, we lost about 1,000. Mostly heavies and marines. The heart of the army, guess. So you find a new one. 1,000. Worst case? Not a heavy left, not a marine left, with the regulars broken and scattering like hares. Gessler glared at Stormy. I'm supposed to be the pessimist here, not you. Get the matron to order that assassin down here. I will. When? When I feel like it. Stormy's face reddened. You're still a hood-shitting sergeant, you know that? Mortal sword? Mortal bunghole is more like it. Gods, to think I've been taking orders from you for how long? Well, who's a better shield anvil than a man with an anvil for a head? Stormy grunted and then said, I'm hungry. Aye, said Gessler. Let's go and eat. They set out for the feeding area. Do you remember when we were young? Too young? That cliff. Don't go on about that damned cliff, Stormy. I still get nightmares about it. It's guilt you're feeling. Gessler halted. Guilt? You damned fool. I saved your life up there. After nearly killing me. If that rock coming down had hit me in the head, but it didn't, did it? No, just your shoulder. A tap, a bit of dust, and then The point is, Stormy interrupted, we did stupid things back then. We should have learned, only it's turning out we never learned a damn thing. That's not the problem, Gessler retorted. We got busted down all those times for good reason. We can't handle responsibilities, that's our problem. We start bickering. You start thinking, and that's as bad can get. Stop thinking, Stormy, and that's an order. You can't order me. I'm the shield anvil, and if I want to think, that's damn well what I'll do. Gessler set out again. Be sure to let me know when you start. In the meantime, stop moaning about everything. It's tiresome. You strutting around like High King of the Universe is pretty tiresome too. Look there, more porridge. Oh, it's breath, Stormy. I'm already so bunged up I could pick my nose and... It ain't porridge, it's mould. Fungus, idiot. What's the difference? All I know is those drones are growing it in their own armpits. Now you done it, Stormy. I told you to stop complaining. Well, once I think up a reason to stop complaining, I will. But then I'm not supposed to think, am I? Ha! Gessler scowled. God's below, Stormy, but I'm feeling old. The red-bearded man paused and then nodded. Aye, it's bloody miserable. I might be dead in a month, that's how I feel. Aches and twinges, all the rest. I need a woman. I need 10 women. Rum jugs and sweet lard, that's who I need. Why didn't that assassin steal them too? Then I'd be happy."
"There's always Calith,"
Gessler said under his breath. "I can't Roger the Destriant. It's not allowed."
"She's comely enough. Been a mother too."
"What's so special about that?"
"Their tits been used, right? And their hips are all looser. That's a real woman, Stormy. She'll know what to do under the furs. And then there's that look in the eye. Stop gawking, you know what I mean. A woman who's dropped a baby has got this look. They been through the worst and come out the other side. So they do that up and down thing, and you know that they can reduce you to quivering meat if they wanted to. Mothers, Stormy. Give me a mother over any other woman every time. That's what I'm saying."
"You're sick."
"If it wasn't for me, you'd still be clinging halfway up that cliff, a clutch of bones with birds nesting in your hair and spiders in your eye sockets."
"If it wasn't for you, I'd never have tried climbing it."
"Yes, you would."
"Why do you say that?"
"Because, Stormy, you never think."
He'd gathered things, small things, shiny stones, shards of crystal, twigs from the fruit trees, and he carried them about, and when he could, he'd sit down on the floor and set them out, making mysterious patterns, or perhaps no patterns, just random settings. And then he'd look at them, and that was all. The whole ritual, now that she'd witnessed it dozens of times, deeply disturbed Badal, but she didn't know why.
"Sadik has things in a bag. He's a boy trying to remember, though I tell him not to. Remembering's dead. Remembering's stones and twigs in a bag, and each time they come out I see dust on his hands. We choose not remembering, to keep the peace inside our heads. We were young once, but now we are ghosts in the dreams of the living. Rut holds a baby in a bag, and Held remembers everything, but will not speak, not to us. Held dreams of twigs and stones, and knows what they are."
She thought to give Sadik these words, knowing he would hide them in the story he was telling behind his eyes. And then it occurred to her that he didn't need to hear to know, and the story he was telling was beyond the reach of anyone.
"I am trapped in his story. I have flown in the sky, but the sky is the dome of Sadik's skull, and there is no way out. Look at him studying his things. See the confusion on his face. A thin face, hollowed face waiting to be filled, but it will never be filled. Icarius fills our bellies," she said, "and starves everything else."
Sadik looked up, met her eyes, and then looked away. Sounds from the window, voices in the square below. Families were taking root, sliding into the crystal walls and ceilings, the floors and chambers. Older boys became pretend fathers. Older girls became pretend mothers. The young ones scampered, but never for long. They'd run as if struck with excitement, only to falter after a few steps, faces darkening with confusion and fear as they ran back to find shelter in their parents' arms.
"This is the evil of remembering." "We can't stay here," she said. "Someone is seeking us. We need to go and find them. Rut knows. That's why he walks to the end of the city and stares into the west. He knows."
Sadik began collecting his things into his little bag, like a boy who'd caught something out of the corner of his eye, only to find nothing when he turned.
"If you can't remember, it's because you never had what it is you're trying to remember. Sadik, we've run out of gifts. Don't lie to fill up your past. I don't like your things, Sadik."
He seemed to shrink inside himself and would not meet her eyes as he tied up the bag and tucked it inside his tattered shirt.
"I don't like them. They hurt." I'm going to find Rut. We need to get ready. Icarius is killing us. I knew a woman once in my village, married. Her husband was a man you wanted, like a hot stone in your gut. She'd walk with him a step behind down the main track between the huts. She'd walk and she'd stare right at me all the way. You know why? She was staring at me to keep me from staring at him. We are really nothing but apes, hairless apes. When she's not looking, I'll piss in her grass nest. That's what I decided. And I'd do more than that. I'd seduce her man. I'd break him. His honour, his integrity, his honesty. I'd break him between my legs. So when she walked with him through the village, she'd do anything but meet my eyes. Anything. With that, Kisware reached for the jug. The Gilk war chief, Spax, studied her from beneath a lowered brow, and then he belched. How dangerous is love, eh? Who said anything about love? She retorted with a loose gesture from the hand holding the jug. It's all about possession and stealing. That's what makes a woman wet, what makes her eyes shine. Wear the dark streak in a woman's soul. Men have their own, he muttered. She drank and then swung the jug back to his waiting hand. Different. Mostly, aye. But then, maybe not. He swallowed down a mouthful, wiped his beard. Possession only counts for too much in a man afraid of losing whatever he has. If he's settled, he doesn't need to own. But then how many of us are settled? Few, I'd wager. We're restless enough, and the older we get, the more restless we are. The misery is, the one thing an old man wants to possess the most is the one thing he can't have. What's that? Add a couple of decades to that man in the village, and his wife won't have to stare into any rival's eyes. She grunted, collected up her stick and pushed it beneath the splints binding her leg, scratched vigorously. Whatever happened to decent healing? They're saying magic's damn near dead in these lands. How nimble are you? Nimble enough. How drunk are you? Drunk enough. Just what a man twice her age wants to hear from a woman. A figure stepped into the firelight. War Chief, the Queen summons you. Sighing, Spax rose. To Kisware, he said, Hold that thought. Doesn't work that way, she replied. We flowers blossom, but it's a brief blooming. If you miss your chance, well, too bad for you. This night, at least. You're a damned tease, Malazan. Keeps you coming back. He thought about that, and then snorted. Maybe, but don't count on it. What you never find out will haunt you to the end of your days, Barghast. I doubt I'll miss my chance, Kisware. After all, how fast can you run? And how sharp is my knife? Spax laughed. I'd best not keep Her Highness waiting. Save me some rum, will you? She shrugged. I'm not one for promises. Once he'd left, Kisware sat alone. Her own private fire out beyond the useless pickets, her own promise of blisters and searing guilt, if that was how she wanted it. Do I? Might be I do. So they're not all dead. That's good. So we arrived too late. That's bad, or not. And this leg, well, it's hardly a coward's ploy, is it? I tried riding with the Kundril, didn't I? At least I think I did. At least that's how it looked. Good enough. She drank down some more of the Bolcando rum. Spax was a man who liked women. She'd always preferred the company of such men over that of wilting, timid excuses who thought a shy batting of the eyes was, gods below, attractive. No, bold was better.
Coy was a stupid game played by pathetic cowards, as far as she was concerned. All those stumbling words, the shifting about, what's the point? If you want me, come and get me. I might even say yes. More likely, of course, I'll just laugh, to see the sting. They were marching towards whatever was left of the Bonehunters. No one seemed to know how grim it was, or at any rate they weren't telling her. She'd witnessed the sorcery tearing up the horizon, even as the hobnailed boots of the Evertine Legion thundered closer behind her. She'd seen the moon spawn, a cloud and fire-wreathed mountain in the sky. Was there betrayal in this? Was this what Cinter feared? Sister, are you even alive? Of course I don't want to go back. I don't want to know. I should just say what I'm feeling. Go to Hood, Queen, and you too, Spax. I'm riding south. I don't want to see their faces, those pathetic survivors. Not the shock, not the horror, not all those things you see in the faces of people who don't know why they're still alive when so many of their comrades are dead. Every army is a cauldron, with the flames getting higher and higher on all sides. We stew, we boil, we turn into grey lumps of meat. Queen of Brastol, it's you and people like you whose appetites are never sated. Your maws gape, and in we go, and it sickens me. When the two Kundril riders appeared, 3 days passed. Kisware had turned away. In her mind, she drew a knife and murdered her curiosity. A quick slash, a sudden spray, and then silence. What was the point of knowing, when knowing was nothing more than the taste of salt and iron on the tongue? She drank more rum, pleased at the numbness of her throat. Eating fire was easy and getting easier. A sudden memory. Their first time standing in a ragged line, the first day of their service in the Marines. Some gnarled master sergeant had walked up to them, wearing the smile of a hyena approaching a crippled gazelle. Cinter had straightened beside Kisware, trying to effect the appropriate attention. Badan Gruk, she'd seen with a quick sidelong glance, was looking miserable, with the face of a man who'd just realized where love had taken him. You damned fool. I can play their game. You two can't, because for you there are no games. They don't exist in your hood-shitting world of honor and duty. 12, is it? The Master Sergeant had said, his grin broadening. I'd wager 3 of you are going to make it. The rest, well, we'll bury half of them and the other half we'll send on to the regular infantry where all the losers live. Which half? Kisware had asked, lizard eyes fixed on her. What's that, sweet round worm? Which half of the one you cut in 2 goes in the ground, and which half goes to the regulars? The legs half, well, that solves the marching bit, but you're one of those, are you? What? One who can count? 3 make it, 9 don't. 9 can't get split in half. Of course, she added with her own broad smile, maybe Marines don't need to know how to count. And maybe Master Sergeants are the thickest of the lot, which is what I'm starting to think anyway. She'd never got close to completing the 1,000 push-ups. Arsehole. Men who smile like that need a sense of humour, but I'm not one to believe in miracles. She scratched some more with her stick. Should have broken him right here between my legs. Aye, save the last laugh for Kisware. She wins every game. Every one of them, aye. Isn't it obvious? Spax made a point of keeping his shell armor loose, the plates clacking freely, and with all the fetishes tied everywhere, he was well pleased with the concatenation of sounds when he walked. Had he been a thin runt, the effect would not have worked, but he was big enough and loud enough to be his own squad. A martial apparition that could not help but make a dramatic entrance no matter how sumptuous the destination. In this case, the Queen's command tent was as close to a palace as he was likely to find in these wastelands, and shouldering in between the curtains of silk and the slap of his heavy gauntlets on the map table gave him no small amount of satisfaction.
"Highness, I am here."
Queen Abrastel lounged in her ornate chair, legs stretched out, watching him from under lowered lids. Her red hair was unbound and hanging loose, freshly washed and combed out, and the Barghast's loins stirred as he observed her in turn.
"Wipe off that damned grin,"
Abrastel said in a growl. His brows lifted.
"Something wrong, Firehair?"
"Only everything I know you're thinking right now, Specs."
"Highness, if you'd been born in an alley behind a bar, you'd still be a queen in my eyes. Deride me for my admiration all you like, it changes nothing in my heart."
She snorted.
"You stink of rum."
"I was pursuing a mystery, Highness."
"Oh?"
"The onyx-skinned woman, the Malazan."
She rolled her eyes.
"Gods below, you're worse than a crocodile in the mating season."
"Not that mystery, Firehair, though I'll chase that one down given the chance. No, what makes me curious is her lack of zeal. This is not the soldier I would have expected."
Abrastel waved one hand.
"There is no mystery there, Specs. The woman's a coward. Every army has them. Why should the Malazan one be any different?"
"Because she's a Marine," he replied.
"So?"
"The Marines damn near single-handedly conquered Lether, Highness, and she was one of them. On Genevakis, whole armies would desert if they heard they'd be facing an assault by Malazan Marines. They stank with magic and Moranth munitions, and they never broke. You needed to cut them down to the last man and woman."
"Even the hardest soldier reaches an end to their endurance, Specs."
"Well, she's been a prisoner to the Lethery, so perhaps you are right. Now then, Highness, what did you wish of your loyal war chief?"
"I want you with me at the parley."
"Of course."
"Sober."
"If you insist. But I warn you, what plagues me also plagues my warriors. We yearn for a fight. We only hired on with you, Balkando, because we expected an invasion or two. Instead, we're marching like damned soldiers. Could we have reached the Bonehunters in time?"
"You'd likely be regretting it,"
Abrastel said, her expression darkening. Spax tried on a scowl.
"You believe those Kandrel?"
"I do, especially after Falash's warning, though I am coming to suspect that my 14th daughter's foresight was focused on something still awaiting us."
"More of these two-legged giant lizards?"
She shrugged and then shook her head.
"No, I don't think so. But unfortunately, it's only a gut feeling. We'll see what we see at the parley."
"The Malazans never conquered the Gilk Barghast," Spax said.
"Gods below, if you show up with your hackles raised—"
"Spirits forbid the thought, Highness. Facing them, I will be like the one hare the eagle missed. I'm as likely to freeze as fill my breeches."
Slowly, Abrastel's eyes widened.
"War Chief," she said in wonder, "you are frightened of them."
He grimaced and then nodded. The Queen of the Balkando abruptly rose, taking a deep breath, and Spax's eyes could not help but fall to her swelling chest.
"I will meet this adjunct," Abrastel said with sudden vigor.
Her eyes found the Barghast and pinned him in place.
"If indeed we are to face more of the giant two-legged lizards with their terrible magic, Spax, what will you now claim of the courage of your people?"
"Courage, Highness? You will have that.
But can we hope to do what those Kandrils said the Malazans did?
He hesitated and then shook his head.
Fire, Herr. I too will look hard upon those soldiers, and I fear I already know what I will see. They have known the Crucible.
And you do not wish to see that truth, do you? He grunted.
Let's just say it's both a good and a bad thing your stores of rum are nearly done.
Was this our betrayal? Tanakalian faced the question, and the eyes of the hard iron woman who had just voiced it for as long as he could before shying away. Mortal sword, you well know we simply could not reach them in time. As such, our failure was one of circumstance, not loyalty.
For once, she replied, you speak wisely, sir. Tomorrow we ride out to the Bonehunter camp. Prepare an escort of 50 of our brothers and sisters. I want healers and our most senior veterans.
I understand, Mortal Sword. She glanced at him, studied his face for a moment, and then returned her gaze to the jade-lit southeastern sky.
If you do not, sir, they will.
You hound me into a corner, Mortal Sword. You seem bent on forcing my hand. Is there only room for one on that pedestal of yours? What will you do when you stand face to face with the Adjunct, with Bryce Benedict? But, more to the point, what do you know of this betrayal? I see a sword in our future. I see blood on its blade. I see the Perish standing alone against impossible odds.
At the parley, Krughaver said, you will keep our own counsel, sir.
He bowed. As you wish.
She has been wounded, Krughaver went on. We will close about her with our utmost diligence to her protection.
Protection, sir?
In the manner of hunter whales, Shield Anvil, when one of their clan is unwell.
Mortal Sword, this shall be a parley of comrades, more or less. Our clan, as you might call it, is unassailed. No sharks, no Denrabi or Garalit. Against whom do we protect her?
The darkness of her own doubts, if nothing else. Though I cannot be certain, I fear she is one who would gnaw upon her own scars, eager to watch them bleed, thirsty for the taste of blood in her mouth.
Mortal Sword, how can we defend her against herself?
Krughaver was silent for a time, and then she sighed. Make stern your regard. Banish all shadows from your mind. Anneal in brightest silver your certainty. We return to the path with all resolve. Can I make it any clearer, Shield Anvil? He bowed again. Leave me now, she said.
Tanakalian swung round and walked down from the rise. The even rows of cook fires flickered in the basin before him, painting the canvas tents with light and shadow. 5,000 paces to the west rose another glow, the Bolcando encampment. A parley of comrades, a clan, or perhaps not. The Bolcando have no place in this scheme. They said she was concussed, but now recovers. They said something impossible happened above her unconscious form there on the field of battle. They said, with something burning fierce in their eyes, that the Bonehunters awakened that day, and its heart was there before the Adjunct's senseless body. Already a legend is taking birth, and yet we saw none of its making. We played no role. The name of the Perish Grey Helms is a gaping absence in this roll call of heroes. The injustice of that haunted him. He was Shield Anvil, but his embrace remained empty, a gaping abyss between his arms. This will change. I will make it change, and all will see. Our time is coming. Blood. Blood on the sword. Gods, I can almost taste it. She pulled hard on the leaf-wrapped stick, feeling every muscle in her jaw and neck bunch taut. Smoke streaming from her mouth and nose, she faced the darkness of the North Plain. Others, when they walked out to the edge of the Legion's camp, would find themselves on the side that gave them a clear view of the Malazan encampment. They walked out and they stared, no different from pilgrims facing a holy shrine, an unexpected edifice on their path. She imagined that in their silence they struggled to fit into their world that dismal sprawl of dung fires, the vague shapes moving about, the glint of banners like a small forest of storm-battered saplings. Finding a place for all that should have been easy, but it wasn't. They would wince at their own wounds, reminded of the gaps in their own lines, and they would feel like shadows cast by something greater than anything they had known before. There was a name for this, she knew. Atrisida Eranict pulled again on the stick, mindful of the bright swimming glow hovering before her face. Some scholar once likened this to the mastery fire and all it symbolized. Some scholar was working hard to justify her habit. Stupid woman. It's yours, so just revel in it, and when it comes to justifying what you do, keep your mouth shut. Philosophy, really. Ask a soldier. A soldier knows all about smoke. And what's in and what's out, and what's the fucking difference in the end? The Letheri had comported themselves with honor on that horrid field of battle. They had distracted the enemy. They had, with blood and pain, successfully effected the Malazan withdrawal. No, let's call it what it was, a rout. Once the signals sounded, the impossible iron wall became a thing of reeds, torn loose and whipped back on the savage wind. Even so. Letheri's soldiers walked out at dusk, or in the moments before dawn, right out to the camp's edge, and they looked across the empty expanse of scrub to the Malazans. They weren't thinking of routs or withdrawals. They were thinking of all that had gone before that. And there was a word for what they felt. Humility. My dear. He had come up behind her, soft-footed, as uncertain as a child. Eranict sighed. I am forgetting how to sleep. Bryce Benedict came up to stand at her side. Yes, I awoke and felt your absence, and it made me think. Once she had been nervous before this man. Once she had imagined illicit scenes, the way a person might conjure up wishes they knew could never be filled. Now her vanishing from his bed wakened him to unease. A few days and the world changes. Think of what? I don't know if I should say. The tone was rueful. She filled her lungs with smoke, eased it back out slowly. I'd wager it's too late for that, Bryce. I have never been in love before, not like this. I have never before felt so helpless, as if, without my even noticing, I gave you all my power. All the children's stories never talked about that, Eranict said after a moment. The prince and the princess, each heroic and strong, equals in the grand love they win. The tale ends in mutual admiration. That tastes a tad sour. That taste is of self-congratulation, she said. Those tales are all about narcissism. The sleight of hand lies in the hero's mirror image. A princess for a prince for a princess. But in truth, it's all one. It's nobility's love for itself. Heroes win the most beautiful lovers. It's the reward for their bravery and virtue. And those lovers are naught but mirrors? Shiny silver ones. She felt him watching her. But, he said after a few moments, it's not that even a thing, is it? You are not my mirror, Eranict. You are something other. I am not reflected in you, just as you are not reflected in me. So what is this that we have found here, and why do I find myself on my knees before it? The stick's end glowed like a newborn sun, only to ebb in its instant of life. "How should I know, Bryce? It is as if I stand facing you from an angle no one else can find, and when I'm there, nothing rises between us. A trick of the light and your fortifications vanish, so you feel vulnerable." He grunted. "But it is not that way with Tehol and Janath." "Yes, I've heard about them. And it seems to me that no matter which way each faces, he or she faces the other. He is her king and she is his queen, and everything else just follows on from there. It is the rarest of loves, I should think." "But it is not ours, is it, Eranict?" She said nothing. "How can I? I feel swollen, as if I have swallowed you alive, Bryce. I walk with the weight of you inside me, and I have never before felt anything like this." She flicked the stick end away. "You worry too much, Bryce. I am your lover. Leave it at that." "You are also my Atricida." She smiled in the darkness. "And that, Bryce, is what brought me out here." "Why?" "Something hides. It's all around us, subtle as smoke. It has manifested only once thus far, and that was at the battle among the Malazans, at the place where the adjunct fell unconscious. There is a hidden hand in all of this, Bryce, and I don't trust it." "Where the adjunct fell? But Eranict, what happened there saved Tavore's life, and quite possibly the lives of the rest of the Bonehunters. The Naruk reeled from that place." "Yet still I fear it," she insisted, plucking out another rust-leaf stick. "Allies should show themselves." She drew out the small silver box containing the resin sparker. The night wind defeated her efforts to scrape a flame to life, so she stepped close against Bryce and tried again. "Allies," he said, "have their own enemies. Showing themselves imposes a risk, I imagine." A flicker of flame, and then the stick was alight. She took a half-step back. "I think that's a valid observation. Well, I suppose we always suspected that the adjunct's war wasn't a private one." "No matter how she might wish it so," he said, with something like grudging respect. "Tomorrow's parley could prove most frustrating," Eranict observed, "if she refuses to relent. We need to know what she knows. We need to understand what she seeks. More than all that, we need to make sense of what happened the day of the Naruk." He reached up, surprised her by brushing her cheek, and then leaning closer and kissing her. She laughed deep in her throat. "Danger is a most alluring drug, isn't it, Bryce?" "Yes," he whispered, but then stepped back. "I will walk the perimeter now, Atricida, to witness the dawn with my soldiers. Will you be rested enough for the parley?" "More or less." "Good. Until later, then." She watched him walk away. "Errant, take me. He just climbed back out." "When it's stretched, it stays stretched," Hanavat said in a grumble. "What's the point?" Shalamasa continued rubbing the oil into the woman's distended belly. "The point is, it feels good." "Well, I'll grant you that, though I imagine it's as much the attention as anything else." "Exactly what men never understand," the younger woman said, finally settling back and rubbing her hands together. "We have iron in our souls. How could we not?" Hanavat glanced away, eyes tightening. "My last child," she said. "My only child." To that, Shalamasa was silent. The charge against the Naruk had taken all of Hanavat's children. All of them. But if that was cruel, it is nothing compared to sparing Gaul. Where the mother bows, the father breaks. They are gone. He led them all to their deaths, yet he survived. Spirits, yours is the gift of madness. The charge haunted Shalamasa as well. She had ridden through the lancing barrage of lightning, figures on either side erupting, bodies exploding, spraying her with sizzling gore. The screams of horses, the thunder of tumbling beasts, bones snapping. Even now, that dread cauldron awakened again in her mind, a torrent of sounds pounding her ears from the inside out. She knelt in Hanavat's tent, trembling with the memories. The older woman must have sensed something, for she reached out and settled a weathered hand on her thigh. "It goes," she murmured. "I see it among all you survivors. The wave of remembrance, the horror in your eyes, but I tell you, it goes. For Gaul, too?" The hand seemed to flinch. "No, he is war leader. It does not leave him. That charge is not in the past. He lives it again and again, every moment, day and night. I have lost him, Shelamasa. We have all lost him." 880 warriors remained. She had stood among them, had wandered with them the wreckage of the retreat, and she had seen what she had seen. "Never again will we fight, not with the glory and joy of old. Our military effectiveness, as the Malazan scribes would say, has come to an end." The Kundril-burned tears had been destroyed, not a failure of courage, something far worse. We were made, in an instant, obsolete. Nothing could break the spirit as utterly as that realization had done. A new war leader was needed, but she suspected no acclamation was forthcoming. The will was dead. There were no pieces left to pick up. "I will attend the parley," said Hanavat, "and I want you with me, Shelamasa. Your husband is lying in his eldest son's tent. He takes no food, no water. He intends to waste away. Before long, we will burn his body on a pyre, but that will be nothing but a formality. My mourning has already begun." "I know," Shelamasa hesitated. "It was difficult between you, the rumors of his leanings, and that is the bitterest thing of all," Hanavat cut in. "Gaul, well, he leaned every which way. I long ago learned to accept that. What bites deepest now is we had found each other again. Before the charge, we were awakened to our love for one another. There was happiness again, for a few moments." She stopped then, for she was crying. Shelamasa drew closer. "Tell me of the child within you, Hanavat. I have never been pregnant. Tell me how it feels. Are you filled up? Is that how it is? Does it stir? I am told it will stir on occasion." Smiling through her grief, Hanavat said, "Ah, very well. How does it feel? Like I've just eaten a whole pig. Shall I go on?" Shelamasa laughed, a short, unexpected laugh, and then nodded. "Tell me something good to drown out the screams." "The children are asleep," Justara said, moving to settle down on her knees beside him. She studied his face. "I see how much of him came from you. Your eyes, your mouth." "Be quiet, woman," said Gaul. "I will not lie with my son's widow." She pulled away. "Then lie with someone, for hood's sake." He turned his head, stared at the tent wall. "Why are you here?" she demanded. "You come to my tent like the ghost of everything I have lost. Am I not haunted enough? What do you want with me? Look at me. I offer you my body. Let us share our grief." "Stop!" she hissed under her breath. "I would you take a knife to me," Gaul said. "Do that, woman, and I will bless you with my last breath. A knife. Give me pain. Be pleased to see how you hurt me. Do that, Justara, in the name of my son." "You selfish piece of dung. Why should I indulge you? Get out. Find some other hole to hide in. Do you think your grandchildren are comforted seeing you this way?" "You are not Kundril-born," he said. "You are Gilk. You understand nothing of our ways.
The Kundril were feared warriors. They still are. You need to stand again, Gaul. You need to gather your ghosts, all of them, and save your people.
We are not Wiccans,
he whispered, reaching up to claw once more at his face. She spat out a curse.
Gods below! Do you really think Coltane and his damned Wiccans could have done better? He would have found a way. Fool! No wonder your wife sneers at you. No wonder all your lovers have turned away from you.
Turned away? They're all dead!
So find some more.
Who would love a corpse?
Now, finally, you have a point worth making, war leader. Who would? The answer lies before me, a stupid old man. It's been 5 days. You are war leader. Shake yourself awake, damn you.
No. Tomorrow I will give my people into the Adjunct's care. The Kundril burned tears are no more. It is done. I am done.
The blade of a knife hovered before his eyes.
Is this what you want?
Yes,
he whispered.
What should I cut first?
You decide.
The knife vanished.
I am Gilk, as you say. What do I know of mercy? Find your own way to Hood, Gaul. The Wiccans would have died just as your warriors died. No different. Battles are lost. It is the world's way. But you still breathe. Gather up your people. They look to you.
No longer. Never again will I lead warriors into battle.
She snarled something incomprehensible and moved off, leaving him alone. He stared at the tent wall, listened to his own pointless breaths.
I know what this is. It is fear. For all my life it has waited for me, out in the cold night. I have done terrible things, and my punishment draws near. Please, hurry. For this night, it is very cold, and it draws ever nearer.
Chapter 4. Once we knew nothing. Now we know everything. Stay away from our eyes. Our eyes are empty. Look into our faces and see us if you dare. We are the skin of war. We are the skin of war. Once we knew nothing. Now we know everything. Skin, Sajaras.
Sweat enough a man could drown in.
He shivered beneath his furs, something he did every night since the battle. Jolting awake, drenched, heart pounding, after images behind his eyes. Keneb, in the instant before he was torn apart, twisting round in his saddle, fixing Blistig with a cold, knowing stare. Not 10 paces away, their eyes locking. But that was impossible.
I know it's impossible. I was never even close. He didn't turn, didn't look back, didn't see me, couldn't. Don't you howl at me from the dark, Keneb. Don't you stare. It was nothing to do with me. Leave me alone.
But this damned army didn't know how to break, understood nothing about routing before a superior enemy. Every soldier alone, that was what routing was all about. Instead, they maintained order.
We're with you, Fist Blistig. See our boots pound? It's north we're going, is it? They ain't pursuing, sir, and that's a good thing. Can't feel it no more, sir, you know. Hood's own breath, there on the back of my neck, can't feel it. We're in good order, sir, good order.
Good order,
he whispered to the gloom in his tent.
We should be scattered to the winds, finding our own ways back to civilization, to sanity.
The sweat was drying, or the scraped underside of the fur skin was soaking it all up. He was still chilled, sick to his stomach with fear.
What's happened to me? They stare.
Out there in the darkness, they stare, Coltane, Diker, the thousands beyond Aran's wall. They stare, looking down on me from their crosses. And now Keneb, there on his horse, Ruthan Gud, Quick Ben. The dead await me. They wonder why I am not with them. I should be with them. They know I don't belong here. Once he'd been a fine soldier, a decent commander, clever enough to preserve the lives of his garrison, the hero who saved Aran from the whirlwind. But then the adjunct arrived, and it all started to go wrong. She conscripted him, tore him away from Aran. They would have made him High Fist, the city's protector. They would have given him a palace. She stole my future, my life. Malaz city was even worse. There he'd been shown the Empire's rotted core. Malek Rel, the betrayer of Aran's legion, the murderer of Coltane and Diker, and all the rest. No, there was no doubt about any of that. Yet there the Gistal was, whispering in the Empress's ear, and his vengeance against the Wiccans was not yet done. And against us. You took us into that nest, Tavore, and more of us died. For all that you have done, I will never forgive you. Standing before her filled him with bile. Every time he almost trembled in his desire to take her by the throat, to crush that throat, to tell her what she'd done to him even as the light left those dead, flat eyes. I was a good officer once, an honorable soldier. Now I live in terror. What will she do to us next? Yagatan wasn't enough. Malaz city wasn't enough. Nor Lether either. Never enough. Naruk? Not enough. Damn you, Tavore. I will die for a proper cause, but this? He'd never before known such hate. Its poison filled him, and still the dead looked on from their places in the wastes of Hood's realm. Shall I kill her? Is that what you all want? Tell me! The tent walls were lightening. This day, the parley. The adjunct, fists arrayed around her, the new ones, the lone surviving old one. But who looks to me? Who walks a step behind me? Not Sort, not kindly, not even Raband or Scanaro. No, the new fists and their senior officers look right through me. I am already a ghost, already one of the forgotten. What have I done to deserve that? Keneb was gone. Since Letheras, Keneb had to all intents and purposes been commanding the Bonehunters, managing the march, keeping it supplied, maintaining discipline and organization. In short, doing everything. Some people possessed such skills. Running a garrison was easy enough. We had a fat quartermaster who had a hand in every pocket, a smiling oaf with a sharp eye, and our suppliers surrounded us, and whatever needed doing, why, it was just a written request away. Sometimes not even that, more a wink, a nod. The patrols went out, they came back. Watches turned, gatekeepers maintained vigilance. We kept the peace, and peace kept us happy. But an army on the march was another matter. The logistics besieged him, staggered his brain. Too much to think about, too much to worry over. Fine, we're now leaner. Ha! What a sweet way of putting it. We're an army of regulars with a handful of heavies and marines. So we're oversupplied, if such a thing even exists. But it won't last. She wants us to cross the Wastelands, and what waits beyond them? Desert, emptiness. No, hunger waits for us, no matter how heaped our wagons. Hunger and thirst. I won't take that on. I won't. Don't ask. But they wouldn't, would they? Because he wasn't Keneb. I really have no reason to show up. I'm worse than Bannerskar in that company. At least he's got the nerve to turn up drunk, to smile in the face of the adjunct's displeasure. That's its own kind of courage. Activity in the camp now, as dawn approached. Muted, few conversations, a torpid thing awakening to brutal truths, eyes blinking open, souls flinching. We're the walking dead. What more do you want of us, Tavore? Plenty. He knew it like teeth sinking into his chest. Growling under his breath, he pulled aside the furs and sat up. A fist's tent. All that room for nothing, for the damp air to wait around for his heroic rise, his gods-given brilliance. He dragged on his clothes, collected his chill leather boots and shook them to check for nesting scorpions and spiders, and then forced his feet into them. He needed to take a piss. I was a good officer once. Fist Blistig slipped the tethers of the tent flap and stepped outside. Kindly looked round. Captain Raband. Fist? Find me Paws. Master Sergeant Paws, sir? Or whatever rank he's decided on this morning, yes. You'll know him by his black eyes. Kindly paused, ruminating, and then said, Wish I knew who broke his nose. Deserves a medal. Yes, sir. On my way, sir. He glanced over at the sound of boots drawing nearer. Fist Faradan sought, and, trailing a step behind her, Captain Scannero. Neither woman looked happy. Kindly scowled. Are those the faces you want to show your soldiers? Scannero looked away guiltily, but Sort's eyes hardened to flint. Your own soldiers are close to mutiny, Kindly. I can't believe you ordered... A kit inspection? Why not? Forced them all to scrape the shit out of their breeches. A bit of tidying that was long overdue. Faradan Sort was studying him. It's not an act, is it? Some advice, Kindly said. The keep is on fire, the black stomach plague is killing the kitchen staff, the rats won't eat your supper, and hearing the circus is in the yard, your wife has oiled the hinges on the bedroom door. So I walk in and blister your ear about your scuffy boots. When I leave, what are you thinking about? Scannero answered, I'm thinking up inventive ways to kill you, sir. Kindly adjusted his weapon belt. The sun has cracked the sky, my dears. Time for my constitutional morning walk. Want a few bodyguards, sir? Generous offer, Captain, but I will be fine. Oh, if Raband shows up with Paws any time soon, promote the good Captain. Omnipotent overseer of the universe should suit. Ladies... Watching him walk off, Faradan Sort sighed and rubbed at her face. All right, she muttered. The bastard has a point. That's why he's a bastard, sir. Sort glanced over. Are you impugning a Fist's reputation, Captain? Scannero straightened. Absolutely not, Fist. I was stating a fact. Fist Kindly is a bastard, sir. He was one when he was captain, lieutenant, corporal, and 7-year-old bully, sir. Faradan Sort studied Scannero for a moment. She'd taken the death of Ruthengard hard enough to suggest to Sort that their relationship wasn't simply one of comrades, fellow officers. And now she was saying sir to someone who only days before had been a fellow captain. Should I talk about it? Should I tell her it's as uncomfortable to me as it must be to her? Is there any point? She was holding up, wasn't she? Behaving like a damned soldier. And then there's Kindly. Fist Kindly. Could help us all. Constitutional, she said. God's below. Now I suppose it's time to meet my new soldiers. Regular infantry are simple folk, sir. They ain't got that wayward streak like the Marines got.
Should be no trouble at all.
They broke in battle, Captain.
They were ordered to, sir, and that's why they're still alive, mostly.
I'm beginning to see another reason for Kindly's kit inspection. How many dropped their weapons, abandoned their shields?
Parties have been out recovering items on the back trail, sir.
That's not the point, said Sort. They dropped weapons. Doing that is habit-forming. You're saying there'll be no trouble, Captain? Maybe not the kind you're thinking. It's the other kind of trouble that worries me.
Understood, sir. Then we'd better shake them up.
I think I'm about to become very unpleasant.
A bastard?
Wrong gender.
Maybe so, sir, but it's still the right word.
If he was still, if he struggled past the fumes and dregs of the past night's wine and pushed away the ache in his head and sour taste on his tongue, if he held his breath, lying as one dead in that perfect expression of surrender, then he could feel her, a stirring far beneath the earth's cracked, calloused skin. The worm stirs, and you do indeed feel her, O priest. She is your gnawing guilt. She is your fevered shame, so flushing your face. His goddess was drawing closer, a drawn-out endeavor, to be sure. She had the meat of an entire world to chew through, bones to crunch in her jaws, secrets to devour. But mountains groaned, tilting and shifting to her deep passage. Seas churned, forests shook. The worm of autumn was coming. Bless the falling leaves. Bless the grey skies. Bless this bitter wind and the beasts that sleep. Yes, Holy Mother, I remember the prayers, the restituge of Paul. And the weary blood shall feed the soil, their fleshly bodies cast down into your belly, and the dark winds of autumn shall rush in hunger, snatching up their loosed souls. Caverns shall moan with their voices. The dead have turned their backs on the solid earth, the stone and the touch of the sky. Bless their onward journey from which none return. The souls are nothing of value. Only the flesh feeds the living, only the flesh. Bless our eyes, Darek, for they are open. Bless our eyes, Darek, for they see. He rolled onto his side. Poison comes to the flesh long before the soul ever leaves it. She was the cruel measurer of time. She was the face of inevitable decay. Was he not blessing her with every day of this life he'd made? Banascar coughed, slowly sat up. Invisible knuckles kneaded the inside of his skull. He knew they were in there, someone's fist trapped inside, someone wanting out. Out of my head, aye. Who can blame them? He looked round blearily. The scene was too civilized, he concluded. Somewhat sloppy, true, sly mutters of dissolution, a certain carelessness, but not a hint of madness, not a single whisper of horror. Normal orderliness mocked him. The tasteless air, the pallid misery of dawn soaking through the tent walls, etching the silhouettes of insects, every detail howled its mundane truth. But so many died. Only 5 days ago. 6. 6 now. I can still hear them. Pain, fury, all those fierce utterances of despair. If I step outside this morning, I should see them still. Those Marines, those heavies, swarming against the face of the enemy's advance. But these Hornets were fighting a losing battle. They'd met something nastier than them, and one by one they were crushed down, smeared into the earth. And the Kandril, gods below, the poor burned tears. Too civilized, this scene. The heaps of clothing, the dusty jugs lying abandoned and empty on the ground, the tramped-down grasses struggling in the absence of the sun's clear streams. Would Light's life ever return? Or were these grasses doomed now to wither and die? Each blade knew not, for now there was nothing to do but suffer. "Be easy," he muttered. "We move on. You will recover your free ways. You will feel the wind's breath again, I promise." Ah, Holy Mother, are these your words of comfort? Light returns. Be patient. Its sweet kiss draws ever nearer. A new day. Be still, frail one. Anaskar snorted and set about seeking out a jug with something left in it. 5 Kundril warriors stood before Dead Hedge. They looked lost, and yet determined, if such a thing was possible, and the bridge burner wasn't sure it was. They had difficulty meeting his eyes, yet held their ground. "What in Hood's name am I supposed to do with you?" He glanced back over a shoulder. His 2 new sergeants were coming up behind him, other soldiers gathering behind them. Both women looked like bags overstuffed with bad memories. Their faces were sickly grey, as if they'd forgotten all of life's pleasures, as if they'd seen the other side. But lasses, it's not so bad. It's just the getting there that stinks. "Commander?" Sweet Lard inquired, nodding to the Kundril. "They're volunteering to join up," said Hedge, scowling. "Cashiered out of the burned tears or something like that." He faced the 5 men again. "I'd wager Gaul will call this treason and come for your heads." The eldest of the warriors, his face almost black with tear tattoos, seemed to hunch lower beneath his broad, sloping shoulders. "Gaul Inchicullen's soul is dead. All his children died in the charge. He sees only the past. The Kundril burned tears are no more." He gestured at his companions. "Yet we would fight on." "Why not the Bonehunters?" Hedge asked. "Fist kindly refused us." Another warrior growled and said, "He called us savages and cowards." "Cowards?" Hedge's scowl deepened. "You were in that charge?" "We were." "And you would fight on? What's cowardly about that?" The eldest one said, "He sought to shame us back to our people, but we are destroyed. We kneel in Cultane's shadow, broken by failure." "You're saying all the others will just fade away?" The man shrugged. Alchemist Bevedict spoke behind Hedge. "Commander, we took us a few losses. These warriors are veterans and survivors." Hedge looked round again, studied the lethery. "Aren't we all?" he said. Bevedict nodded. Sighing, Hedge faced the warriors once more. He nodded at the spokesman. "Your name?" "Barak. These are my sons, Sleg, Gent, Pavral, and Reyes." "Your sons? No wonder you didn't feel welcome in Gaul's camp." "You're now our outriders, scouts, and, when needed, cavalry." "Bridge burners?" Hedge nodded. "Bridge burners."
"We're not cowards,"
hissed the youngest, presumably Reyes, his expression suddenly fierce. "If you were," said Hedge, "I'd have sent you packing. Barak, you're now a captain of our mounted. Have you spare horses?" "Not any more, Commander." "Never mind, then. My sergeant here will see you billeted. Dismissed." In response, the 5 warriors drew their sabres and fashioned a kind of salute Hedge had never seen before, blade edges set diagonally across each man's exposed throat. A Vedict grunted behind him. "And if I now said, 'cut,' they'd do just that, wouldn't they? Gods below." "Enough of that, soldiers," he said. "We don't worship Cultane in the bridge burners. He was just another Malazan commander. A good one, to be sure, and right now he's standing in Dassem Ultor's shadow. And they got plenty of company, and maybe one day soon Gaul will be there too. Barak was frowning. Do we not honour their memories, sir? Hedge bared his teeth in anything but a smile. Honour whoever you want in your spare time, Captain. Only you ain't got any spare time anymore, because you're now a bridge burner, and us bridge burners honour only one thing. And that is, sir, killing the enemy, Captain. Something awoke in the faces of the warriors. As one, they sheathed their weapons. Barak seemed to be struggling to speak, and finally managed to ask, Commander Hedge, how do the bridge burners salute? We don't. And as for anyone outside our company, it's this. Eyes widened at Hedge's obscene gesture, and then Barak grinned. When Hedge turned to wave his sergeants forward, he saw that they weren't quite the bloated grey bags he'd seen only moments earlier. Dread had been stripped from their faces, and now their exhaustion was plain to see, but it had softened somehow. Sweet lard and rum jugs looked almost beautiful again. Bridge burners get pounded all the time. We just get back up. No bluster, just back up, aye. Alchemist, he said to Bevedict, show me that new invention of yours.
Finally, the Lethery replied. Funny, isn't it?
What is?
Oh, how a handful of Kundril warriors started you all up.
The sergeants were in shock.
Commander, you looked even worse than they did.
Oh, hood take me. I doubt I can argue that. So tell me, what's the new cusser do?
Well, now, sir, you were telling me about the drum.
I what? When?
You were drunk. Anyway, it got me to thinking.
The two newcomers walked into the squad's encampment, and faces lifted, eyes went flat. No one wanted any damned interruptions to all this private misery. Not now. Badan Grok hesitated, and then pushed himself to his feet. 18th, isn't it? The sergeant, a Jenabakan, was eyeing the other soldiers. Which one is what's left of the 10th? Badan Grok felt himself go cold. He could feel the sudden sharp attention of the others in the camp. He understood that regard. He wasn't a hard man, and they all knew it. So would he back down now? If I had anything left, I would. I don't know where in the trenches you were, but we met that first charge. It's a damned miracle any one of us is still alive. There's 2 Marines left from the 10th, and I guess that's why you're here, since you, Sergeant, and your Corporal are obviously the only survivors from your squad. You lost all your soldiers. At that comment, Badan paused, gauging the effect of his words. He saw none. What does that tell us? Nothing good. He half turned and gestured. There, those ones. They're from Primley's squad. But Sergeant Primley is dead. So is Hunt, and so are Nella and Malvan Dredder, and Corporal Kisware's gone missing. You're left with Skull Death and Drawfirst. Trailed by his corporal, the sergeant walked over. On your feet, Marines, he said. I'm Sergeant Gauntai, and this is Corporal Rib. The 10th is no more. You're now in the 18th.
What?
Demanded Drawfirst.
A squad of 4?
The corporal replied.
We're picking up 2 more from the 7th, and another 2 from 9th Company's 5th.
Ruffle limped up beside Badan Grok.
Sergeant, Center's back.
Badan sighed and turned away. Fine, she can handle this then. He'd had his moment of spine. Nobody would have to look his way any more, expecting what? Hood knows. They're just collecting up scraps now. Enough to make a rag. He returned to the remnants of the fire, sat with his back to the others. I've seen enough. Not even Marines do this for a living. You can't die for a living.
So together new squads all you like, but really, just how many Marines are left? 50? 60? No, better to let us soak into the regulars, sour as old blood. God knows I'm sick of these faces here, sick of not seeing the ones missing, the ones I'll never see again. Sholey, Strapmull, Skim, Hunt, all of them. Cinta was speaking to Gaunt-Eye, but the tones were low, level, and a few moments later she came over and squatted down at his side.
Ride her in from the burned tears. Kisware's still mending. That broken leg was a bad one.
They took them away?
Who?
That sergeant.
Aye, though it's not so much away as just over there, Badan. Not enough of us to sprawl.
Badan found a stick and stirred at the ashes. What is she going to do, Cinta?
Kisware?
The adjunct.
How should I know? I've not talked to her. No one has, as far as I can tell. At least the fists look to be in charge at the moment.
Badan dropped the stick and then rubbed at his face. We got to go back, he said.
That won't happen,
Cinta replied. He shot her a glare. We can't just pick up and go on.
Keep it down, Badan. We pulled out more soldiers than we should have. We're not as mauled as we could have been. Ruth and Gud, Quick Ben, and then what happened at the Vanguard, those things checked them. Not to mention Fid getting us dug in. Without those trenches, the heavies would never have
died.
Held. Long enough for the Lethery to bleed off pressure. Long enough for the rest of us to disengage.
Disengage, aye, that's a good one. She leaned closer.
Listen to me, she hissed. We didn't die. Not one of us still here.
Can't be more obvious, what you just said.
No, you're not getting it. We got overrun, Badan, but we clawed through even that. Aye, maybe it was the lady pulling in a frenzy. Maybe it was all the others stepping into the paths of the blades coming down on us. Maybe it was how rattled they were by then. From what I heard, Lostara Yil was almost invisible inside a cloud of blood, and none of it her own. They had to check at that. A pause, hesitation, whatever. The plain truth is, when we started pulling back,
they left us to it.
Point is, could have been a lot worse, Badan. Look at the Kundril. 6,000 went in, less than 1,000 rode back out. I heard some survivors have been wandering into camp, joining up with Dead Hedge's bridge burners. They say War Leader Gaul is broken. So, you see what happens when the commander breaks? The rest just crumble.
Maybe now it's our turn.
I doubt it. She was injured, remember, and Denel don't work on her. She needs to find her own way of healing. But you're still missing my point. Don't break to pieces, Badan. Don't crawl inside yourself. Your squad lost Skim, but nobody else.
Nep Furrow's sick.
He's always sick, Badan. At least ever since we set foot on the Wastelands.
Relico wakes up screaming.
He ain't alone in that. He and Vastly stood with the other heavies, right? So.
Badan Grux studied the dead fire, and then he sighed. All right, Cinta. What do you want me to do? How do I fix all this?
Fix this? You idiot. Stop even trying. It ain't up to us. We keep our eye on our officers. We wait for their lead.
I ain't seen Captain Sort.
That's because she's just been made a fist. Where you been? Never mind. We're waiting for Fid, that's the truth of it. Same time as the parley, he's calling all of us together, the last of the Marines and Heavies.
He's still just a sergeant.
Wrong. Captain now.
Despite himself, Badan Grux smiled. Bet he's thrilled.
Been dancing all morning, aye.
So we all gather. He looked over, met her eyes, and we listen to what he has to say. And then?
Then? Well, we'll see.
Badan squinted at her, his anxiety returning in a chill rush. Not the answer I expected. Cinta, should we go and get Kisware?
Oh, she'd like that. No, let the cow stew a while."
"It was us being so short," Ruffle said.
"Eh, Wev?"
"You heard me, Nep. Those short tails were too tall. Swinging down as low as they had to was hard. Their armor wouldn't give enough at the waist. And did you see us? We learned fast. We waged war on their shins, stabbed up into their crotches, hamstrung 'em, skewered their damned feet. We were an army of roach dogs, Nep."
"I know a roach dog, Ruffle. Ian a wolf is me. Nep wolf."
Relico spoke up. "Think you got a point there, Ruffle. We started fighting damned low, didn't we? Right at their feet, in close, doing our work." His ebon-skinned face worked into something like a grin.
"Just what I said."
Ruffle nodded, lighting another rust-leaf stick to conclude a breakfast of 5 others. Her hands trembled. She'd taken a slash to her right leg. The roughly sewn wound ached, and so did everything else. Cinta settled down beside Honey. In a low voice she said,
"They had to take the arm."
Honey's face tightened.
"Weapon arm."
Others were leaning in to listen. Cinta frowned.
"Aye, Corporal Rim's going to be clumsy for a while."
"So, Sergeant," said Lookback, "are we going to be folded into another squad too? Or maybe swallow up some other one with only a couple of Marines left?" Cinta shrugged.
"Still being worked out."
Honey said,
"Didn't like what happened to the tent, Sergeant. One moment there, the next just gone, like a puff of smoke. That's not right." "Gaunt Eye's a bit of a bastard," Cinta said. "No tact."
"Let all his soldiers die too," pointed out Lookback.
"Enough of that. You can't think of it that way, not this time. Heads went up, heads got blown off. And then they were on top of us. It was every soldier for herself and himself." "Not for Fed," said Honey, "or Corporal Tar, or Korab, or Herb, or even Hellion. They'd rallied Marines, Sergeant. They kept their heads, and so people lived."
Cinta looked away.
"Too much talking going on around here, I think. You're all picking scabs, and it's getting ugly."
She stood.
"Need another word with Fid."
Sergeant Herb walked over to Salt Lick. "On your feet, squad." The man looked up, grunted his way upright. "Collect your kit."
"Aye, Sergeant. Where we headed to?"
Without replying, Herb set off, the heavy dropping in 2 steps behind him. Herb wasn't looking forward to this. He knew the faces of most of this army's Marines. In such matters, his memory was good. Faces, easy. The people hiding behind them, not easy. Names, not a chance. Now, of course, there weren't many faces left. The Marine and heavy infantry encampment was a mess, disorganized, careless. Squads set up leaving gaps where other squads used to be. Tents hung slack from slipshod pegging. Weapon belts, battered shields, and scarred armor were left lying around on the ground, amidst Rodara bones and the boiled vertebrae of Myrid. Shallow holes reeked where soldiers had thrown up. People complained of some stomach bug, but more likely it was just nerves, the terrible aftermath of battle. The acid of surviving that just kept on burning its way up the throat. And around them all, the morning stretched out in its measured madness, senseless as ever. Lightning sky, the spin and whirl of insects, the muted baying of animals being driven to slaughter. One thing was missing, however. No one was saying much of anything. Soldiers sat, heads down, or glancing up every now and then, eyes empty and far away. All under siege, by the gaps round the circle, by the heaps of tents left folded and bound with their clutter of poles and bag of stakes. The dead didn't have anything to say either, but everyone still sat, listening for them. Herb drew up at the foot of one such broken circle of seated soldiers. They'd set a pot on embers, and the smell wafting from the brew was heady, alcoholic. Herb studied them. 2 women, 2 men. 22nd squad? The elder of the 2 women nodded without looking up. Herb remembered seeing her. A lively face, he recalled, sharp tongue. Malaz City, maybe, or Jakarta. Islander for sure. Stand up, all of you. He saw resentment in the faces lifting to him. The other woman, young, dark-skinned and black-haired, had eyes of startling blue, which now flashed in outrage. "Fine, Sergeant," she said in an accent he'd never heard before. "You've just filled out your squad." Seeing Saltlick standing behind Herb, her expression changed. "Heavy?" She nodded respectfully. The other woman shot her companions a hard look. "This is the 13th you're looking at, boys and girls. This squad and Hellions, they drank lizard blood that day. So all of you, stand the fuck up and do it now." She led the way. "Sergeant Herb, I'm Clasp. You come to collect us? Good. We need collecting." The others had clambered to their feet, but the younger woman was still scowling. "We lost us a good sergeant." "Who didn't listen when they said duck," Clasp retorted. "Always had his nose in something," said one of the men, a Cartulian sporting an oiled beard. "Curiosity," observed the other man, a short, broad Falari with long hair the colour of blood-streaked gold. The tip of his nose had been sliced off, stubbing his face. "You all done with the elegy?" Herb asked. "Good. This is Saltlick. Now, faces I know, so I know all of yours. Give me some names." The Cartulian said, "Burnt rope, Sergeant. Sapper." "Lap twirl," said the Falari. "Cutter." "Healing?" "Don't count on it, not on this ground." "Sad," said the younger woman. "Squad mage, about as useless as Lap right now." "Still have your crossbows?" Herb asked. No one spoke. "First task, then, off to the armory. Then back here and clean up this sty. The 22nd is retired. Welcome to the 13th. Saltlick, keep them company. Clasp, you're now corporal. Congratulations." When they'd all trooped off, Herb stood alone, motionless, and for a long time, unnoticed by anyone, he stared at nothing. Someone nudged her shoulder. She moaned and rolled onto her side. A second nudge, harder this time. "Go away. Still dark." "Still dark, Sergeant, because you blindfolded yourself." "I did? Well, why didn't you do the same? Then we'd all be sleeping still. Go away." "It's morning, Sergeant. Captain Fiddler wants—" "He always wants. Soon as they turn into officers, it's do this, do that all the time. Someone give me a jug." "All gone, Sergeant." She reached up, felt at the rough cloth covering her eyes, pulled one edge down, just enough to uncover one eye. "That can't be right. Go find some more." "We will," Breathless promised. "Soon as you get up. Someone's been through the squads, doing counts. We don't like it. Makes us nervous." "Why?" The lone eye blinked. "I got me 8 Marines." 4, Sergeant." 50% losses ain't too bad for a party." "A party, Sergeant?" She sat up. "I had 8 last night." 4. "Right. 4 twice over." "There wasn't no party, Sergeant." Hellion tugged to expose her other eye. "There wasn't, huh? That's what you get for wandering off, then, Corporal. Missed the good times."
"Aye, I suppose I did. We're melting a lump of chocolate in a pot. Thought you might like some."
"That stuff? I remember now. Forkrul chocolate. All right, get out of my tent so I can get decent."
"You're not in your tent, Sergeant. You're in our latrine ditch." She looked round.
"That explains the smell."
None of us used it yet, Sergeant, seeing as how you were here.
Oh. His stomach convulsed again, but there was nothing left to spit up, so he rode it out, waited, gasping, and then slowly settled back on his haunches.
Pollyel's prissy nipples! If I can't keep nothing down, I'll waste away. You already have, widder,
observed Throat-Slitter from a few paces upwind, his voice a cracking rasp. The old scars on his neck were inflamed. He'd taken a shot to his chest, hard enough to dent his sternum with matted rows from the male's iron links, and something from that trauma had messed up his throat. They were away from the camp, 20 paces beyond the eastern picket. Widdershins, Throat-Slitter, Dead Smell, and Sergeant Balm. The survivors of the 9th Squad. The regulars crouched in their holes had watched them pass with red-shot eyes, saying nothing. Was that belligerence? Pity? The squad mage didn't know, and at the moment was past caring. Wiping his mouth with the back of one forearm, he looked past Throat-Slitter to Balm.
You called us up here, Sergeant. What now?
Balm drew off his helm, scratched vigorously at his scalp. Just thought I'd tell you we ain't breaking the squad up and we ain't picking up any new bodies. It's just us now. Widdershins grunted.
We took a walk for that?
Don't be an idiot,
said Dead Smell in a growl. Balm faced his soldiers. Talk, all of you. You first, Throat-Slitter. The tall man seemed to flinch.
What's to say? We're chewed to pieces. But kindly hog-tying fid like that, well, bloody genius. We got ourselves a captain now.
There wasn't anything wrong with thought,
Dead Smell interjected.
Not saying there was. Definite officer, that woman. But maybe that's the point. Fid's from the ground up a Marine through and through. He was a sapper, a sergeant. Now he's captain of what's left of us. I'm settled with that.
He shrugged, facing Balm.
Nothing more to say, Sergeant.
And when he says it's time to go, you're gonna bleat and whine about it? Throat-Slitter's brows lifted.
Go? Go where?
Balm squinted and then said, Your turn, Dead Smell.
Hood's dead. Grey Riders patrol the gate. In my dreams I see faces blurred, but still. Malazans, bridge burners. You can't imagine how comforting that feels, you just can't. They're all there, and I think we got Deadhedge to thank for that.
How do you mean?
Widdershins asked.
Just a feeling. As if in coming back he blazed a trail. 6 days ago, well, I swear they were close enough to kiss.
Because we all almost died,
Throat-Slitter snapped.
No, they were like wasps, and what was sweet wasn't us dying, wasn't the lizards neither. It was what happened at the Vanguard. It was Lostara Yill.
His eyes were bright as he looked to each soldier in turn.
I caught a glimpse, you know. I saw her dance. She did what Ruth and Gud did, only she didn't go down under blades. The lizards recoiled. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't get close. And those that did, gods, they were cut to pieces. I saw her, and my heart near burst.
She saved the adjunct's life, said Throat-Slitter. Was that such a good thing?
Not for you to even ask, said Balm. Fid's calling us together. He's got things to say. About that, I expect. The adjunct, and what's to come. We're still Marines. We're the Marines, and we got heavies in our ranks, the stubbornest bulls I ever seen. He turned then, since 2 regulars from the pickets were approaching. In their arms 2 loaves of bread, a wrapped brick of cheese, and a 7 Cities clay bottle.
What's this?
Dead Smell wondered. The 2 soldiers halted a few paces away, and the one on the right spoke. Guard's changed, Sergeant. Came out with some breakfast for us. We weren't much hungry. They then set the items down on a bare patch of ground, nodded, set off back for camp.
Hood's pink belly,
Deadsmell muttered. Save all that, Barm said. We're not yet done here. Widdershins?
Warrens are sick, Sergeant. Well, you've seen what they're doing to us mages. And there's new ones. New Warrens, I mean. But they ain't nice at all. Still, I might have to delve into them once I get tired of being completely useless. You're the best among us with a crossbow, Widder, so you ain't useless even without any magic. Maybe so, Throat Slitter, but it doesn't feel that way.
Deadsmell, said Barm, you've been doing some healing.
I have, but Widder's right. It's not fun. The problem, for me that is that I'm still somehow bound to Hood, even though he's, dead. Don't know why that should be, but the magic, when it comes to me, well, it's cold as ice.
Widdershins frowned at Deadsmell.
Ice? That makes no sense.
Hood was a damned jaghut, so yes, it does. And no, it doesn't, because he's, well, gone.
Throat Slitter spat and said,
If he really died, like you say, did he walk into his realm? And didn't he have to be dead in the first place, being the god of death and all? What you're saying makes no sense, Deadsmell.
The necromancer looked unhappy.
I know.
Next time you do some healing, said Widdershins, let me do some sniffing. You'll heave again? So what?
What are you thinking, Widder? Barm asked.
I'm thinking Deadsmell's not using Hood's warren anymore. I'm thinking it must be Umptos Felak.
It's occurred to me,
Deadsmell said in a mumble. One way to test it for sure, Barm said. Widdershins swore.
Aye, we don't know the details, but the rumour is that she's got some broken ribs, maybe even spitting up blood, and is still concussed. But with that Utatarl in her, no one can do much about it.
But Umptos Felak is elder.
Deadsmell was nodding.
We should go then. It's worth a try.
We will, said Barm. But first we eat.
And leave the adjunct in pain.
We eat and drink here, said Barm, eyes flat, because we're Marines and we don't kick dirt in the faces of fellow soldiers.
Exactly,
said Widdershins.
Besides,
he added,
I'm starving.
Shortnose had lost the 4 fingers of his shield hand. To stop the bleeding that had gone on even after the nubs had been sewn up, he had held them against a pot left squatting in a fire. Now the ends looked melted, and there were blisters up to his knuckles, but the bleeding had stopped. He had been about to profess his undying love for Flashwit, but then that sergeant from the 18th had come by and collected up both Flashwit and Mayfly, so Shortnose was alone, the last left in Gessler's old squad. He'd sat for a time, alone, using a thorn to pop blisters and then sucking them dry. When that was done, he sat some more, watching the fire burn down. At the battle, the severed finger of one of the lizards had fallen down the back of his neck, between armor and shirt. When he'd finally retrieved it, he and Mayfly and Flashwit had cooked and shared its scant ribbons of meat. Then they'd separated out and distributed the bones, tying them into their hair. It was what Bonehunters did. They'd insisted he get the longest one, on account of getting his hand chopped up, and it now hung beneath his beard, overwhelming the other finger bones, which had all come from Leathery soldiers. It was heavy and long enough to thump against his chest when he walked, which is what he decided to do once he realized that he was lonely. Kit packed, slung over one shoulder, he set out. 32 paces took him into Fiddler's old squad's camp, where he found a place to set up his tent, left his satchel in that spot, and then walked over to sit down with the other soldiers. The pretty little woman seated on his right handed him a tin cup filled with steaming something, When he smiled his thanks, she didn't smile back, which was when he recalled that her name was Smiles. This, he decided, was better than being lonely. "Got competition, Korab?"
"Don't see that,"
the Seven Cities warrior replied. "Short-Nose wants to be our new fist," Cuttle explained.
"Making what? 4 fists in this squad? Me, Corporal Tar, Korik, and now Short-Nose."
"I was a corporal, not a fist," said Tar. "Besides, I don't punch, I just take 'em." Cuttle snorted. "Hardly. You went forward, no different from any fist I ever seen." "I went forward to stand still, Sapper." "Well, that's a good point," Cuttle conceded. "I stand corrected, then."
"I just realized something," said Smiles. "We got no sergeant anymore, unless it's you, Tar. And if that's the case, then we need a new corporal, and since I'm the only one left with any brains, it's got to be me."
Tar scratched at his greying beard. "Was thinking Korab, actually."
"He needs his own private weapons wagon." "I kept my leathery sword," Korab retorted. "I didn't lose anything this time." "Let's vote on it."
"Let's not, Smiles," said Tar. "Korab Bilan Thenualis, you're now the 4th Squad's corporal. Congratulations."
"He's barely stopped being a recruit."
Smiles scowled at everyone. "Cream will rise," said Cuttle. Korik bared his teeth at Smiles. "Live with it, soldier."
"I'm corporal now," said Korab. "Did you hear that, Short-Nose? I'm corporal now."
The heavy looked up from his cup.
"Hear what?"
Losing Bottle had hurt them. Cuttle could see that in their faces. The squad's first loss, at least as far as he could recall. First from the originals, anyway. But the loss of only one soldier was pretty damned good. Most squads had fared a lot worse. Some squads had ceased to exist. Some? More like most of them. He settled back against a spare tent's bulky folds, watched the others covertly. Listened to their complaints. Korik was a shaken man. Whatever spine of freedom there'd once been inside him, holding him up straight, had broken. Now he wore chains inside, and they messed with his brain, and maybe that was now permanent. He drank from a well of fear, and he kept on going back to it. That scrap back there had been horrible, but Korik had been stumbling even before then. Cuttle wondered what was left of the warrior he'd once known. Tribals had a way of kneeling to the worst vicissitudes of civilization, and no matter how clever the cleverest ones might be, they often proved blind to what was killing them. Maybe no different from regular people, but, to Cuttle's mind, somehow more tragic. Even Smiles was slowly prizing herself loose from Korik. She hadn't changed, Cuttle decided, not one whit. As psychotic and murderous as ever was Smiles. Her knife work had been vicious down there beneath the swing of the lizard's weapons. She'd toppled giants that day. For all that, she'd make a terrible corporal. Tar had been Tar, the same as he always was, and always would be. He'd be a solid sergeant, perhaps a tad unimaginative, but this squad was past the need for anything that might shake it up. And we'll follow him sharp enough. The man's a bristling wall, and when that helm of his settles low over his brow, not a herd of charging Bedouin could budge him. Aye, Tar, you'll do just fine. Korab. Corporal Korab. Perfect. And now Short-Nose, sitting like a tree stump, flattened blisters weeping down his hand, drinking that rot-gut Smiles had brewed up, a half-smile on his battered face. You ain't fooling me, Short-Nose. Been in the army way too long. You love the thick skull stuff, you heavies all do, but I see the flick of those tiny eyes under those lids. Hear what? Nice one, but I saw the spark you tried to hide. Happy to be here, are you? Good. Happy to have you. As for me, what have I learned? Nothing new. We got through it, but we got plenty more to get through. Ask me then. Ask me then. He glanced over to see Fiddler arriving. Only the neck of his fiddle left, hanging down his back, kinked strings sprung like errant hairs. Most of the red gone from his beard. His short sword's scabbard was empty. He'd left the weapon jutting from a lizard's eye socket. The look in his blue eyes was cool, almost cold. Sergeant Tar, half a bell, and then lead them to the place. Aye, Captain. We got riders coming up from the south. Perish, a few Kundril, and someone else. A whole lot of someone else. Cuttle frowned. Who? Fiddler shrugged. Parley. We'll find out soon enough. Told you you'd live. Henar Weigalf smiled up at her from where he lay on the cot, but it was an uncertain smile. I did what you asked, Lostara. I watched. Her gaze faltered. Who are you? He asked. Don't ask me that. I see that question in every face. They all look at me. They say nothing. She hesitated, staring down at her hands. It was the shadow dance. It was every shadow dance. She met his eyes suddenly. It wasn't me. I just slipped back inside, and just like you, I watched. If not you, then who? The rope. Cotillion, the patron god of assassins. She grimaced. He took over. He's done things like that before, I think. Henar's eyes widened. A god? A furious god. I have never felt such rage. It burned right through me. It scoured me clean. She unhooked her belt, tugged loose her scabbarded knife. She set it down on the blankets covering his wounded chest. For you, my love, but be careful. It's very, very sharp. The haunt is gone from your face, Lostara, said Henar. You were beautiful before, but now— An unintended gift, to be sure, she said with some diffidence. Gods are not known for mercy or compassion. But no mortal could stand in that blaze and not come through either burned to ashes or reborn. Reborn, yes. A good description indeed. My boldness, he added with a rueful grimace, retreats before you now. Don't let it, she snapped. I don't take mice to my bed, Henar Weigalf. I shall try, then, to find the man I was. I will help, but not yet. The healers are far from finished with you. She rose. I must leave you now. The adjunct. I think Bryce has forgotten me, or assumed me dead. Don't think I'll be reminding him, she said. You ride at my side from now on. Bryce. Hardly. A word in private with Eranict will do the trick, I think. The king's brother is collared. Next time you two meet, you can compare shackles. Thought you disliked mice, Lostara Yil. Oh, I expect you to struggle and strain at your chains, Henar. It's the ones we can't tame that we keep under lock and key. I see. She turned to leave the hospital tent, saw the rows of faces turn to her, even among the cutters. Hood's breath, she muttered. Pleasantly drunk, Banascar made his way towards the command tent. He saw Fist Blistig standing outside the entrance like a condemned man at the torturer's door. Oh, you poor man. The wrong dead hero back there. You had your chance, I suppose. You could have been as brainless as Keneb. You could have stayed in his shadow right to the end, in fact, since you'd clearly been finding it such safe shelter for the past few months.
But the sun finds no obstruction in painting you bright now. And how does it feel?
The man looked ill.
But you don't drink, do you? That's not last night's poison in your face, more's the pity.
Sick with fear, then, and Banascar dredged up some real sympathy for the man. A stir or two, clouding the waters, dulling the sharp edges of righteous satisfaction.
"Such a fine morning, Fist," he said upon arriving. "You'll be in trouble soon, High Priest."
"How so?"
"When the wine runs out."
Banascar smiled.
"The temple's cellars remain well stocked, I assure you."
Blistig's eyes lit with something avid.
"You can just go there any time you want?"
"In a manner of speaking."
"So why do you remain? Why don't you flee this madness?"
"Because Holy Mother wants me here. I am her last priest. She has something in mind for me. Yes, she does."
"I am dreadfully sorry to tell you this, Fist, but that door is a private one, an exclusive one."
Blistig's face darkened. There were 2 guards outside the command tent, only a few paces away, well within earshot.
"I was suggesting you leave us, High Priest. You're a useless drunk, a bad influence on this army. Why the adjunct insists on your infernal presence at these gatherings baffles me."
"I am sure it does, Fist.
But I can't imagine being such a dark temptation to your soldiers. I don't share my private stock, after all. Indeed, I suspect seeing me turns a soul away from the miseries of alcohol." "You mean you disgust them?"
"Precisely so, Fist. But we really shouldn't be having this conversation, should we? Because we could swap positions, and apart from the drink, not a word need be changed. The real difference is I lose nothing by their disgust, whereas you...
Do we await the Lethery
contingent, Fist?"
"Simple courtesy, High Priest."
"You liked that idea, did you? Enough to latch onto it? Fine. Then I will keep you company for a time, at least until their approach."
"Don't leave it too long," Blistig said. "You'd give a bad impression."
"No doubt, and I shall not overstay the moment."
"In fact," resumed Blistig, "I see the other Fists on their way. If you want your choice of seat in the tent, High Priest, best go in now."
"Well now, I can happily latch on to that. Tactical, Fist. I shall heed your advice." Bowing, he turned and strode between the 2 guards. Catching the eye of one, he winked, and received nothing in return. Lostara Yill turned at the shout to see 4 Marines approaching her. A Dal Honese sergeant, what was his name? Balm. 3 soldiers trailed him, presumably what was left of his squad. "You want something, Sergeant? Be quick, I'm on my way to the command tent."
"So are we," Balm said. "Got a healer here who maybe could do something for her."
"Sergeant, it doesn't work that way."
"It might,"
said the tall soldier with a scarred neck, his voice thin, the sound of stone wetting iron. "Explain."
Another soldier said, "We're thinking he's using an Elder Warren, Captain."
"A what? How in Hood's name can that be?" The healer seemed to choke on something, and then he stepped forward.
"It's worth my trying, sir. I think Widdershins is right this time, for a change."
Lostara considered for a moment before nodding. "Follow me." Marines weren't in the habit of wasting people's time, and asking to step into the presence of the adjunct was, for most of them, far from a feverish ambition. So they think they've worked something out. It'd be worth seeing if they're right. Her headaches are getting worse. You can see it. The command tent came into view, and she saw the Fists gathered at the entrance. They noted her approach, and whatever desultory conversation had been going on a moment earlier fell away. "Fine, then. Even you. Go ahead." "Fists," she said, "if you would be so good as to clear a path. These Marines have an appointment with the Adjunct."
"First I've heard of it," said Kindly.
"Well, as I recall," said Lostara, "the remaining heavies and Marines are now under the command of Captain Fiddler, and he answers only to the Adjunct."
"I mean to address that with the Adjunct," said Kindly.
"There's no point. That will have to wait until after the parley, Fist." Gesturing, she led the Marines between the company commanders. "And will you all stop staring?" Their attention tightened the muscles of her neck as she walked past, and it was a relief to duck into the tent's shadowed entranceway. Most of the interior canvas walls had been removed, making the space seem vast. Only at the far end was some privacy maintained for the Adjunct sleeping area, with a series of weighted curtains stretching from one side to the other. The only occupant Lostara could see was Banascar, sitting on a long bench with his back to the outer wall, arms crossed and seemingly dozing. There was a long table and 2 more benches, and nothing else, not even a lantern. No lantern. The light stabs her like a knife. As the squad drew up behind Lostara, one of the curtains was drawn back. Adjunct Tavore stepped into view. Even from a distance of close to 10 paces, Lostara could see the sheen of sweat on that pallid brow. Gods, if the army saw this, they'd melt like snow in the fire, vanish on the wind. "What are these Marines doing here, Captain?" The words were weak, the tone wandering. "We await formal guests." "This squad's healer thinks he can do something for you, Adjunct." "Then he is a fool." The soldier in question stepped forward.
"Adjunct, I am Corporal Deadsmell, 9th Squad. My warren was Hood's."
Her bleached eyes fluttered. "If I understand the situation, Corporal, then you have my sympathy." He seemed taken aback.
"Well, thank you, Adjunct. The thing is—"
He held up his hands, and Lostara gasped as a flood of icy air billowed out around the healer. Frost limned the peaked ceiling. Deadsmell's breaths flowed in white streams. The mage, Widdershins, said, "Omtos Felak, Adjunct. Elder?" Tavore was perfectly still, as if frozen in place. Her eyes narrowed on the healer. "You have found a Jaggot for a patron, Deadsmell?" To that question the man seemed at a loss for an answer. "The god of death is no more," Widdershins said, his teeth chattering as the temperature in the chamber plummeted. "But it may be that Hood himself ain't quite as dead as we all thought he was." "We thought that, did we?" Tavore's lips thinned as she regarded Deadsmell. "Healer, approach." One hand twisting tight to keep the man upright, Balm guided Deadsmell back outside. Throatslitter and Widdershins closed in from either side, the looks on their faces fierce, as if they were moments from drawing weapons should anyone come close. The fists backed away as one, and the sergeant scowled at them all. "Make room, if you please, sirs. Oh, and she'll see you now." Without waiting a reply, Balm tugged Deadsmell forward, the healer staggering, his clothes sodden as frost and ice melted in the morning heat. 20 paces away, behind a sagging supply tent, the sergeant finally halted. "Sit down, Deadsmell. Gods below, tell me this'll pass." The healer slumped to the ground. His head sank, and the others waited for the man to be sick. Instead, they heard something like a sob. Balm stared at Throatslitter, and then at Widdershins, but by their expressions they were as baffled as he was. He crouched down, one hand resting lightly on Deadsmell's back. He could feel the shudders pushing through. The healer wept for some time. No one spoke. When the sobs began to subside, Balm leaned closer. "Corporal, what in Tog's name is going on with you?" I can't explain, Sergeant." "The healing worked," said Balm. "We all saw it." He nodded, still not lifting his head. "So what?" "She let down her defenses just for a moment. Let me in, Sergeant. She had to, so I could heal the damage. And gods, was there damage. Stepping into view, that must have taken everything she had. Standing, talking." He shook his head. "I saw inside. I saw—" He broke down all over again, shaking with vast, overwhelming sobs. Balm remained crouched at his side. Widdershins and throat-slitter stood forming a kind of barrier facing outward. There was nothing to do but wait. In the moments before the fists trooped inside, Lostara stood facing Tavore. She struggled to keep her voice steady, calm. "Welcome back, Adjunct." Tavore slowly drew a deep breath. "Your thoughts, High Priest?" To one side, Banaskar lifted his head. "I'm too cold to think, Adjunct." "Omptos Felak. Have you felt the footfalls of the Jaghut, Banaskar?" The ex-priest shrugged. "So Hood had a back door. Should we really be surprised? That devious shit of a god was never one for playing straight." "Disingenuous, High Priest." His face twisted. "Think hard on where your gifts come from, Adjunct." "At last," she retorted, "some sound advice from you, High Priest. Almost sober." If he planned on a reply, he bit it off when kindly Sort and Blistig entered the chamber. There was a stretch of silence, and then Faradan Sort snorted and said, "And here I always believed the chilly reception was just a—" "I'm informed," cut in the adjunct, "that our guests are on their way. Before they arrive, I wish each of you to report on the disposition of your soldiers. Succinctly, please." The fists stared. Lostara glanced over at Banaskar and saw something flickering in his eyes as he studied the adjunct. Their approach took them down the north avenue of the Malazan encampment, winding down the crooked track between abattoir tents, where the stench of butchered animals was rank in the fly-swarmed air. Atrisida Aranict rode in silence beside Commander Bryce, hunched against the bleating of myrid and lowing of Rodara, the squeal of terrified pigs and the moaning of cattle. Creatures facing slaughter well understood their fate, and the sound of their voices crowding the air was a torment. "Ill chosen," muttered Bryce, "this route. My apologies, Atrisida." Two soldiers crossed their path, wearing heavy blood-drenched aprons. Their faces were flat, expressionless. Their hands dripped gore. "Armies bathe in blood," said Aranict. "That is the truth of it, isn't it, Commander?" "I fear we all bathe in it," he replied. "Cities permit us to hide from that bleak truth, I think." "What would it be like, I wonder, if we all ate only vegetables?" "We'd break all the land, and the wild animals would have nowhere to live," Bryce replied. "So we should see these domesticated beasts as sacrifices in the name of wildness." "You could," he said, "if it helps." "I'm not sure it does." "Nor am I." "I think I am too soft for all this," she concluded. "I have a sentimental streak. Maybe you can hide from the slaughter itself, but if you possess any imagination at all, well, there's no real hiding, is there?" They drew closer to a broad intersection, and opposite them a sizable troop of riders was converging on the same place, coming up from the south track. "Well now," said Bryce, "are those Bolcando royal standards?" Seems the Queen has taken her escort duties well beyond her kingdom's borders. Yes, most curious. Shall we await them? Why not? They reined in at the intersection. The Queen's entourage was oversized, yet as it drew closer, Bryce frowned. Those are Everteen regulars, I think, he said, not an officer among them. In addition to these hardened soldiers, 3 Barghast warriors rode close to Abrastal, while off to the right rode 2 Kundril women, one of them 7 or 8 months pregnant. On the left was a pair of armoured foreigners. The Perish? Aranict drew a sharp breath. That must be mortal sword Krughava. She alone could command a palace tapestry. Bryce grunted. I know what you mean. I have seen a few hard women in my time, but that one, formidable indeed. I doubt I could even lift that sword at her belt. With a gesture, Queen Abrastal halted the entire troop. She said something to one of her soldiers, and suddenly the veterans were all dismounting, lifting satchels from their saddle horns and setting out into the Malazan camp. Aranict watched the soldiers fanning out, apparently seeking squad camps. What are they doing? Bryce shook his head. I'm not sure. They've brought bottles. Bryce Bedict grunted and then tapped his horse's flanks. Aranict followed suit. Commander Bryce Bedict, said Queen Abrastal, settling back in her saddle. We finally meet. Tell me, does your brother know where you are? Highness, does your husband? Her teeth flashed. I doubt it, but isn't this better than our meeting in anger? Agreed, Highness. Now, barring this gilk oaf at my side, and of course you, it seems this will be a gathering of women. Do you quake in your boots, Prince? If I am man enough to not admit it, Highness. Will you be so kind as to perform introductions? Abrastal removed her heavy gauntlets and gestured to her right. From the Kundril, Hanavat, wife to war leader Gaul, and with her Shelamasa, bodyguard and one of the charge. Bryce tilted his head to both women. Hanavat, we were witness to the charge. His gaze momentarily flicked to Shelamasa, then back to Hanavat. Please, if you will, inform your husband that I was shamed by his courage and that of the burned tears. Seeing the Kundril stung me to action. I would he understand that all that the Lethery were subsequently able to achieve in relieving the Bonehunters is set in humble gratitude at the war leader's feet. Hanavat's broad, fleshy face remained expressionless. Most generous words, Prince. My husband shall be told. The awkwardness of that reply hung in the dusty air for a moment, and then Queen Abrastal gestured to the Perish. Mortal sword Krughava and shield anvil Tanakalian of the Grey Helms. Once again Bryce tilted his head. Mortal sword? Shield anvil? You stood in our place 6 days ago, said Krughava, her tone almost harsh. This is now an open wound upon the souls of my brothers and sisters. We grieve at the sacrifice you suffered in our stead. This is not your war, after all. Yet you stood firm. You fought with valor. Should the opportunity ever arise, sir, we shall in turn stand in your place. This the Perish Grey Helms avow. Bryce Bedict seemed at a loss. Aranict cleared her throat and said, You have humbled the prince, mortal sword. Shall we now present ourselves to the adjunct? Queen Abrastal collected up her reins and swung her mount onto the track leading to the camp center. Will you ride at my side, Prince? Thank you, Bryce managed. Aranict dropped her mount just behind the two and found herself riding alongside the Gilk oaf. He glanced across at her, and his broad, scarified face was solemn. That mortal sword, he muttered low.
She comes across with all the soft sweetness of a mouthful of quartz. Well done to your commander for recovering.
Thank you.
Don't turn round, but if you did, you would see tears on the face of Hanavat. I think I like your commander. I am Spax, war chief of the Gilk Bargast.
Atrisida Aranict.
That means High Mage Aranict, yes?
I suppose it does. War Chief, those Evertine soldiers who have gone out among the Malazans, what are they doing?
Spax reached up and made a clawing gesture beneath his eyes.
What are they doing, Atrisida? Spirits below! They are being human.
Book 2. All the Takers of My Days. Well enough she faces away, walking past these dripping thrones. No one knows where the next foot falls. When we stumble in the shadows, our standards bow to wizened winds. I saw that look beneath the rim of blistered iron, and it howled to the men kneeling in the square, and the dogs sleep on in the cool foot of the wall. No fools there. She was ever looking elsewhere, like a disenchanted damsel. A shift of her shoulder sprawls corpses into her wake. No matter. There was a child dream once, you remember well. Was she the mother, or did that tit seep seduction? All these thrones I built with my own hands, labours of love thin over ragged nails. I wanted benediction, or the slip away of clothes, whichever bends my way, behind her back. Oh, we were guards then, stern sentinels, and these grilled masks smelling of blood, now sweat something old. We never knew what we were guarding. We never do and never will. But I swear to you all, I will die at its feet before I take a step inside. Call me duty and be done with it, or roll from your tongue that sweet curl that is valor, while the dogs twitch in dream like children left lying underfoot. Adjunct. Hair Ravage. Chapter 5. She was dying, but we carried her down to the shore. There was light stretched like skin over her pain, but it was thin and fast fraying. None of us dared note in any whisper of irony how she who was named Awakening Dawn was now fading in this morning's wretched rise. Her weak gestures had brought her down here, where the silver waves fell like rain, and the froth at the curling foot was flecked crimson. Bodies bloated and pale fanned limbs in the shallows, and we wondered at the fitness of her last command. Is it suit to face your slayer? Soon enough I will answer that for myself. We can hear the legions mustering again behind the flowing wall, and the others are drawing back to ready their rough line. So few left. Perhaps this is what she came to see before the killing light dried her eyes. Shake Fragment, Carcanus, author unknown. The black lacquered amphora emerged from the side door and skidded, rather than rolled, diagonally across the corridor. It struck the base of the marble banister at the top of the stairs, and the crack echoed sharp as a split skull before the huge vessel tilted and pitched down the steps. Shattering, it flung its shards in a glistening spray down the stone flight all the way to the main floor. Sparkling dust spun and twisted for a time before settling like flecks of frost. Withal walked over to the edge of the steps and looked down.
"That," he said under his breath, "was rather spectacular."
He turned at a sound behind him. Captain Brevity was leaning out from the doorway, glancing round until she spotted Withal. "You'd better come in," she said.
"I was doing just that," he replied. 5 strides closer, and she'd be a widow.
Brevity made a face he couldn't quite read, and then edged to one side to let him pass. The throne room was still a chamber of ghosts. Black stone and black wood, the crimson and onyx mosaic of the floor dulled with dust and dried leaves that had wandered in from some high window. It seemed to hold nothing of the now brimming power of the Torondarai, the holy sepulchre of Mother Dark. Yet for all that, Withal felt diminished as he stepped through the side entrance and edged out towards the center of the room. The throne was on his right, raised on a knee-high dais that was, he realized, the vast stump of a blackwood tree. Roots snaked down to sink into the surrounding floor. The throne itself had been carved from the bole, a simple, almost ascetic chair. Perhaps it had once been plush, padded and bowled in rich fabrics, but not even the tacks remained. His wife stood just to the other side of the throne, her arms crossed, now dragging her glare from Jan Tovis, who stood facing the throne, as would a supplicant, to Withal.
"Finally," she snapped. "My escort. Take me out of here, husband."
Jan Tovis, queen of the Sheikh, cleared her throat.
"Leaving solves nothing." "Wrong. It solves everything."
The woman facing her sighed.
"This is the throne of the Tist Andi, and Karkanas is the capital of the Hold of Darkness. You are home, Highness." "Stop calling me that." "But I must, for you are of royal blood." "We were all of royal blood in this infernal city."
Sandalas Drukolat pointed a finger at Jan Tovis.
"As were the Sheikh." "But our realm was and is the shore, Highness, whereas Karkanas is yours. But if it must be that there be only one queen, then I freely abdicate." "You will not. They are your people. You led them here, Jan Tovis. You are their queen. Upon this throne, Highness, only one of royal Tist Andi blood can make a true claim. And as we both well know, there is only one Tist Andi in this entire realm, and that is you." "Fine. And over whom do I rule? Heaps of dust, mouldy bones, bloodstains on the floor? And where is my high priestess, in whose eyes Mother Dark shines? Where is my blind Galan, my brilliant tortured court fool? Where are my rivals, my hostages, my servants and soldiers, handmaidens and— Oh, never mind. This is pointless. I don't want that throne." "Nonetheless," said Jan Tovis. "Very well, I accept it. And my first act is to abdicate and yield the throne and all of wise Karkanas to you, Queen Jan Tovis. Captain Brevity, find us a royal seal. There must be one lying around here somewhere, and parchment and ink and wax."
The queen of the Sheikh was smiling, but it was a sad smile.
"Wise Karkanas, I had forgotten that honorific. Queen Sandalas Drukolat, I respectfully decline your offer. My duties are upon the shore."
She nodded to Brevity.
"Until such time that other Tist Andi return to Karkanas, I humbly submit Captain Brevity here to act as your Chancellor, Palace Guard Commander, and whatever other duties of organization as are required to return this palace to its former glory."
Sandalath snorted.
"Oh, clever. And I suppose a few hundred of your Sheikh are waiting outside with mops and buckets." "Lethery, actually. Islanders and other refugees. They have known great privation, Highness, and will view the privilege of palace employment with humility and gratitude." "And if I turn them all away? Oh yes, I see the traps you've set around me, Jan Tovis. You intend to guilt me onto that accursed throne. But what if I am a harder woman than you?
The burden of rule hardens us both, Highness.
Sandalath cast withal a beseeching look.
Talk her out of this, husband. I would if I thought I had any chance of swaying her, beloved.
He strode to the base of the dais, eyeing the throne.
Needs a cushion or two, I should think, before you could hope to sit there for any length of time. And you, as my consort? Gods, don't you think I could do better? Undoubtedly, he replied. For the moment, however, you are stuck with me. And, he added with a wave at the throne, with this. So sit down and make it official, Sand. So Jan Tovis can kneel or curtsy or whatever it is she has to do, and Brevity can get on with scrubbing the floors and beating the tapestries.
The Tist-Andi woman cast about, as if seeking another amphora, but the nearest one stood perched on a stone cup near the side door, now an orphan, withal saw, noting the unoccupied stone base on the entrance's other side. He waited to see if she'd make the fierce march to repeat her gesture of frustration and anger, but all at once his wife seemed to subside.
Thank Mael. That would have made her look ridiculous. Decorum, beloved, as befits the Queen of Darkness. Aye, some things you can't run from.
There will be 2 queens in this realm, Sandalath said, coming round to slump down in the throne. Don't even think of curtsying, Tovis. She eyed the Sheikh woman with something close to a glower. Other Tist-Andi, you said. Surely they have sensed Mother Dark's return, Jan Tovis replied. Surely they too understand that the diaspora is at last at an end. Just how many Tist-Andi do you imagine are left? I don't know. But I do know this. Those who live shall return here, just as the Sheikh have done, just as you have done. Good. First one gets here can have this throne and all that goes with it. Husband, start building us a cottage in the woods. Make it remote. No, make it impossible to reach, and tell none but me where it is.
A cottage?
Yes, with a drawbridge and a moat and pitfalls and sprawl traps.
I'll start drawing up plans.
Jan Tovis said, Queen Sandalas, I beg your leave. Yes, sooner the better. The ex-Lethery officer tilted her head, wheeled and strode from the chamber. Captain Brevity stepped forward to face the throne and settled on one knee. Highness, shall I summon the palace staff? In here? Abyss take me, no. Start with all the other rooms. Go on. You are, dismissed. Husband, don't even think of leaving.
The thought had not even occurred to me.
And he managed to hold his neutral expression against her withering skepticism. As soon as they were alone, Sandalas sprang from the throne as if she'd just found one of those ancient tacks.
That bitch! Withal flinched. Jan! No, not her. She's right, the cow. I'm stuck with this for the moment. Besides, why should she be the only one to suffer the burden of rule, as she so quaintly put it?
Well, put it that way, and I can see how she might be in need of a friend.
An equal of sorts, yes. The problem is, I don't fit. I'm not her equal. I didn't lead 10,000 people to this realm. I barely got you here. He shrugged.
But here we are.
And she knew. Who? That bitch Tavore. Somehow she knew this would happen.
There is no proof of that, Sand, Withal replied. It was Fiddler's reading, not hers.
She made a dismissive gesture. Technicalities, Withal. She trapped me is what she did. I should never have been there. No, she knew there was a card waiting for me. There's no other explanation.
But that's no explanation at all, Sand.
The look she threw him was miserable.
You think I don't know that?
Withal hesitated.
Listen, he said. Your kin are coming. Are you really certain you want me standing there at your side when they do?
Her eyes narrowed.
What you're really saying is, do I want to be standing at her side when they arrive? A mere human, a short-lived plaything to the Queen of Darkness. That's how you think they'll see you, isn't it? Well, you're wrong. It will be the opposite, and that might be just as bad. They'll see you for what you are, a threat. A what?
She regarded him archly.
Your kind are the inheritors of everything. And here you are, along with all those leathery and blood-thin shake squatting in Carcanas. Is there anywhere you damned bastards don't end up sooner or later? That's what they'll be thinking. Mail knows they've got a point, he said, looking away,
down the length of the throne room, imagining a score or more regal Tist-Andis standing there, eyes hard, faces like stone.
I'd better leave. No, you won't. Mother Dark.
Abruptly she shut her mouth. He turned his head, studied her.
Your goddess is whispering in your ear, Sand? About me? You'll be needed, she said, once more eyeing the lone amphora. All of you. The Leathery refugees, the Sheikh. And it's not fair. It's not fair.
He took her arm as she moved to assault the crockery, pulled her round until she was in his arms. Startled, terrified, he held her as she wept.
Mail, what awaits us here?
But there was no answer, and his god had never felt so far away. Yedan Derig dragged the tip of the husked sword, making a line in the crumbled bones of the shore. The cascading wall of light flowed in reflection along the length of the ancient blade, like tears of milk. "We are children here," he muttered. Captain Pithy hawked phlegm, stepped forward and spat into the wall, and then turned to face him. "Something tells me we'd better grow up fast, Watch." Yedan clenched his teeth, chewed on a half-dozen possible responses to her grim observation, before saying, "Yes." "The faces in the wash," said Pithy, nodding at the eternally descending rain of light rearing before them. "There's more of 'em, and seems they're getting closer, as if clawing their way through. I'm expecting to see an arm thrust out any time now." She hitched her thumbs in her weapon belt. "Thing is, sir, what happens then?" He stared into the light fall, tried remembering memories that weren't his own. The grinding of molars sounded like distant thunder in his head. "We fight." "And that's why you've recruited everyone with arms and legs into this army of yours?" "Not everyone. The Leathery Islanders can smell trouble better than anyone. Convicted criminals, almost the whole lot. It's a case of the nerves all around, sir, and soon as they figure things out, they'll start stepping up." He eyed the woman. "What makes you so sure, Captain?" "Soon as they figure things out," I said. "What things?" "That there's nowhere to run to, for one," she replied, "and that there won't be any bystanders. No, what's the word? Non-combatants. We got us a fight for our very lives ahead. You deny it?" He shook his head, studied the play of light on the blade again. "We will stand on the bones of our ancestors." He glanced at Pithy. "We have a queen to protect." "Don't you think your sister will be right here in the front line?" "My sister? No, not her. The Queen of Carcanas." "It's her we're gonna die protecting? I don't get it, sir. Why her?" He grimaced, lifted the sword, and slowly sheathed it. "We are of the shore. The bones at our feet are us, our history, our meaning. Here we will stand. It is our purpose. Memories not his own, yet still they stirred. Our purpose.
Yours, maybe. The rest of us just want to live another day. Get on with things. Making babies, tilling the ground, getting rich, whatever.
He shrugged, eyes now on the wall. Privileges, Captain, we cannot at the moment afford to entertain.
I ain't happy about the thought of dying for some Tistandy queen,
Pithy said,
and I doubt I'm alone in that. So maybe I take back what I said earlier. There could be trouble ahead.
No, there won't.
Plan on cutting off a few heads?
If necessary. She muttered a curse.
I hope not. Like I said before, so long as they all realize there's nowhere to go. Should be enough, shouldn't it?
When no answer was forthcoming, she cleared her throat and said,
Well, it comes down to saying the right things at the right time. Now, Watch Derrig, you might be an errant-shitting warrior and a decent soldier too, but you're lacking the subtleties of command.
There are no subtleties in command, Captain. Neither my sister nor me is one for rousing speeches. We make our expectations plain and we expect them to be met. Without complaint, without hesitation. It's not enough to fight to stay alive. We must fight determined to win.
People ain't stupid. Well, forget I said that. Plenty of them are. But something tells me there's a difference between fighting to stay alive and fighting for a cause bigger than your own life, or even the lives of your loved ones or your comrades. A difference, but for the life of me I couldn't say what it is.
You were always a soldier, Captain? Pithy snorted.
Not me. I was a thief who thought she was smarter than she really was.
Yedan considered that for a time. Before him, blurred faces pushed through the light, mouths opening, expressions twisting into masks of rage. Hands stretched to find his throat, clutched empty. He could reach out and touch the wall if he so chose. Instead, he observed the enemy before him. What cause, Captain, would you fight for? In the manner you describe, beyond one's own life or those of loved ones?
Now that's the question, isn't it? For us Lethery, this ain't our home. Maybe we could come to want it to be in time, a few generations soaking our blood into the land, but there won't be any time. Not enough for that.
If that is your answer.
No, it ain't. I'm working on it, sir. It's called thinking things through. A cause, then. Can't be some Tistandy queen or her damned throne, or even her damned city. Can't be Jan Tovis, even though she brought 'em all through and so saved their lives. Memories die like beached fish, and soon enough just the smell will do to drive 'em away. Can't be you, neither.
Captain, said Yedan Derrig, if the enemy destroy us, they will march down the road of Galan. Unobstructed, they will breach the gate to your own world, and they will lay waste to every human civilization until nothing remains but ash. And then they will slay the gods themselves, your gods.
If they're that nasty, how can we hope to hold 'em here?
Yedan nodded at the lightfall. Because, Captain, there is only one way through. This stretch of beach, 1,000 paces wide. Only here is the wall scarred and thin from past wounds. Only here can they hope to break the barrier. We bar this door, Captain, and we save your world.
And just how long are we supposed to hold them back?
He ruminated for a moment, and then he said, As long as needed, Captain. She rubbed at the back of her neck, squinted at Yedan for a time, and then looked away.
How can you do that, sir?
Do what?
Stand there, so close, just watching them. Can't you see their faces? Can't you feel their hatred? What they want to do to you?
Of course.
Yet there you stand.
They serve to remind me, Captain.
Of what?
Of why I exist. She hissed between her teeth.
You just sent a chill right through me.
I asked about a worthy cause.
Yeah, saving the world. That might work.
He shot her a look. Might?
True, you'd think saving your world is a good enough reason for doing anything and everything, wouldn't you?
Isn't it?
People being what people are. We'll see.
You lack faith, Captain.
What I lack is proof to the contrary, sir. I ain't seen it yet in all my years. What do you think makes criminals in the first place?
Stupidity and greed.
Besides those, I'll tell you. It's looking around real carefully. It's seeing what's really there and who wins every time, and it's deciding that despair tastes like shit. It's deciding to do whatever it takes to sneak through, to win what you can for yourself. It's also condemning your fellow humans to whatever misery finds them, even if that misery is by your own hand. To hurt another human being is to announce your hatred of humanity. But mostly your thinking is about hating back what already hates you. A thief steals telling herself she's evening out crooked scales. That's how we sleep at night, you see.
A fine speech, Captain.
Tried making it short as I could, sir.
So indeed you are without faith.
I have faith that what's worst in humanity isn't hard to find. It's all around us, sour as a leaking bladder, day after day. It's the stink we all get used to. As for what's best, maybe, but I wouldn't push all my stacks of coin into the center of the table on that bet.
She paused and then said,
Thinking on it, there's one thing you could do to buy their souls.
And that is?
Empty out the palace treasury and bury it 10 paces up the beach. And make a show of it. Maybe even announce that it's, the sword's gold, to be divided up at day's end.
And would they fight to save the soldier beside them? I doubt it.
Good point. Then announce a fixed amount, and whatever is unclaimed on account of the soldier being dead goes back into the treasury.
Well, Captain, you could petition the Queen of Darkness.
Oh, I can do better. Sister Brevity's the treasurer now.
You are a cynical woman, Captain Pithy.
In case saving the world don't work, that's all. Make getting rich the reward, and they'll eat their own children before backing a single step.
And which of the two causes would you more readily give your life for, Captain?
Neither, sir.
His brows lifted. She spat again.
I was a thief once. Plenty of hatred then, both ways. But then I walked a step behind your sister and watched her bleed for us all. And then there was you too, for that matter. That rearguard action that saved all our skins. So now, she scowled at the lightfall. Well, I'll stand here and I'll fight until the fight's left them or it's left me.
Yedan studied her in earnest now. And why would you do that, pithy islander?
Because it's the right thing to do, Yedan Derrig.
Rightness. The word was lodged in Jan Tovis's throat like shards of glass. She could taste blood in her mouth, and all that had seeped down into her stomach seemed to have solidified into something fist-sized, heavy as stone. The shore invited her, reached out and clawed at her with its need, a need it yearned to share with her. You stand with me, Queen, as you once did, as you shall do again. You are the sheikh, and the sheikh are of the shore, and I have tasted your blood all my life. Queen, I thirst again. Against this enemy there shall be rightness upon the shore, and you will stand, and you will yield not a step. But there was betrayal long ago. How could the Leosan forget? How could they set it aside? Judgment, the coarse, thorn-studded brambles of retribution, they could snag an entire people, and as the blood streamed down, each body was lifted higher, lifted from the ground. The vicious snare carried them into the righteous sky. Reason could not reach that high, and in the heavens madness spun untamed. Rightness rages on both sides of the wall. Who can hope to halt what is coming? Not the Queen of Darkness, not the Queen of the Shake, not Yedan Derig. Oh no, my brother strains for that moment. He draws his wretched sword again and again. He smiles at the lightfall's lurid play on the blade. He stands before the silent shrieking insanity of hatred made manifest, and he does not flinch. But, and this was the impossible contradiction, her brother had not once in his life felt a single spasm of hatred. His soul was implacably incapable of such an emotion. He could stand in the fire and not burn. He could stand before those deformed faces, those grasping hands, and nothing. Oh, Yedan, what waits within you? Have you surrendered completely to the need of the shore? Are you one with it? Do you know a single moment of doubt? Does it? She could understand the seductive lure of that invitation. Absolution through surrender, the utter abjection of the self. She understood it, yes, but she did not trust it. When that which offers blessing predicates such on the absolute obeisance of the supplicant, demands, in fact, the soul's willing enslavement, no, how could such a force stand tall in moral probity? The shore demands our surrender to it, demands our enslavement in the glory of its love, the sweet purity of its eternal blessing. There is something wrong with that, something monstrous. You offer us the freedom of choice, yet avow that to turn away is to lose all hope of glory, of salvation. What sort of freedom is that? She had held that her faith in the shore set her above other worshippers, those quivering mortals kneeling before fickle, carnate gods. The shore was without a face. The shore was not a god, but an idea, the eternal conversation of elemental forces, changeable yet forever unchangeable, the binding of life and death itself, not something to be bargained with, not a thing with personality, mercurial and prone to spite. The shore, she had believed, made no demands. But now here she was, feeling the desiccated wind rising up from the bone strand, watching her brother speaking to Pithy, seeing her brother less than a stride away from Lightfall's terrible fury, drawing his sword again and again, and the first shore howled in her soul. Here, blessed daughter, I am here, and with me you belong. See this wound. You and I shall close it. My bones, your blood. The death underfoot, the life with sword in hand. You shall be my flesh, I shall be your bone. Together we will stand, changeable and unchangeable, free and enslaved. A figure edged up on her right, and then another on her left. She looked to neither. The one on the right crooned something melodic and wordless, and then said, "We'n decided, Queen, Squish to stand with the watch and mine to stand with you." "And the shore and the day," added Squish. "Listen to it sing." Pulley moaned again. "Ye ain't knelled afore the shore, Highness. Ye ain't done it yet. And be sure ye need to, afore the breach comes." "E'en the Queen's got to surrender," said Squish, "to the shore." Crumbled bones into chains, freedom into slavery. Why did we ever agree to this bargain? It was never equal. The blood was ours, not the shore's. Errant fend, even the bones came from us. Empty throne, my certainty is gone. My faith crumbles. Don't my people deserve better? Pulley snorted.
Single drop of shake in 'em, they hear the song. They yearn to come, to stand, to fight, finished Squish.
But they deserve better.
Go down to the shore, Highness. E'en you tain't above the first shore.
Jan Tovis grimaced.
You think to force me, Pulley? Squish?
If your brother
hadn't killed all your allies,
Jan Tovis said, nodding.
Yes, oddly enough, I don't think he fully comprehended the consequences. Did he? 100 and more witches and warlocks. Yes, they could compel me, perhaps. But you two? No.
Is a mistake, Highness.
Didn't stop you feeding on my blood, did it? Made young again, and now you roll like sluts in every man's tent.
E'en Witch Slayer says.
Yes, you all say. Kneel, O Queen. Surrender to the shore, sister. You know, the only person here who comes close to understanding me isn't even human. And what did I do? I destroyed the friendship growing between us by forcing her onto the throne of dark. I fear she will never forgive me.
Jan Tovis gestured suddenly.
Both of you, leave me now.
As witches we got to warn ye.
And so you have, Pulley. Now go, before I call Yedan up here to finish what he started all those months ago.
She listened to their footfalls in the sand and then through the grasses. Below, on the shore, Captain Pithy was departing, moving off to the left, probably making her way to the Lethery encampment. Her brother remained, though now he began walking the length of the strand.
Like a caged cat. But remember, dear brother, the husked sword broke.
She lifted her gaze, studied the hissing storm of light high above the blurred shapes of Leosan warriors. She was not sure, but at times lately she'd thought she'd seen vast shapes wheeling up there.
Clouds, thunderheads.
Rightness was a vicious word.
Is it right to demand this of us? Is it right to invite us in one breath and threaten us in the next? Am I not queen of the Sheikh? Are these not my subjects? Would I simply give them to you? Their blood, their lives? Errant's nudge. How I envy Sandalas Drukolat, the queen with no subjects.
The liquid sky of Lightfall was a thick, opaque swirl. No thunderheads today. Seeing that should have relieved her, but it didn't. Upon the great spire overlooking Collant's Bay, 5 Pures ascended the steep stairs carved into the crater's ravaged flank. To their right, as they climbed towards the altar of judgment, the slope fell away to a sheer cliff, and far below the seas thrashed, the waters raging into foaming spume the colour of mare's milk. Centuries of pounding fury had gnawed into the spire, down to its very roots, apart from a narrow, treacherous isthmus on the inland side. From above, foul winds bled down, pulled towards the waves in endless streams. At times, Shriven had been poisoned in their pilgrimage, here on the weathered pumice steppes, but the Pures could withstand such vicissitudes, and when they passed the shriveled corpses huddled against the stairs, they simply stepped over them. The Pure who was named Reverence led the way. She was eldest among those who remained in close proximity to the great spire. Tall even for a Forkrul Assail, she was exceedingly gaunt, almost skeletal. Thousands of years upon this world had turned her once white skin a sickly grey, worn through to bruised tones around her joints, including those of her double-hinged jaw and the vertical epiphysis that bisected her face from chin to forehead. One eye had been blinded centuries past in a battle with a jaghut, a tusk slash as they struggled to tear out each other's throat, and the ferocity of that bite had dented the bones of the socket, collapsing the brow ridge on that side. She favoured her right leg as the effort of the ascent shot lancing pain through her left hip. A Tlanimas sword thrust had very nearly disemboweled her on another rise of stone steps, on a distant continent and long, long ago. Even as the flint weapon stabbed into her, she had torn the warrior's head from its shoulders.
"The demands of adjudication are not for the weak,"
she would say from time to time, whispered as something akin to a mantra, tempering true once more the iron of her will. Yes, the climb had been a long one, for them all, but soon the summit would heave into view, pure and bristling, and the final death blows would be delivered.
"Judgment upon humanity. Judgment upon this broken, wounded world. We shall cleanse. It is not what we chose for ourselves. This burden in truth does not belong to us. But who will stand to defend this world? Who but the Forkrul Assail can destroy all the humans in this realm? Who but the Forkrul Assail can slay their venal gods? The oldest justice of all is the justice of the possible. Hunter and prey, death or escape, to feed or to starve. Each plays to what is possible, and the victims strive to answer their needs. And that is all there is, all there ever need be. I remember grasses in the wind. I remember skies filling with birds from horizon to horizon. I remember weeping at the silence in the years that followed, when these furtive killers edged out into the world and killed all they could. When they walked ancient shorelines and thrust their greed like bone knives into new lands. We watched, we grieved, we grew into the iron of anger and then rage. And now we are cold and certain. There will be death. Steady breaths behind her, a source of strength, succor for her will to complete this climb, to push away the aches, the labors of a body as battered as the earth itself. She could remember the day peace was declared dead, the day the Forkrul Assail stood tall for the first time, and saw before them the future and the necessity they must answer. Since then, so many unanticipated allies. Above, 7 steps away, the edge of the altar, the platform's white quartzite glistening in the thin light. Drawing upon her strength for this last effort, she pushed herself upward. And then, at last, she stepped onto the windswept expanse. The altar of judgment, white as freshly fallen snow, the carved sunburst of blood channels leading out from the center, cut deep, shadowed into darkness. Reverence strode forward, loosening her thick cloak as the heat bloomed up and out from the crater's mouth surrounding the spire, rank with sulphurs. Behind her, the 4 other pures spread out, finding their own paths to the center stone. Her lone eye fell to that blackened, rotted abomination, a boulder that was, or perhaps encased, the heart of an alien god. She could see no rise and fall from its mottled form, yet to set hand upon it was to feel its stubborn life. The sky tore him apart, flung across half the world the flaming debris that was his body, and pieces fell and fell upon one continent and then another, into the shocked seas. Ah, if there had been more, if there had been enough to annihilate every human on this world, not just the ones whose hubris was so brazen, whose madness reached across the abyss, to take this wretched thing. Soon they would pierce the center stone, the heart, and that alien god's blood would flow, and the power would feed us.
With that power, they could fully open the gate of Akrast Corvalane. They could unleash the cleansing storm, and it would sweep the world.
Drown on your hubris, humans. It is all you deserve.
Indeed, it would finish what the summoners in their insanity had begun.
You chain what you can use, as the gods have done to him. But when its usefulness is at an end, what then? Do you simply kill? Or do you squeeze the last possible drop of blood from the carcass? Fill your belly? Is there a use for endless pain? Let us see, shall we? Sister Reverence.
She turned, studied the younger woman facing her. In the few paces between them, there was a gulf so vast there was no hope of ever spanning it.
Sister Calm? If we are to hear naught but reports on the disposition of our armies, sister, was there need for this ascent? Need. Now that is an interesting word, is it not?
Calm's eyes remained flat, unwilling to rise.
The siege belabors us, sister. The watered who command are insufficient to the task. Whom do you suggest we send, Sister Calm? Brother Diligence. Ah, next to me in seniority. My closest ally, of course.
She turned to the slope-shouldered man standing nearest the heart.
Brother Diligence?
He glanced over, his pale eyes cold as the seas behind him.
I will break the defenders, Sister Reverence. None there can hope to stand against me.
It remains an option,
murmured Reverence. Again, Calm did not react. Reverence looked to the others.
Brother Abide?
It is known where blood soaks the sands, the mystic said, that other forces are arraying against us, beyond the glass desert.
We have other armies, said Calm, enough to meet and defeat each one. Sister Calm is correct, added Sister Equity. Brother Diligence can destroy the humans who by treachery gained the North Keep, and indeed he can return in time for us to meet the new threats from the west. But only if we do not linger too long in reaching a decision, said Calm. And so it divides. Brother Diligence?
The risk remains, the warrior said, that we have underestimated the commander of those invaders. After all, they appeared as if from nowhere, and their successes to date have been impressive. From nowhere, yes, muttered Brother Abide. Cause for dismay, a warren, most certainly. But to guide an entire army through? Sister Calm and Sister Equity, we cannot discount the possibility of those in the keep simply leaving the way they came, should matters prove too precipitous. In which case, when and where will they reappear? A valid point, said Diligence. For as long as they are held in place, they are no threat to us.
Even so, countered Calm, your presence and command of our besieging army will ensure that you can respond to anything unexpected. There will come a time, there must come a time, when it is expedient to drive them from the keep and, if possible, annihilate them. Indeed there will, agreed Reverence. But as Brother Abide has noted before, we are not yet certain that we have accounted for all the threats assembling against us. She gestured. The Great Spire, the Altar of Judgment, this is where we remain the most vulnerable.
Diligence in command of the Spire army ensures the Spire and the heart hold inviolate."
She paused, fixed her single eye upon Sister Calm.
"Our remaining Pures command the outlying armies inland. Do you suggest that, in the end, they shall prove unequal to the task? Sister Belai, Sister Freedom, Brothers Grave, Serenity, and Aloft, which of them falters in your regard?"
Calm glanced away.
"I hold that it is best to eliminate each threat as it arises, Sister Reverence."
Reverence frowned.
"And should the enemy in the keep vanish as mysteriously as it arrived, only to perhaps reappear here at the very foot of the Great Spire? With Brother Diligence stranded at the far end of Estobans Valley, what then?" she asked. "Yes, best we argue here, alone, beyond the hearing of our watered and shriven servants."
She resumed, this time taking in all the others.
"All of Collance has been cleansed. How could we have done otherwise, when, upon reaching these shores, we witnessed the terrible damage done to this land? Estobans remains, because for the moment we require that it do so, to feed the shriven and watered. When the heart is sacrificed upon this altar, brothers and sisters, even our need for human armies will be at an end. The end of the human world begins here. We must protect this place above all others, even Estobans. Do any of you deny this?"
Silence. Reverence met Calm's gaze.
"Sister Calm, in the name of your ancestors, patience."
At that there was finally a response. Calm's face tightened, and she rocked as if struck. Satisfied, Reverence blithely continued,
"All that is required is in motion, even as we speak. There will be rain before the storm. There must be. I ask that you set out once more upon the dead lands, that you be our eyes so set as to forewarn us, should any threat emerge from an unexpected quarter."
She gestured.
"Indeed, take Sister Equity with you."
"Sound tactic," said Brother Diligence with a dry smile. Calm bowed stiffly.
"As you wish, Sister Reverence."
Catching something avid in the younger woman's eyes, Reverence frowned, suddenly uneasy.
"Ah, have I been anticipated here? Have I stepped blind into a trap? You wish to be sent out into the wastes, Calm. Why? What am I unleashing?"
"Our disposition, Sister Reverence?"
Curious, she nodded.
"As you desire."
"Sister Equity shall take the Southlands, then, while I journey into the West."
"Again? And what did you do there the first time out? What did you find?" "Very well," Reverence said. "Now, we stand upon the altar of judgment, once more united in our endeavors, with humility."
"Blessed Pures!" The shout came from the edge of the stairs, and they turned to see Watered amiss, his face flame-flashed with exertion. They had left him at the third landing against the eastern flank of the spire. Reverence strode towards him.
"Brother, what word do you bring us with such haste?"
He stumbled onto the altar and pointed to the east.
"Blessed Pures! In the harbor! Ships! Many, many ships!"
Reverence noted the alarm and consternation in the faces of her kin, and felt a surge of satisfaction.
"Yes, unseen threats assail you all now.
Brother Diligence, assemble the defenders and awaken our warren in the watered sub-commanders. Acrast Corvalane shall be our bristling wall this day. And Sister Reverence? Well, perhaps she will be the gate.
Calm and Equity had rushed to the eastern edge of the altar. Both stared for a moment before Equity turned round.
Ships of war, kin, grey as wolves upon the water. Shall we descend and greet them?
Reverence asked. Brother Diligence's smile was cruel and hard. He knelt in the midst of chaos. Pressures descended upon him, seeking to crack his bones. Torrid winds clawed at him, hungry to shred his soul. But he had walked here of his own accord. In his heart, such savage challenge as to face down the abyss itself.
All is not bound to fate. It must not be. All is not carved in stone, buried deep and forever beyond mortal sight. There must be more. In all the worlds the solid laws are a prison, and I will see us freed.
He had met chaos with fury in his being, a bristling armor of rage proof against all it flung at him. He had walked into the maelstrom seas of madness and held tight to his own sanity. And then at last he had stood unbowed, alone, and argued against the universe itself. The laws that were lies, the proofs that were false. Stone a hand could pass through, water that could be breathed, air as impenetrable as a wall, fire to quench the deadliest thirst, light that blinded, darkness that revealed. The beast within that was the heart of dignity, the sentient self that was purest savagery. In life, the secret codes of death. In death, the seeds of life. He had spoken with the elemental forces of nature, argued without relent. He had defended his right to an existence torn loose from these dread, unknowable horrors. For his efforts, the blind uncertainty of chaos had besieged him. How long? Centuries? Millennia? Now he knelt, battered, his armor shattered, wounds bleeding, and still it assailed him, sought to tear him apart. The fissure that erupted from him first emerged from the center of his head, a blast of argent fire in which he heard manic laughter. With terrible ripping sounds, the rent worked its way down his body, unfolding his throat, peeling back each side. His breastbone cracked in two, ribs bursting free. His stomach opened, spilling bitter fluids. Then there was nothing. For how long he never knew. When cognizance returned to him, he was standing where he had stood before, and before him two naked figures knelt, heads bowed, a man, a woman. My children, born of anguish and need, my ever-facile twins, my wretched faces of freedom. Chaos answers with its most delicious joke. Pull and prod, you godlings. You will never know what I lost in making you, this vicious bargain with uncertainty. I will give you worlds, yet not one shall be your home. You are cursed to wander through them, trapped in your eternal games. Lord and Lady of Chance, in the language of the Asathanai, Opon. My children, you shall never forgive me, nor do I deserve forgiveness. The laws are not what they seem. Order is an illusion. It hides its lies in your very eyes, deceiving all they see. Because to see is to change that which is seen. No, none of us will ever see true. We cannot. It is impossible. I give you a life without answers, my children. Walk the realms, spread the word in your illimitable way, Opon. Some will welcome you, others will not. And that, dear ones, is the joke on them, and on us. I had a thought. Now see what it made. Is this senility? The cavern shed its fluids. an incessant trickle and drizzle. The air stank of pain. Sechul Lath glanced over.
"You spoke, Erastus?"
"You were far away. Memories haunting you, Sech?" They sat on boulders, the two of them, the plumes of their breaths drifting like smoke. From somewhere in the cavern's depths came the sound of rushing water.
"Hardly. After all, as you are ever quick to point out, I am a man of modest achievements."
"Not a man, a god, making your pathetic deeds even more embarrassing."
"Yes,"
Sechul Lath agreed, nodding.
"I have many regrets."
"Only fools know regret," Erastus said, only to undermine his assertion as he unconsciously reached up towards his gaping eye socket. The brush of his fingers, the flinch of muscles in his cheek. Hiding a smile, Sechul Lath looked away. Kilmandaros still sat hunched, almost folded over in the dripping blood rain of the Otateral dragon. When exhaustion took her, the period of recovery could be long, interminably so in the eyes of the errant. Even worse, she was not yet done with this. Lifting his gaze, Sechul Lath studied the dragon, Corabus.
"She is the one law amidst the chaos of the Elent. She is the denial of their power. She is the will set free. It's not enough to bleed her. She needs to die. And not even Kilmandaros can do that. Not with this one. At least not now, while the gate is still sealed. She needs to die, but she must first be freed. Against the madness of such contradictions, I wagered my very life. I walked into the heart of chaos to challenge the absurdity of existence, and for that I was torn in two. My modest achievement." "The Forkrul Assail," he muttered, glancing back at Erastus. "They cannot be permitted to actually succeed in what they seek to do. You must know that. The Assail do not kneel before gods, not even elder ones."
"Their arrogance is boundless," the errant said, baring his teeth. "We will exploit that, dear Knuckles. Mayhap they will slit the throats of the gods, but we are another matter."
"We will need Corul before this ends, I think."
"Of us all, he best understands expedience," Erastus agreed.
"Expedience? And Mael and Olar?"
"That hag has her own plans, but she will fail."
"With a nudge?"
"It won't be hard," the errant replied. "A nudge? More like a tap, the gentlest of prods."
"Don't be premature in that. She'll serve well as a distraction for as long as possible."
He was touching his socket again. Seeking benediction?
"Unlikely." "Azath," said Sechul Lath. "That was unexpected. How deep is your wound, Erastus?"
"More indignation than blood," the errant answered, grimacing. "I was sorely used. Someone will pay for that."
"Life-stealer?"
"Ah, Knuckles, do you think me a fool? Challenge that one? No. Besides, there were children involved. Human children."
"Easier targets, then."
Erastus must have caught something in Sechul's tone, for his face darkened. "Don't you dare think them innocent."
"I don't,"
Sechul replied, thinking of his own unholy spawn.
"But it was Featherwitch who swallowed your eye, was it not? And you say that you killed her with your own hands. How then—"
"Icarium's stupid gambit in Letherus. It's why I never found her soul. No, she carried my eye straight to him, the rotting bitch. And now he's spat out fledgling warrens and made of my eye a finest for an Azath. He remains the single force of true unpredictability in this scheme."
"Calm assures us otherwise."
"I don't trust her."
"Finally, friend, you begin to think clearly again." "Just so," he said.
Erastus glanced over at Kilmandaros. "Can we not feed her or something? Hasten this healing?"
"No. The wards Rake and the others Set were profound. Tearing them down damaged her deeply, in ways no sorcerer's healing can reach. Leave her in peace."
Erastus hissed.
"Besides,"
Sechul Lath continued,
"they're not all in place yet. You know that."
"I have waited so long for this. I want us to be ready when the time comes."
"And so we shall, Erastus."
The errant's single eye fixed on Sechul Lath. "Calm is not the only one I do not trust."
"There will be ashes and death, but survivors will emerge. They always do. They will understand the necessity of blood. We shall be unchallenged, Erastus."
"Yet you sought to betray me, you and Kilmandaros."
"Betray? No. We dismissed you."
"That is how I see it. How can I not?"
"What you fail to understand, old friend," said Sechul Lath, "is that I don't care about being unchallenged. I don't care about a new world rising from the wreckage of this one. I am happy enough to wander the ruins, to mock those mortals who would try again." He gestured. "Leave the world to its wild ignorance. At least life was simple then. I turned my back on worshippers because I was done with them, disgusted with them. I don't want what we had, Erastus."
"But I do, Sech."
"And you are welcome to it."
"What of your children?"
"What of them?"
"Where do you see Upon in the world to come?"
"I don't see them anywhere,"
Sechul Lath said. Erastus drew a sharp breath. "You will kill them?"
"What I made, I can unmake."
"Your words please me, Knuckles. Indeed, I am relieved."
"It wasn't much of a life, my children, was it? I doubt you will object overmuch. Prod and pull, yes, but in the end, after thousands and thousands of years of that pathetic game, what is achieved, learned, by anyone? Chance is a miserable bitch, a hard bastard. It shows a smile, but it is a wolf's smile. What is learned? Only that every ambition must kneel to that which cannot be anticipated. And you can duck and dodge for only so long. It'll take you down in the end. A man slips the noose. A civilization steps from the path of its own hubris. Once, twice, thrice even. But what of the 20th time? The 50th? Triumph falters. It always does. There was never a balance. After all, common sense will tell you it's far easier to push than it is to pull.
"How does Kilmandaros feel?" Erastus asked, "about killing her own children?" Sechul Lath glanced over at his mother, and then back at his companion.
"Don't you understand anything, Erastus? She doesn't feel anything."
After a moment, the lone eye shied away.
"Now I think you understand."
What does the child want that you did not have first? What do you own that the child does not want? Badal had awoken this morning with these questions echoing in her head. The voice was a woman's and then a man's, both delivered in the same abject tones of despair. She sat in the sun's light as it bled in from the window, banishing the chill in her bones as would a lizard or a serpent, and struggled to understand the night's visions, the dark, disturbing voices of strangers saying such terrible things.
"It is what is passed on, I suppose. I think I see that."
She glanced over to where Sadik sat on the floor, his collection of useless objects arrayed around him, a lost look on his oddly wrinkled face.
"Like an old man with his life's treasure, only he's forgotten how to count."
But what they owned, what they had, was not necessarily a good thing, a thing of virtue. Sometimes what they had was poison, and the child's hunger knew no different. How could it? And so the crimes passed on from one generation to the next.
Until they destroy us. Yes, I see that now. My dreams are wise, wiser than me. My dreams sing the songs of the quitters, clever in argument, subtle in persuasion. My dreams are warning me.
She turned away from the sun's light and faced the chamber.
Is everyone ready?
Sadik looked up guiltily and then nodded. Badal twisted back and leaned out on the window ledge, craning round in order to see the western end of the plaza. Rut was there, withheld in his arms. Others waited in the shadows of the surrounding buildings, as if figures on friezes had stepped out from their stone worlds. It was just as well. They'd eaten all the fruit on the city's trees.
And the crystal was stealing our souls. Then it is time. Leave those things behind, Sadik.
Instead, he began gathering them up. A flash of anger hissed through Badal, followed by fear. She didn't understand either. Sighing, she dropped down from the ledge.
There will be shards, diamonds, rubies, and opals. We will begin dying again.
The boy looked at her with knowing eyes. She sighed a second time.
There are fathers among us now. We must watch them carefully, Sadik, in case they find father thoughts.
To that he shook his head, as if to deny her words.
No, Badal, he said in his broken voice. They just care for the young ones. So few words from you, Sadik. I'd thought you mute. What other things awaken in you behind those old man's eyes, that old man's face?
She left the room. Sadik followed, his bag of useless things in his arms like a newborn babe. Down the sharp-edged steps, through the cool air of the hidden corridors, and then outside into the blinding heat. Badal walked without hesitation to where stood Rut, who now watched her approach with hooded eyes. As she drew closer, the other children edged into the sunlight, clumped in their makeshift families. Hands were held, rag ends clutched, legs embraced. She paused in her journey. She had forgotten how many still lived. Forcing herself on, she walked until she stood before Rut, and then she spun round and raised her arms out to the sides.
The city spits us out. We are sour and we are bitter to taste. The blind feeders on us turn away as they gorge, as they devour all that was meant for us, all we thought to inherit, because we wanted what they had, because we thought it belonged to us, just as it did to them. They looked away as they ate our future, and now the city's walls steal our wants and spit out what remains. It's not much, just something sour, something bitter to taste. And this is what you taste in your mouths, something sour, something bitter.
Rut stared at her for a long moment, and then he nodded and set out along the wide central avenue, westward into the glass desert. Behind him, the snake uncoiled itself from its months-long slumber. This was something the snake understood, and Badal could see it, in the steady, unhurried strides of the children trooping past, in their set faces, bleakness settling with familiarity in thin, wan features.
We know this. We have learned to love this. To walk, to slither beneath the fists of the world. We are the snake reborn.
In time they reached the city's edge and looked out on the flat, glittering wastes.
Suffering's comfort, like a dead mother's embrace.
Chapter 6. Dominant among the ancient races, we can observe 4. The Imas, the Jaghut, the Kachain Chemal, and the Forkrul Assail. While others were present in the eldritch times, either their numbers were scant or their legacies have all but vanished from the world. As for us humans, we were the rats in the walls and crawl spaces, those few of us that existed. But is not domination our birthright? Are we not the likenesses of carved idols and prophets? Do these idols not serve us? Do these prophets not prophesy our dominion over all other creatures? Perhaps you might note, with a sly wink, that the hands that carved the idols were our own, and that those blessed prophets so bold in their claims of righteous glory each emerged from the common human press. You might note, then, that our fierce assertions cannot help but be blatantly self-serving, indeed self-justifying. And if you did, well, you are no friend of ours. And for you we have this dagger, this pyre, this iron tongue of torture. Retract your claims to our unexceptional selves, our gross banality of the profane. As a species, we are displeased by notions of a mundane disconnect from destiny, and we shall hold to our deadly displeasure until we humans have crumbled to ash and dust. For, as the elder races would tell you, were they around to do so, the world has its own dagger, its own iron tongue, its own pyre, and from its flames there is nowhere to hide. Fragment, purportedly from a translator's note to a lost edition of Gothos Folly, Genebaris, 835, Burns Sleep. 3 days and 2 nights they had stood among the dead bodies, the blood and gore dried on their tattered furs, their weapons. Their only motion came from the wind plucking at strands of hair and rawhide strips. The carrion birds, lizards, and cape moths that descended upon the field of slaughter fed undisturbed, leisurely in their feasting on rotting flesh. The figures standing motionless in their midst were too desiccated for their attentions. They might as well have been the stumps of long-dead trees, wind-torn and lifeless. The small creatures were entirely unaware of the silent howls erupting from the souls of the slayers, the unending waves of grief that battered at these withered apparitions, the horror churning beneath layers of blackened, dried blood. They could not feel the storm raging behind skin-stretched faces, in the caverns of skulls, in the shrunken pits of eye sockets. With the sun fleeing beneath the horizon on the 3rd night, First Sword Onos Tulan faced southeast, and with heavy but even strides set out, the sword in his hand dragging a path through the knotted grasses. The others followed, an army of destitute, bereft Tlanimas, their souls utterly destroyed. Slayers of the innocent, murderers of children. The stone weapons lifted and the stone weapons fell. Faces wrote knotted tales of horror. Small skulls cracked open like ostrich eggs. Spirits fled like tiny birds. When the others left, 2 remained behind. Kaltur Manal of the Orshane Tlanimas ignored the command of his clan, the pressure of its will. Trembling, he held himself against the sweep of that dread tide pulling so insistently into the First Sword's shadow. He would not bow to Onos Tulan, and much as he yearned to fall to insensate dust, releasing forever his tortured spirit, instead he held his place, surrounded by half-devoured corpses, eye sockets plucked clean, soft lips and cheeks stripped away by eager beaks, and grasped in both hands the crumbling madness of all that life and death had delivered to him. But he knew with desolation as abject as anything he had felt before that there would be no gift of peace, not for him nor for any of the others, and that even dissolution might prove unequal to the task of cleansing his soul. The flint sword in his hand was heavy, as if caked in mud. If only it was. His bones, hardened to stone, wrapped round him like a cage of vast, crushing weight. As dawn rose on the 4th day, As the screams in his skull broke like sand before the wind, he lifted his head and looked across to the one other who had not yielded to the first sword's ineffable summons. A bonecaster of the Brold clan, of the second ritual, the failed ritual. And if only it had failed. Knife Drip, such a sweet name, such a prophetic name. This, said Kaltur Manal, is the ritual you sought, Nomkala. This is the escape you desired. He gestured with his free hand. Your escape from these children, who would, in years to come, years they no longer have awaiting them, who would then have hunted down your kin, your mate, your children. They would have killed you all without a moment's thought. In their eyes, you were beasts. You were less than they were, and so you deserved less.
The beast, she said, that dies at the hand of a human remains innocent.
While that human cannot make the same claim.
Can they not?
Kaltur Manal tilted his head, studied the white fur-clad woman.
The hunter finds justification.
Need suffices.
And the murderer?
Need suffices.
Then we are all cursed to commit endless crimes, and this is our eternal fate. And it is our gift to justify all that we do. But this is no gift. Tell me, Nomkala, do you feel innocent?
I feel nothing.
I do not believe you.
I feel nothing because there is nothing left.
Very well. Now I believe you, Nomkala.
He scanned the field of slaughter.
It was my thought to stand here until their very bones vanished beneath the thin soil, hid inside brush and grasses, until nothing remained of what has happened here.
He paused, and then said again,
It was my thought.
You will find no penance, Kaltur Manal.
Ah, yes, that was the word I thought. I had forgotten it.
As you would.
As I would.
Neither spoke again until the sun had once more vanished, yielding the sky to the jade strangers and the broken moon that was rising fitfully in the northeast. Then Kaltur Manal hefted his weapon.
I smell blood.
Nomkala stirred.
Yes,
she said.
Immortal blood, not yet spilled, but soon.
Yes.
In moments of murder, said Kaltur Manal, the world laughs.
Your thoughts are harsh,
replied Nomkala, settling her hair-matted mace in its sling draped across her back. She collected her harpoons.
Are they? Nomkala, have you ever known a world at peace? I know the answer. I have existed far longer than you, and in that time there was no peace. Ever.
I have known moments of peace, she said, facing him. It is foolish to expect more than that, Kaltur Manal.
Do you seek such a moment now?
She hesitated and then said,
Perhaps.
Then I shall accompany you. We shall journey to find it, that single most precious moment.
Do not cling to hope.
No, I shall cling to you, Nomkala.
She flinched.
Do not do that,
she whispered.
I can see you were beautiful once, and now, for the yearning in your empty heart, you are beautiful again.
Will you so torment me? If so, do not journey with me, I beg you.
I shall be silent at your side, unless you choose otherwise, Nomkala. Look at us. We too remain. deathless, and so well suited to this search for a moment of peace. Shall we begin?"
Saying nothing, she began walking, as did he.
"Do you remember how those flowers danced in the wind? 3 women knelt in soft clays beside the stream, taking cupped handfuls of clear water to sprinkle upon the softened Pranag hides before binding them. The migrations were underway, velvet upon the antlers, and the insects spun in iridescent clouds, flitting like delicious thoughts. The sun was warm that day. Do you remember? Greasy stones were lifted from the sacks, rolled in hands around the circle of laughing youths, while the cooked meat was drawn forth and everyone gathered to feast. It was, with these gentle scenes, a day like any other. The call from the edge of camp was not unduly alarming. 3 strangers approaching from the south. One of the other clans, familiar faces, smiles to greet kin. The second shout froze everyone. I went out with the others. I held my finest spear in my hand, and with my warriors all about me, I felt sure and bold. Those who drew near were not kin, true strangers. If necessary, we would drive them off. There was this moment, please, you must remember with me. We stood in a row as they came to within 6 paces of us, and we looked into their faces. We saw ourselves, yet not. Subtle, the alterations. They were taller, thinner boned, strewn with fetishes and shells and beads of amber. Their faces did not possess the rounded comfort of Imas faces. Features had sharpened, narrowed. The bones of their jaw beneath the mouth jutted under dark beards. We saw their weapons, and they confused us. We saw the fineness of their skins and furs and leggings, and we felt diminished. Their eyes were arrogant, the color of earth, not sky. With gestures, these 3 sought to drive us away. This was their land to hunt now. We were the intruders. Do you remember how that felt? I looked into their faces, into their eyes, and I saw the truth. To these tall strangers, we were Ranag. We were Bedarin. We were Pranag. Killing them made no difference, and the blood on our weapons weakened us with horror. Please, I am begging you, remember this. It was the day the world began to die. Our world. Tell me what you remember. You who stood facing these roughened savages with their blunt faces, their squat selves, their hair of red and blonde. Tell me what you felt, your indignation when we did not cower, your outrage when we cut you down. You knew you would come again, in numbers beyond imagining. And you would hunt us, chase us down, drive us into cold valleys and cliff caves above crashing seas, until we were all gone. And then, of course, you would turn on each other. If you dare to remember this, then you will understand. I am the slayer of children, your children. No, show me no horror. Your hands are red with the blood of my children. You cannot kill us any more, but we can kill you, and so we shall. We are the sword of ancient memories. Memories of fire, memories of ice, memories of the pain you delivered upon us. I shall answer your crime. I shall be the hand of your utter annihilation. Every last child. I am Onos Tulan, and once I was an Imas. Once I looked upon flowers dancing in the wind. See my army, it has come to kill you. Seek out the cold valleys, seek out the caves in the cliffs over crashing seas. It will not matter, as these shelters failed us, so they will fail you. I see well this truth. You never expected our return. Too bad. Yes, he would have liked these thoughts, this blistering righteous pronouncement that vengeance was deserved and so meted out, and that the innocence of the young was a lie when they become the inheritors, when they grow fat on the evil deeds of their ancestors. They were, he knew, the thoughts of Olar Ethil, whispered into the secret places of his soul. He well understood her. He always had. The Barghast deserved their fate. They had slain his wife, his children, and he remembered the arrogance in the eyes of his family's slayers. But how had he seen that? It was impossible. He'd already been dead. She creeps inside me. Olar Ethil, you are not welcome. You want me to serve you. You want... Yes, I know what you want, and you dare to call it healing. There is a dead seedling in you, Bonecaster. A shrunken, lifeless thing. In others it lives on, sometimes frail and starving, sometimes thriving with sweet anguish. That seedling, Olar Ethil, has a name, and even the name would twist sour upon your lips. The name is compassion. One day I will stand before you, and I will kiss you, Olar Ethil, and give you a taste of what you never possessed. And I will see you choke, spit in bitter fury. And even then, to show you its meaning, I will weep for you. We have fled from it for too long. Our people, our blessed, doomed people. Can you not shed a tear for them, Bonecaster, your putative children? They lived well in their slow failing, well enough. Show me the scene I never saw, the moment I never knew, when I stood before the first humans. Tell me of the blood I spilled, to echo my latest crime, to fuse the two together as if righteousness was a mask to be worn again and again. Do you think me a fool? Tok, my brother, sent me away. But I think now he was compelled. I think now, Olar Ethil, you held him fast. I have lost a brother, and I know he will never return. For his fate I would weep, if I only could. Forces were gathering to a place in the east. The ancient warren of Telan was a thing of raging fire, like the plains lit in flames on every horizon. He could feel the heat, could taste the bitter smoke. Elsewhere, not far, Omtos Falak churned awake with the thunder of riven ice. Seas cracked and valleys groaned, and closer to hand the stench of the Kachain Shemal rode the winds pungent as a serpent's belly. And now, yes, Akrast Corvalane, the pale ghosts of old once more walk the land. The elder warrens rise again. By all the spirits of earth and water, what has begun here? Olar Ethil, in what comes, the Tlanimas shall be as motes of dust in a maelstrom. And what you seek, no. The price is too high. It is too high. Yet he marched, as if destiny still existed for his people,
as if death itself was no barrier to the glory awaiting them. "We have lost our minds. Talk younger. What is this winter tide that so carries us forward? Ride to me, let us speak again as we did once. Talk younger, I forgive you. For the wounds you delivered, for all that you denied me, I cannot but forgive you." One last journey into the storm, then. He would lead. His lost kin would follow. He understood that much. Less than dust motes they might be, but the Tlanimas would be there. "We shall not be forgotten. We deserve better than that. We were you before you were born. Do not forget us, and in your memory, I beg of you, let us stand tall and proud. Leave to us our footprints in the sand, there to mark the trail you now tread, so that you understand, wherever you go, we were there first." In the wake of Onos Tulan, 3,000 Tlanimas followed. Orshane, Brold, and a score more forgotten clans, those that fell in the wars, those that surrendered to despair. It was likely, Ristal Ev suspected, that Onos Tulan was unaware that he had opened his mind to them, that the terrible emotions warring in his soul rushed out to engulf them all. The ancient barriers had been torn down, and she and all the others weathered the storm in silence, wretched, beaten into numbness. At the field of slaughter his howls had echoed their own, but now the first sword was binding them in grisly chains. They would stand with him, they had no choice, and when at last he fell, as he must, so too would they. This was acceptable. It was, in fact, just. "Slayers of children deserve no glory. The caves are emptied now, but we cannot dwell there. The air is thick with the blood we spilled. Even the flames from the hearth cannot warm us." She sensed that Kalt Urmanal was no longer with them. She was not surprised, and although her own anguish at his absence clawed at her, the pain felt distant, drowned beneath the torments of the first sword. Her love had always been a lost thing, and he had ever been blind to it. All the jealousy she had once felt lingered, a poison suffusing her being, tainting her love for him. He had been broken by the Kachin Chemal long ago, when they had slain his wife and children. Her love was for a memory, and the memory was flawed. "No, it is best that he is gone, that he decided he could not go on. The truth is, I admire the strength of his will, that he could so defy the first sword's power. Had others remained behind? She did not know, but if they had, she prayed their presence would comfort Kalt Urmanal. What is it, to lose a love you never had? Ulag Togtil, who had come among the Orshane Imas as a stranger, whose blood was thickened with that of the Trelan Telakai, now reeled in the first sword's wake, as if his limbs were under siege. There was a harshness to the Trelan that had stood him well on the day of the slaughter, but now it floundered in the depthless well that was the emotional torrent of the Imas. To feel too deeply. Oh, how the callous would mock this. Their regard flat and gauging as a vulture's upon a dying man. Something to amuse, but even trees will tremble to cold winds. Are you so bereft, friend, that you dare not do the same? Onos Tulan gives us his pain. He is unaware of the gift, yet gift it is. We obeyed the command of the first sword, knowing nothing of his soul. We thought we had found in him a tyrant to beggar the Jaghat themselves. Instead, he was lost as we are.
But if there be unseen witnesses to this moment, if there be callous ones among them, what is it that you fear to reveal? There in that tear, that low sob, you smile in superiority, but what is the nature of this triumph of yours? I wish to know. Your self-made chains draped so tight about you are nothing to be proud of. Your inability to feel is not a virtue, and your smile has cracks. Ulag had played this game all his life, and now he did so again in the ashes of Telan, in the swirling mad river of the First Sword's path, imagining his invisible audience a sea of blurred faces, a host of unknown thoughts behind the veil of their eyes. And he would speak to them from time to time. I am the wolf that would die of loneliness if cast from the pack, and so even when I am alone, I choose to believe otherwise. There was no true unity in the Tlanimas, for we had surrendered the memories of our lives. Yet even then I refused to be alone. I am a fool. My audience belongs to future's judgment, and harsh it shall be, and when at last it speaks in that multitude of voices, I shall not be there to hear it. Can you be at ease with that, Ulag? Can you hear the dry laughter of the Trelan, the jeering of humans? But see how it bows you even now. See how it batters you down. Against the future, Ulag, you are helpless as a babe lying on a rock, and the eagle's shadow slides across the tear-filled eyes, the soft face. The babe falls silent, knowing danger is near. But alas, it has not even learned to crawl, and mother's hands are long gone. For this fate on us, Tulan, we would all weep. If we could. Shield Anvil Stormy picked himself up off the ground, blinking water from his eyes and probing his split cheek. All right, he said, spitting blood. I suppose I deserved that. At least, and he glared at Gessler, that's what you're going to tell me right now. It is, isn't it? Tell me it is, or so help me guess, I'm going to rip your head right off and throw it in the nearest cesspit I find. I needed to get your attention, the mortal sword replied. With you, subtle don't work. How would you know? You ain't tried it yet. Not once in all the years I've been cursed by your company. Well, said Gessler, squinting at the mass of Chimal furies thumping past, turns out I got a solution for that. An end to your curse. You can't run away. You can't leave me here. No, it's you I'm sending away, Stormy. What? I'm the mortal sword. I can do things like that. Send me where? To her. To what's left of her. Stormy looked away, south across the empty, dismal plain. He spat again. You really don't like me much, do you? We have to find out, Stormy. I could go myself, but you're the shield anvil. There will be the souls of friends hanging around like a bad smell. Will you just leave the ghosts to wander, Stormy? What am I supposed to do with them? How should I know? Bless them, I suppose, or whatever it is you have to do. Destriant Callis was riding back to where they'd dismounted. She was looking at each of them in turn, back and forth, frowning at the red welt and split cheek under Stormy's left eye. She drew up her Vagath mount. Don't you two ever just talk? Spirits below, men are all the same. What has happened? Nothing, Stormy replied. I have to leave. Leave? It's temporary, said Gessler, swinging himself back into the bone and scale saddle that was his mount's back.
Like a mangy pup, he'll show up again before too long.
Where is he going?
Callis demanded. Back to where we came from, Gessler replied. Back to the Bonehunters. They got hurt bad. We need to find out how bad.
Why?
Stormy glared up at Gessler, waiting for the bastard to come up with an answer to that question. But the mortal sword simply growled under his breath and kicked his charger into motion. As he rode away, Calith fixed her attention on Stormy.
Well?
He shrugged. When there's trouble ahead, Destriant, it's good to know how your allies are faring. His reply clearly disturbed her, though she seemed unable to explain why.
You will need an escort.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will, Shield Anvil. Your Vagath needs to eat. I will have Sag Chorok assign 3 Kell hunters to you, and 2 drones. When do you leave?
He walked to his mount. Now. She hissed some Elan curse and kicked her Vagath into motion. Grinning, Stormy mounted up and set out. Classic Malazan military structure at work here, woman. Short, violent discussion, and that's it. We don't wait around. And Gessler, I'm gonna bust your jaw. Grubb watched Stormy's departure and scowled. Something's up, Sin snorted.
Thanks. I was just falling asleep, and now you've woke me up again. Who cares where Stormy's going?
I do.
They're mostly dead, she said, and he's going to confirm that. You want to go with him, Grubb? Want to look at Keneb's corpse? Should I go with you, so I can see what the vultures have done to my brother? The truth is in your heart, Grubb. You feel it just like I do. They're dead.
At her harsh words, Grubb hunched down, looked away. Rows of Chemal, Vagath soldiers, their massive elongated heads moving in smooth rhythm, their hides coated in dust that dulled the burnished gold of the scales on their necks and backs. Weapons slung down from harnesses of drone hide, swinging and rustling, ornate helms hiding the soldiers' eyes. But every soldier's eyes look the same. Seen too much, and more's coming, and they know it. Uncle Keneb, it's all over for you now, finally. And you never really wanted any of it anyway, did you? Your wife left you. All you had was the army, and you died with it. Did you ever want anything else? But he didn't know the truth of any of that. He hadn't lived enough of his own life. He tried getting into the heads of people like Keneb, the ones with so many years behind them, and he couldn't. He could recite what he knew of them. Whirlwind, slaughter and flight, love's lost, but what do I know about that? Keneb, you're gone. I'll never see your face again. Your exasperation when you looked at me, and even then I knew you'd never abandon me. You just couldn't, and I knew it. And that is what I have lost, isn't it? I don't even have a name for it, but it's gone now, forever gone. He glanced over at Sin. Her eyes were closed, and she rolled in the Vagath's gait, chin settling on her breastbone. Your brother has died, Sin, and you just sleep. The magic's carved everything out of you, hasn't it? You're just wearing that girl's face, her skin, and whatever you are there inside. It isn't human at all anymore, is it? And you want me to join you. Well, if it means an end to feeling pain, then I will. Keneb, why did you leave me? Eyes closed, her mind wandered into a place of dust and sand, where the sun's fading light turned the cliffs into fire. She knew this world. She had seen it many times, had walked it. And somewhere in the hazy distances there were familiar faces, figures seething in the hot markets of Gdanispan, cool corridors and the slap of bared feet. And then terror, servants with bloodied knives, a night of smoke and flames, and all through the city screams pierced the madness. Stumbling into a room, a most precious room, was that her mother, sister, or just some guest? The two stable boys and a handmaiden, who was always laughing, she recalled, and was laughing again, with her fist and most of her forearm pushed up inside Mother, while the boys held the battered woman down. Whatever the laughing girl was reaching for, she couldn't seem to find it. Blurred panic, flight, one of the boys setting off after her. Bad feet slapping on stone, the ragged beat of hard breaths. He caught her in the corridor, and in the cool shadow he used something other than his fist on her. In the same place, and by his cries, he found whatever it was he'd been looking for. A moment before a strange barrier inside her head was torn through, and sorcery rushed out to lift the boy straight up, until he was pressed awkwardly against the arched ceiling of the corridor. His eyes were bulging, face darkening, the thing between his legs shriveling and turning black as blood vessels began bursting inside him. She'd stared up, fixing on his swollen eyes, watched them begin spraying blood in fine jets, and still she pushed. His bones cracked, fluid spurted, his waist splashing down onto her legs to mix with the blood pooling there. As he flattened, he spread out until it seemed he was part of the stone, a ghastly image of something vaguely human, made of skin and plaster and oozing mud. By then, she suspected, he'd been dead for some time, crawling away, feeling broken inside, as if he was still there and would always be there, as if she had nothing of herself, nothing pure or untouched by someone else. Then, much later, an assassin's face, a night of caves and demons and murder. She'd been dreaming of poison, yes, and there had been bloated bodies, but nothing cleaned her out, no matter what she tried. Outside a city, watching the flames ever rising, soldiers were dying. The world was a trap, and they all seemed surprised by that, even though it was something she'd always known. The fire wanted her, and it so wanted her, why, she let it inside, to burn her empty. She'd wanted to believe that it had worked, that she was at last clean. But before too long she could feel that boy return deep, deep inside her. She needed more fire, because fire delivered death. And in the midst of conflagration, time and again, a voice whispered to her,
"You are my child. The virgin of death is never what they think it is. What dies is the virgin herself, the purity of her soul, or his. Why always assume the virgin is a girl? So I show you what you were, but now I show you what you are. Feel my heat. It is the pleasure you have forever lost. Feel my kiss upon your lips. This is the love you will never know. See my hunger. It is your yearning for a peace you will never find. You are my child. You killed him before he left you. You crushed his brain to pulp. The rest was just for show. He was still inside you, a dead boy, and this was Hood's pass to your soul, and the Lord of Death's touch steals life. You killed the boy, but the boy killed you too, Sin. What do you feel deep in you? Give it any shape you want, any name, it doesn't matter. What matters is this. It is dead, and it waits for you, and will wait for you until your last breath leaves your body. When your death is already inside you, there is nowhere to run, no escape possible. When your death is already inside you, Sin, you have nothing to lose.
She had nothing to lose. This was true. About everything. No family, no brother, no one at all. Even Grub, her sweet virgin. Well, he would never reach her, just as she would never, ever reach inside him. to dirty what was pure.
My precious possession, dear Grub, and him I will keep safe from harm. No one will ever touch him, no slap of bared feet, no harsh breaths. I am your fire, Grub, and I will burn to ash anything and anyone who dares get close to you. That is why I rode the lizard's lightning, that brilliant fire. I rode it straight for Keneb. I didn't guide it, I didn't choose it, but I understood the necessity of it, the rightness of taking away the one person left who loved you. Do not grieve. You have me, Grub. We have each other, and what could be more perfect than that?
Familiar faces in the distant haze. Her mind wandered the desert as the night drew in, and somewhere down on the flats small fires lit awake, and she smiled.
We are the dead thing in the womb of the world, and we alone light the darkness with fire. By that you will know us. By those flames alone the earth shall tremble. What is it to be raped? I am silent as the world, and we will say nothing. What is it to be the rapist?
The desert at night was a cold place, except for the fires. Dark, too, except for the fires. It plagues the young, this need to find reasons for things. Rue Delal huddled, robes drawn tight around him, and edged closer to the fire. The wind up in these crags was fierce, the air thin and icy. Far below, low on the slopes of the mountainsides, the edge of the tree line was visible as a black mass, thinning at the highest reaches, which seemed very far away. He shivered. Couldn't we at least find the cave or something? Silchas ruins stood facing the high passes to the north, seemingly immune to the cold.
Very well. Come the morrow, we shall do that. Had we remained Elaint, of course.
I would be comfortable, yes, I know. Rude stared at the feeble flames as they devoured the last of the wood he had carried up from below. In draconic form, the raging chaos within him would have kept him warm, inured to the elements. But his thoughts twisted wild when he was veered, when the blood of the Elaint coursed dominant in his veins. He began to lose his sense of himself as a creature of reasoning, of rational thought and clear purpose. Not that he had a clear purpose, of course, not yet. But it wasn't healthy to be a dragon. He knew that much. Mother, how could you have lived with this for so long? No wonder you went mad. No wonder you all did. He glanced over at Silchas ruin, but the figure had not moved. How much longer? He wanted to ask. Still, the Tist Andi needed no further invitation to view him as little more than a child. A child of terrible power, true, but still a child. And, rude aloud, he would not be far wrong, would he? There was no sense to what they intended to do. So much was out of their hands. They hovered like swords, but whose gauntleted grasp would close on them when the time came? There didn't seem to be an answer to that question, at least not one Silchas ruin was willing to share. And what of this Tist Andi, standing there as if carved from alabaster, rubies for eyes, moaning blades crossing his back? He had lost his last surviving brother. He was utterly alone, bereft. Olar Athil had broken him for no purpose Rude could see, barring that of spite. But Silchas ruin had finally straightened, biting on that wound in the manner of a speared wolf, and he'd been limping ever since, at least in his sembled state. It was quite possible, and indeed likely, that Silchas ruin preferred to remain in an Elaint form, if only to cauterize the pain with the soul fire of chaos. Yet there he stood. Because I am too weak to resist. Draconian ambitions taste bitter as poison. They want my surrender. They want to hear me howl with desire.
Once we find a cave, resumed Silchas ruin, I will leave you for a time. Those stone weapons of yours are insufficient for what comes. While it is true that we may have no need for swords and the like, I believe it is time for you to take to hand a proper blade.
You want to go and find me a sword?
Yes.
And where do you look for something like that? Rude asked. A weaponsmith's in Letheras? A trader's camp near a recent battlefield?
None of those, he replied. For you, I have something more ambitious in mind.
Rude's gaze returned to the flames. How long will you be gone?
Not long, I should think.
Well then, Rude snapped. What are you waiting for? I can find my own cave. He felt Silchas Ruin's regard upon him, and then it was gone, and when he turned, so was the Tist Andi. He had plummeted from the ledge. Moments later, a buffet of wind struck him, and he saw the dragon lifting skyward, up above the ravaged peaks, blotting out stars. Ah, Silchas, I am sorry. Despondent, he held his hands out over the coals. He missed his father. Udinas would have a wry grin for this moment, a few cutting words, not too deep, of course, but enough to awaken in Rude a measure of self-regard, something he suspected he needed. Spirits of the stream, it's just that I'm lonely. I miss home. The sweet songs of the Imas, the fiery lure of Kilava. Oh, Onrak, do you know how lucky you are? And where is my love? Where does she hide? He glared around at the bare rock, the flight of sparks, the frail shelter in this crook of stone. Not here, that's for sure. Well, if any man needed a woman more than he did, it was his father. In a way, he is as alone among the Imas as I am here. He was a slave, a sailor, a Letheri. His home was civilized, crowded with so many conveniences one could go mad trying to choose among them. And now he lives in a hut of hide and tenag bones, with winter closing in. Oh, the Imas knew a harsh world. No, none of that was fair on Udinas, who saw himself as so unexceptional he was beneath notice. Unexceptional? Will it take a woman to convince you otherwise? You can't find one there. You need to go home, father. He could try ascending, a conjuration of will and power. Was it possible to reach that far? Worth a try, he muttered. Tomorrow morning. For now, Rudelal would try to sleep. If that failed, well, there was the blood of the Elaint and its deadly, sultry call. He lifted his head, looked south. At the far side of the range, he knew, there was a vast green valley, slopes ribboned with terraces verdant with growth. There were towns and villages and forts and high towers guarding the bridges spanning the rivers. There were tens of thousands working those narrow fields. They had flown so high above all of this, to a human eye they would have been virtually invisible. When they drew nearer to the rearing range north of the valley, close to its westernmost end, they had seen an encamped army laying siege to a fastness carved into the first of the mountains. Rude had wondered at that. Civil war? But Silchas Ruin had shown no curiosity.
Humans can do whatever they please, and they will. Count on it, Riyadh.
Still, he imagined it was warm inside that keep right now. Assuming it still held against the enemy. For some reason he was sure that it did. Aye, humans will do whatever they please, Silchas Ruin, and they'll be damned stubborn about it too. He settled down against the cold night. His thoughts were earth, and the blood moved slowly through it, seeping like a summer's rain. He saw how the others looked at him when they'd thought his attention elsewhere. So much larger than any of them was he, bedecked in the armor of Dolk's hide, his Athelian mace showing a face to each of the cardinal directions, as befitted the witch's gift from the sky. Listening to them readying their weapons, adjusting the straps of their armor, locking the grilled cheek guards in place on their blackened helms, he knew that, in the past weeks, he had become the mountain they huddled against, the stone at their backs, on their flanks, at the point of the spear. Wherever he was needed most, there he would be. How many of the foe had he killed? He had no idea. Scores, hundreds. They were the fangs of death. Their numbers were endless, and that, he well knew, was no exaggeration. His fellow invaders, who once numbered in their tens of thousands, had dwindled now. It might be that other fragments still pushed on, somewhere to the south or north, but then they did not have a Thel-Akai warrior in their company. They did not have a dragon killer. They do not have me. Earth was slow in dying. The soil was a black realm of countless mouths, ceaseless hungers. In a single handful raged 1,000,000 wars. Death was ever the enemy, yet death was also the source of sustenance. It took a ferocious will to murder Earth. One by one, his companions, barely a score left now, announced themselves ready, in rising to their feet, in testing their gauntleted grips on their notched, battered weapons. And such weapons, each one worth 12 epic songs of glory and pain, triumph and loss. If he looked up from the ground at this moment, he would see faces swallowed in the barred shadows of their cheek guards. He would see these proud warriors standing, eyes fixed eastward, and slowly those grimly set mouths and the thin, tattered lips would twist with wry amusement. A war they could not win. An epic march from which not one great hero would ever return. The earth within him surged with sudden fire, and he rose, the mace lifting in his huge hands. We shall have lived as none other has lived. We shall die as no other has died. Can you taste this moment? By the witch, but I can. He faced his companions and gave them his own grin. Tusked mouths opened like split flesh, and cold laughter filled the air. Groaning, Ublala Pung opened his eyes. More dreams, more terrible visions. He rolled onto his side and blinked across the makeshift camp at the huddled form of the Barghast woman. His love, his adored one. It wasn't fair that she hated him. He reached out and drew close the strange mace with its 4 blue iron heads. It looked as if it should be heavy, and perhaps to some people it was. And it had a name, its very own name, but he'd forgotten it. 1,004 epic songs, songs of glore and painty, turnips and lust. Perhaps she was just pretending to sleep, and she'd try to kill him again. The last time Draconis had stopped her, appearing as if out of nowhere to grasp her wrist, staying the dagger's point a finger's breadth from Ublala's right eye. He'd then slapped the woman hard enough to send her sprawling. Best we kill her now, Ublala. Rubbing the sleep from his face. No, please, don't do that. I love her. It's just a spat of some sort, Draconis, and as soon as I figure out what we're arguing about, I'll fix it, I swear. Ublala, please, we're just disagreeing about something. She means to kill and then rob us. She had cruel parents and was bullied as a child, Draconis. Other girls pulled her braids and spat in her ears. It's all a misunderstanding. One more chance, then. My advice is to beat her senseless, Ublala. It's likely that's how Barghast men treat murderous women, as necessity demands. I can't do that, Draconis, but I'll comb her hair. Which was what he had been doing when she'd finally come round. Lacking a comb, he'd been using a thorny twig, which probably wasn't ideal, especially on her fine eyebrows, but they'd since taken care of the infections, and she was looking almost normal again. So maybe she really was asleep, and now that she had no weapons left, why, she was as harmless as a twill mouse, except for the big rocks she kept close at hand every night. At least she had stopped complaining. Ublala twisted to see if he could find Draconis. The man never seemed to sleep at all, though he'd lie down on occasion, which is what he'd been doing when Relata had tried knifing Ublala. Wasn't she surprised? The man was standing facing north, something he had been doing a lot of lately. People like him had too many thoughts, Ublala decided. So many he couldn't even rest from himself, and that had to be a hard thing to live with. No, it was better to have hardly any thoughts at all.
Like earth. Yes, that's it all right. Dirt. But those tusks were scary, and that laughing was even worse.
A new scent on the cool breath drifting in from the west. Perhaps some ancient memories were stirred by it, something that left the pack agitated. She watched the Lord stretching and then padding up to the rise. He possessed such power, as did all lords. He could stand on a high place exposed to all four winds and feel no fear. The others remained in the high grasses of the slope, the young males pacing, the females in the shadow of the trees, where pups crawled and tumbled. Bellies were full, but the herds wending up from the plains to the south were smaller this season, and there was a harried air to their long flight from thirst and heat, as if pursued by fire or worse. Hunting the beasts had been easy. The animal they'd brought down had already been exhausted, and the taste of old terror was in its blood. The Lord stood on the ridge. His ears sharpened, and the others quickly rose. Even the games of the pups ceased. The Lord staggered. 3 sticks were jutting from it now, and from the slope beyond came strange, excited barks. Blood threaded down from the sticks as the Lord sank down, head twisting in a vain effort to reach the shafts. Then it fell on its side and stopped moving. There was motion on all sides now, and more sticks whipped through foliage and grasses, sinking into flesh. The pack erupted in snarls of pain. The figures that rushed in moved on their hind legs. Their skins gleamed with oil, and their smell was that of crushed plants over something else. They flung more sticks. There was white around their eyes, and they had small mouths from which came their wild barking. She gasped as fire tore into her flank. Blood filled her throat, sprayed out from her nostrils, and then poured from her jaws. She saw an attacker reach down and grasp a pup by its tail. He swung it and then slammed the little one against the bole of a tree. An old scent. They are among us again. There is nowhere to hide. Now we die. Vision blurred. Setok withdrew her hand from the bleached wolf's skull they'd found in the crotch of the gnarled tree growing from the edge of the dried-up spring. The rough, tortured bark had almost devoured the bleached bone. The first tree they'd found in weeks. She wiped at her eyes. And this. It wasn't enough to grieve. She saw that now. Not enough to wallow in the anguish of blood on the hands. It wasn't enough to fight for mercy, to plead for a new way of walking the world. It wasn't enough to feel guilt. She turned to study the camp. Faint, precious thimble, sweetest sufferance, and ambi bowl, all looking for a way home. A place of comfort, all threats diminished, all dangers locked away. Where patrols kept the streets safe, where the fields ran in rows and so did trees, or so she imagined. Strange scenes that couldn't be memory, because she had no memory beyond the plains and the wild lands. But in those cities the only animals nearby were slaves or food, and those that weren't lived in cages, or their skins adorned the shoulders of fine ladies and bold nobles, or their bones waited in heaps for the grinders to be fed into the planted fields. That was their world, the one they wanted back.
You can have it. There is no place for me in it, is there? Very well.
The sorrow within her now seemed infinite. She walked from the camp out into the darkness. The Bonecaster had taken the children and Torrent with them. Destinies had taken the Trell and Gruntle. Death had taken the others.
But I owe you nothing. In your company, my ghost wolves stay away. They drift like distant desires. I am forgetting what it is to run free. I am forgetting why I am here.
They would not miss her. They had their own haunts after all.
I do not belong with you. I think I am what you left behind long ago.
She wondered if she too was in search of a destiny, the same as Mappo and Gruntle. But it seemed they were so much more than her, and that even the idea of a destiny for Setok was ridiculous.
But the ghost wolves and all the other fallen beasts, they look to me for something. I just don't know what it is, and I need to find out. Is that what destiny is? Is that all it is?
It was surprisingly easy to leave them behind, the ones she'd walked with for so long now. She could have turned back right then to face the city, all the cities and all the broken lands that fed them. She could have chosen to accept her humanness. Instead,
look at me. Here I walk. Let the wolves cleanse this world. Let the beasts return. Above all, let the senseless killing end. We are tired of running, tired of dying. You must see that. You must feel something for that. Just how cold is your soul? You empty the land. You break the earth and use it until it dies, and then your children starve. Do not blame me. Do not blame any of us for that. Her breath caught, and she hesitated. A sudden dark thought had flared in her mind. A knife in her hand, throats opening to the night. 4 more of the murderers dead, in a war that she knew might never end. But what difference does that make? We've been losing for so long, I doubt we'd know the taste of victory even as it filled our mouths, even as it drowned us in its glory. Could she kill them? Could she turn around, here and now, and creep back into the camp? No pop skulls to crack open, but still, the dead inside have to work hard at their pleasures. That burst of shock, disbelief, the sudden laugh. So hard to feel anything at all, isn't it? The thoughts were delicious, but she resumed her journey. It was not, she decided, her destiny to kill one here, another there. No, if she could, she would kill them all. This is the war the wolves have sought. The hold shall be reborn. Am I to be their leader? Am I to stand alone at the head of some vast army of retribution? All at once, the ghost wolves were surrounding her, brushing close, and she began a loping run, effortlessly, her heart surging with strength. Freedom, she understood now, was something so long lost among humans that they had forgotten what it felt like. Bend to your labors, grasp those coins, keep the doors locked and fires raging to empty the shadows behind you. Make your brothers and sisters kneel before you to serve your pleasures. Are you free? You don't remember the truth of what once was, of what you all so willingly surrendered. I will show you freedom. So I vow. I will show you what it is to be free. On all sides, the ghost wolves howled.
She's gone.
Faint opened her eyes, blinked at the bright morning sun.
What? Who? The girl. Setok with the wolf eyes. Gone.
She stared up at Amby, frowning, and then said,
Oh, I don't think she's coming back.
No, Amby, I don't either.
He moved back as she sat up. Her chest ached, her ragged scars itched. She was filthy, and the taste in her mouth was thick with the rancid meat they'd eaten the night before. Amby stood like a man lost in the company of anyone but his brother. Just a glance nearly broke her heart. She looked past him. Sweetest Sufferance was still asleep, her rounded form swathed in blankets. Precious Thimble sat near the ashes of the night's fire, eyes fixed dully on Amby. She'd heard tales of horror amongst the shareholders who'd signed out and now sat in taverns waiting to die. They'd drink and tell of missions that had ended in disaster. A dead mage lost in unknown lands, no way home. The few lucky ones would find a place to book passage, or perhaps another Trigal carriage would find them, half-starved and half-mad, and these ones would come home broken, their eyes empty. She stared up at the morning sky. Was the flying lizard still up there? Did it mock them with its cold eyes? She doubted it.
If we make it out of this, it will be a miracle. The longest tug of the lady's luck this world has ever seen. And let's face it, things don't work out that way. They never do.
I smelled smoke, said Amby.
When?
He shrugged.
Dawn. The wind had yet to turn. Was running before the sun.
East. She stood, studied the rumpled wastes. Was that a faint haze? No, that veil was too big. A cloud.
Well, she said, it's where we were headed, more or less.
If the man wanted to smell things, fine, made no difference.
We need water, Amby said.
Sighing, Faint turned and approached Precious Thimble. The young witch would not meet her eyes. Faint waited for a moment and then said,
Can you conjure water?
I told you.
Yes, the land's mostly dead. Still, can you?
There's no point in trying.
Try anyway.
Her eyes flashed. Who left you in charge?
You're a shareholder in the Trigal. I have seniority here, Precious.
But I'm...
So far, Faint cut in, you're nothing. Show us some magery and that might drag you up a notch or two. Open us a gate home and I'll personally crown you Empress. But until then, Precious, I'm in charge.
It hurts.
What does?
Listen, people die. But she shook her head. Magic. Here. The ground. Flinches.
Precious, I don't care if it howls. Just get us some water.
It doesn't want us here. It doesn't want anyone here.
Too bad.
Precious shivered. There's something... If it's a spirit, even the ghost of one, maybe...
Get started on it.
Faint walked over to Sweetest Sufferance.
Good's breath, wake up. I'm awake, cow.
Well, turned out everyone felt as miserable as she did.
Hungry,
said Precious Thimble.
God's below.
Faint looked to the east again. Cloud or smoke? Nearby, Amby made a groaning sound. She glanced over. Something was wrong with his face. Mud streaks? Tears? No, too dark. She stepped closer.
What? Is that blood?
Nearby, the pack horse tore free of the stake tethering it and lunged away, hoofs thundering. A rattling sound erupted from Sweetest Sufferance. Faint spun.
Sweetie?
The blanket-swathed form was twitching. Hungry, said Precious Thimble again. Spasms surged through Sweetest Sufferance, her limbs jumping. She kicked her way clear of the blankets, rolled onto her back. Her eyes were opened wide, filling with blood. Her face was visibly swelling, flesh split. In here? Asked Precious Thimble. Faint whirled to the witch, saw the strange tilt to her head, the drool slicking her chin. Her eyes were glazed. She rushed over.
Get it out! Precious, send it away!
Sweetest Sufferance jerked upright, blood draining down from her fingertips. Bony projections had pushed through her face, closing the space for her eyes, her mouth. Her entire body shook as if something was inside, trying to escape. Tearing sounds burst from under her clothing as more bones thrust past skin, pushed at her sodden clothing. The ground beneath the woman seemed to be cracking open. Numb with horror, Faint backed up a step. Shock stole her will. "Precious, please!" Amby suddenly howled, and the cry was so raw it jolted Faint awake. Twisting round once more, she rushed to Precious Thimble. Struck the woman in the face, a vicious slap, as hard as she could manage. The young witch's head rocked. Amby screamed again. Faint glanced back at Sweetest Sufferance, but the woman was mostly gone, and in her place, rising up from the broken earth below, was a stained wrist thick as the bole of an ancient tree. The hand had pushed its fingers through the woman's body, as if fighting free of an ill-fitting glove. Gore-streaked nails clawed at the air. The ground tilted beneath Faint, almost pitching her from her feet. Amby staggered up to Precious Thimble, his face a mask of blood, and when his fist struck her face, her entire head snapped back. She toppled. Bawling, he took her in his arms and began running. The arm was reaching higher, the remnants of Sweetest Sufferance's body still clinging to the grasping hand. Blood was burning away, blackening, shedding in flakes, revealing a limb of purest jade. Faint staggered back. A mound was rising, an entire hill, splitting the hard ground. The tree at the spring thrashed, and on its long dead branches green suddenly sprouted, writhing like worms. Jade fruit bulged, burgeoned in clusters to pull the branches down. Rock exploded from a ridge 50 paces to the south. High grasses waved like jade flames. A vast gleaming boulder rocked into view. A forehead. Oh, gods below! Oh, Hood! Beru, please! Draconis turned round, his eyes black as pools of ink. "Wait here," he said. Ublala opened his mouth, but the ground was shaking, rolling like waves rushing in from somewhere to the north, and he forgot what he wanted to ask. He turned to his beloved. Relata was awake, crouched low on the balls of her feet. Terror filled her face as she stared past Ublala. He turned back in time to see Draconis drawing his sword. Blackness poured from the long blade like wind-whipped shrouds, billowing out, twisting to close around the man like folding wings. Draconis disappeared inside the darkness, and the inky clouds spiraled higher, growing in size. In moments it towered over them, and then those black wings unfolded once more. The apparition rose into the sky, enormous wings of inky smoke thundering the air. Ublala stared after it. His mace was in his hands for some reason, and the sky-stone head steamed as if dipped in a forge. He watched the huge thing fly away, northward. Not a dragon. Winged darkness. Just that. Winged darkness. He licked his lips. Draconis? The brow ridges lifted clear of the shattered bedrock. Eyes blazed like emerald beacons. A second hand had thrust free, 30 paces to the west. Faint stood as if rooted to the shaking ground, as trapped as the rattling tree. Her thoughts had fled. A pressure was building inside her skull. She could hear voices, thousands, tens of thousands of voices, all speaking in a language she could not understand. They were rising in alarm, in fear, in panic. She clapped her hands to her ears, but it was no use. They want out. They asked, but no answers came. They begged, pleaded. The world gave them silence. How do I know this? Their hearts, the beating, I can feel them breaking. Anguish tore at her soul. She could not survive this. It was too much, the pain too vast. Icy air swept over her from behind, an enormous shadow swirled across the earth to her left. Something enshrouded in darkness, borne on vast ethereal wings, descended to where the jade head was emerging. Faint saw the flash of something long and black, a gleaming edge, and as the darkness slammed like a tidal wave against the brow of the giant, that splinter was driven forward, piercing the center of the forehead. Thunder cracked. Faint was thrown from her feet by the concussion. The impossible chorus of voices cried out, in pain, in shock, and something else. Beneath her, the earth seemed to moan. Staggering upright once more, Faint coughed out the blood filling her mouth. Those cries! Relief! At last an answer! The forearm directly in front of her, and the hand off to the west, was suddenly motionless, the jade luminescence fading as if sheathed in dust. The tree, tilted precariously to one side, slowed its manic shivering, its branches now burdened with leaves of jade and the huge globes of fruit. Up on the hill the darkness coalesced, like a slowly indrawn breath, and in its place stood a tall, broad-shouldered man. His hands were clasped about the grip of a two-handed sword, bleeding black streams that spun lazily in the air. She saw him struggle to pull the weapon from the jade forehead that reared like a stone wall in front of him. He grunted when he finally succeeded. The sword slid into the scabbard slung under his left arm. He turned round, walked towards Faint. Pale skin, chiseled features, black hair, depthless eyes. As he neared her, he spoke in Daru. Where he came from, every god is a shield anvil. Woman, have you lost your mind? She opened her mouth for a denial, a rush of protest, but then he was walking past her. She turned, stared after him. South? What's down there? Where are you going? No, never mind, Faint. Gods below, what have I just witnessed? Her gaze returned to the sundered forehead surmounting the hill. The wound in its center was visible even from this distance. It had nearly split the giant's skull in half. She slowly sank to her knees. A god. That was a god. Were they both gods? Did one just murder the other? She realized that she had wet herself. One more reek to clash with all the others. Drawing a shaky breath, she lowered her head. Sweetest sufferance, I'm sorry. She warned me against it. I'm sorry, sweetie. Please forgive me. She would, in a while, set out to find Ambi and Precious Thimble, but not yet. Not quite yet. Ublala watched her tying up her bedroll. Where are you going? We should wait. He said to wait. She bared her teeth, but did not look at him. He is a demon. When he runs out of things to hunt, he'll kill and eat us. No, he won't. He's nice. Draconis is nice, my love. Don't call me that. But... Be quiet. Give me back my knife. I can't. You might stab me. I won't. I'm leaving you both. I'm going home. Home? Where is that? Can I come? Only if you can swim, she said. Now, at least the knife. And if you love me the way you say you do, you'll give me the rest of my weapons too. I'm not supposed to. Venom blazed in her eyes. You're awake. You're holding that club. I can't hurt you unless you're a coward, Ublala. I can't love cowards. They disgust me. He hunched down. Just because I'm scared of you don't mean I'm a coward. I once fought 5 Teblor gods. Of course you did. Cowards always lie. And I fought against the fangs of death and all those tusked warriors liked me. No, that wasn't me. At least, I don't think it was. He stared at the mace. But I killed Dulk. I killed a dragon. It was easy. No, it wasn't. It was hard, I think. I can't remember. No end to all the lies.
You're right, he said, suddenly glum. No end to them.
Give me my weapons.
If I do, you'll die.
What?
You'll leave us, and there's no food out here unless Draconis gets it for us. You'll starve. I can't.
Am I your prisoner? Is that how you like it, Ublala? You want a slave? He looked up at her.
Can I sex you any time if you're my slave?
That's not love, she said.
It's been so long, he replied. I suppose I'll take sex instead of love. See what's happened to me?
Fine. I'll lie with you if you give me my weapons afterwards.
Ublala clutched his head.
Oh, you're confusing me!
She advanced on him.
Agree to my offer, Ublala, and I'm yours.
She stopped abruptly, turned away. He stared after her.
What's wrong? I agree! I agree!
Too late, she said. Your friend's back.
Ublala twisted round to see Draconis approaching.
He's no friend of mine, he muttered. Not any more.
Too crowded, these wastelands, she said.
Then leave us, Torrent replied. We won't miss you. In answer, Olarethil picked up Absi once more by the scruff of his neck.
We have rested enough,
she said. Stop carrying him like that, said Torrent. He can ride with me. Her neck creaked as she turned to regard him.
Attempt to flee, and I will catch you, pup.
Torrent glanced across at the twins, who huddled together near the ring of stones where they had tried making a fire the night before. I won't do that, he said.
Sentimentality will see the death of you, said the Bonecaster. Come here, take the child.
He strode over. When he reached for the boy, Olarethil's skeletal hand snapped out. Torrent was dragged close, pulled up until his eyes were less than a hand's breadth from her broken face.
Call upon no gods in this place, she hissed. Everything's too close to the surface. Do you understand me? Even the ghost of Tok Younger cannot withstand a summons, and he will not arrive alone. She pushed him back. You have been warned, my only warning. I catch you whispering a prayer, Torrent of the All, and I will kill you.
He stepped back, scowling. That threat's getting as old as you, hag. He took Absi's hand and led him slowly to where his horse waited. And we need food. Remember what that is, Olarethil, and water. He looked round, but could see no sign of Telerast and Curdle. When had he last seen them? He could not recall. Sighing, he beckoned to the twins. Starvey and Story leapt to their feet and joined him. Can you walk for a time? He asked them. Later you can ride, a little longer than you did yesterday. I don't mind walking.
Did you hear that thunder?
Starvey asked. Just thunder.
Is our father still alive?
Story asked.
Is he really?
I won't lie, Torrent said. If his spirit walks the land again, he is the same as Olarethil at Tlanimas. I fear there will be little that you will recognize.
Except what's inside him, said Story. That won't have changed.
Torrent glanced away. I hope you're right, for all our sakes. He hesitated and then said, After all, if anyone can stand up to this Bonecaster, it will be your father.
He'll take us back,
said Starvey.
All three of us, you'll see.
He nodded. Ready, then? No, he wouldn't lie to them, not about their father. But some suspicions he would keep to himself. He did not expect Olarethil to take them to Onos Tulan. Absi, and perhaps even the twins, had become her currency when forcing the First Sword's hand, and she would not permit a situation where he could directly challenge her over possession of them. No, these coins of flesh she would keep well hidden. Torrent collected up Absi, his heart clenching as the boy's arms went round his neck. The young were quick to adapt, he knew, but even then there were hurts that slipped through awareness, leaving not a ripple, and they sank deep. And many years later, why, they'd shaped an entire life. Abandon the child, and all the man's tethers will be weak. Take away the child's love, and the woman will be a leaf on every stream. So the older ones said, always full of warnings, telling us all that life was a treacherous journey, that a path once begun could not easily be evaded or twisted anew by wish or will. With a grinning Absi settled on the saddle, his small hands gripping the horn, Torrent collected the reins. The twins falling in beside him, he set off after Olarethil. The thunder had stopped as quickly as it had begun, and the cloudless sky was unchanged. Terrible forces were in play in these wastelands, enough to shake even the deathless witch striding so purposefully ahead of them. Call upon no gods in this place. A curious warning. Had someone prayed? He snorted. When did praying achieve anything but silence? Anything but the pathetic absence filling the air, building like a bubble of nothingness in the soul? Since when didn't a prayer leave only empty yearning, where wishes burned and longing was a knife twisting in the chest? Call upon no gods in this place. Summon not Tok Anasta, my one-eyed guardian who can ride through the veil, who can speak with the voice of death itself. Why do you so fear him, Olarethil? What can he do to you? But I know the answer to that, don't I? Ahead, the Bonecaster hesitated, turning to stare at Torrent. When he smiled, she faced forward again and resumed her walk. Yes, Olarethil, these wastelands are very crowded indeed. Step lightly, hag, as if that will do any good. Absi made a strange grunting sound and then sang, Ta-la-la-la-la-la-la, ta-la-la-la-la-la. Every word from a child is itself a prayer, a blessing. Dare we answer? Beware, little Absi, Olarethil. There are hurts that slip through. You killed his dog. You killed his dog. The fabric between the warrens was shredded. Gaping holes yawned on all sides. As befitted his veered form, Gruntle moved in the shadows, a creature of stealth, muscles rolling beneath his barbed hide, eyes flaring like embers in the night. But purchase under his padded paws was uncertain. Vistas shifted wildly before his fixed gaze. Only desperation and perhaps madness had taken him on these paths. One moment flowing down a bitter, cold scree of moss-backed boulders, the next moving like a ghost through a cathedral forest cloaked in fetid gloom. In yet another, the air was foul with poisons, and he found himself forced to swim a river, the waters thick and crusted with brown foam. Up onto the bank and into a village of cut stone crowded with carriages passing through a graveyard, a fox pitching an eerie cry upon catching his scent. He stumbled upon two figures, their sudden appearance so startling him that alarm unleashed his instincts. A snarl, sudden rush, claws and then fangs. Screams tore the night air. His jaws crunched down through the bones of a human neck. A lash of one clawed paw ripped one side from a dog, flinging the dying beast into the brush. And then through, away from that world, and into a sodden jungle lit by flashes of lightning, the reek of sulphur heavy in the air. Down a bank of mud, into a charnel pit of rotting corpses, the bloated bodies of men and horses, someone singing plaintively in the distance. A burning forest. The corridor of a palace or temple, dozens of robed people fleeing with shrieks, and once more he tore through them, human blood filling his mouth, the taste appallingly sweet, dragging bodies down from behind, crunching through skulls, weak fists thumping into his flanks. Somewhere deep inside him he loosed a sob, tearing himself free, and once more the world shifted, a barren tundra now. Someone kneeling beside a boulder, head lifting, eyes meeting his.
"Stop this, now! Child of Treach, you lose yourself to the beast's blood."
A woman, her long black hair thick and glossy as a panther's hide, her face broad, the cheekbones high and flaring, her amber eyes filled with knowing. A few rags of caribou skin for clothes, despite the frigid air.
"When you find me," she continued, "it will not be as you imagine. We shall not meet as lovers. We shall not desire the same things. It may be we shall fight, you and me."
He crouched, sides heaving, muscles trembling, but the blind rage was fading. She made an odd gesture with one hand.
"A cat leaps, takes the life of a bird. Another takes the life of a child playing in the garden. This is what a cat does. Do you deny this? Is there a crime in these scenes? Perhaps. For the bird, the crime of carelessness, incaution. A child? An inattentive parent? An ill-chosen place to dwell in? The chicks in their nest cry out for a mother who will not return. Her death is their deaths. The mother grieves her loss, but perhaps there will be another child, a new life to replace the one lost. Tell me, Gruntle, how does one measure these things? How does one decide which life is the more precious? Are feelings apportioned according to intelligence and self-awareness? Does a tiny creature grieve less deeply than one of greater stature? But is it not natural to rage for vengeance, for retribution? Does the dead bird's mate dream of murder? Child of Treach, you have taken more than just children on this hard path of yours. In your wake, much grief now swirls. Your arrival was inexplicable to their senses, but the proof of your presence lay in pools of blood. Be the weapon of random chance if you must. Be the unimaginable force that strikes down with no reason, no purpose. Be the taker of lives. I will await you at the end of this path. Will we discuss vengeance with fang and claw? At the threat, a low growl rumbled from his chest. Her smile was sad. She gestured again. Blinking, Gruntle found himself on his hands and knees, stony ground under him. He coughed and then spat to clear gobs of thick blood from his mouth, reached up and wiped his wet lips. On the back of his hand, a red smear and strands of human hair. "God below,"
he muttered.
"That was a mistake."
The Warrens were falling apart.
Where was I going? What was I running from?
But he remembered. Betrayals, weaknesses, the flaws of being human. He'd sought an escape. A headlong plunge into mindlessness, fleeing from all manner of remorse and recrimination.
Running away. But what is the point?
He said under his breath.
To forget is to forget myself, who I am, and that I must not surrender. If I do, I will have nothing left. Ah, but still, to be blameless, a cat above the tiny carcass of a bird, above the corpse of a child. Blameless. But the bastards hunting me down don't care about that. A child has died. Mothers bow in wretched grief. Weapons are taken in hand. The world is a dangerous place. They mean to make it less so. They yearn to die ancient and withered in straw beds at the end of a long life. with skins upon their walls proclaiming their bravery. Well then, come to me if you must. To your eyes I am a monstrous tiger, but in my mind I have a man's cunning. And yes, I know all about vengeance.
He could see now where his path was taking him. Trake's deadly gift was turning in his hands, finding a new, terrible shape.
You would set yourselves apart, then? Not animal, something other. Very well. Then there will be war.
Brushing at his eyes, he climbed slowly to his feet.
Admire the beast. He is brave, even as he charges your spear. And should you then stand above my corpse, note well your own bravery, but in my lifeless eyes see this truth. What we have shared in this clash of courage, friend, was not a thing of sentience or intelligence. Skill and luck may be triumphant, but these are nature's gifts. Confuse this at your peril. Treach, hear me. I will fight this war. I see its inevitability. I will charge the spear, because I have no choice.
He bared his teeth.
Just make my death worthwhile.
Somewhere ahead, she awaited him. He still did not know what that meant. The veil between human and beast was shredded, and he found himself looking out from both sides, desperation and madness.
Oh, Stoney, I cannot keep my promise. I am sorry. If I could but set my eyes upon your face one more time.
He sighed.
Yes, woman, to answer your cruel question, the bird's mate dreams of murder.
The tears kept returning, blurring his vision, streaming down his scarred, pitted cheeks. But Mappo forced himself onward, fighting each step he took. Two wills were locked in battle, the need to find his friend, the need to flee his shame. The war was now a thing of pain. There had been a time, so long ago now, when he had not shied from self-regard, when, for all the deceits guiding his life, he had understood the necessity, the sharp clarity of his purpose. He stood between the world and Icarium. Why? Because the world was worth saving, because there was love and moments of peace, because compassion existed like a blossom in a crack of stone, a fulsome truth, a breathtaking miracle. And Icarium was a weapon of destruction, senseless, blind. Mappo had given his life to keeping that weapon in its scabbard, peace-strapped, forgotten, in the name of compassion and love, which he had just walked away from, turning his back upon children so as to not see the hurt in their eyes, that hardening flatness as yet another betrayal beset their brief lives. Because, he told himself, their future was uncertain, yet still alive with possibilities.
But if Icarium should awaken, and no one is there to stop him, those possibilities will come to an end. Does this not make sense?
Oh, yes, indeed it made sense.
And still, it was wrong. I know it. I feel it. I can't hide from it. If I harden myself to compassion, then what am I trying to save?
And so he wept, for himself. In the face of shame, grief burned away. In the face of shame, he began to lose who he was, who he had always believed himself to be. Duty, pride in his vow, his sacrifice, it all crumbled. He tried to imagine finding Icarium, his oldest friend. He tried to envision a return to the old ways, to his words of deception in the name of love, to the gentle games of feint and sleight of hand that they played to keep horrifying truths at bay. Everything as it once was, and at the core of it all, Mappo's willingness to surrender his own life rather than see the life-stealer's eyes catch flame. He did not know if he could do that anymore. A man's heart must be pure for such a thing, cleansed of all doubts, sufficient to make death itself a worthy sacrifice. But the solid beliefs of years past had now broken down. He felt hunched down inside himself, as if folding round an old wound, leaving his bones feeling frail, a cage that could crumple at the first hint of pressure. The wasted land passed him by on all sides, barely observed. The day's heat faltered before the conflagration in his skull. Mappo forced himself onward. He had to find Icarium now, more than ever, to beg forgiveness and to end it. My friend, I am not enough anymore. I am not the warrior you once knew. I am not the wall to lean your weary self against. I have betrayed children, Icarium. Look into my eyes and see the truth of this. I beg a release. End it, Icarium. Please end this. Stormy thought he could make out a pall of dust to the southeast. No telling how far. The horizons played tricks in this place. The lizard he rode devoured leagues. It never seemed to tire. Glancing back, he glowered at the drones plodding in his wake. Kell hunters ranged on his flanks, sometimes visible but mostly not, lost somewhere in the deceptive folds and creases of the landscape. I'm riding a damned Vagath, the nastiest weapon of war I've ever seen. I don't need a damned escort. All right, so it needed to be fed come evening. There was that to consider. But I'm a man. I hate the need to consider anything. It's not a problem either, mostly. He preferred being just a corporal. This shield anvil business left a sour taste in his mouth. Aye, there's a sentimental streak in me. I don't deny it. And maybe it's wide as an ocean, like Guess says. But I didn't ask for it. I cried for a dying mouse once. Dying because I tried to catch it, only my hand was too clumsy and something got broken inside. Lying there in my palm, breaths coming so fast, but the tiny limbs had stopped moving, and then the breath slowed. I knelt on the stones and watched it slowly die, there in my hand. Gods, it's enough to make me bawl all over again, just remembering. How old was I? 20? He leaned to one side and cleared his nose, one nostril and then the other. Then cleaned his moustache with his fingers, wiping them on his leg. Dust cloud any closer? Hard to say. Clearing a rise, he cursed and silently ordered his mount to a halt. The basin below stretched out 300 or more paces, and half that distance out a dozen or so figures were standing or sitting in a rough circle. As soon as he came into view, the ones standing turned to face him, while the ones sitting slowly climbed upright and did the same. They were tall, gaunt, and armored in black chain, black scales, and black leather. The Kell hunters had appeared suddenly to Stormy's right and left, and were closing up at a swift lope, their massive cutlasses held out to the sides. Stormy could taste something oily and bitter. "Calm down, lizards," he said under his breath, kicking the Vagath into motion. "They ain't drawing." Dark, narrow faces beneath ornate helms tracked Stormy's approach. Withered faces. "Those bastards are tusked. Jagged? Must be. That old bust of Gothos in Aran's great temple had tusks like those. But then, these fellows ain't looking too good. Tlan? Did the Jagged have Tlan? Oh, never mind these questions, idiot. Just ask 'em. Or not. 10 paces between them, Stormy reined in. The hunters halted a few paces back, settled and planted the tips of their cutlasses in the hard earth. He studied the warriors before him.
ugly,
he muttered. One spoke, though Stormy wasn't immediately certain from which one the voice came.
Do you see this, Bolerium?
I see,
another answered.
A human. Well, mostly human. Hard to tell behind all that hair. But let us be generous. A human with Kachane as pets. And only a few moments ago, Bolerium, you had the nerve to suggest that the world was a better place than when we'd last left it.
I did,
Bolerium admitted, and then added,
I was an idiot.
Low laughter. A third Jaghut then said,
Kachane and termites, Gedoran. Find one, and you know there's 100,000 more in the woodwork. As you say, Varandas.
And with that other smell?
Just so,
Gedoran said, and Stormy found him by the nod accompanying the words.
Dust. Dreams and nightmares, Gedoran, hide in the same pit. Reach down and you're blind to what you pull out.
They were all speaking Falari, which was ridiculous. Stormy snorted and then said,
Listen, you're in my way.
Gedoran stepped forward.
You did not come in search of us?
Do I really look that stupid? No. Why, should I have?
He is impertinent.
Darift, a human riding a Vagath can be as impertinent as he likes, said Bolerium.
Hard laughter, heads rocking back. Stormy said,
You're in the middle of nowhere. What are you up to?
Ah, said Gedoran. Now that is a pertinent query. We have sent our commander on a quest, and now await his return.
You order your commander around?
Yes, isn't that wonderful?
The Jaghut laughed again. A habit, Stormy decided as it went on, that could prove maddening.
Well, I'll leave you to it then.
The 14 Jaghut bowed, and Gedoran said,
Until we meet again, Shield Anvil.
I don't intend to ride back the way I came in.
Wisdom is not yet dead, said Bolerium. Did I not suggest this to you all? Amidst a host of idiotic assertions, perhaps you did.
Varandas, there must be a balance in the world. On one side, a morsel of weighty wisdom offsetting a gastric avalanche of brainless stupidity. Is that not the way of things?
At Bolerium, a drop of perfume cannot defeat a heap of shit.
That depends, Varandas, on where you put your nose.
Gedoran said,
Be sure to inform us, Varandas, when you finally smell something sweet.
Don't hold your breath, Gedoran.
To Rorca's laughter, Stormy kicked the Vagath into motion, steering the creature to the left to ride round the Jaghut. Once past, he urged his mount into a loping trot. A short while later, the Kell hunters drew in closer. He could smell their unease.
Aye,
he muttered. He wondered who the commander was.
Must be a damned idiot. But then, anything to escape that laughing. Aye, now that makes sense. Why, I'd probably ride straight up Hood's arsehole to get away from that lot. And as soon as I smell something sweet, boys and girls, why, I'll ride straight back and tell you.
That dust cloud looked closer. Maybe. Chapter 7. Awaiting Restitution. Epigraph on gravestone. Lether.
Is it as I see? Bryce Benedict asked. The fate of the world in the hands of 3 women?
Atrisida Erinict drew one more time on the stick and then flicked the stub into the fire. Into flames. She held the smoke in her lungs as long as she could, as if in refusing to breathe out she could hold back time itself. I saw caverns, I saw darkness, and the rain, gods below, the rain. Finally, she sighed. If there was any smoke left, she didn't see it. Not 3 women alone, she said. There is one man, you. They sat undisturbed before the fire. Soldiers slept. The bawling of animals awaiting slaughter had died down for the night. Cook fires dwindled as the swirling wind ate the last dung, and the air was filled with ashes. Come the dawn, we leave, broken apart, each our separate ways. Could I have imagined this? Did she know? She must have. By her sword we are shattered. It was necessary, said Bryce. You sound as if you're trying to convince yourself, she observed, drawing a taper from her belt sheath and reaching to set one end into the flames, watched as it caught, brought the lurid fire closer to her face to light yet another stick. I understood her, I think, he grunted. Well, as much as anyone could. She nodded. The look on the faces of her officers. Stunned, yes. She thought of Fist Blistig. Appalled. He glanced across at her. I worried for you, my love. A Brastal's daughter. A potent child indeed, to find us from so far away. She pulled on the stick. I was unprepared. The visions made no sense. They overwhelmed me. Are you able to make sense of them now? No. Will you describe them to me, Erinict? She dropped her gaze. Forgive me for asking, he said. I did not think... You should not have to relive such trauma. I am tired, and tomorrow will be a long day. She heard the invitation in his words, but the flames of the hearth held her in place. Something, a promise, a warning. I need to think on this. I will join you, love, soon. Of course. If you find me dead to the world. She flinched, recovered, and said, I shall be careful not to wake you. He leaned close, and she turned to meet his lips with hers, saw the tenderness of his smile as he pulled away. Then she was alone, and her gaze returned again to the flames. A parley, a meeting of minds. Well, it had begun simply enough. Regal riders reigning before the command tent, soldiers appearing to take the horses. Greetings exchanged with the Malazan officers awaiting these distinguished guests. The adjunct was within, yes. Her wounds? She has recovered, thankfully. We're afraid there will be little formality in all this, Highness. Is it not best that we each make our own introductions? Mortal sword, shield anvil, it is good to see you both. Fist Faradan's sword had held to her own standard of formality, Erinict supposed, both comfortable and respectful, whereas Fist's kindly and Blistig had said nothing, the tension between the 2 men palpable. She'd stood close to Commander Bryce. It was difficult to know where to look. The Kandril women, Hanavat and Shelamasa, held back from the others, as if uncertain of their own worth. As words were exchanged between Sort and Krughava and Abrastal on the matter of who should enter first, a clash of deference of all things, Erinict edged back a step and made her way over to the Kandril. They observed her approach with evident trepidation. Erinict stopped, drew out her pouch and counted out 3 sticks of rust leaf. She held them up with brows raised. Sudden smiles answered her. She stood and smoked with them, a few paces back from all the others, and Erinict caught Bryce's eye and was pleased by the pride she saw in her lover's regard. It was finally determined that Queen Abrastal would be the first to enter, accompanied by the Barghast war chief Spax, followed by the Perish. When faces turned to the Kandril women, Hanavat gestured with one hand. Clearly, now that she had something to do, she was content to wait. Shelamasa seemed even more relieved. Bryce approached. Atrisida Erinict, if you please, would you escort the Kandril inside once you are, done here? Of course, she replied. It will be my pleasure. Moments later, the three women were alone, apart from the two soldiers flanking the tent's entrance. Hanavat was the first to speak. "I am tempted to go back to my people. I do not belong in such company." "You stand in your husband's stead," said Eranict. She grimaced. "It is not what I would choose. No one is blind to that," Eranict said as gently as she could. "But if you like, I can invent an excuse." "No," Hanavat said. "Even my husband struggled in this particular duty. The burned tears are sworn to the field of battle in the memory of Coltane of the Crow clan." She released a harsh stream of smoke. "But it seems failure finds us no matter where we turn." She nodded to the tent. "I will stand before their disappointment, since my husband dares not. My midwives tell me again and again that a woman's spirit is stronger than a man's. This day I mean to prove it. If you like, I shall introduce you, Hanavat. I expect no such formalities, Atrisida. The adjunct has more important matters to attend to in there." "My head is spinning," said Shelamasa. "It passes," said Eranict. A short time later they were done. Hanavat gestured for Eranict to precede them. The Atrisida turned to the tent entrance, but then Hanavat said, "Eranict." "Yes." "Thank you." "My commander spoke from the heart with the words he gave you earlier, Hanavat. The Kundral have nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, the very opposite is true." She led them into the command tent. In the outer chamber were the two Malazan captains, Raband and Scanaro. Muted voices came from the other side of the curtain. Scanaro gave them all a strained smile. "We decided we didn't want to crowd the room." When Shelamasa hesitated, Hanavat took the younger woman by the arm. Eranict drew the entrance curtain to one side. The Kundral women entered the chamber. Conversation fell away. As Eranict stepped in, she sensed the tension. Mortal Sword Krughava's face was dark with anger, or shame. A pace behind her was the shield anvil, pale, clearly rattled. Bryce stood to the right, his back almost brushing the curtain wall. Alarm was writ plain on his face. To the left stood the Queen, taut and watchful as her sharp eyes tracked from Krughava to the adjunct and back again. Who had just been speaking? Eranict wasn't sure. The Fist stood to the adjunct's left, close to the corner of the chamber. Banaskar leaned against a support pole on the other side, his arms crossed and his eyelids half lowered. Close by, as if ready to catch the ex-priest should he collapse, was Lastara Yil. Adjunct Tavore looked hale, her expression severe, holding Krughava's glare unflinchingly. Upon the arrival of the Kundral, Fist Faradan Sort cleared her throat and said, "Adjunct, it pleases me to introduce—" "No need," Tavore replied, setting her regard upon Shelamasa. The adjunct stepped forward, forcing apart the mortal sword and the Queen. "I assume you are Shelamasa, who succeeded in rallying the survivors of the charge, guiding the retreat and so saving many lives. It is said you were the last to leave the field. Your presence here honors us all." She paused and then turned to Hanavat. "Precious mother," she said, "I grieve for your terrible losses. It grieves me too that, in this time, your husband dwells only upon his own losses. It is my hope that he soon awakens to the gifts remaining in his life." Tavore looked at the others. "Hanavat and Shelamasa are Kundral-burned tears, our longest-standing allies. Their sacrifice on the day of the Naruk saved the lives of thousands. On this day, as upon every other, I value their counsel. Fist kindly, find a chair for Hanavat. It is not proper that she stand with her child so near." Eranict saw Hanavat fighting back tears, welling up behind her astonishment, as if the two women now stood taller than they had a moment earlier. "Adjunct Tavore, you continue to surprise us." Tavore returned to her original position. "The Bonehunters," she said, have had enough time to lick their wounds. Now we must march in earnest." Krughaver's voice was harsh with suppressed emotion. "We are sworn to serve me," the adjunct snapped. "You have sworn to serve me, and that I need to remind you of this pains me, mortal sword." "You do not," Krughaver said in a tone like honed iron. "Your army is damaged, adjunct. We stand before you, all of us here, and would pledge ourselves to your cause." "Not quite," cut in Queen Abrastal, "since I don't yet understand that cause, and by the look on the face of Prince Bryce, I suspect he shares my unease." Krughaver hissed a curse in her own language, and then tried again. "Adjunct, now is the time to coalesce our respective forces, thus bolstering our strength." "No." The words struck like a knife driven into the floor between them. The colour left Krughaver's face. "If you doubt our loyalty or courage—" "I do not," Tavore replied. "In fact, I am depending on it." "But this makes no sense!" The adjunct turned to Abrastal. "Highness, your presence here is most unexpected, but welcome. Your kingdom, even more than that of King Tehol, has had long-term contact with those territories of Kholants and the south kingdoms of the Palacia Sea." "That is true, adjunct. What can you tell us of the situation there?" The Queen's brows lifted. "I assumed you were entirely aware of where you are headed, adjunct. If that is not the case, then I am baffled. What manner of war do you seek? What is the cause for this belligerence of yours?" It seemed that Tavore was unwilling to answer. Silence stretched. The one who finally spoke startled them all. "The worm will feed." Banaskar slowly lifted his head. "She will gorge on the slaughter to come." His bleary gaze wandered among them, settled on the Volcando Queen. "What are you worth, any of you?" He nodded to the adjunct. "She thinks enough worth to fight an impossible war. For you, Highness, and you, Prince Bryce, and—" He faltered for a moment, as if about to be sick. "Even me." "I don't understand," said Abrastal, "but I will let the matter rest for now. To answer you, adjunct, I must weave a tale. And," she added, "my throat grows parched." Sort walked to the curtain entrance, leaned out and ordered her captains to find some ale. The Queen snorted and then said, "Well, I suppose ale better suits a story told than does wine. Very well, I shall begin. They came from the sea. Isn't that always the way? No matter. There was trouble in the lands long before that day, however. Decades of drought, uprisings, civil wars, usurpations, a host of once wealthy nations now verging on utter collapse. In such times, prophets are known to rise. Bold revolutions, the heads of kings and queens on spear points, blood in the streets. But against a sky empty of rain, no cause triumphs, no great leader from the masses can offer salvation, and before long even their heads adorn spikes." Sort arrived with a cask of ale and a dozen or so tin cups. She set about serving drinks, beginning with the Queen. Abrastal swallowed down a quick mouthful, sighed, and resumed. "One can imagine how it must have felt. The world was ending. Civilization itself had failed, revealing its terrible fragilities. That clutter of thin sticks holding it all upright. In place of rain, despair settled upon the lands. In Kholants, only the province of Estobans thrived. Fed by glacial streams and rivers, sheltered from the hot winds of the south, by this one province all of Kholants struggled on.
But there were too many mouths to feed, and the strain was taking its toll. If there was a solution to this strait, it was too cruel to contemplate. The strangers from the sea had no such qualms, and when they cast down the rulers of Kholance, they did what they deemed necessary. "A cull," said the adjunct, and that word seemed to take the life from Tavore's eyes. Abrastel regarded Tavore a moment over the rim of her cup, drank, and then nodded. Just so. In the first year, they reduced the population of Kholance by 50%. The least fit, the elderly, the sickly. Another 10% the next year. And then, with more of their own kind coming in great ships, they sent armies into the south kingdoms. Adjudication, they called it. They titled themselves Inquisitors. In their hands they held the justice of the land itself, and that justice proved harsh indeed. Abrastel hesitated, and then shrugged. That was pretty much the end of our trade with the East. As we are people of the land, not the sea, we sent out merchant caravans along the old south routes, but those few that returned told tales of nothing but desolation. The merchant ships we then hired ventured into the Palacia Sea and found silted-in ports and abandoned cities all along the coasts. They could find no one left with whom to trade. "Did they travel onward to Kholance?" Tavore asked. "Only the first few, with reason. The Inquisitors did not welcome visitors." She drained her cup and held it out for a refill. "We considered war, Adjunct. Though the ships were not our own, we'd given them royal charter, and we were most displeased by the slaughter of innocents." She glanced over at her Barghast war chief. "We even hired ourselves a mercenary army." "Yet you declared no war," observed Bryce. "No. I sent an agent, my 11th daughter. She did not survive, yet was able to send me a message. These Inquisitors were not human at all." "Justice," said Banascar, pulling a small jug from his cloak. "The sweet contradiction they took to, like—" He regarded the jug. "Like wine. There is no true justice, they will say, without the most basic right that is retribution. Exploit the world at your peril, dear friends. One day someone will decide to speak for that world. One day someone will come calling." He snorted. "But Forkrul Assail? Gods below, even the Liosan would have done better." He tilted the jug back, drank, and then sighed. "There were temples to Derek once, in Kholance." He grinned at Tavore. "Woe to all a priest's confessions, Adjunct?" "Not human," repeated Abrastel. "Their power was unassailable, and it seemed to be growing. We declared no war." And she looked up into the adjunct's eyes. "But here we are." Adjunct Tavore faced Bryce Benedict. "Prince, I have not had the opportunity to thank you for your intervention on the day of the Naruk. That the Bonehunters still exist is due to your bravery and that of your soldiers. Without you and the Kundril, we would never have extricated ourselves from that engagement." "I fear, Adjunct," said Bryce, "that we were not enough, and I am sure War Leader Gaul, and indeed Hanavat here, feel the same. Your army is hurt. The stand by the heavy infantry and the Marines took from you the very soldiers you need the most." He glanced at Krughava briefly, and then continued. "Adjunct, I share the mortal sword's dismay at what you now propose." "The Bonehunters," said Tavore, "will march alone." "Do you say, then," Bryce asked, "that you have no further need of us?" "No, my need for you has never been greater."
Queen Abrastel held out her cup, and as Sort refilled it, she said, "Then you have misled me, Adjunct. Clearly you know more of the enemy, these Forkrul Assail, and their aims than do any of us. Or," she corrected, "you think you do. I would point out that the Inquisitors no longer appear to hold to expansionist intentions. The errant knows they've had enough time to prove otherwise." Banaskar's laugh was soft yet grating. "The Bonehunters march alone, leaking blood with every step. Fists, captains, and cooks all ask the same thing. What does she know? How does she know it? Who speaks to this hard woman with the flat eyes, this Otataral sword stolen from the Empress's scabbard? Was it Quick Ben, our mysterious high mage who no longer walks with us? Was it Fist Keneb? Or perhaps the Empress is not the mistress of betrayal as we all believe, and the Empire's high mage Teishren now creeps in step with us, a shadow no one casts?" He toasted with his jug. "Or has she simply gone mad? But no, none of us think so, do we? She knows something, but what and how?" He drank, weaved a moment as if about to fall, then steadied himself before Lostara Yil reached him. Noticing her, he offered the woman a loose smile. "Or is the ex-priest whispering in her ear?" The question was asked by Fist Blistig, his tone strained and cold. Banaskar's brows lifted. "The last priest of the wreck has no time for whispering, my dear boneless Fist Blistig." The Fist grunted an oath and would have stepped forward if Kindly had not edged deftly into his path. Smiling, Banaskar went on. "All the chewing deafens him anyway, gnawing on all sides. The dog has wounds, don't touch." He waved with his jug in the adjunct's direction. "The Bonehunters march alone, oh yes, more alone than anyone could imagine. But look to Tavore now, look carefully, friends. This solitude she insists upon, why, it's not complicated at all. Are you not all commanders? Friends, this is simple. It's called tactics." Aranict looked to Bryce in the odd silence that followed, and she saw the glint of something awaken in his eyes, as if an unknown language had suddenly become comprehensible. "Adjunct," he said, "against the Lether Empire you struck both overland and by sea. We reeled from one direction and then another." "You say you need us more than ever," said Mortal Sword Krughava then, "because we are to invade on more than one front. Adjunct?" "Directly east of us waits the Glass Desert," Tavore said. "While it offers the shortest route into the territories of the Forkrul Assail, this path is not only reputedly treacherous, but by all accounts impossible for an army to traverse." She studied the Perish. "That is the path the Bonehunters will take. Mortal Sword, you cannot accompany us, because we cannot feed you, nor supply you with water. Beyond the Glass Desert, by Queen Abrastel's own account, the land scarcely improves." "A moment, please." The Bolcando Queen was staring at the adjunct. "The only viable overland routes are the southern caravan tracks. The Glass Desert is truly impassable. If you take your army into it, you will destroy what's left of the Bonehunters. Not one of you will emerge." "We shall cross the Glass Desert," said the adjunct, "emerging to the southwest of Esteban's province. And we mean to be seen by the enemy at the earliest opportunity. And they shall gather their forces to meet us, and a battle shall be fought. One battle." Something in Tavore's tone made Aranict gasp, and she felt herself grow cold with horror. "What of the Grey Helms?" Crughaver demanded. "In the Bay of Collantz there rises a natural edifice known as the Spire. Atop this fastness there is a temple. Within this temple something is trapped, something wounded, something that needs to be freed. The Bonehunters shall be the lodestone to the forces of the Forkrul Assail, mortal sword. But it is the Perish who will strike the death blow against the enemy." Aranict saw Crughaver's iron eyes narrowing. "We are to take the south route." "Yes." "A battle. One battle. She means to sacrifice herself and her soldiers. Oh, by all the holds, she cannot." "You invite mutiny," said Fist Blistig, his face flushed dark. "Tavore, you cannot ask this of us." And she faced her fists then and said in a whisper, "But I must." "Unwitnessed," said Faradan Sort, ghost-pale, dry-lipped. "Adjunct, this battle you seek, if we face an enemy believing only in our own deaths—" Banaskar spoke, and Aranict was shocked to see tears streaming down his cheeks. "To the executioner's axe there are those who kneel, head bowed, and await their fate. Then there are those who fight, who strain, who cry out their defiance even as the blade descends." He pointed a finger at Blistig. "Now you will speak true, Fist. Which one is Adjunct Tavore? A drunken fool speaks for our commander?" Blistig's voice was vicious. He bared his teeth. "How damned appropriate! Will you stand there with us on that day, Banaskar?" "I shall." "Drunk!" The word was a sneer. The man's answering smile was terrible. "No. Stone sober, Blistig, as befits your one, your only witness." "Hood take your damned executioner! I will have none of this!" Blistig appealed to his fellow Fists. "Knowing what you now know, will you lead your soldiers to their deaths? If this glass desert doesn't kill us, the Assail will. And all for what? A feint? A fucking feint?" He spun to the Adjunct. "Is that all we're worth, woman? A rusty dagger for one last thrust, and if the blade snaps, what of it?" Crughaver spoke. "Adjunct Tavore, this thing that is wounded, this thing in the temple upon the spire, what is it that you wish freed?" "The heart of the Crippled God," Tavore replied. The mortal sword seemed visibly rocked by that. Behind her, with eyes shining, Tanakalian asked, "Why?" "The Forkrul Assail draw upon its blood, Shield Anvil. They seek to open the gates of justice upon this world. Akrast Korvalain. To unleash the fullest measure of power, they intend to drive a blade through that heart when the time is right." "And when is that?" Abrastal demanded. "When the spears of jade arrive, Highness. Less than 3 months from now, if Banaskar's calculations are correct." The ex-priest grunted. "The wreck is coiled about time itself, friends." Clearing his throat, Bryce asked, "The jade spears, Adjunct, what are they?" "The souls of his worshippers, Prince. His beloved believers. They are coming for their god." Chills tracked Aranic's spine. "If the heart is freed," said Crughaver, "then he can return to them." "Yes." "He will leave pieces behind no matter what," said Banaskar. "Pulling him down tore him apart. But there should be enough. As for the rest, well, for the rotted flesh, the worm sings." His laugh was bitter. He stared at Tavore.
See her? Look well, all of you. She is the madness of ambition, friends. From beneath the hands of the Forkrul Assail and those of the gods themselves, she means to steal the crippled god's heart.
Queen Abrastel gusted out a breath. My 14th daughter is even now approaching the South Kingdoms. She is a sorceress of considerable talent. If we are to continue this discussion of tactics, I will seek to open a path to her. The adjunct cut in. Highness, this is not your war. Forgive me, Adjunct Tavore, but I believe it is. She turned to her Barghast war chief. Spax, your warriors hunger for a scrap. What say you?
Where you lead, Highness, the white-faced Gilk shall follow.
The Otaterel sword I wear. Forgive me again, Adjunct, but the power my daughter is drawing upon now happens to be elder, Omtos Felak. Tavore blinked. I see. Bryce Bedict then spoke. Mortal sword, Krughaver. If you will accept the alliance of Queen Abrastel, will you accept mine? The grey-haired woman bowed. Prince and Highness, the parish are honored, but, she hesitated, then continued, I must tell you all, I shall be harsh company. Knowing what the Bonehunters face, knowing that they will face it alone, as wounded as the very heart they would see freed. Ah, my mood is grim indeed, and I do not expect that to change. When at last I strike for the spire, you will be hard-pressed to match my determination. Bryce smiled. A worthy challenge, mortal sword. The adjunct walked to stand once more before Hanavat. Mother, she said, I would ask this of you. Will the Kundril march with the Bonehunters? Hanavat seemed to struggle, finding her voice. Adjunct, we are few. Nonetheless. Then, yes, we shall march with you. Queen Abrastel asked, Adjunct, shall I call upon Falash, my 14th daughter? There are matters of tactics and logistics awaiting us this day. By your leave, I
am done with this,
Blistig shouted, turning to leave.
Stand where you are, Fist,
Tavore said in a voice like bad steel.
I resign. I forbid it.
He stared at her, mouth open in shock.
Fist Blistig, kindly and Faradan sought. Our companies need to be readied for tomorrow's march. I shall call upon you all at dusk to hear reports of our status. Until then, you are dismissed.
Kindly grasped Blistig by one arm and marched him out, Sort following with a wry smile.
Omtos Felak,
muttered Banaskar once they'd left.
Adjunct, I was chilled enough the last time. Will you excuse me?
Tavore nodded. Captain Yiel, please escort our priest to his tent, lest he get lost. She then shot Aranek a glance, as if to ask, Are you ready for this? To which Aranek nodded. Abrastel sighed. Very well. Shall we begin? Aranek saw that the dung had burned down to dull ashes. She flicked away the gutted butt of her last stick, and then stood, lifting her gaze to the spears of jade. We'll do what we can. Today we promised as much. What we can. One battle. Oh, Tavore. Sick and shaken as she had been, her hardest journey this day had been back through the Bonehunter camp. The soldiers, their faces, the low conversations and the occasional laugh, each and every scene, each and every sound, struck her heart like a dagger's point.
I am looking upon dead men, dead women. They don't know it yet. They don't know what's awaiting them, what she means to do with them. Or maybe they do. Unwitnessed. I've heard about this, about what she told them. Unwitnessed is what happens when nobody survives. He'd intended to call them all together during the adjunct's parley, but reforming the squads had taken longer than he'd thought it would, a notion which, he decided, had been foolishly optimistic. Even with spaces in each campfire's circle yawning like silent howls, Marines and heavies might as well have been rooted to the ground. They'd needed pulling, kicking, dragging out of their old places. To fit into a new thing, you had to leave the old thing behind. And that wasn't as easy as it sounded, since it meant accepting that the old thing was dead, forever gone, no matter where you tried standing or how stubbornly you held fast. Fiddler knew he'd been no different, as bad as Hedge in that regard, in fact. The heavies and the Marines were a chewed-up mess, standing over them like some cutter above a mauled patient, trying to work out exactly what he was looking at. Desperate for something even remotely recognizable, he'd watched them trickle slowly into the basin he'd chosen for this meeting. As the sun waned in the sky, as pairs of squad mates set out to find some missing comrade, eventually returning with a scowling companion in tow, aye, this was a rough scene, resentment thickening in the dusty air. He'd waited, weathering their impatience, until at last, with dusk fast rushing in, the final recalcitrant soldier walked into the crowd. Korik. Well, you can try all the browbeating you want. When the skull's turned into a solid stone wall, there's no getting in. So, Fiddler said, I'm captain to you lot now. He stared at the faces, only half of which seemed to be paying him any attention. If Whiskey Jack could see me right now, he'd probably choke. I was never cut out for anything more than what I was in the beginning, a sapper. So what is it? A voice called out. You want us to feel sorry for you? No, Gaunt I. With you all feeling so sorry for yourselves, I wouldn't stand a chance, would I? I look out at you now, and you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, you ain't bridge burners. You ain't even close. Even the gloom wasn't enough to hide the hard hostility fixed on him now. Aye, he said. You see, it was back in Black Dog that it finally clunked home that we were the walking dead. Someone wanted us in the ground, and damn if we didn't mostly end up there. In the tunnels of Pale, the tombs of the bridge burners. Tombs they dug for themselves. Heard a few stragglers hung on until Black Coral, and those bodies ended up in Moon's Spawn the day it was abandoned by the Tistandi. An end to the tale, but like I said, we saw that end coming from a long way off. He fell silent then, momentarily lost in his own memories, the million losses that added up to what he felt now. Then he shook himself and looked up once more. But you lot, he shook his head, you're too stupid to know what's been beating you on the heads ever since Yagatan. Wide-eyed stupid. Cuttle spoke up. We're the walking dead. Thanks for the good news, Fed, someone said, his voice muffled. A few laughs, but they were bitter. Fiddler continued. Those lizards took a nasty bite out of us. In fact, they pretty much did us in. Look around. We're what's left. The smoke over Pale's thinning, and here we are. Aye, it's my past pulling me right round till I'm facing the wrong way. You think you feel like shits. Try standing in my boots, boys and girls. Thought we were going to decide what to do. Fiddler found Gaunt Eye in the crowd. Is that what you thought, Sergeant? Is that really what you thought we'd be doing here? What, we gonna vote on something?
We gonna stick up our little hands after arguing ourselves blue? After digging our little holes and crouching in them like mummy's womb? Tell me, Sergeant, exactly what have we got to argue about? Pulling out. Someone rustle up a burial detail. We got us a sergeant to plant. You called this damn meeting, Captain. Aye, I did. But not to hold hands. The adjunct wants something special from us. Once we get t'other side of the glass desert. And here I am letting you know we're going to be our own little army. Nobody wanders off, is that understood? On the march, you all stay tight. Keep your weapons, keep sharp, and wait for my word. You call this an army, Captain? It'll have to do, won't it? So what is it we're supposed to do? You'll find out, I'm sure. A few more laughs. More lizards waiting for us, Captain? No, Relico, we took care of them already, remember? Damn me, I missed something. No lizards, Fiddler said. Something even uglier and nastier, in fact. All right, then, said Relico. As long as it's not lizards. Hold on, said Corporal Rib. Captain, you had us sitting here all afternoon, just to tell us that? Not my fault we had strugglers, Corporal. I need some lessons from Sort, or maybe Kindly. A captain orders, soldiers obey. At least it's supposed to work that way. But then you're all different now. Special cases, right? You'll follow an order only if you feel like it. You earned that, or something. How? By living when your buddies died. Why'd they die? Right. They were following orders, whether they liked 'em or not. Fancy that. Deciding whether or not to show up here. What was that? Must have been honoring your fallen comrades, I suppose, the ones who died in your place. Maybe we're broken. Again, that voice he couldn't quite place. Fiddler scratched his beard and shook his head. You're not broken. The walking dead don't break. Still waiting for that to clunk home, are you? We're going to be the adjunct's little army, but too little. Anyone can see that. Now, it's not that she wants us dead. She doesn't. In fact, it might even be that she's trying to save our lives. After all, where's she taking the regulars? Chances are, wherever that is, you don't want to be there. So maybe she thinks we've earned a break, or maybe not. Who knows what the adjunct thinks about anything? She wants what's left of the heavies and the marines in one company. Simple enough. You know more than you're saying, Fiddler. Do I, Coric? Aye, you've got the deck of dragons. What I know is this. Next time I give you all an order, I don't expect to have to wait all day to see you follow it. Next soldier tries that with me gets tossed to the regulars. Out to the special club, for good. We dismissed, Captain? I ain't decided yet. In fact, I'm tempted to make you sit here all night, just to make a point, right? The one about discipline, the one your friends died for. We took that point the first time, Captain. Maybe you did, Cuttle. Ready to say the same for the rest of them? No. Fiddler sat down on a boulder at the edge of the basin and settled until he was comfortable. He looked into the night sky. Ain't that jade light pretty? Things were simple, really. There's only so much a soldier can do, only so much a soldier needs to think about at any one time. Pile on too much and their knees start shaking, their eyes glaze over, and they start looking around for something to kill. Because killing simplifies. It's called an elimination of distractions. Her horse was content, watered and fed enough to send the occasional stream down and plant an island or two in their wake. Happy horse, happy Masangalani. Simple. Her companions were once more nowhere to be seen. Sour company besides. She hardly missed them. And she herself wasn't feeling as saggy and slack as she'd been only a day earlier. Who knew where the Tlanimas had found the smoked antelope meat, the tanned bladders filled to bursting with clean cold water, the loaves of hard bread and the rancid jar of buttery cheese, probably the same place as the forage for her horse. And wherever that was, it was 100 leagues away from here. Oh, speak it plain, my son. It was through some infernal warren. Aye, I seen them fall into dust. But maybe that's not what it seems. Maybe they just step into another place. Somewhere nice, where at the point of a stone sword, farmers hand over victuals and a beaming smile and good hail to you all. Dusk was darkening the sky. She'd have to stop soon. They must have heard her coming, for the two men stood waiting at the far end of the slope, staring up at her the instant she'd cleared the rise. Malazan reined in, squinted for a moment, and then nudged her mount forward. "You're not all that's left," she said as she drew nearer. "You can't be." Captain God shook his head. "We're not far from them. A league or two, I'd wager." "We'd thought to just push on," added Bottle. "Do you know how bad it was?" "Not yet," said the captain, eyeing her horse. "That beast looks too fit, Malazan Gilani." "No such thing," she replied, dismounting, "as a too fit horse, sir." He made a face. "Meaning you're not going to explain yourself?" "Didn't you desert?" Bottle asked. "If you did, Malazan, you're riding the wrong way, unless you're happy with being strung up." "She didn't desert," God said, turning to resume walking. "Special mission for the adjunct." "How do you know anything about it, sir?" Malazan asked, falling in step with the two men. "I don't. I'm just guessing." He combed at his beard. "I have a talent for that." "Has plenty of talents, does our captain here," Bottle muttered. Whatever was going on between these two, she had to admit to herself that she was happy to see them. "So how did you two get separated from the army?" she asked. "By the way, you both look a mess. Bottle, you bathe in blood or something? I barely recognized you." "You'd look the same," he retorted, "buried under 50 corpses for half a day." "Not quite that long," the captain corrected. Her breath caught. "So you were at the battle," she said. "What battle? What in Hood's name happened?" "Bits are missing," Bottle replied, shrugging. "Bits?" He seemed ready to say something, changed his mind, and instead said, "I didn't quite catch it all, especially the second half. But you know, Malazan, all the stories about high attrition among officers in the Malazan military?" He jerked a thumb at God. "It ain't so with him." The captain said, "If you hear a certain resentment in his tone, it's because I saved his life. And as for the smugness in the captain's tone—" "Fine," she snapped. The adjunct sent me to find some people." "Which you evidently failed to do," observed Bottle. "No, she didn't," said God. "So all this crawling skin I'm feeling isn't fleas?" God bared his teeth in a hard grin. "Well, no, it probably is, soldier. Frankly, I'd be surprised if you did feel something. Oh, I know, you're a mage. Fid's shaved knuckle, right? Even so, these bastards know how to hide." "Let me guess. They're inside the horse. Isn't there some legend about—" "The moral of which," Rudd interjected, "is consistently misapprehended. It's nothing to do with what you think it's to do with. The fact is, that tale's moral is don't trust horses. Sometimes people look way too hard into such things. Other times, of course, they don't look hard enough. But most of the time, by far, they don't look at all." "If you want," said Malazan Gilani, I can ask them to show themselves. I've absolutely no interest in— I do, Bottle cut him off. Your pardon, sir, for interrupting. An apology I'm not prepared to accept, soldier. As for these guests, Masangilani, your offer is categorically— Swirls of dust on all sides. Moments later, 5 Tlani Mas encircled them.
Gods below,
Ruthen God muttered. As one, the undead warriors bowed to the captain. One spoke. We greet you, Elder. God's second curse was in a language Masangilani had never heard before. It's not what you think, he'd said with those hoary things bowing before him. And he'd not said much else. The Tlani Mas vanished again a short time later, and the 3 soldiers continued on as the night deepened around them. Bottle wanted to scream. The captain's company over the past few days had been an exercise in patience and frustration. He wasn't a man for words. Ruthen God, or whatever your name really is, it's not what I think? How do you know what I think? Besides, it's exactly what I think. Fed has his shaved knuckle, and it seems the adjunct has one too. A hood-damned elder god. After all, what other kind of elder would Tlani Mas bow before? And since when did they bow before anything? Masangilani's barrage of questions had withered the Tlani Mas to dust, with, Bottle thought, a harried haste. But things from the past had a way of refusing illumination. As bad as standing stones, they held all their secrets buried deep inside. It wasn't even a question of irritating coyness. They just don't give a shit. Explanations? What's the point? Who cares what you think you need to know anyway? If I'm a stone, lean against me. If I'm a ruin, rest your weary arse on the rubble. And if I'm an elder god, well, abyss take you, don't look to me for anything. But he'd ridden out against the Naruk when he could have ridden the other way. He went and made a stand, which made him what? Another one in mysterious service to Adjunct Tavore Paran of Unta? But why? Even the Empress didn't want her in the end. Tamber, Quick Ben, even Fiddler, they stood with her even when it cost them their lives. Soldiers muttered she didn't inspire a damned thing in them. Soldiers grumbled that she was no Dujek One-Arm, no Coltane, no Crust, no Dasem Ultor. They didn't know what she was. None of us do, come to that. But look at us, right here, right now, walking back to her. A Dalhanese horsewoman who can ride like the wind. Well, a heavy wind, then. An elder god. And me. Gods below, I've lost my mind. Not quite. I tore it apart, only to have Quick Ben make sure most of it came back. Do I feel different? Am I changed? How would I even know? But I miss the Bonehunters. I miss my miserable squad. I miss the damned adjunct. We're nothing but the sword in her hand, but we're a comfortable grip. Use us then. Just do it in style. Camp Glow ahead, said Masangilani, who once more rode her horse. Looks damned big. Her allies have arrived, said Ruthen God, then added, I expect. Bottle snorted. Does she know you're alive, Captain? Why should she? Well, because I'm a captain soldier who rode alone into the face of a Naruk legion, armored in ice, with a sword of ice, a horse. Oh, enough, Bottle. You have no idea how much I regret doing what I did. It's nice not being noticed. Maybe one day you humans will finally understand that and do away with all your mad ambitions, your insipid self-delusional megalomania. You weren't shut out by some god on high. You weren't painted in the flesh of the divine, at least not any more than anyone or anything else. What's with you all, anyway? You jam a stick up your own arse, then preen at how tall and straight you're standing. Soldier,
You think you put your crawling days behind the day you left your mother's tit? Take it from me, you're still crawling, lad. Probably always will. Bludgeoned by the tirade, Bottle was silent.
You two go on, said Malazan Gelani. I need to piss.
That last time was the horse, then? Rudd asked.
Oh, funny man, or whatever.
She reined in.
So they bowed to you, Bottle said as he and the captain continued on. Why take it out on me?
I didn't. Never mind. To answer you, no, the adjunct knows nothing about me. But as you say, my precious anonymity is over. Or it is, assuming the moment we're in camp you go running off to your sergeant.
I'm sure I will, Bottle replied. But not, if you like, to babble about you being an elder god.
God? Not a god, Bottle. I told you, it's not what you think.
I'll keep your ugly little secret, sir, if that's how you want it. But that won't change what we all saw that day, will it?
Storm Rider magic, yes, that.
That.
I borrowed it.
Borrowed?
Yes, he snapped in reply. I don't steal, Bottle.
Of course not, sir. Why would you need to?
Exactly.
Bottle nodded in the gloom, listening as Malazan rode back up to them.
Borrowed. A misunderstood people, the Storm Riders.
No doubt. Abject terror leaves little room for much else.
Interestingly, Ruthengard said in a murmur, needs have converged somewhat, and I'm too old to believe in coincidence. No matter. We do what we do, and that's that.
Sounds like something Fiddler would say.
Fiddler's a wise man, Bottle. He's also the best of you, though I doubt many would see that, at least not as clearly as I do.
Fiddler, is it? Not the adjunct, Captain? He heard Ruthengard's sigh, and it was a sound filled with sorrow.
I see pickets.
So do I, said Malazan Gelani. Not Malazan. Perish.
Our allies, said Bottle, glaring at Ruthengard, but of course it was too dark for him to see that.
Then again, what's darkness to a hood-cursed, ice-wielding, Imas-kneeling elder god?
Who then spoke? It was a guess, Bottle, truly. You took my anger.
The voice came out of the shadows. Blinking, Lostarail slowly sat up, the furs sliding down, the chill air sweeping around her bared breasts, back and belly. Her figure was sitting on the tent's lone camp stool to her left, cloaked, hooded in grey wool. The two hands hanging down past the bend of his knees were pale as bone. Lostara's heart thudded hard in her chest. I felt it, she said, rising like a flood. She shivered, whispered, and I drowned.
Your love summoned me, Lostarail.
She scowled. I have no love for you, Cotillion. The hooded head dipped slightly.
The man you chose to defend.
His tone startled her. Weary, yes, but more than that, lonely. This god is lonely.
You danced for him and none other, Cotillion went on. Not even the adjunct.
I expected to die.
I know.
She waited. Faint voices from the camp beyond the flimsy walls. The occasional glow of a hooded lantern swinging past, the thud of boots. The silence stretched. You saved us, she finally said. For that, I suppose I have to thank you.
No, Lostarail, you do not. I possessed you, after all. You didn't ask for that, but then, even all those years ago, the grace of your dance was breathtaking.
Her breath caught. Something was happening here. She didn't understand it. If you did not wish my gratitude, Cotillion, why are you here? Even as she spoke, she flinched at her own tone's harshness. That came out all wrong. His face remained hidden. Those were early days, weren't they? Our flesh was real, our breaths real. It was all there, in reach, and we took it without a moment's thought as to how precious it all was. Our youth, the brightness of the sun, the heat that seemed to stretch ahead forever. She realized then that he was weeping, felt helpless before it.
What is this about? I took your anger, you said.
And yes, she could remember it, the way the power filled her. The skill with the swords was entirely her own, but the swiftness, the profound awareness, that had belonged to him.
I took your anger. Cotillion, what did you take from me?
He seemed to shake his head. I think I'm done with possessing women.
What did you take? You took that love, didn't you? It drowned you, just as your anger drowned me.
He sighed. Always an even exchange.
Can a god not love?
A god forgets. She was appalled.
But then what keeps you going? Cotillion, why do you fight on?
Abruptly he stood. You are chilled. I have disturbed your rest.
Possess me again.
What?
The love that I feel. You need it, Cotillion. That need is what brought you here, wasn't it? You want to drown again.
His reply was a frail whisper. I cannot.
Why not? I offer this to you as a true measure of my gratitude. When a mortal communes with her god, is not the language love itself?
My worshippers love me not, Lastarail. Besides, I have nothing worthy to give in exchange. I appreciate your offer.
Listen, you shit. I'm trying to give you some of your humanity back. You're a damned god. If you lose your passion, where does that leave us?
The question clearly rocked him. I do not doubt the path awaiting me, Lastarail. I am strong enough for it, right to the bitter end.
I don't doubt any of that. I felt you, remember? Listen, whatever that end you see coming, what I'm offering is to take away some of its bitterness. Don't you see that?
He was shaking his head. You don't understand. The blood on my hands
is now on my hands too, or have you forgotten that?
No, I possessed you.
You think that makes a difference?
I should not have come here.
Probably not, but here you are, and that hood doesn't hide everything. Very well, refuse my offer, but do you really think it's just women who feel love? If you decide never again to feel anything, then best you swear off possession entirely, Cotillion. Steal into us mortals, and we'll take what we need from you, and we'll give in return whatever we own. If you're lucky, it'll be love. If you're not lucky, well, Hood knows what you'll get.
I am aware of this.
Yes, you must be. I'm sorry, but Cotillion, you gave me more than your anger. Don't you see that? The man I love does not now grieve for me. His love is not for a ghost, a brief moment in his life that he can never recapture. You gave us both a chance to live and to love. It doesn't matter for how much longer.
I also spared the adjunct, and by extension this entire army. She cocked her head, momentarily disoriented.
Do you regret that?
He hesitated, and that silence rippled like ice water through Lastarail. While she lives, he said, the path awaiting you and this beleaguered, half-damned army is as bitter as my own. To the suffering to come, there are no gifts in any of this.
There must be, Cotillion.
They exist. They always do.
Will you all die in the name of love?
The question seemed torn from something inside him.
If die we must, what better reason?
He studied her for a dozen heartbeats and then said,
I have been considering amends.
Amends? I don't understand.
Our youth,
he murmured, as if he had not heard her.
The brightness of the sun. She chose to leave him, because I fear of me, of what I did to her. It was wrong, all of it, so terribly wrong. Love, I'd forgotten.
The shadows deepened, and a moment later she was alone in her tent.
She, Cotillion, listen to my prayer. For all your fears, love is not something you can forget, but you can turn your back on it. Do not do that.
A god had sought her out, a god suffering desperate need, but she couldn't give him what he desired. Perhaps, she saw now, he'd been wise in rejecting what she'd offered.
The first time it was anger for love, but I saw no anger left in him. Always an even exchange. If I opened my love to him, whatever he had left inside himself, he didn't want to give it to me.
And that, she now comprehended, had been an act of mercy.
The things said and the things not said. In the space in between, 1,000 worlds. 1,000 worlds.
The Perish escort of 2 armoured, helmed and taciturn soldiers halted. The one on the left pointed and said to Bottle,
There, Marine, you will find your comrades. They have gathered at the summons of their captain.
To Masan Gelani and Ruthen Gad, the soldier continued,
The adjunct's command tent lies elsewhere, but as we have come to the edge of the Bonehunter encampment, I expect you will have little difficulty in finding your own way.
Much as we will miss your company, Ruthen Gad said, I am sure you are correct. Thank you for guiding us this far, sirs.
The figures, Bottle wasn't even sure if they were men or women, and the voice of the one who'd spoken gave no hint whatsoever, bowed and then turned about to retrace their routes. Bottle faced his companions.
We part here, then. Masan, I expect I'll see you soon enough. Captain,
he saluted smartly. The man scowled in reply. Gesturing to Masan, he set off for the heart of the camp. Bottle faced the direction the guard had indicated.
What sort got to say to them, then? Guess I'm about to find out.
They'd set no pickets. A small mass of soldiers were seated or standing in a basin, and at the far end, hunched down on a boulder,
Is that Fiddler? Gods below, don't tell me this is all that's left.
Tentatively, he approached. They made their own way through a relatively quiet camp. It was late and Masan was not looking forward to rousing the adjunct, but she knew Tavore would not abide any delays to any of this.
Though my report probably won't impress her. 5 beat-up Tlanimas is all I've got to show.
No, it was Ruthen Gad who was marching into a serious mess. She hoped she'd be witness to at least some of that exchange, if only to revel in the captain's discomfort.
Elder, well, I won't tell. But all the rest you did, Captain, now that sounded interesting. Too bad I missed it.
They passed through a few groups here and there, and Masan sensed a heightening attention from those faces turned their way. But no one accosted them. No one said a damned thing.
Strange, and stranger still.
They came to within sight of the command tent. 2 guards were stationed at the flap, and the glow of lantern light painted the canvas walls.
Does she ever sleep?
Ruthen Gad wondered in a drawl.
In her boots, Masan replied. I doubt I would.
The eyes of the guards were now on them, and both slowly straightened, their shadowed gazes clearly fixing on the captain. Both saluted when he halted before them. "She probably wants to see us," Ruthen said.
"You have leave to enter, sir,"
one of them said. As the captain moved to the entrance, the same guard said,
"Sir?"
"Yes."
"Welcome back."
Malazan followed him inside.
"Of all the luck,"
muttered Ruthen God upon seeing a dozing Scannero. He held a hand to stay Malazan.
"Please,"
he whispered,
"don't wake her."
"Coward," she mouthed in reply. Grimacing, he edged past the sleeping woman. As she neared, Malazan's gaze fell to one wayward-booted foot, and she gave it a kick. Scannero bolted upright.
God's below!"
That shout rang loud as a hammered cauldron. At the very threshold to the inner chamber, Ruthen God wheeled. Whatever he intended to say, he had no chance, as Scannero was upon him in an instant. Such was the force of her lunge and embrace that he staggered back, splitting the curtain into the adjunct's presence. Scannero held her kiss as if glued to the captain's mouth. Grinning, Malazan edged in behind them, caught the adjunct's astonished gaze. Tavore was standing beside a small folding map table. She was otherwise alone, accounting for her half-dressed state. Only the quilted undergarment of her armor covered her torso, and below that nothing but loose linen trousers, the knees so stained they'd have embarrassed a farmer. Her face was strangely streaked in the half-light of a single oil lamp.
"Adjunct,"
Malazan said, saluting.
"On my return journey, I happened upon the captain here and a marine named Bottle from Fiddler's Squad."
"Scannero!"
The word was sharp as a blade.
"Disengage yourself from the captain. I believe he has come here to speak to me. As for the rest, it will have to wait."
Scannero pulled herself from Ruthen God.
My apologies, Adjunct. With your leave, I will wait outside."
"You will not. You will return to your tent and wait there. I trust the captain will find it without much trouble." Scannero blinked, and then, fighting a smile, she saluted a second time, and, with one last glance at Ruthen, a look that was either a glare or a dark promise, she was gone. Ruthen God straightened before the adjunct and cleared his throat.
"Adjunct."
"Your act, Captain, on the day of the Naruk, broke enough military conventions to warrant a court-martial. You abandoned your soldiers and disobeyed orders."
"Yes, Adjunct."
"And quite possibly saved all our lives." She seemed to become cognizant of her attire, for she turned to the tent's center pole, where a robe hung from a hook. Shrugging into the woolen garment, she faced Ruthen again. "Entire tomes have been devoted to a discussion of these particular incidents in military campaigns. Disobedience on the one hand and extraordinary valor on the other. What is to be done with such a soldier?"
"Rank and discipline must ever take precedence, Adjunct."
Her gaze sharpened on him. "Is that your learned opinion on the matter, Captain? Content, are you, with distilling all those tomes in a handful of words?"
"Frankly, Adjunct, yes."
"I see. Then what do you suggest I do with you?"
"At the very least, Adjunct, reduce my rank, for you are accurate and proper in noting my dereliction of responsibility regarding the soldiers under my command."
"Of course I am, you fool." She ran a hand through her short hair and caught Malazan's gaze. The Dalhanese could not help but see the faint gleam in those unremarkable and clearly tired eyes. "Very well, Ruthen God. You have lost your command. Your rank, however, shall remain unchanged, but from this day forward you are attached to my staff. And if you imagine this to be some sort of promotion, well, I suggest you sit down with Lastara Yil sometime soon." She paused, eyes narrowing on Ruthen God. "Why, Captain, you seem displeased. Good. Now, as to other matters that we should discuss, perhaps they can wait. There is one woman in this camp, however, who cannot. Dismissed." His salute was somewhat shaky. When he was gone, the adjunct sighed and sat down by her map table. Forgive me, Marine, for my improper state. It has been a long day.
No need to apologize, Adjunct.
Tavore's eyes travelled up and down Malazan, sending a faint tremor through her spine.
Oh, I know that kind of look.
You look surprisingly hale, soldier.
Modest gifts from our new allies, Adjunct.
Brows lifted. Indeed?
Alas, there are only 5 of them.
5?
Mas, Adjunct. I don't know if they were the allies you sought. In fact, they found me, not the other way round, and it is their opinion that my bringing them here was the right thing to do.
The adjunct continued studying her. Malazan felt trickles of sweat wending down the small of her back.
I don't know. She's a damned skinny one.
Summon them. The figures rose from the dirt floor. Dust to bones, dust to withered flesh, dust to chipped weapons of stone. But Mas bowed to the adjunct. The one named Baroque then spoke.
Adjunct Tavore Paran, we are the Unbound. We bring you greeting, Adjunct, from the Crippled God.
And at that, something seemed to crumple inside Tavore, for she leaned forward, set her hands to her face, and said,
Thank you.
I thought, out of time, too late.
Oh, gods, thank you.
He'd stood unnoticed for some time, just one more Marine there on the edge of the crowd, holding back, unsure of what he was witnessing here. Fiddler wasn't saying anything. In fact, the bastard might well be sleeping, with his head sunk down like that. As for the soldiers in the basin, some muttered back and forth, a few tried to sleep, but were kicked awake by their companions. When Fiddler lifted his gaze, the Marines and heavies fell silent, suddenly attentive. The sergeant was rummaging in his kit bag. He drew something out, but it was impossible to see what. Peered at it for a long moment, and then returned it to his satchel.
Cuttle?
Aye?
He's here. Go find him.
The sapper rose and slowly turned.
All right, then, he growled. I ain't got the eyes of a rat, so show yourself, damn you.
A slow heat prickled through Bottle. He looked round. Fiddler said,
Aye, Bottle, you. Don't be so thick.
Here, Bottle said. Figures close to him swung round then. A few muffled curses, and all at once a space opened around him. Cuttle was making his way over, and even in the gloom his expression was severe.
I think Smiles sold off your kit, Bottle, he said as he arrived to stand before him. At least you scrounged up some weapons, which is saying something. You all knew. Knew what? That you survived? Gods no, we all figured you dead and gone. You think Smiles would have sold off your stuff if we didn't?
He could see the rest of the squad drawing up behind Cuttle.
Well, yes.
The sapper grunted.
Got a point there, soldier. Anyway, we didn't know a damned thing. He just made us sit here and wait, is what he did. I thought this was Faradan's sorts meeting. Fid's captain now, Bottle.
Oh.
And since he's now a captain, official and everything, he's got decorum to follow. Right. Of course. I mean, so instead of him doing this, it's me.
And with that, the veteran stepped close and embraced him, hard enough to make Bottle's bones ache. Cuttle's breath was harsh in his ear.
Kept looking at a card, you see. Kept looking at it. Welcome back, Bottle. Gods below, welcome home.
Stormy halted the Vagath. Grainy-eyed, aching, he stared at the massed army seething in motion on the flats below as the dawn sliced open the eastern horizon. Bonehunter standards to the left, companies jostling to form up for the march. Far too few companies for Stormy's liking. Already assembled and facing southeast, the Leathery legions, and with them Perish ranks and the gilt standards of some other army. Scowling, he swung his gaze back to the Bonehunters, positioned to march due east. "Gods below!" A scattering of Kundril outriders had spotted him, 2 setting off back to the vanguard, while a half-dozen, bows drawn and arrows nocked, rode swiftly in his direction. Seeing their growing confusion as they approached, Stormy grinned. He lifted one hand in greeting. They pulled up 30 paces away. The ranks of the Bonehunters were all halted now, facing in his direction. He saw the adjunct and a handful of officers emerging from the swirling dust near the column's head to ride towards him. He considered meeting them halfway, decided not to. Twisting round, he looked back at his Kell Hunter escort and the drones. Weapon points were buried in the hard ground. The drones had settled on their tails, tiny birds dancing on their hides and feeding on ticks and mites. From them all, a scent of calm repose. "Good. Stay there, all of you, and don't do anything unnerving." Horses shied on the approach, and it was quickly apparent that none of the mounts would draw within 20 long strides of the Vigath. Across the gap, Stormy met the adjunct's eyes. "I'd dismount," he said, "but I think my legs died sometime in the night. Adjunct, I bring greetings from Mortal Sword Gessler, Destriant Calice, and the Gunthan Kachain Chemal." She slipped down from her mount and walked towards him, slowly drawing off her leather gloves. "The Naruk, Corporal, was seeking their kin, correct?" "Aye, estranged kin, I'd say. Saw no hugs when we all met." "If Sergeant Gessler is now Mortal Sword Corporal, what does that make you?" "Shield Anvil." "I see. And the god you serve?" "Damned if I know, Adjunct." Tucking the gloves in her belt, she drew off her helm and ran a hand through her hair. "Your battle with the Naruk?" "Malazan tactics, Adjunct, along with these beasts, gave us the upper hand. We annihilated the bastards." Something changed in her face, but nothing he could work out. She glanced back at her officers, or perhaps the army waiting beyond, and then once more fixed her gaze upon him. "Shield Anvil Stormy? This creature you ride?" "Vigath soldier, Adjunct. Only 3 bear these saddles." "And your Kachain Chemal army? I see hunters behind you as well. There are more of these Vigath?" "My Kachain Chemal army? Aye, lots. We got a bit mauled, to be sure. Those skykeeps gave us trouble, but some unexpected allies arrived to take 'em down. That's what I'm here to tell you, Adjunct. Sin and Grub found us. There was someone else, too. Never figured out who, but no matter. Nobody climbed down out of the Azath when it was all done with, so I doubt they made it." He'd just thrown enough at her to confuse a damned ascendant. Instead, she simply studied him, and then asked, "Shield Anvil, you now command an army of Kachain Chemal?" "Aye, and our 2 runts are saying they have to stay with us, unless you order 'em back to you." "No." Stormy cursed under his breath. "You sure? They're handy, don't eat much, clean up after themselves, mostly. Well, occasionally. But with plenty of back-of-the-hand training, why, they'd shape up." "Fist Keneb is dead," she cut in. "We have also lost Quick Ben and most of the Marines and the heavies." He winced. "Them short-tails was bleeding when they found us, but what you're saying tells me you could do with the runts." "No. You will need them more than we will." "We will? Adjunct, where do you think we're going?" "To war." "Against who?" "Whom, Shield Anvil? You intend to wage war against the Forkrul Assail." He grimaced, glanced at the fist and captains positioned behind the adjunct. Blistig, Lostara-Yil, Ruthan Gud. That miserable ex-priest half slumped over his saddle. His attention returned to the adjunct.
Now, why would we declare war on the Forkrul Assail?
Ask the runts. Stormy sagged.
We did that. They ain't good on explanations, those two. Grub's the only one between them who'll say anything to us at all. Oh, Sin talks just fine when it suits her. Me and Guess, we was hoping you'd be more, forthcoming.
A snort from Blistig. Tavore said, Shield Anvil, inform mortal sword Gessler of the following. The Perish, Lethery, and Bolkando armies are marching on the spire. It is my fear that even such a formidable force will not be enough. The sorcery of the Assail is powerful and insidious, especially on the field of battle.
Is it now, Adjunct?
She blinked and then said, I have spent 3 years amidst the archives of Unter, Stormy, reading the oldest and obscurest histories drawn to the capital from the further reaches of the Malazan Empire. I have interviewed the finest scholars I could find, including Heboric Light Touch, on matters of fragmented references to the Forkrul Assail. She hesitated and then continued. I know what awaits us all, Shield Anvil. The 3 human armies you now see marching into the southeast are vulnerable.
Were the Kachin Shemal or not?
She shrugged. Could we conjure before us, here and now, a Forkrul Assail? Do you imagine it could command your Vergath to surrender its weapons? To kneel?
Stormy grunted. I'd like to see it try. But what of the runts?
Safer in your company than in ours. He narrowed his gaze on her.
What is it you mean to do with your Bonehunters, Adjunct?
Split the enemy forces, Shield Anvil.
You have taken a savaging, Adjunct.
And have been avenged by you and your Chemal. She took a step closer, dropping her voice. Stormy, when news of your victory spreads through my army, much that haunts it now will fall silent. There will be no cheers. I am not such a fool as to expect anything like that. But at the very least, there will be satisfaction. Do you understand me?
Is Fiddler?
He lives.
Good.
He squinted at her.
You've a way of gathering allies, haven't you, Adjunct?
It is not me, Stormy. It is the cause itself.
I'd agree if I could figure out what that cause is all about.
You mentioned a destriant.
Aye, I did.
Then ask that one.
We did, but she knows even less than we do.
Tavore cocked her head. Are you sure?
Well, she gets little sleep. Nightmares every night.
He clawed fingers through his beard.
Oh, hood take me.
She sees the fate awaiting us all should we fail, Shield Anvil. He was silent, thinking back, crossing 1,000 leagues of memory and time. Days in Aran, ranks milling, recalcitrant faces, a desperate need for cohesion.
Armies are unruly beasts. You took us, you made us into something, but none of us knows what, or even what for.
And now here she stood, a thin, plain woman, not tall, not imposing in any way at all,
except for the cold iron in her bones. Why did you take this on, Adjunct?
She settled the helm back on her head and fixed the clasps. That's my business.
This path of yours,
he asked, resisting her dismissal.
Where did it start? That first step, when was it? You can answer me that one, at least.
She regarded him. Can I?
I'm about to ride back to Gessler, Adjunct, and I got to make a report. I got to tell him what I think about all this. So give me something.
She looked away, studied the formed-up ranks of her army. My first step? Very well. He waited. She stood as if carved from flawed marble, a thing in profile weeping dust. But no, that sense was emerging from deep inside his own soul, as if he'd found a mirror's reflection of the nondescript woman standing before him, and in that reflection 1,000 hidden truths. She faced him again, her eyes swallowed by the shadow of the helm's rim. "The day, Shield Envil, the Paran family lost its only son." The answer was so unexpected, so jarring, that Stormy could say nothing.
"Gods below, Tavore."
He struggled to find words, any words.
I did not know your brother had died, Adjunct."
"He hasn't," she snapped, turning away. Stormy silently cursed. He'd said the wrong thing. He'd shown his own stupidity, his own lack of understanding.
"Fine. Maybe I'm not Gessler. Maybe I don't get it."
A jellied breath seemed to flow through him then.
"Adjunct!"
His shout drew her round. "What is it?" He drew a deep breath and then said,
"When we join up with the Perish and the others, who's in overall command?"
She studied him briefly before replying, "There will be a Prince of Lether, a mortal sword of the Grey Helms, and the Queen of Bolcando."
"Hood's breath! I don't—"
"Who will be in command, Shield Envil? You and Gessler." He stared at her, aghast, and then bellowed,
"Don't you think his head's swelled big enough yet? You ain't had to live with him."
Her tone was hard and cold. "Bear in mind what I said about vulnerability, Shield Envil, and be sure to guard your own back."
"Guard what?"
"One last thing, Stormy. Extend my condolences to Grubb. Inform him, if you think it will help, that Fist Keneb's death was one of singular heroism." He thought he heard a careful choosing of words in that statement.
"No matter. Might help as much as shit can with that stuff. Worth a try, I suppose. Adjunct?"
She had gathered the reins of her horse and had one foot in the stirrup. "Yes?"
"Shall we meet again?"
Tavore Paran hesitated, and what might have been a faint smile curved her thin lips. She swung astride her horse. "Fare you well, Shield Envil." A pause, and then, "Stormy, should you one day meet my brother—" "No, never mind." With that, she drew her horse round and set off for the head of the column. Blistig wheeled in behind her, as did Ruthen Gard and then the ex-priest, although perhaps with him it was more a matter of a mount content to following the others, leaving only Lostara Yill. "Stormy?"
"Lostara?"
"Quick Ben was sure you and Gessler lived."
"Was he now?"
"But now we've lost him." He thought about that and then grinned.
"Take this for what it's worth, Lostara Yill. He figured we were alive and well. He was right. Now, I've got this feeling he ain't so lost as you might think. He's a snake. Always was, always will be."
The smile she flashed him almost made him hesitate, but before he could call out something inviting and possibly improper, she was riding after the others.
"Damn, smiles like that don't land on me every day."
Scowling, he ordered his Vagath round and then set off on the back trail. The hunters and drones fell into his wake. One of the tiny birds tried landing in Stormy's beard. His curse sent it screeching away. Book 3. To Charge the Spear. And now the bold historian wields into play that tome of blistering worth, where the stern monks cower under the lash, and through the high window the ashes of heretics drift down in purity's rain. See the truths stitched in thread of gold across hapless skin. I am the arbiter of lies, who will cleanse his hand in copper bowls and white sand. But the spittle on his lips gathers the host to another tale. I was never so blind to not feel the deep tremble of hidden rivers in churning torrent, or the prickly tear of quill's jab. I will tell you the manner of all things in sure proof, this ordered stone row. O spare me now the speckled fists, this princeps purge and prattle. I live in mists and seething cloud, and the breaths of the unseen give warmth and comfort to better the bleakest days to come, and I will carry on in my uncertainty, cowled in a peace such as you could not imagine. A Life in Mists. Gothos? Chapter 8. Whatever we're left with can only be enough if in the measure of things nothing is cast off, discarded on the wayside, in the strides that take us clear beyond the smoke and grief into a world of shocked birth, opening eyes upon a sudden light. And to whirl then in a breath to see all that we have done, where the tombs on the trail lie sealed like jeweled memories in the dusk of a good life's end, and not one footprint beckons upon the soft snow ahead, but feel this sweet wind caress. A season crawls from earth beneath mantled folds. I have caught a glimpse, a hint of flared mystery, shapes in the liquid glare. They will take from us all that we cradle in our arms, and the burden yielded makes feathers of my hands, and the voices drifting down are all that we're left with, and shall forever be enough. You will take my days. Fisher Keltath.
To slither beneath the fists of the world.
Her name was Thal, a quiet one with watchful, sad eyes. Bursting from the cloud of shards, her screams sounded like laughter. The devouring insects clustered where her eyes had been. They lunged into her gaping mouth, the welters of blood from shredded lips drawing hundreds more. Sadik cried out his horror, staggered back as if about to flee, but Badal snapped out one hand and held him fast. Panic was what the shards loved most, what they waited for, and panic was what had taken Thal, and now the shards were taking her. Blind, the girl ran, stumbling on the jagged crystals that tore her bared feet. Children edged closer to her, and Badal could see the flatness in their eyes, and she understood.
Strike down, fists. Still we slide and slither. You cannot kill us. You cannot kill the memory of us. We remain, to remind you of the future you gave us. We remain, because we are the proof of your crime. Let the eaters crowd your eyes. Welcome your own blindness, as if it was a gift of mercy, and that could well be laughter. Dear child, you could well be laughing, a voice of memory, of history even. In that laugh, all the ills of the world. In that laugh, all the proofs of your guilt. Children are dying, still dying, forever dying.
Thal fell, her screams deadening to choking, hacking sounds as shards crawled down her throat. She writhed and then twitched, and the swarm grew sluggish, feeding, fattening. Badal watched the children close in, watched their hands lunge out, snatching wallowing insects, stuffing them into eager mouths.
We go round and round, and this is the story of the world. Do not flee us. Do not flee this moment, this scene. Do not confuse dislike and abhorrence with angry denial of truths you do not wish to see. I accept your horror and expect no forgiveness. But if you deny, I name you coward. And I have had my fill of cowards.
She blew flies from her lips and glanced at Rut. He clutched held, weeping without tears. Beyond him stretched out the terrible flat waste of the glass desert. Badal then turned back to study the snake, eyes narrowing. Torpor unsuited to the heat, the brightness of the sky. This was the sluggish motion of the exhausted.
Your fists beat us senseless. Your fists explode with reasons. You beat us out of fear, out of self-loathing. You beat us because it feels good. It feels good to pretend and to forget, and every time your fist comes down, you crush a little more guilt. In that old place where we once lived, you decried those who beat their children. Yet see what you have done to the world. You are all beaters of children.
Badal, said Rut.
Yes, Rut.
She did not face him again, not yet.
We have few days left. The holes of water are gone. We cannot even go back. We will never make it back. Badal, I think I give up. I'm ready to give up.
Give up?
Will you leave held to the shards, to the opals?
She heard him draw a sharp breath.
They will not touch held,
he whispered.
No, they won't, will they? Before held became held, she said, held had another name, and that name was born. Born came from between the legs of a woman, a mother. Born came into this world with eyes of blue, blue as this sky, and blue they remain. We must go on, Rut. We must live to see the day when a new color finds Held's eyes, when Held goes back to being born.
Badal, he whispered behind her.
You don't have to understand, she said. We don't know who that mother was. We don't know who the new mother will be. I've seen, at night,
he faltered then.
Badal, the older ones, yes, she replied. Our own mothers and fathers, lying together, trying to make babies. We can only go back to what we knew, to whatever we remember from the old days. We make it all happen again, even though we know it didn't work the first time. It's all we know to do. Do you still fly in your dreams, Badal? We have to go on, Rut, until Held stops being held and becomes born. I hear her crying at night. Her. This is her story. Born becomes held. Held becomes mother. Mother makes born. Born is held. And the boys who are now fathers, they try to go back inside. Every night they try and try. Rut, we all cry at night. We need to walk, she said, turning to face him at last. His visage was crumpled, a thing of slack skin and ringed eyes, broken lips, the forehead of a priest who doubts his own faith. His hair was falling out, his hands looked huge. Held says west, Rut. West. There is nothing there. There is a great family, and they are rich in all things, in food, in water. They seek us to bless us, to show us that the future still lives. They will promise to us that future. I have seen it all. And there is a mother who leads them, and all her children she holds in her arms, though she has never made a born. There is a mother, Rut, just like you, and soon the child in her arms will open its eyes. I dreamed of Held last night, Rut. You did? Yes, she had wings and she was flying away. I heard her voice on the wind. Her voice, Badal? What was she saying? What was Held saying? She wasn't saying anything, Rut. She was laughing.
Frost limned the driftwood heaped along the strand. and the chunks of ice in the shallow waters of the bay crunched and ground as the rolling waves jostled them. Falash hacked out the last of her morning cough, and then, drawing her fur-lined cloak about her shoulders, she straightened and walked over to where her handmaid was building up the fire.
"Have you prepared my breakfast?"
The older woman gestured to the strange disk of sawn tree trunk they were using as a table, where waited a mug of herbal tea and a lit hookah.
"Excellent. I tell you, my head aches. Mother's sendings are clumsy and brutal. Or perhaps it's just Omtos Falak that is so harsh, like this infernal ice and chill plaguing us."
She glanced over at the other camp, 30 paces along the beach, and frowned.
"And all this superstition, tipped well over the edge into blatant rudeness, in my opinion."
"The sorcery frightens them, Highness."
"Ha! That sorcery saved their lives. You would think gratitude should trump petty terrors and imagined bugaboos. Dear me, what a pathetic gaggle of hens they all are."
She settled down on a log, careful to avoid the strange iron bolts jutting from it, sipped some tea, and then reached for the hookah's artfully carved ivory mouthpiece. Puffing contentedly, she twisted to eye the ship frozen in the bay.
"Look at that. The only thing keeping it afloat is the iceberg it's nesting in."
"Alas, Highness, that is probably the very source of their present discontent. They are sailors stranded on land. Even the captain and her first mate are showing their despondency."
"Well," Falash sniffed, "we must make do with what we have, mustn't we? In any case, there's nothing to be done for it, is there? That ship is finished. We must now trek overland, and how my feet will survive this I dare not contemplate."
She turned in her seat to see Shurkalal and Skorgan Kaban approaching, the first mate cursing as he stumbled in the sand.
"Captain, join me in some tea. You too, Skorgan, please."
She faced her handmaid.
"Fetch us more cups, will you? Excellent."
"Beru bless us,"
Skorgan hissed.
10 paces away and the heat's melting us where we stand, but here—"
"That will fade, I am sure," said Falash. "The sorcery of yesterday was, shall we say, rather intense. And before you complain overmuch, I shall observe that my maid and I are no less discomforted by this wretched cold. Perhaps the Jaghut were delighted to dwell within such a climate, but as you can well see, we are not Jaghut."
Shurkalal said, "Highness, about my ship." Falash drew deeply on her mouthpiece.
"Yes," she sighed, "that. I believe I have apologized already, have I not? It is perhaps a consequence of insufficient education, but I truly was unaware that all ships carry in their bellies a certain amount of water, considered acceptable for voyaging, and that the freezing thereof would result in disaster, in the manner of split boards and so forth. Besides, was not your crew working the pumps?"
"As you say," Shurk said, "but 100 hands below deck could not have pumped fast enough given the speed of that freezing.
But that was not my point. As you noted, we have been through all that. Bad luck, plain and simple. No, what I wished to discuss was the matter of repairs."
Falash regarded the pale-skinned woman and slowly tapped the mouthpiece against her teeth.
"In the midst of your histrionics 2 days ago, Captain, I had assumed that all was lost in the matter of the undying gratitude. Have you reconsidered?"
"Yes. No. Rather, we have walked this beach. The driftwood is useless. The few logs we found were heavy as granite. Mail knows what they used that damned stuff for, but it sure doesn't float. In fact, it appears to have neutral buoyancy."
"Excuse me, what?"
"Push that wood to any depth you like. There it stays. Never before seen the like. We have an ex-joiner with us who says it's to do with the minerals the wood has absorbed and the soil the tree grew in. In any case, we see no forests inland, no trees at all, anywhere." Meaning you have no wood with which to effect repairs. Yes, Captain. Was this not your prediction 2 days ago? Aye, it was. And so it has proved, Highness. And as my crew can't survive on a frozen ship, on the surface of it, we seem to indeed be stranded. Skorgan kicked sand with his good foot.
What's worse, Highness, there's hardly any shellfish and the like in the shallows. Picked clean long ago, I'd wager. We couldn't even walk up the coast to get where you want us to go.
Most disturbing, Falash murmured, still eyeing Shurk Elal. Yet you have an idea, haven't you, Captain? Maybe. Please proceed. I am not by nature averse to adventure and experimentation. Aye, Highness. Still the woman hesitated. Falash sent a stream of smoke whirling away. Come now, Captain. Your first mate is turning blue. Very well. Omtos Falak, Highness. Is it a true hold? I am not sure what you mean by that question. A hold, a place, a world unlike this one.
Where,
added Skorgan,
we might find, trees or something, unless it's all ice and snow, of course, or worse.
Ah, I see. She tapped some more, thinking. The hold of ice. Well, precisely. The sorcery, as we have all discovered, is certainly cold, forbidding even. But if my education suffers in matters of shipbuilding and the like, it is rather more comprehensive when it comes to the holds. She smiled. Naturally. Naturally, said Shurk Elal, to cut off whatever Skorgan had been about to say. The commonest manifestation of Omtos Falak is precisely as we have experienced. Ice, bitter cold, desiccating, enervating. But it must be understood, said sorcery was shaped as a defensive weapon, if you will. The Jaghut were at war with an implacable enemy, and they were losing that war. They sought to surround themselves in vast sheets of ice, to make of it an impassable barrier. And as often as not they succeeded, for a time. Of course, as my mother used to delight in pointing out, war drives invention. And as soon as one side improves its tactical position, the other quickly adapts to negate the advantage, assuming they have the time to do so. Interestingly, one could argue it was the Jaghut's very own flaws that ensured their demise. For, had they considered ice not as a defensive measure, but as an offensive one, had they made it a true weapon, a force of attack and assault, why, they might well have annihilated their enemy before it could adapt. And while details regarding that enemy are murky— Forgive me, Highness, interrupted the captain, but as you noted earlier, my first mate is truly suffering. If I am understanding you, the ice and cold of Omtos Falak are mere aspects, or, I suppose, applications of a force. And, as such, they are not that force's sole characteristic. Falash clapped her hands. Precisely, Captain. Excellent. Very well, Highness. I am so relieved. Now, as to those other aspects of the hold, what can you tell me? Falash blinked up at the woman. Why, nothing. Nothing? Not a thing, Captain. The only manifestation of Omtos Falak this world has seen has been ice-aspected. Then how do you know there's more to it? Captain, it only stands to reason. So this notion of there being more, it's merely theoretical? Dearest, that term is not pejorative, no matter the tone you have just employed. Teeth chattering, Skorgan Kaban said,
So I stood here for that? You ain't got a male-spitting clue?
Hardly accurate, first mate, Falash said. It would hardly have served any of us if I'd simply said, I don't know, would it? Instead, what I have actually said is, I don't know, but I believe this to be a path worth pursuing.
So why didn't you?
He demanded. But I did. Shurkalal turned to Skorgan. That's enough, pretty. Go back to the others.
And tell 'em what?
We're exploring possibilities. Falash waved one plump hand. A moment, please. I suggest that you both return to your fellows. The explorations that will occupy me on this day are best done alone, for I cannot guarantee the safety of anyone in close proximity. In fact, I suggest you move your camp perhaps twice its present distance from us. Very well, Highness, said Shurkalal. We shall do that. As they marched off, Falash turned to her handmaid. My dear, she murmured, a journey awaits you. Yes, Highness. Gird yourself well, Falash advised. Prepare the armor and take the throwing axes, and you will need to swim out to the ship for a splinter of wood. But before all that, I wish a new pot of tea and more rust leaf for this bowl. At once, Highness. Gods below, Shurkalal muttered as they neared the crew's camp. But she has spectacular tits. It ever amazes me the extraordinary variation blessing us all. She glanced at her first mate, or cursing us, as the case may be.
I wanted to stick a damned knife in her skull, Captain.
Belay such notions and stow them deep and dark. If one of the mates hears you, well, I don't want that kind of trouble.
Of course, Captain. Was just an impulse anyway, like a tick under the eye. Anyway, how could you see her tits at all under all those warm furs and such?
I could see just fine, Shurk replied. It's called imagination, pretty.
Wish I had some of that.
In the meantime, we need to allay some fears, and I expect moving us farther down the strand will put us in good stead right from the start.
Aye, it will.
He scratched at the scars puckering his neck.
You know, Captain, I got me a smell that's saying that handmaiden of hers ain't as useless as she's made out to look, you know?
Brewing pots and lighting pipe bowls doesn't count for anything with you, pretty? I tell you, I'm considering finding my own handmaiden once we get home. Of course, she added, there's no rule says it has to be a woman, is there? A flush crept up the man's misshapen face. Shurk clapped him on the back. You're right about her, pretty. I'm thinking she's as mean a sorceress as the princess herself, and probably a lot more besides. That woman hides herself well, but one glimpse of her wrists... Well, unless she's throwing bales of hay around when no one's looking, and given the scars on her hands those bales got knives in them, well, aye, she's more than she seems.
What's her name, anyway?
No idea, Shurk grunted. The sailors at the camp were watching them now. All right, pretty, let me do the talking.
Aye, Captain, better you and me.
And if I mess up, you can beat on some heads.
To bring 'em round, like.
Exactly. Cool beneath the umbrella, Falash watched her handmaid crawl up from the water. You need more fat on you, dear, she observed. I'm sure the sun will warm you up soon enough, as it has done me. In any case, she gestured with the mouthpiece, the passage awaits you. Gasping, the older woman slowly worked her way well clear of the waterline. In her right hand was a splinter of wood, black against her bluish knuckles. Behind her, in the shallows, the ice was fast melting as the last remnants of Umtos Falak faded. At the bay's outer edge, where the shelf fell away to deeper water, the undying gratitude was settling lower into a glittering, weeping nest. Once the handmaid had recovered enough to begin moving, she dressed herself in quilted undergarments and then the heavy scaled armor retrieved from bundles of waxed canvas. Taking up the paired throwing axes, a leather-sheathed short sword, an underarm holster of 4 throwing knives, and her helm, she completed her attire by tucking the wood splinter into her belt. Highness, I am ready. Well said.
My patience was wearing ominously thin. Sighing, Falash set the mouthpiece down and rose. Where did you put the last of the sweets? Beside the brick of rust leaf, Highness. Ah, I see. Wonderful. See how thin I'm getting? It's an outrage. Do you recall your own childhood, dear, when your chest was flat and all your bones jutted every which way? No, Highness. I was never boy-thin, thank the errant's nudge. Nor me. I've always been suspicious of grown men who seem to like that in their women. What's wrong with little boys if they're into pallid, bony wraiths? Perhaps it appeals to their protective natures, Highness. Protecting is one thing, diddling is entirely another. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, throwing you into the hold of ice. Best unsheathe at least a few of your weapons, dear. Who knows what you'll land in? The handmaid drew her axes. I am ready. That condescending, patronizing cow doesn't deserve tits like that, or that soft, blemish-free skin and lustrous hair. And the way those hips swing, why, I'm amazed she doesn't throw out her back with every step, and those damned luscious lips look ready-made to wrap themselves round— Gods, what was that? The thunderclap shivered the water in the bay, set the sand to blurry trembling. Shurkalal turned to see an enormous white cloud billowing out and up from Falash's camp. The sailors, well out of earshot behind her, were now on their feet, shouting in alarm. Stay here, Skorgan, and calm those fools down. She set off at a run. The camp was a mess, gear flung about as if a whirlwind had erupted in its midst. Princess Falash was slowly picking herself up from the blasted sand. Her hair was awry, her clothes dishevelled. Her face was red, as if she'd been repeatedly slapped. Highness, are you all right? The girl coughed. I believe the theory has proved itself, Captain. It seems there is far more to Umptos Falak than a few chunks of ice. The passage I found, well, it's hard to say where precisely it led. Where is your handmaiden, Highness? Well, let us hope she is exploring in wonder and delight. You sent her through? A flash from her stunning eyes. Of course I sent her through. Did you not insist on the necessity, given our terrible plight? Can you begin to imagine my sacrifice, the appalling extremity of the service we are providing here? Shurkalal studied the plump girl. What if she doesn't come back? I shall be most displeased. At the same time, we shall have before us evidence to support certain other theories about Umptos Falak. Excuse me, what other theories? Why, the ones about shrieking demons, clouds of madness, flesh-eating plants, treacherous voles, and 100 other nightmares in a similar vein. Now, please be so kind as to rebuild my fire here, will you? She reached for her last throwing knife, found the sheath empty. Cursing, she ducked beneath the scything slash and threw herself to the left, shoulder-rolling until she came up against the bulk of the first fiend she'd slain. Her hands scrabbled up its muricated hide, found the wedge of one of her axes. Grunting as she tugged it free, she rolled over the body. It quivered as 6 swords punched into it in the spot where she'd been a moment earlier, and regained her feet in time to send the axe flying. It crunched into the demon's brow, rocking its head back. She lunged for it, tugging away one of the heavy swords gripped by the closest hand, which was twitching as the huge beast sagged onto its knees. Blade clashing as she beat away the swords flailing about at the ends of the 5 other arms, she chopped into its thick neck, once, twice, 3 times, until the head rolled free. Spinning, she looked for more of the damned things. 5 corpses and nothing more. Apart from her heavy breaths, the glade was silent. From one fire straight into another, she'd landed in the middle of a camp, and it was her luck that she'd been ready when they clearly were not. The fire burned on here and there, where the hottest embers had scattered.
If she was not careful, she'd end up burning down the forest and all the wood the captain and her crew sorely needed. The handmaid retrieved her weapons and then stamped out the smouldering flames. She cursed as something bit into the back of her neck. Scrabbling with one hand, she closed her fist about something small and furry, brought it round for a closer look. A vole with a mouthful of her flesh. Snorting, she flung the thing away. "Well, Highness," she muttered, "seems I've found some trees." Some beast shrieked close by, and the cry was echoed by a half-dozen more, surrounding the glade, drawing closer. "Errant's bunghole, those things sound vicious." Pointless hanging around here, she decided. Choosing a direction at random, she ducked into the forest. Absurdly dark, and the air was damp and cold. Plunging forward, she held her axes at the ready. A shriek sounded directly behind her, and she whirled round. Something skittered on the forest floor. Another damned vole. She watched it pause, tilt its head back, and loose another curdling shriek. A short time later, she'd left the voracious things behind. The huge boles of the trees thinned out, with more undergrowth now impeding her way. She caught glimpses of the sky, a sweep of stars, no moon. A dozen paces ahead, the ground fell away. She came to the edge, looked down into a ravine crowded with treefall, the trunks grey as bones. Clumps of low fog wandered the length of the channel, glowing like swamp gas. The channel was the product of flash flooding, and those trees had been savagely uprooted, flung down and carried along in the tumult. Studying the wreckage, she caught a shape in the ravine's gloom, 20 or so paces downstream. At first she'd assumed it was a barrier of knotted branches and trees, but that detritus had fetched up against something else. A hull. She drew out the splinter of wood in her belt. It seemed to be sweating in her hand. Boots skidding, she half slid, half stumbled down the steep bank of the ravine. Avoiding the fog as best she could, she clambered and climbed her way closer to the ship. How it had made it this far down this treacherous winding channel without being torn to pieces was something of a mystery, but she knew enough to trust this sorcerous link. Whatever shape it was in, there would be enough of it to be of some use. At last she reached the hull, set her hand against it. Not rotten. She thumped it, was rewarded with a faint hollow sound. 5 arm spans above her was an ornately carved gunwale. The heavy rail formed in the shape of entwining serpents running the length of the ship, which she judged to be somewhere between 15 and 20 paces. She glanced down then to see the fog rising up to swallow her knees, and in that fog small clawed hands reached out to grasp her thighs, the talons stabbing deep, the limbs writhing like worms. Gasping at the pain, she pulled out her sword and began hacking. Her thighs were shredded and streaming blood by the time she cut herself loose and worked her way up the side of the hull, using the clutter of trees and branches for foot and handholds. Gasping, she lifted herself over the gunwale and thumped down on the slanted deck, and found herself in the midst of a squall of black-haired, scaled apes. Howling, the dog-sized creatures bared dagger-long fangs, eyes flashing lurid yellow, and raised their knotted clubs. Then they rushed her. From somewhere up the length of ravine there came a deep, rumbling roar, but she had no time to think about that. "My Utulu thinks this is sex. How strange." Falash glanced sidelong at the captain, her lids slowly settling in a lazy blink. "Back in the palace, there are exquisite mouthpieces carved in the semblance of a penis." She gestured with one hand. "All part of a princess's education." Shurk set the mouthpiece down. "Enough of that, I think, Highness. I leave you to your devices." "Adventure arrives in all manner of guises, Captain. Had your Utulu a brain, I am sure it would most avidly concur." But that's the whole point about, desire. It's mostly brainless. Most of the world's tragedy is found in this one misunderstanding. We tie too much to it, you see. Things like loyalty and precious intimacy, love and possession, and sooner or later it all goes wrong. Why, I knew men, and I do mean knew, who'd come to me twice a week hungry for the brainless stuff, and afterwards they'd babble on about their wives. What would they tell you? Please, I must know. Starved for gossip, are you? The palace seems terribly far away at the moment. Just so, Highness. Well, some would tell me about all the sorcery of love being gone between them, the embers of desire cold as stone now. Others would complain about how complicated it had all become, or how rote, or how fraught. And still more would talk of their wives as if they were possessions, to be used when it suited the men, and otherwise left alone. But the very notion of those wives perhaps doing what the husband happened to be doing, there with me, well, that could light a murderous rage in their eyes. So, while being with you, most of them still missed the point? Very astute, Highness. Yes, they missed the point entirely. Because what you offered was sex without complications. Exactly. Brainless. Yes, and that freed them, and freedom made them happy, or anyway forgetful, at least for a short time. But once the flush was past, well, that old world and all its chains just came rattling back down. They'd leave as if they were condemned to swim the canal. You have led a varied and extraordinary life, Captain. Life? Wrong word, Highness. Oh, one doesn't have to be breathing to be alive. And before you comment on how ridiculously obvious that statement seems, I do implore you to give it a second consideration, as I was not referring to your condition. Then I am indeed curious as to what you might mean, Highness. In my years of education, I have— A roar drowned out her next words, and they swung round to see a torrent of muddy, foaming water pounding into the bay just beyond the shallows. Rushing from a gaping wound almost swallowed in gouts of steam, the flood thundered aside the slabs of floating ice, clearing a broad swath. A moment later, what seemed half a forest exploded out from the wound, snapped branches and sundered trees. And then the prow of a ship lunged into view, outward like a thrust fist, and then plunging down to the bay's churning waters. The raucous flow drove the ship straight for the reef. "Erin's bitch!" swore Shurkelal. Abruptly, in wallows of spume and steam, the ship heeled, came about, and they saw a figure at the stern rudder, pushing hard against the current. The wound thundered shut, cutting off the wild flow. Branches and logs skirled in the spinning water. Falash watched the captain run into the shallows. The strange ship had crunched briefly against the coral shelf before pulling clear. It was fortunate, the princess decided, that the seas were calm, but it was obvious that one woman alone could not manage the craft, and that disaster still loomed. Glancing to the right, she saw the crew pelting along the strand, clearly intent on joining the captain. Falash looked back to the ship. "Dearie, couldn't you have found a prettier one?" Spitting out silty water, Shurkelal pulled herself onto the deck. Something slimy beneath her boots sent her down onto her backside with a thump. She held up one palm. Blood. Lots and lots of blood. Swearing, she regained her feet and made for the bow. "Is there an anchor?" she shouted. "Where's the damned anchor?" From the stern, the handmaid yelled back, "How should I know?" Shurk saw her crew now plunging into the shallows. "Good. We're drifting back to that reef," the handmaiden cried. "How do I stop it doing that?" "With a damned anchor, you stupid cow!" Failing to find anything, and feeling somewhat bad about her outburst, Shurk turned about and began making her way back to the stern. One clear look at the handmaiden stopped her in her tracks. "God's woman, what happened to you?" "It's the damned voles," she snarled. That thing, is that what you call a sea anchor?" Shurk forced her eyes away from the woman to where she was pointing. "Male's kiss, aye, it is." 5 quick steps along, she halted yet again. "Is that water I'm hearing below? Are we taking on water?" The handmaiden leaned on the rudder's handle and looked over with red-shot, exhausted eyes. "You're asking me, Captain?" Shurk whirled, reached the landward gunwale, glared down at her thrashing crew. "Get aboard, you lazy pigs! Man the pumps, fast!" Back on shore, Falash settled down on the log, careful once more to avoid the iron spikes. Drawing on her hookah, she watched the antics with some contentment. As she exhaled a stream of smoke, she heard and felt a rattle in her throat. Almost time for her afternoon cough. He kicked his way through the clutter, the crumpled helms, the crushed iron scales, the bones that crumbled into dust and lifted grey clouds to swirl about his legs. Ahead, across an expanse of level land buried in corpses, was a mound of the same twisted bodies, and from the top of that mound rose the trunks of 2 trees, bound at the center to form an upright X. The remnants of a body hung from it, flesh in shreds, black hair hanging down over the desiccated face. Siltras Ruin could see, even from this distance, the long-shafted arrow buried in the figure's forehead. Here, in this place, realms folded one upon another. Chaos and madness in such profusion as to stain time itself, holding horror in an implacable grip. Here the skin of 100 worlds bore the same seared brand. He did not know what had happened at this battle, this slaughter, to leave such a legacy, nor even the particular world in which the actual event had taken place. He slowly crossed the killing field towards the mound and its grisly shrine. Other figures moved about, walking as if lost, as if seeking friends amidst the faceless thousands. At first he'd thought them ghosts, but they were not ghosts. They were gods. His passage caught the attention of one, and then another, and then still more. Some simply looked away again, resuming whatever it was they were doing. A few set out to intercept him. As they drew closer, he heard their voices, their thoughts.
"A stranger, interloper. This is not his world. This is not his curse. This is nothing to him."
"He comes to mock us, the fragments of us snared here."
"He does not even hear the cries that so deafen us, all these chains of desire." "And despair, Shadinul, so much despair."
Siltras Ruin reached the base of the mound, studied the twisted bodies before him, a steep slope of solid bone, leathery flesh, armor, and shattered weapons. A half-dozen gods gathered around him.
"'Tist Leo-san?" "No, Beru. 'Tist Andi. His white skin mocks the darkness within him."
"Does he belong in the war? He is dangerous. We don't want him anywhere near us when we slay the fallen one, when we feed and so free ourselves."
"Free?" growled one in a thick, heavy voice. "Maori, from the legacy of our followers, we shall never be free. This is the bargain we made. I made no such bargain, Decembre."
"Nevertheless, Beru, mortal desire gave us shape. Mortal desire dragged us into all their realms. It was not enough that we ascended, not enough that we should seek out our own destinies.
I tell you, though most of me still walks a distant world, and his howls of betrayal deafen me, in curse and prayer I am knotted here like a fist. Do I desire worship? I do not. Do I seek ever greater power? I have been shown its futility, and now all my purpose settles like ash upon my soul. Here we are trapped, and so we shall remain. Because that fool master sanctified Kaminsal's theft. The fallen one was wounded, made useless with pain, and with that master's cursed blessing he raised the house of chains, and with those chains he bound us all. Decembre snorted. Long before the first rattle of those chains, we were in shackles, though we amused ourselves by pretending that they did not exist. The master of the deck and the fallen one dispelled the illusion. No, they dispelled our delusions. And with them all their sweet, precious convenience. I do not need an upstart like you telling me all I already know. You do, when you would feed your reason with false indignation. We shall soon gather in another place, little different from this one, and there we shall commit murder. Cold, brutal murder. We shall slay a fellow god. Before his heart is sundered, before the unknowable woman can ever reach the fallen one, or attempt whatever it is she intends, we shall kill him.
Do not so easily discard that woman, Decembre,
said a new voice, a woman's, thin and crackling.
She is sibling to the master of the deck, a master who hides himself from us all. How can this be? How has he managed to blind us to his whereabouts? I tell you, he hovers over all of this, as unknowable as his sister. This wretched family from that wretched empire.
A cane crackled against bones, splintering them, and Silchas turned to see that a new god had arrived. Indistinct, a smear of shadow.
Decembre,
this one hissed.
And dearest Jess, Beru, Shedenul, Maori, Bekra, Thilanda, see how you crowd this Tist Andy, this brother of Anomander Rake. Do you imagine he cannot hear you?
The cane jabbed at Decembre.
Look at us, so fey in reflection of our once mortal selves. The Empire, yes, our Empire, Decembre. Or have you forgotten? That wretched family? Our very own children.
Oh, look around, Shadow Throne,
snarled Jess, her face of skeined wool, cotton, hemp, and silk, twisting and knotting as she bared web-shrouded teeth.
Derek has come and gone from this place. She knows and makes for us a true path. Your damned children cannot hope to defeat us. Leave them to the Forkrul Assail. May they devour each other.
Shadow Throne giggled.
Tell me, Jess, do you see your cousin anywhere near? Where is the Queen of Dreams in this place of death? She hides. She is not here, Jess, said Shadow Throne, because she is awake. Awake. Do you understand me? Not sleeping, not dreaming herself here, not plucking all your mad tales, Jess, to confuse mortal minds. You are all blind fools. You mean to betray us? Shrieked Shedinul. I care nothing for any of you, Shadowthrone replied, with a laconic gesture of one ethereal hand. Betray? Too much effort over too little of worth.
You come here only to mock us?
I am here, Beru, because I am curious. Not about any of you. You're nothing but gods, and if the assail succeed, you will all vanish like farts in the wind. No, my curiosity is with our unexpected guest, our Tist-Andi. The cane waved at Silchas Ruin. Oh, brother of heroes, why do you bless Coltane's eternal fall with your presence?
I seek a weapon.
The two you carry are not enough?
For a companion. This battle you all seem so eager to join. I could warn you against it, but I admit that I see little use in that. You are all determined to join the fray, leaving me to wonder. Wonder what? Demanded Beru. When the dust settles, how many of your corpses will I see upon that field? Silchas Ruin shrugged. Do as you will. Your brother slew our strongest ally. He did? And of what significance is that to me, Beru? You are as infuriating as he was. May you share his fate. We shall all share his fate, Silchas Ruin replied. Shadowthrone giggled. I have found you a weapon, but only if the one who wields it is worthy. Silchas Ruin looked round. From this place? No, not from here. There is nothing to the weapons here but memories of failure. A sword appeared from the shadows, swirling round the god, and clattered at the Tist-Andi's feet. Looking down, he drew a sharp breath. Where did you come by this? Recognize it? A hust. But no. He hesitated. I feel that I should, knowing well that sacred forge. The draconic theme is distinctive, but the ferules remind me of Hust's earliest period of manufacture, and I thought I knew all of those so made. Where did you come by this? Of little relevance, Prince. You note the draconic theme, do you? What is the term? Pattern weld? So you might think, to see those scales glittering so prettily along the length of the blade. He giggled. So you might think. This weapon is too good for the one I intended to arm. Indeed? How unfortunate. Perhaps you could convince your friend to take the ones you now wield. And for yourself, this singular weapon. Consider it a gift to you from Shadowthrone. And why should you so gift me? Silchas Ruin asked. Perhaps the others here bemoan the loss of Hood. I do not. He was hoary and humorless, and ugly besides. Thus, if I cannot convey my best wishes to Hood's noble slayer, then his brother shall have to do. Silchas Ruin looked back down at the husked sword. When we were children, he muttered, he used to steal my things all the time, because he liked to see me lose my temper. He paused, remembering, and then sighed. Even then he was fearless. Shadowthrone was silent. The other gods simply watched. And then, Silchas Ruin whispered, He stole my grief. And now what is there, I wonder? What is there left to feel?
If I suggested gratitude, would that be insensitive?
Silchas Roin shot the god a sharp look, and then said, I accept the gift, Shadow Throne, and in return I offer you this. He waved at the other gods. This mob ill suits you. Leave them to their devices, Shadow Throne. The god cackled.
If I was bloodkin to this family, I'd be the uncle slumped drunk and senseless in the corner. Luckily, dare I risk that word, I am not kin to any of them. Rest assured I will humbly heed your advice, Prince.
Silchas Roin picked up the weapon. He looked at the gods, his crimson eyes slowly moving from one ghastly face to the next, and then he vanished. Decembre wheeled on Shadow Throne.
What was all that? What scheme are you playing at?
Shadow Throne's cane snapped out, caught the Lord of Tragedy flush across the bridge of his nose. He stumbled back, fell onto his backside. Shadow Throne hissed, and then said,
The best part of you wanders the mortal world, old friend. Long ago he surrendered that emptiness called pride. At last I see where it fetched up. Well, it seems one more lesson in humility shall find you.
He glared at the others.
All of you, in fact.
Beru growled.
You sniveling little upstart!
But then his voice fell away, for the Lord of Shadows was gone.
Busy, busy, busy.
Cotillion paused on the road. It's done?
Of course it's done.
Shadow Throne snapped, and then grunted.
Here? What are we doing here?
Recognize the place, then.
Pah! Not more regrets from you. I'm sick of them.
I am marking this site one more time.
What, like a hound pissing against a fence post?
Cotillion nodded. Crude, but apt.
What have you?
Shadow Throne demanded.
Did you return to Shadowkeep? Did you send her off? Did she need a few slaps, a punch in the nose, a quick Roger behind the keep?
She needed only my invitation, Amanas.
Truly?
Of all the wolves on one's own trail, Cotillion said, there is always one, the pack's leader, cruel and relentless. Show me a god or a mortal with no wolves on their heels.
Enough talk of wolves. This is me, after all. Fanged, eyes of fire, foul fur, and endless hunger. 100 beasts, each one named Regret.
Just so. Cotillion nodded.
So you put her on a horse and gave her a blade and sent her back down her own trail.
To kill the biggest, meanest one, aye. Shadow Throne grunted again.
Bet she was smiling.
Find me a fool who'll take that bet, Cotillion replied, smiling himself. The Lord of Shadows looked round.
See none hereabouts? Too bad.
The air filled with the cries of gulls.
'Tis the Leosan, the children of Father Light. A star is born in the dark, and the heavens are revealed to all.
Withal ran his hand along the pitted plaster, fragments of damp moss falling away where his fingers scraped it loose. The painted scene was in a primitive, awkward style, yet he suspected it was more recent than those glorious works in the city's palace. Light like blood, corpses on the strand, faces shining beneath helms, a sky igniting.
A few survived the chaos, the civil wars. They cowered here in this forest. In coloured plaster and paint, they sought to make eternal their memories. He wondered why people did such things. He wondered at their need to leave behind a record of the great events witnessed and lived through. Sure enough, a discovery like this, here in the forest above the shore, at the base of a vast sinkhole his errant step had inadvertently discovered, well, it led to questions and mystery, and, like the missing patches and the thick clumps of moss, he found a need to fill in the gaps. For we are all bound in stories, and as the years pile up, they turn to stone, layer upon layer, building our lives. You can stand on them and stare out at future's horizon, or you can be crushed beneath their weight. You can take a pick in hand and break them all apart until you're left with nothing but rubble. You can crush that down into dust and watch the wind blow it away. Or you can worship those wretched stories, carving idols and fascinating lies to lift your gaze ever higher, and all those falsehoods make hollow and thin the ground you stand on. Stories. They are the clutter in our lives, the conveniences we lean upon and hide behind. But what of it? Change them at will. It's only a game in the skull, shaking the bones in the cup to see if something new shows up. I imagine such games are liberating, and the sense of leaving oneself behind is akin to moving house. A fresh start beckons, a new life, a new host of stories, a new mountain to build stone by stone.
What makes you happy withal?
Long stretches of times and free of alarm.
Nothing else?
Oh, beauty, I suppose. Pleasure to caress the senses.
You play at being a solid and simple man withal, but I think it is all an act. In fact, I think you think too much about too many things. You're worse than me. And before long, all that chaos gets so thick it starts looking solid and simple.
Woman, you make my head ache. I'm going for a walk. Rubbing at his bruised hip, he brushed twigs and mud from his clothes, and then carefully made his way up the sinkhole's side, grasping roots, finding footholds from the blocks of cut stone hiding in the gloom. Pulling himself clear, he resumed his journey down to the shore. 20 or more paces up from the strand, the forest edge had been transformed. Trees cut down, trenches dug in banked ripples facing the imminent breach in lightfall. Figures swarming everywhere, weapons in heaps, swords, spears, and pikes, with shake and leathery crews busy scrubbing the rust from the ancient iron, rolling new grips from strips of soaked leather. The wood of the hafted weapons seemed to have been unaffected by the passage of time, the black shafts as strong as ever. Hundreds of helms formed vaguely disturbing mounds here and there, awaiting oil and refitting. Working his way past all this, Withal reached the strand. He paused, searching among the crowds, but he could not find the one he sought. Seeing a familiar face ahead, he called out, "Captain Pithy!" The woman looked up. "Where is he?" Withal asked. She straightened from the leather map she'd laid out on the sand, wiped sweat from her face, and then pointed. Withal looked in that direction, saw a lone figure seated atop an old midden, facing Lightfall. With a wave to Pithy, he set off in that direction. Yet Anderig was taking bites from a lump of cheese, his jaws working steadily as he studied the cascading light. He glanced over as Withal approached, but only briefly. Boots crunching on the ghastly white bone fragments of the beach, and then the slope of the midden, where amidst larger pieces of bone there were husks of some forest nut, more recent gourds and pieces of pottery, Withal reached the prince's side, whereupon he sat down. "I didn't know we had any cheese left." Yedan plopped the last bit into his mouth,
chewed a moment, swallowed, and then said, "We don't." Withal rubbed at his face. "I expect to feel the salt, the freshened sea breezes. Instead, the air feels as close as the hold of a ship." He nodded to Lightfall. "There is no breath from this, none at all." Yedan grunted. "There will be soon enough." The Queen was wondering about that. Wondering? All right, fretting. Well, more like a cornered cat, come to think of it. So not fretting at all, snarling, all claws out, fear blazing in her eyes. Yedan's jaws bunched, as if he was still chewing cheese, and then he said, "Is that what you wake up to every morning withal?" He sighed, squinted at Lightfall. "Never been married, have you? I can tell." "Not much interested." "In any of that?" "In women." "Ah. Well, among the Mekros, men marry each other all the time. I figure they see how men and women do it and want that for themselves." "Want what, exactly?" "Someone to be the cat, someone to be the dog, I suppose, but all official-like." "And here I thought you'd go on about love and commitment withal." "No, it's all down to who lifts a leg and who squats. And if you're lucky, that goes back and forth. If you're unlucky, you end up trapped in one or the other, and life's miserable." "Your winning description of marriage withal has fallen somewhat short for me." "Sorry to hear that, Yedan." "Something to do, I suspect, with the lack of sincerity." Withal grinned. "Anyway, the Queen is eager for reassurance. Do you feel ready? And how soon?" "There is no true measure of readiness until we are engaged withal, until I can see what my army can do, or is willing to do. Of the two, I will take the latter and hope for the former. As for how soon—" He paused, and then pointed at Lightfall. "There, do you see that?" A strange, dull spot formed in the descending streams of light. It bled outward like a stain, reaching down to the very base before the brighter edges began soaking back in. What was that? Dragons, withal. What? Soul taken, or allies. The sorcery of the Elaint that some call their breath. They assail the barrier with that chaotic power, and with each breath the ancient wound thins, the skin weakens. Mail save us, Yedan. You mean to stand against dragons? How? When the wound opens, it will be at the base, to open the way for their foot soldiers. A beachhead will need to be established. We need to be driven back from the wound. For a dragon to physically come through the breach will take all of its power, and when it does, it will be on the ground, not in the air. And when a dragon is on the ground, it is vulnerable. But if the beachhead has driven you back, we must in turn overrun them. To reach that first dragon? Yes, and kill it. Ideally, halfway through the wound. And not killed, but dying. At that moment, my sister and the witches need to pounce, to take that draconic life force and seal the breach. Yedan Derig nodded. Withal stared at the man, his angled profile, his dark, calm eyes fixed so steadily upon Lightfall. Beru's sweet piss, does nothing rattle him? Prince Yedan Derig, your soldiers will look to you, and now at last I begin to see what they will see. You are their own wall, their own Lightfall. But are you wounded too? Yedan, can it be done, what you describe? The man shrugged. My sister refuses to kneel before the first shore. It is the act that sanctifies the queen of the Sheikh, and she will not do it. Why ever not? His teeth bared in a brief grin. Yedan said,
We are a contrary lot, us royals. A queen who defies sanctification, a prince who will never produce an heir, and what of awakening dawn? What of our sister of night? Gone, forever gone. Jan Tovis and me, we are all that's left. Have you ever been in a Lethery city withal?
Well, yes.
Have you ever seen a sheik walk through a Lethery crowd?
No, I don't think so.
They keep their eyes on the cobbles. They shift and slide from anyone in their path. They do not walk as would you, tall, filling the space you need.
I believe that has changed, Yedan. What you and your sister have done here,
and sticking a sword in their hand and telling them to stand here, to fight and to die without a single backward step, will turn mice into snarling leopards? We shall find out the answer to that soon enough.
Withal thought for a time on all that the prince had said, and then he shook his head. Is it just your royal blood, then, that makes you and your sister the exceptions to the image you paint of the sheik? You are not mice.
We trained as officers in the Lethery military. We considered that a duty, not to the king of Lether, but to the sheik. To lead, we must be seen to lead, but more than that, we needed to learn how to lead. This was the Lethery military's gift to us. But it was a dangerous one, for it very nearly swallowed up Jan Tovis. Perhaps it has, given the reluctance she now displays.
If she does not kneel to the shore, asked Withal, can the witches alone seal the wound?
No.
And if there were more of them?
Yedan glanced over. If I hadn't murdered them, you mean? He seemed to find something left over in his mouth, worked it loose with his tongue, chewed and swallowed. Hard to say. Possibly, possibly not. Venal rivalries plagued them. It's more likely they would have usurped my sister or even killed her, and then they'd set about killing each other.
But couldn't you have stopped them?
I did. Withal was silent for a moment, and then he said,
Surely she understands the danger.
I imagine so.
You've not tried to persuade her?
In her own way, my sister is as stubborn as I am.
Another wall, Withal muttered.
What?
He shook his head. Nothing of import.
There, another pass comes. Look!
A dark shape was descending behind Lightfall, a thing huge and blurred, lunging to sweep past the heart of the wound. Something struck the barrier like a massive fist. Light sprayed like blood. Red cracks spread out from the dark stain.
Yedan stood. Go back to the Queen of Carcanas, Withal, he said, drawing his sword. One more pass, if that, and then this begins.
Begins?
Withal asked, as if struck dumb.
He saw Pythian brevity running up the strand. A sudden chill flooded through him. Terrible memories of his younger days, of battles upon the decks of the Mekros. Fear weakened his legs.
Tell her, continued Yedan, his tone as steady as ever, we will hold as long as we can. Tell her, withal, that once more the sheiks stand upon the shore.
Spear points thrust out from the wound, a shivering, bristling horror. He could see figures, pushing, crowding, could almost hear their howls. Light spurted like ropes of gore. Light flooded out onto the strand, illuminating the crushed bones. Light lit faces beneath helms. Tist Leosan, the children of Father Light. A star is born in the dark, and the heavens are revealed to all.
Go, Withal. We are breached.
We can hold against nothing. We can only crumble like sand before the devouring wave. Yedan calls to his officers rush and shout, ranks form up. These would-be soldiers struggle and steady themselves. The sheikh, my sheikh, stand pale, eyes wide, straining to see what's happening at the breach, where the Lethari, dreaming of riches, meet the thrusting spears. Screams now rise from the wound. There are Tist Leosan, their faces broken masks of fury, and all the madness of war is down there at the breach. Life's blood even now spilling down. We cannot hold. Look at my people, how their eyes track my brother now. But he's only one man, and even he cannot defeat this enemy. Long ago, there were enough of us, enough to hold, enough to last and to die to save this realm. But no longer.
Polion's squish loomed in front of her. They were shouting, screaming, but she was deaf to them. The clash of weapons grew desperate, like 1,000 knives upon a single whetstone.
But you are flesh, my brother, not a whetstone, flesh.
You must kneel.
Jan Tovis frowned at the young woman before her.
Is it blood you want?
Eyes widened. She held out her wrists.
This?
You need to kneel before the shore.
No,
she growled.
Not yet. Go away. I'm done with you. The islanders are fighting. Go down to them. Kneel yourselves. In the sand beside the wounded and the dying. Both of you. Look in their faces and tell them it was all worth it.
Jan Tovis lunged forward, pushing them so that they staggered.
Go! Tell them! You want me to kneel? To sanctify all of this? Shall I be yet one more ruler to urge my subjects to their deaths? Shall I stand tall and bold, shouting fierce promises of glory? How many lies can this scene withstand? Just how empty can words be? Kneel, she whispered. Yes, everyone, kneel.
Chapter 9. I am fallen prey.